Old Baisan's family worked hard, but gained nothing. No one expected that old Baisan had hidden a small potato the size of a dirt egg inside his shoe. He was unwilling and took that potato around telling everyone in the village, bragging loudly and boasting about how high yield it was. He exaggerated how much this potato could produce, claiming that every household in Luan village planted many such potatoes, and behind Lu Kai-chun and Aunt Luda, there was a large mountain full of. This potato really grows well, so shiny and drought-resistant. Luan village is truly lucky, no worries about food. Although everyone knew what kind of person this couple was, even if they didn't fully believe him, they believed a little. After all, the potato was clearly right in front of them, making it hard not to believe. Especially when the crops in the fields were clearly ruined, the words grain had a strong impact on people. Phrases like drought-resistant and green and lush seemed to poke right into their hearts. One poke, one envy, one jealousy, one hate. Whether true or not, it was very touching. Luan village, again Luan village. And then there was Lu Kai-chun. Thinking about Lu Saichun's relationship with Aunt Luda, everyone inexplicably began to resent old Baisan's family. If it weren't for their greed, trying to get benefits from adopting a son, and then not satisfied, even hoping to transfer all of Aunt Luda's property through this adoption, Aunt Luda wouldn't have been pushed to the point of breaking ties with them. If they hadn't broken ties, given Aunt Luda's relationship with her, wouldn't she still take care of Bai Shirtsman? You say, you guys are just unlucky, letting the god of wealth run away. Exactly, what a pity. Do you think Aunt Luda can forgive you? Does she still want Xiao Man, her son? Who knows? Things have gotten so bad now. Yeah, old Baisan's family was angry again. When Lu Kai-chun heard about this, she immediately ran up the mountain to see. On the 7th day, Aunt Luda also went along. Aunt Luda felt very guilty. It's all my fault. I didn't expect them to be so unkind. These crops aren't even mature yet, so tender and fresh. They look so happy. They're farmers too. How could they be so cruel as to pull them out? It's really heartless. Lu Kai-chun sneered. Don't be sad, Aunt. It's not your fault. They're not human. They don't act like people. Liu Da-gu sighed. It's such a pity about the potatoes they pulled out. They didn't grow well at all. Lu Kai-chun didn't care much. It's okay. They're small but still edible. Did they give any compensation? Compensation? Liu Da-gu was surprised. No, everyone helped beat them up badly. The village chief had someone tie them up and send them back to Baishir village. Lu Kai-chun chuckled and nodded. That's good. I'll go personally and ask them for compensation. Liu Da-gu suddenly realized and immediately nodded firmly. Exactly. They ruined our crops. They must pay. I'll go with you. No need, Grandma. Stay home. Chucky and I will go and come back soon. That works too. Chucky was skilled at hunting 2 deer in the deep mountains, and he was precise when kicking. With him there, nothing would happen. Lu Kai-chun and Chucky didn't wait until the next day. They headed straight to Baishir village. Finding the trouble spot as quickly as possible was best. Did they need to pick an auspicious day? When they arrived at Baishir village at Bai Laosan's house, the sun was gradually setting in the western sky, hanging low over the mountain peaks, casting a slanting glow across the land, shining brightly and beautifully. However, Bai Laosan's house was not looking so good.
Bang!
A loud crash as Lu Kai-chun kicked over Bai Laosan's table. Bai Laosan's wife screamed and cursed, but before she finished, there was a sharp bang as someone flew out of the house and hit the ground.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several people from Bai Laosan's family, if they were home at the time, were all kicked out and rolled into the yard, groaning in pain. When Lu Kai-chun and Chu Qin arrived in the village, just as the farmers returning from work saw them, one was usually indifferent to outsiders, expressionless, and the other also looked angry. Knowing their relationship with Bai Laosan, they looked at each other, then silently followed at a distance, ready for more drama. Indeed, the show was about to start with a bang. The villagers gasped and sighed, feeling nervous. Such fierce couple. Bai Laosan's family was really useless. Even though they were helpless, They still cursed loudly and viciously as they struggled to get up from the ground. Lu Kaichun sneered and stepped forward to kick again. She preferred action over words. This family had not yet gotten up when they were knocked down again.
Ah.
What are you doing?
Ouch. It.
Unbelievable. You're going to kill someone. Oh heavens, open your eyes. Why don't you get struck by lightning for these bullies? The bully Lu Kaichun kicked again. After a loud scream, she kicked White Laosan's wife in the face, looking down coldly. Keep cursing, keep cursing. Do you believe I will crush your face?
Huh.
Don't worry. At most you'll be disfigured with a crooked face. You won't die. If I damage your face, I might just pay a few silver coins. Do you think your husband wants silver or justice?
Huh.
A few silver coins, I can afford that. White Laosan's wife looked more frightened and dared not move. White Laosan, his two sons, daughter-in-law Niu Shi, and daughter Bai Xiaohua were not doing well either. One of them kicked another. Someone cursed loudly, and she was kicked again. Bai Xiaohua, thinking she looked pretty, looked at the seventh child with innocent eyes. You, how can you be so cruel? Bullying people, this is too much. Ah. A stone hit her mouth, and she screamed, covering her mouth, feeling her teeth go numb from the pain. Seventh child, shut up. Bai Xiaohua almost fainted from anger, sniffled and looked sadly at the seventh child, not daring to cause trouble anymore. Bai Lijing, panting heavily, ran over. Why is it you again? Lu Kaichun withdrew her foot and said slowly, Our family was caught stealing crops from your land. It's utterly shameless. The village is already catching them. When they were taken back to the village, they probably told you Bai Lijing. Bai Lijing frowned darkly. I've already punished and scolded them. This is your village's business, Lu Kaichun sneered. We shouldn't suffer losses for nothing. I want compensation.
What?
Your village searched us for potatoes and took everything. What more do you want? Exactly, we didn't take anything from you. White Laosan's family was all anxious. Lu Kaichun said, The potatoes aren't even fully grown, and you've destroyed them all. If you didn't take anything, then you have no reason to complain. Maybe I should dig up all the crops on your land and leave them aside. I wouldn't take anything. Would that settle the matter? That's impossible. White Laosan's wife was quicker than anyone else to speak. Everyone looked at them with disdain, almost rolling their eyes. It was just too foolish. But this family was also truly shameless. How could you destroy someone's crops? How could they bring themselves to harm the unripe crops? Dear heavens, they truly have no conscience. Bah, this family is really no good. Everyone, be quiet. Bai Lijing scowled at them all. Can't you tell who's inside and outside? Even if you want to curse this family, can't you wait until these two bullies from the neighboring village leave? Family secrets should not be shared outside, understand? Now that things have come to this, Bai Lijing has no choice but to accept Lu Saichun's words. How much do you want as compensation? That's potatoes I grew, high-yield ones, good for food. I'm not lying. Once they're ripe, you'll see. I want 2 taels of silver from them. What? How much? Old Bai's wife sat on the ground, slapping her thigh and crying loudly. Oh heavens, they won't give us any way to live. Just a few broken crops, and they want 2 taels of silver. Stealing money. That's clearly robbing us. Shut up. Lu Kaichun sneered. Who told you to be so careless? Our crops are growing nicely in the field. What's it to you? Why did your family pull up the crops? Are those your things? Do you dare to touch them? Everyone, these people are truly wicked and terrible. Be careful in the future, or who knows, maybe your things will be stolen one day. Shut up, nonsense. We won't do that. Old Bai and his son were anxious. If their reputation gets ruined, how can their family live in the village? Lu Kaichun sneered. You're just like the saying, a dog can't change its habit of eating. And it's you guys. You, if it weren't for my eldest aunt discovering it and the villagers helping to stop you, you probably would have pulled up all my family's crops, right? Old Bai hurriedly said, we didn't mean to. Stop the nonsense and pay up. No money, no money. Just kill us then. Lu Kai-chun said coldly, I won't kill you. Maybe breaking one leg is enough, right? Stealing crops and getting caught serves you right. The Bai family members trembled with fear. Others threatened to break a leg as a warning, but they're not afraid. They even roll around and shout for someone to do it. But these two bullies? When they say they'll break a leg, they really mean it. Bai Lijing sighed. Lady Lu, calm down. Can we discuss this? 2 taels of silver is a bit too much. Bai Lijing, how much do you think? Lu Kai-chun stared at him intently, as if ready to break his leg if he said too little. Bai Lijing felt nervous, cursing silently in his heart. These Bai family members are so reckless and troublemaking. Why pick a fight with such bullies? When they came to support Lady Lu last time, had they not learned their lesson? Bai Li originally wanted to ask for 500 coins but was so frightened by Lu Kai-chun that he stammered, 1 or 2 coins. Is that okay? Township officer, we don't have a whole 2 coins. Be quiet. Lu Kai-chun sneered, all right then 1 or 2 coins. Hurry and get the money, or I will search the house myself. No matter how much she found, she would only say it was 1 or 2 coins. Don't blame her for being rude. Bai Lao-san, who still wanted to struggle, shivered and hurriedly got up, limping back to get the money. 1 or 2 coins, her heart was bleeding. Lu Kai-chun took the money, and Bai Lao-san's wife started to feel upset again. Unable to hold back and shouted, You hurt us. Shouldn't you pay us back? Lu Kai-chun chuckled coldly, her eyes turning even colder. You came looking for trouble yourself, so isn't getting beaten deserved? You still want me to pay?
Huh?
Think the beating isn't enough? I see your mouth is still pretty tough, still talking nonsense. Do you want me to break your teeth? Then maybe you'll learn to keep quiet. Bai Lao-san's wife instinctively covered her mouth in fear. My aunt has completely cut ties with your Bai family and Bai Shire village. There's no more connection. Don't bother us anymore. And stop talking nonsense about sending a son to take care of her in her old age. You know what you're really up to. Do you think everyone is stupid? A treacherous wolf, who would care? If I catch you bothering us again, I will really break your legs. Bai Xiaoman rushed forward, begging desperately. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. As long as my mother forgives me, I will listen to her from now on. I will take good care of her. Please give me another chance, just one more chance. Bai Lao-san's wife also hurriedly pleaded. Yes, yes. Give Xiaoman another chance. He talks about how he will honor his foster mother every day. He will truly respect Lady Lu. You are Lady Lu's niece. Can't you bear to see her without a son to care for her in her old age? Lu Kai-chun sneered. What kind of treacherous wolf? With money in hand, who worries about not having someone to care for her. Looks like you really don't understand people's words and are still stubborn. Fine, if you want to bother us, go ahead. I think you really don't want these legs anymore. Be quiet. Bai Lijing couldn't take it anymore. Isn't enough shame already? Lu Kai-chun curled her lips. Bai Lijing, take care of your treacherous wolves and shameless people in your village. You don't want conflicts between the 2 villages, right? Don't look at me with that kind of stare. I can at least be partly responsible for our village's affairs. If you think I'm bragging, you can ask the village head, the elders, and the old folks in our village. Bai Lijing. So frustrating. Lu Kai-chun and Chu-chi walked away proudly. The villagers of Bai Shire village started talking loudly. Lu Kai-chun is so arrogant and proud, isn't she? She's just bragging, I don't believe it. If you were her, you'd be just as bold. Who in their village hasn't benefited from her? Wow, I never expected that. Yang Shun's family must be really regretful now. Not only the Yang family is regretting, look at the situation now.
Ha ha ha.
The villagers laughed and sighed, shaking their heads with many feelings. They couldn't believe it, truly unbelievable. The Bai Lao-san family was almost going crazy with anger. Bai Lijing looked at them coldly and said sharply, Listen carefully. Do not bother Lu Shire anymore. She has nothing to do with your family now. Once she leaves, she won't come back. If you cause trouble again, you deserve to be beaten up and have your legs broken.
Don't come to me.
I won't offend anyone over your foolishness. All this happened because of your own choices. What's the use of regretting now? Do you really think people will just let you do whatever you want? Do you think they should happily accept you and keep letting you take advantage? Stop dreaming. Bai Lijing snorted coldly and turned away angrily. The villagers saw there was no more excitement and started discussing among themselves as they left. The Bai Laosan family was in pain everywhere. Inside, the two bullies had kicked everything into chaos, breaking several tables and chairs. You're heartless, you bullies. You're bullying people. You're really bullying people. Bai Laosan's wife suddenly rushed over, grabbing Bai Xiaoman and hitting her wildly, cursing as she fought. It's all your fault, you useless girl. If you weren't so useless, this wouldn't have happened. It's all your fault. Why are you so useless? After so many years of mother and child love, it's all gone. You can't even stand up to Lu Shi, that wicked woman. Bai Xiaoman struggled to resist, full of anger, and shouted back, You still have the nerve to talk. It's all your fault. If you hadn't adopted me out, why did you keep looking for me? Why did you keep encouraging me to take things and steal money for you? If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have abandoned me. It's all your fault. All your fault. I am your real mother. What's wrong with you asking for something? Shouldn't you show respect to me? You heartless, reckless fool. Old Mrs. Bai's wife shouted angrily, and old Bai also got angry and scolded back. The whole family started arguing and fighting. Lu Kaichun brought back 1 or 2 silver coins from old Bai's family. Old Aunt Lu finally felt completely relieved and smiled happily. Good, they deserve to suffer. Let's see if they dare to cause trouble again. Lu Kaichun smiled and said, If they come again, I'll just break their legs. 1 or 2 silver coins is quite a lot. It can buy 5 fat chickens and 5 ducks, enough for a good meal. The delivery fee was also reasonable. Today was very tiring. Tonight, I will cook something delicious to make up for it. On the 7th day, it was still not allowed for him to enter the kitchen. Well, the uncle and nephew just kept pretending everything was fine. Old Aunt Lu said, I've cooked the rice. I washed some green beans, a stalk of lettuce, and a handful of goji buds. I know you like to eat these. Hearing about the food, Lu Kaichun couldn't help but feel happy, and a smile appeared on his face. Then I'll make green bean pork slices, stir-fried shredded lettuce, and a pig liver and goji berry soup. Also, braised eel pieces and steamed ribs. Tomorrow at noon, I'll cook spicy rabbit cubes and pan-fried lamb chops. Tomorrow night, fried meatballs, stuffed eggplant, and green peppers with tofu. The last 2 dishes could be taken directly from the space without heating. Okay, I'll start chopping vegetables and heating the stove now. Old Aunt Lu smiled happily. The steamed ribs were soft and tasty, the braised eel tender and flavorful, and the pig liver and goji berry soup light and refreshing. The lettuce and green beans were fresh. When served, the aroma filled the room. Nothing special happened overnight. The next morning, Lu Kaichun went to find Lu Lijing and talked about the potatoes. Old Bai's family caused so much trouble, and now everyone knows about the high yield of the potatoes. Village chief, I'm afraid our village might face jealousy. Lu Lijing was surprised. He hadn't thought about this before. Honestly, he only realized how high the potato yield was because of old Bai's family's trouble. The potatoes really grew a lot. They hadn't even fully ripened, and they already had so many. When they ripen, it will be even more incredible. In the past few days, everyone in the village was talking about this. They were so excited and happy, treating their potatoes and cassava as treasures, changing from indifference to valuing them highly. Everyone finally believed Lu Saichuan's earlier words. With these 2 high-yield crops, even if their grain supplies weren't enough at home, they felt more at ease. Jealousy from others. Lu Lijing thought about the current situation and his face changed. Yes, Chun, your words just reminded me. Do you have any good ideas? Lu Kaichun said, everyone should take good care of their own potatoes and cassava, so no one steals them. Also, if any strangers come to the village, be cautious. No matter how high yield these potatoes and cassava are, don't brag about it. Stay low-key. Even with family or relatives, it's best not to mention it. Talking about jealousy. Even if later you want to help your family or relatives, just do it privately. And as I said before, eating cassava raw is poisonous, deadly poison. That's no joke. You must peel it and soak it in water for at least a day before cooking and eating. Lu Lijing nodded quickly. I will gather everyone today and tell them. In the evening, Lu Lijing rang a copper bell loudly, calling all villagers together. He exaggerated the story about Lu Saichuan's warning to make it sound serious. Now, with the drought, grain prices keep rising and have become unaffordable. Even just trying to buy some is impossible. Our village is the only one in 10 miles that grows such high-yield potatoes. Do you think that's eye-catching? If someone brags outside and makes others jealous, and then those jealous people come to steal our potatoes or other things, it's the whole village's fault. Everyone must keep their mouths shut and not say anything unnecessary. Everyone, pay attention. Don't even tell your relatives or family. If it gets out, it won't be good for our village. Everyone was startled by Lu Lijing's warning. Those who wanted to show off to their relatives or boast about their harvest were even more frightened and quickly promised to keep quiet. They all knew how tempting grain was these days. They knew they couldn't afford to say anything careless. Also, everyone knows cassava is poisonous, right? Remember this well. If you don't know, listen carefully now. You must peel off the skin and soak cassava in water for a whole day and night before eating. Otherwise, it could cause death, and that's your own fault. Do you all understand? Lu Lijing shouted loudly, giving instructions and reminding each household to protect their potatoes and cassava. Then he dismissed the meeting. Every family was very careful. Those who had planted their crops farther from home were even more anxious. They went to check on their fields every couple of days. They were afraid that wild animals or other people might damage their crops, so they started to build fences around the fields. Fences made it harder for others to steal, and people became more cautious. Zheng Xiaomei asked her family, "Where are our potatoes and cassava planted? Should we also keep an eye on them and surround them?" No one responded to her. Mrs. Tian sneered. "We don't have any. It's because your man isn't brave enough and he doesn't even get close to his own sister. When there's good stuff, he prefers to give it to outsiders rather than his own family. Everyone is selfish and greedy. I see through it all." Zheng Xiaomei was angry and surprised.
How can that be?
Is Lu Kaichun really so cruel and mean? Why do you let her get away with it?
Haha, that's funny.
We can't do anything about her, Mrs. Tian replied. Zheng Xiaomei choked, unable to say anything. But Mrs. Tian took the chance to criticize Lu Dajiang and also insult her, which made Zheng Xiaomei unhappy. She argued back, "Don't just blame Dajiang. You parents can't control Lu Kaichun either. What can her brother do?" Everyone shut up. Old Lu scolded impatiently. "Are you going to starve without those potatoes and cassava? Why are you arguing?" He secretly hated the situation too. Their family wasn't against growing potatoes and cassava, but they thought Lu Kaichun should bring them over willingly. Only then would they accept them. If she didn't bring them, they wouldn't ask for them.
What would that be?
But that girl refused to bring them over. Of course, they wouldn't bow and ask for them either. Over time, the matter just faded away. If it hadn't been for the trouble caused by Lao San's family, they probably wouldn't have brought it up again until harvest time. But now, the whole village was talking loudly about how high yield those crops were. Lu Lao and the others couldn't say they didn't regret it. However, they definitely wouldn't admit they were wrong. They believed they hadn't done anything wrong. In the end, it all came down to Lu Kaichun being unkind. Zheng Xiaomei was unwilling to accept this and urged Lu Dajiang to talk to Lu Kaichun about it, but he refused. Thinking again, she realized she was right. It's a family matter. Why should Lu Dajiang step in? Since he wouldn't go, forget it. Other families protected their potatoes, and Lu Saichun's family did the same. They surrounded about 100 acres of land with thorny brambles, watering them with diluted spring water. The thorn bushes grew thick and sharp, making it dangerous for anyone to go near unless they were reckless. Villagers saw this and said it looked very effective and worth copying. So, Everyone went up the mountain to find thorny vines and wrap them around their own fences for extra protection. More than a month passed quickly. Lu Kai-chun went to the city to visit the rouge shop to meet Miss Chi and trade for jade fragrance cream. This time, she did not see Miss Chi at the rouge shop. The female shopkeeper prepared a carriage and took her to the Chi family residence. Lu Kai-chun played the role of Miss Chi's friend, visiting the Chi family as a guest. Lu Kai-chun looked confused, while Miss Chi sighed in relief. I really am sorry, Lady Lu. I have no choice. The effect of jade fragrance cream is so good that it has become very popular among the ladies. It's hard to find, and unexpectedly, the younger brother-in-law of County Magistrate Fong and the son of the Zhang family have taken a liking to it and are forcing us to give up our supply. Rest assured, Lady Lu, I didn't tell anyone. I promised not to say anything, and I kept my word. I only said that the jade fragrance cream was obtained from an unknown traveling merchant from the provincial capital. I felt sorry for the merchant, so I hesitated before accepting his goods. I never expected it to be so effective. Now, after selling in batches, there's none left. Miss Chi looked both regretful and guilty, smiling bitterly. Our Chi family is one of the wealthiest in Ningyan County, but the Zhang family is related to County Magistrate Fong's family. We really can't afford to offend them. Does the county magistrate not care? Miss Chi sneered. They're all the same. The Zhang family has given a lot of respect to the county magistrate, but whenever something happens, he turns a blind eye. Over the past 2 or 3 years, the Zhang family has become more and more arrogant, ignoring everyone in county's territory. They've caused trouble for many people and gained many benefits. I see. Lu Kai-chun frowned slightly. That was quite troublesome. She wasn't particularly afraid of the Zhang family, but there was no need to conflict with them. Of course, cooperation was impossible. After hearing Miss Chi's words, Lu Kai-chun understood that the Zhang family was not to be trusted and was greedy. Trying to work with them would be like offering her neck for them to cut. Thank you, Miss Chi, for keeping this secret for me. That's what I should do, Miss Chi smiled. Besides, I don't want to let them have the advantage. Lu Kai-chun smiled back. Miss Chi was straightforward and honest, easy to get along with. So, does Miss Chi still want the jade fragrance cream? If she didn't want it, that was fine. Good products sell well, and she could sell it in the provincial capital instead. Of course, she would need to start from scratch to find out where to sell, which might be a bit troublesome. Of course I will sell it, Miss Chi quickly said with a smile. This jade fragrant frost is still needed by our family. We have good connections with some merchants in the provincial city, so we have channels. We can't sell this jade fragrant frost in Ningyan County, but we can sell it in the provincial city. Lady Lu, don't worry. I will tell my brother to cut ties with this jade fragrant frost and both our families. Humph, the Zhang family is so overbearing, wanting everything. There's no such thing as getting things so cheaply. The Chi family gives a lot of benefits every year to the county magistrate, Deputy County Magistrate Fong, Captain Sun Lin, and Master Zhao, which isn't given for nothing. If the Zhang family dares to openly threaten the Chi family, they are a bit short-sighted. As long as the Chi family shows enough respect to the Zhang family publicly, it's like giving respect to Deputy County Magistrate Fong as well. As long as they don't give Zhang family a reason to find fault, there will be no problem. Miss Chi naturally wouldn't easily give up such a profitable item as jade fragrant frost. Lu Kai-chun also breathed a sigh of relief.
All right.
That's good. It saves her trouble. Miss Chi couldn't help but glance at her bundle. Is this jade fragrant frost inside? Lu Kai-chun nodded. Yes, a total of 60 bottles this time. She spoke while opening the bundle to let Miss Chi check the goods. Miss Chi's eyes immediately lit up. Good, I want all of them. How about the original price? That's fine. Miss Chi ordered the quantity and immediately took out a banknote to give to Lu Kai-chun. 30 taels per bottle, 60 bottles in total, which is 1,800 taels. Silently calculating her own wealth, she had 3,700 taels. TSK compared to the rich, it didn't seem like much. No choice, the spiritual spring is limited, and it's really useful in many ways. Her earning speed was already enough. Miss Chi warmly invited Lu Kaichun to have lunch together, but Lu Kaichun still needed to meet with Chu Chi, so she politely declined. Miss Chi genuinely wanted to deepen her relationship with Lu Kaichun. Slightly regretful, she said, "All right, next time if there's a chance, I must keep you for a meal before you leave."
Okay.
Lu Kaichun didn't expect to meet her cheap sister-in-law at the Chi family's gate. Zheng Xiaomei was pulling on a maid's sleeve, not letting her leave, and was constantly begging her. The maid clearly didn't want to pay attention to her and kept trying to push her away. Seeing the pomegranate sent out by Lu Kaichun to see her off, Zheng Xiaomei was stunned. The maid took the opportunity to pull her sleeve forcefully and went back into the mansion. Zheng Xiaomei was stunned. She called out, "Sister Pomegranate," and tried to pull Pomegranate's sleeve. Lu Kaichun frowned and casually grabbed her arm. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go." "Garnet sister, I came here specially to greet the young lady. Please, take me to see her." Garnet gratefully nodded at Lu Kaichun and gave Zheng Xiaomei a disdainful look. "Don't call me sister casually. I don't have a sister like you. The young lady won't see you. Don't you know how you left the Chi family? How dare you come here? Leave quickly, or I'll have someone chase you away. It won't look good then." Garnet turned around and left. The Chi family's gate was tightly shut. Lu Kaichun shook off Zheng Xiaomei and walked away. Zheng Xiaomei staggered a few steps, angry and anxious, and hurried after Lu Kaichun. "Stop right there." Lu Kaichun really stopped, scared and standing her ground, shouting, "Lu Kaichun, why can't you just let us be? Why do you always interfere?" Lu Kaichun replied, "It was just a coincidence." "So what? You almost caused me a lot of trouble. Wasn't it your own fault?" Zheng Xiaomei was still afraid of Lu Kaichun. Frustrated and angry, she dared not confront her directly and could only watch her leave helplessly. Zheng Xiaomei lowered her head, feeling defeated, walking along and nearly bumping into someone. "Oh, isn't that Sister Xiaomei from the Chi family? What's wrong with her?" Zheng Xiaomei looked up and saw a young man she didn't recognize. "Who are you?" "I'm from the Zhang family." "Sister Xiaomei, can we talk somewhere private?" "The Zhang family?" Zheng Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her face. Without hesitation, she nodded. "Yes, yes. The Zhang family is a common surname locally, but when someone claims to be from the Zhang family, everyone immediately knows which one. It's the Zhang family of County Magistrate Zhang's wife's family. Over the years, the Zhang family has been thriving, backed by powerful connections, and everyone envies them. Zheng Xiaomei is naturally greedy and doesn't care about anything else. This Zhang is a close confidant of young Master Zhang. He's been watching the Qi family's rouge shop because of Yu Fushuang's matter. Anyone who has contact with the Qi family's rouge shop can't escape his eyes. The shopkeeper of the rouge shop personally sent Lu Kaichun to the Qi family. Zhang Lu was quick to notice something was off and immediately followed. Lu Kaichun stayed at the Qi family for a long time before coming out. Zhang Lu was pondering how to approach her when, by chance, Zheng Xiaomei became a breakthrough. Zhang Lu arranged to speak with Zheng Xiaomei and easily got her to reveal everything. Lu Kaichun? She has a business partnership with a young lady from the Qi family? The first time she met the Qi lady was at the Qi family's rouge shop? When asked about the timing of Lu Saichuan's first cooperation with the Qi lady, after that, the Qi family's rouge shop started selling Yu Fushuang. Zhang Lu was very surprised. It was unbelievable. Could this really be true? Is Yu Fushuang truly a young woman from the countryside? But then he thought about how he had hidden in the dark and seen Lu Saichuan's attitude earlier. It indeed didn't seem like an ordinary country girl. Zhang Lu asked Zheng Xiaomei about it, and Zheng Xiaomei, who already hated Lu Kaichun, added details and told everything clearly. Listening to Lu Saichuan's stories, Zhang Lu started to believe it more. This Lu lady is really something. Zhang Lu didn't care about things like potatoes or cassava, things he'd never heard of being grown in the fields. He didn't care whether they were high yield or not. No matter how short the food supply, the Zhang family's food wouldn't run out, nor would his. Yu Fushuang was the most important. He paid Zheng Xiaomei half a tael of silver and hurried back to report to his young master. The young master was skeptical, but since there was doubt, he had to investigate. This matter is up to you. Find out the truth. Yes, young master. Talking about this, the young master was annoyed. He wanted something he hadn't been able to get, and Yu Fushuang was being wasted in the Qi family. It would definitely make him a lot of money if he had it. The Qi family was hateful. He didn't want to leave any clues behind. The next day, Zhang Lu took a donkey cart to Luan village and went to Lu Caichun's house. It was very hot and Lu Caichun hadn't gone out recently. She stayed at home sleeping until she naturally woke up, then spent her time making delicious food. Aside from lacking ice, everything else was quite satisfying. The watermelon was very sweet, the loquats were sweet too, and there were all kinds of cakes and preserved fruits to eat. Life was very happy. Zhang Lu was a bit clever. Using Miss Qi's name, he told Lu Caichun that he was acting on Miss Qi's orders to get Yu Fushuang. He asked Lu to prepare quickly because he needed to go back and report to the lady. Lu Caichun was surprised. This person didn't seem very smart. Even if he wanted to trick her, he shouldn't be so blunt from the start. Lu Daegu was stunned. What? Caichun, what did he say he wanted? Chi-Chi tried to hold back his laughter. His wife hadn't told him what was going on, but he could guess roughly based on some clues. Still, he didn't say anything. Lu Caichun said, I don't know what he's talking about either. Are you saying you're sent by Miss Qi? But I've only met Miss Qi twice. We got along well. Miss Qi didn't mind that I'm from the countryside and was willing to talk more with me. She even said she'd give us some fresh mountain goods next spring. That's all. Yu Fushuang? What is Yu Fu Frost? Miss Qi asked me for it. Young man, you probably got the wrong message, right? Zhang Lu always felt something was off about her words, and he believed his instincts were correct. Lady Lu, don't joke with me. I truly was sent by Miss to get Yu Fu Frost. I don't have what you're talking about. You must have heard wrong. Why don't you go back and ask your lady carefully? Zhang Lu sneered. Lady Lu, are you really not hiding anything? If that's the case, why do you keep going to the Qi family's rouge shop? Coincidentally, after you visited, they started selling Yu Fu Frost in the shop. I really don't understand what you're saying. She didn't seem like a peasant girl at all, completely different. Zhang Lu was sure she wasn't telling the truth. Even if she didn't have Yu Fu Frost, she probably knew about it or had some secret connection with the Qi family that others didn't know. Then I won't bother you anymore. Maybe I was mistaken. I'll ask Miss again when I get back. Oh, go ahead then. Zhang Lu sneered slightly, shot a deep look at Lu Caichun, then turned and left, getting into a donkey cart and calling the driver to hurry. Lu Caichun frowned. She knew she couldn't escape the trouble. The servant clearly didn't believe her, so even if he left, he would come back.
Troublesome.
I need to go out for a bit. She had to deal with him. Wife, Chu-Chi called out to her, stopping her and said, I'll go.
Huh?
Seeing his gaze, Lu Caichun felt like he already knew what she was about to do. It wasn't just her feeling. Chu-Chi quietly said, I'll handle that person from earlier, including the driver. Lu Caichun was doubtful, but believed him a little. Don't worry, I promise I'll take care of it thoroughly. Alright, then go quickly. Be careful and don't reveal yourself. Wait, if there's no chance. Then forget it. The most important thing is your safety. Okay, don't worry. I'm going. Chu-Chi nodded, with a light, cheerful smile, and quickly left. Lu Caichun rubbed her face wearily, so troublesome. If only this were the end of the world. In the end of the world, she wouldn't have to think much, just kill the person and be done. It would be so simple. Now, she could only beat people up, threaten them with poison, and prepare for the possibility of being exposed at any moment. She didn't really believe Miss Qi could keep her secret for long. It wasn't that Miss Qi was unwilling, but local power figures have their own ways. With a family like the Zhangs, it was only a matter of time before they found out. She wasn't afraid either. She kept telling herself this wasn't the end of the world. There are rules here, and she doesn't want to become a monster who loses her humanity. She plans to act within the rules of this time. But if others don't follow the rules and try to take what they want by force, she doesn't mind fighting back. If they start with her, she's ready to stand her ground. When it comes to doing things without limits, She admits others might be worse than her. On the seventh day, she took a shortcut and used light skills to catch up easily with Zhang Lu and the coachman. She knocked Zhang Lu out easily and forced the coachman to return to the county town. Later, in a quiet, deserted alley, she also knocked out the coachman. She sent a message to Deputy Commander Su Yen, who was guarding the county. Handle it thoroughly. After all this took some time, she returned to the village in the afternoon. Lu Kaichun didn't think anything was wrong. She knew these things needed to be done at the right time, and after the action there was always cleanup. Being able to finish so quickly was already impressive. Don't worry, everything's been handled cleanly. No one will find out about us. All right then. Lu Kaichun smiled and relaxed, not asking too many questions. A small matter like this didn't need much questioning. If she said it was done, it was done. Zhang Lu and the coachman had disappeared. The donkey cart was found shattered in a remote alley. The donkey pulling the cart was quite relaxed, still munching grass and wagging its tail when found. Zhang Xian was furious and immediately reported to the officials. The county magistrate's brother-in-law's family was very influential. The officials, constables, and guards all went out to search for the missing people. But after searching everywhere in Ningyan County, they found no trace of Zhang Lu or the coachman. Zhang Xian insisted it was the Qi family who did it. He ordered his brother-in-law to send people to search the Qi family's home. If they couldn't find anything, he believed the Qi family had already killed Zhang Lu and the coachman. He demanded everyone from the Qi family be arrested and thrown into jail for interrogation, convinced they would eventually confess. The county magistrate was silent. His brother-in-law was very generous with gifts, and he was quite pleased with the family's income. For a time, he even liked his brother-in-law, thinking he was generous, ruthless, and promising a bright future. But now, he felt he had been a bit foolish. The Qi family is on equal footing with the Zhang family. They are respected in Ningyan County and have some influence in the provincial capital. They also have connections and social circles, so they are not helpless, ordinary people. Is this something that can be easily targeted? This is simply nonsense. Just pretend I didn't hear that.
Don't say it again.
The Qi family isn't crazy. Why would they arrest a servant and a coachman from the Zhang family? Their business disagreements are one thing, but the Qi family wouldn't target just a servant and a coachman from Zhang. Zhang Xian insists that it must be the Qi family's doing. Brother-in-law, you don't know. I sent Zhang Lu to watch the Qi family to find out where that jade fushuang came from. It must be Zhang Lu who uncovered something, so the Qi family took him. That's just your guess. It's just some kind of frost. Why make such a fuss? Brother-in-law, you don't understand. This jade fushuang can make a lot of money. The Qi family wants to keep it all for themselves. They can do anything to get it. Nonsense. Without proof, you can't just accuse them. Although County Magistrate Fong scolded his brother-in-law, he was also curious about the thing that could make so much money. He had someone look into it and found out how popular this jade fushuang was among the ladies. It was just a small bottle, used for face care, costing 60 taels, and it wasn't easy to buy either. They said making this thing was very complicated and strict. Even the Qi family could only get a small amount at a time. No wonder his brother-in-law was eager. If they could find a way to get the supply and produce it in large quantities, they could become very rich. What they didn't know was that this thing couldn't be mass-produced. Even though Lu Saichuan's spiritual spring had evolved and now produced a drop every day, the supply was still very limited. For the sake of money, County Magistrate Fong asked the Qi family about it. When they learned that Zhang Lu and the coachman had gone missing, they were genuinely surprised. They really didn't know anything. Miss Qi instinctively felt that this matter was related to Lu Kaichun and couldn't help but worry for her. The Qi family was thoroughly investigated, but there was no problem found. However, Zhang Xian refused to believe it. He was convinced that Zhang Lu's disappearance was definitely connected to the Qi family. He pressed Miss Qi again, demanding to know where she got the jade fushuang. The Qi family refused without hesitation. This time they said a little more, not because they didn't want to but because they truly didn't know. Those who possess the jade fragrance frost might also realize that this item easily attracts envy. Therefore, they never appear during deliveries, only agree on a location, and work only with the Qi family. If she finds out that the Qi family breaks the agreement, she will cut off cooperation unilaterally. Zhang Xian doesn't believe this at all and sneers mockingly. Who would fall for such nonsense? Does he think he's so brave and crazy, eating bears' hearts and leaping like that?
Miss Qi, she dares.
Because she has no worries about selling what she holds. Maybe she also knows that if her identity is exposed, she could easily be harmed.
You.
Zhang Xian glares fiercely at her, feeling insulted. He still sends people to watch the Qi family and to find Zhang Lu and the coachman. The closest they got to the truth was when his men discovered Zhang Lu and the coachman had been to Luan village. He didn't take it seriously, thinking Zhang Lu was just going to the village for fun. After all, how could such valuable items come from a village? Unfortunately, as if destined to attract trouble, Lu Kaichun still clashed with the Zhang family. That day, she delivered 40 bottles of jade fragrance frost to Miss Qi. Later, when she planned to go to the provincial city to pick up various farming tools she had ordered, she coincidentally ran into Zhang Xian in the county town. Lu Kaichun is bright, lively, with bold and beautiful features. When Zhang Xian saw her, his eyes lit up. He was instantly drawn to her, captivated by her charm. This was a type he, Zhang the young master, had never seen before. Who in Ningyang County fears anyone? They pride themselves on being carefree. Seeing a beautiful young lady he liked, would he choose to admire her from afar and then quietly leave without causing trouble? Of course not. He would eagerly go up and start a conversation. Lu Kaichun, however, was not interested in this kind of man. She was in a hurry to get to the provincial city, and she wouldn't give him a good look. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian was so scolded by Lu Kaichun that he felt quite pleased. In broad daylight, even if he was domineering, he wouldn't dare to commit any crimes like kidnapping a young woman in the county town, especially with so many people watching. Zhang Chong, take a few men with you. When they leave the city, bring her back to the mansion. I haven't had such an interesting young lady in a long time, haha. Zhang Xian's smile was lecherous and arrogant, clearly intending to seize her by force. Thinking about bringing her back to the mansion, breaking her pride, crushing her self-respect, and destroying her courage, watching her go from proud and stubborn to being gently tamed and obedient by himself, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel excited. His heart was pounding, blood boiling. The women he has mistreated were not all willing to throw themselves at him for money. Some were proud and stubborn, refusing to be swayed. But in the end, none of these women ended up with a good outcome. After all, when facing a demon, one does not show mercy just because the demon is unwilling. He hasn't met such women in a long time. And based on his many experiences with women, he has a strong feeling that the woman he met today is one of the best he has ever seen. Truly exceptional. He definitely won't let such a beautiful woman, who interests him so much, slip away. For Lu Kaichun, this kind of childish teasing was nothing. She didn't take it seriously. However, Chi remembered it and decided coldly that once he returned, he would find a chance to teach that scoundrel a lesson. He wouldn't rely on others, he would handle it himself. About 20 miles outside the city, when passing through a pine forest, 6 or 7 servants blocked the donkey cart. Chi was already unhappy and casually pulled on the reins, giving a cold glare. Are you robbing us? His attitude annoyed Zhang Chong, who was used to bossing others around. Normally, at this point, the person driving the cart would be panicked and trembling, trying to smile and call him young master. But instead, he dared to glare at him. You're quite bold. Are you crazy? Zhang Chong sneered. Do I need your permission to do my job? Get on them. Beat this brat hard, and don't stop until he's dead. Such arrogance toward him, and he looked even more handsome than Zhang Chong. He deserved a beating. Chi sneered coldly, then leapt up. Dealing with a few ordinary villagers was easy, just a few moves, and he had them rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. He spared Zhang Chong and slowly walked toward him. Zhang Chong was stunned, his legs weak, and he staggered back, shouting loudly, "What do you want to do? I warn you, I am from the Zhang family. Do you know the Zhang family? The family of the county magistrate's wife. If you dare to hurt me, you'll be looking at prison." County magistrate's family? Yes. Zhang Chong immediately trembled again, sneering proudly. "Hand over the lady from the donkey cart to me, and I'll let you go today. Otherwise, think carefully, can you afford to offend County Magistrate Fong?" This person was too ruthless. Zhang Chong knew how to avoid trouble and play it safe. He didn't hate Chi-Chi or want revenge, yet not now. He no longer dares to provoke this person, fearing that if he becomes furious, he might act recklessly, and he would be the one to suffer. Of course, he also won't let him go easily. He plans to watch and see. As long as this person is from Ningyang County, he can find him. Lu Kai-chun lifted the curtain of the cart and jumped down from the donkey cart. "You reckless fool. You dare to block the road and rob people while pretending to be someone from Fong County's Yu family? I think you're the ones who are risking their lives."
What?
Chi-Chi understood immediately and cooperated decisively, kicking Zhang Chong so hard that he was sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. "Luckily, my wife reminded me, or I wouldn't have thought of it. I almost let this despicable scoundrel trick me." "Humph." Lu Kai-chun smiled gently. "It's also because of your good judgment, dear. Who would expect that in broad daylight, someone would be so foolish as to pretend to be a Yu family official from the county and rob people? Now, these petty thieves are getting bolder and bolder." Zhang Chong was in so much pain that his vision darkened. Cold sweat suddenly broke out. He clutched his stomach with one hand and struggled to sit up, supporting himself with the other. Chi-Chi didn't bother to deal with him anymore. With a slight tip of her toes, a small stone flew through the air and hit Zhang Chong's cheek with a loud smack, making him scream and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Wife, why don't we hand them over to the officials? Let the county magistrate handle it himself. What do you think?" "Good idea. I think that's a good plan." Zhang Chong and others looked terrified. "You still daring to talk back? Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet," she said coldly. Zhang Chong was so frustrated he dared not speak. Lu Kai-chun helped, and Chi-Chi directly tore their clothes. The men in pairs with their backs together, stuffed their mouths with weeds, and threw them into the bushes deep in the woods. Zhang Chong and the others stared in anger, but could do nothing. They found the nearest village, and Lu Kai-chun waited at the entrance. Chi-Chi borrowed ink, paper, and brushes from the village head's house and wrote a letter instructing them to quickly send someone to the city and deliver it to a certain place. The rest of the work was not their concern. "Let's go. I've paid the money, and the village head will send those people to the official office," he said, not telling Lu Kai-chun the full truth. Lu Kai-chun nodded and agreed, without asking more. Handling these matters was complicated, and she didn't want to bother. Her husband looked much more professional than she was. Wasn't that a good thing? They originally planned to spend the night halfway, so it wasn't a big delay. As long as they could reach the provincial capital by tomorrow, that was enough. This time, Lu Kai-chun and her group didn't plan to stay long. She went to buy various custom-made farming tools, spent 380 taels of silver on 200 bottles of face cream, and sold nearly 2,000 pounds of watermelon to manager Tang, earning 54 taels. She also made over 30 taels selling chili sauce. Other than that, there wasn't much else to sell. But after bringing back the 200 bottles of face cream, she could sell them in a few rounds and make a big profit. In the end, it seemed easier to make money from the spiritual spring water. After beating up the Zhang family members, Lu Kai-chun didn't stay long and left after 2 days. It was fine if the county magistrate and the county official just talked reasonably, but otherwise, there would be a tough fight. She wouldn't go looking for trouble, but if others came to her door, she wouldn't hide either. Also, after she and Chu-Chi left that day, the villagers sent a message following Chu-Chi's instructions, took 2 taels of silver from Su Yan, and happily left. Su Yan then secretly ordered people to take Zhang Chong and his group back to Ningyang County, gave them a harsh beating, and threatened them before letting them go. Reporting to the authorities was impossible. There had to be a victim for a robbery, but without one, how could they report? Even if they did, no one would admit it. Zhang Chong and his group were badly beaten, and Su Yan's men had thoroughly learned their family details, but they never saw Su Yan's true face. They were beaten so badly, they felt like dying, yet they had no injuries on their bodies. Listening to the other side recite their family information one by one, they trembled with fear and felt chills down their spines. They relied on Zhang Xian and the Zhang family's dominance for so long, never fearing anything. But this time, they realized they had truly hit a hard wall. Although Zhang Chong and the others were released, they were terrified and trembling. After discussing, they dared not tell the truth. They only claimed they'd chased far away but lost the trail and couldn't catch up, so they ran away. Zhang Xian was furious, kicking Zhang Chong so hard he fell, cursing good for nothing, and scolding the others harshly, then ordered his henchmen to find the people. They would dig 3 feet underground to find them. In fact, Zhang Chong and the others secretly hoped that the young master would find those 2 wicked people and give them a harsh punishment. They wanted revenge badly. Although those 2 wicked people were fierce and had recruited some ruthless fighters, they still obediently released their people, didn't they? What does this mean? It shows they also dare not provoke the Zhang family. That's right. Lord County Magistrate is an ally of the Zhang family. In Ningyan County, who would dare to offend them? Zhang Xian doesn't need to dig deep. When Lu Kai-chun and Chi-Chi returned from the provincial capital, the news quickly reached Zhang Xian's ears. Zhang Xian had been anxious and holding back for several days, feeling restless and almost unable to contain himself. When he heard someone had appeared, he couldn't wait and went out immediately to catch the person himself. Lu Kai-chun and Chi-Chi traveled by carriage from the provincial capital, but once they reached the county town, they hired a coachman from a carriage service to take them back to the village. Soon after leaving the town, they noticed 2 donkey carts following behind. They quickly guessed who the main followers were. Lu Kai-chun sneered slightly. They are really persistent. It seems the Zhang family wants to lose money. She didn't mind robbing the rich to help herself. After all, the space was big enough. Chi-Chi chuckled. Maybe we should get off the carriage and not involve innocent people. Lu Kai-chun agreed. Sounds good. The coachman also noticed the 2 donkey carts getting closer. He recognized Zhang's carts and could tell from their behavior that they were definitely following him, probably with bad intentions. He secretly cursed, feeling grateful that his employer was kind and almost moved to tears, refusing to accept the fare. He looked at Lu Kai-chun with sympathy, but didn't dare say anything, hurriedly driving away as if fleeing for his life. Lu Kai-chun casually glanced at the distant mountains and hills, thinking it would be easier and less tiring to escape along that mountain path. For her and Chi-Chi, losing the followers on the mountain trail would be simple and straightforward. Facing them directly wouldn't be good, but that didn't mean they couldn't strike from behind. She was sure the Zhang family was too busy to bother her anymore. Chi-Chi, however, held Lu Kai-chun's hand and stood still. Lu Kai-chun looked at him, but said nothing. Fine. She would wait and see what her husband had in mind. As the 2 donkey carts sped up, Lu Kai-chun heard a loud, exaggerated, and wild laugh coming from the first carriage. Along with the loud laughter, Zhang Xian, thinking himself charming and dashing, shook his fan and lifted the curtain to step down from the donkey cart. 5 or 6 guards surrounded him, all with ill intentions, escorting him forward. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The road was deserted on both ends, with only the blazing sun overhead. Fortunately, Lu Kai-chun and the others chose a spot beside the road where 2 old maple trees, just wide enough for 2 people to stand under, cast cool shade. But she couldn't help but admire how desperate was young Master Zhang that he would chase after them in this weather. Zhang Xian didn't pay any attention to the 7th day at all. He didn't even look at him, only smiling slyly and lecherously at Lu Kai-chun. Little lady, are you waiting specifically for Lord Zhang? Haha, smart girl. If you follow Lord Zhang, you won't regret it. Come on, let's go. Follow your Lord Zhang to the car. Just as Lu Kai-chun was about to get angry, the 7th stepped forward and shielded her behind him. Sir, what do you want to do to my sister? She's your sister? Zhang Xian was surprised.
Yes.
I thought you were a married couple. Zhang Xian chuckled loudly, not considering how embarrassed Lu Kaichun and the seventh might feel hearing this. He then squinted and looked at the seventh. A brother and sister, huh? Well, brother and sister are good. I like your sister.
Come with me.
From now on, you'll enjoy good food and drinks. She's lucky. Today, Zhang Chong didn't come along. Instead, another servant, Zhang Feng, was there, smiling and joking. Our young master keeps his promises. Kid, your family is lucky. I tell you, don't be ungrateful. Our young master's sister is the wife of the county magistrate. If you obediently send her over, this year's tax collection will bring your family many benefits. Lu Kaichun couldn't help but think to herself, is that all the benefits? The Zhang family is really both mean and stingy. It just so happened that the seventh was holding her hand. Really? The seventh's face was calm. Then thank you, young Master Zhang, for your generosity. Zhang Xian laughed wildly. Haha, you're quite sensible. Good, you know what's good. But I have a condition. I want to meet the family myself and personally deliver my sister.
How about that? Huh?
We're from the countryside. We can't offend someone like young Master Zhang. As her brother, I want to send her off myself. You wouldn't refuse such a small request, right? Zhang Xian frowned. Not only him, but Zhang Feng and the other followers also felt something was off. These siblings seemed too calm. The seventh smiled faintly. Does young Master Zhang lack confidence? Are you afraid I might play tricks? You wouldn't dare. Otherwise, try to walk out but can't leave the Zhang family's house. Zhang Feng's loyal servant added supportively. Chi still had no expression on his face. Of course I won't. Zhang Xian cast a deep glance at him, sighed disapprovingly, and gave up. He looked at Lu Kaichun and then smirked slyly. Haven't asked the young lady's name yet, hee. By the way, young lady, do you have any objections? At this moment, Lu Saichun's mood was the same as Chi-Chi's, very restrained, with no expression on her face. I will listen to my brother. Forget it. Zhang Xian still smiled in a teasing way, thinking he was very funny, and said cheerfully, once we get to the mansion, you'll have to listen to your brother, hee. Zhang Feng and his loyal followers all laughed together, hee and haha. Lu Kaichun clenched her fists tightly, feeling extremely annoyed and wanting to hit someone. Chi-Chi's hand at his side loosened slightly, his thumb and index finger rubbing gently, wishing he could beat this scoundrel to death. Young Master Zhang, please, he said, fearing he might really lose his temper if he didn't leave soon. Let's go. Zhang Xian laughed proudly. You're more eager than I am, haha. Zhang Feng and the others also chuckled happily, exchanging sneers and watching the scene with glee. They thought they had uncovered the truth. They believed Chi was rushing to leave and insisting on following because he wanted money from their young master. But they were overthinking and dreaming too much. How could the young master give money? Chi took Lu Kaichun onto the donkey cart that Zhang Xian was riding. Zhang Xian clearly didn't want him to ride with them. He wanted to be alone with Lu Kaichun. But Chi-Chi's unquestionable and natural attitude made him swallow his words again. Before he could say anything else, Chi had already pulled Lu Kaichun to sit down and moved far away from him. Let's go. Zhang Xian. Why do I feel so uncomfortable inside? Like someone has taken over the spotlight. Lu Kaichun was afraid she might hit someone, so she kept her head down and refused to look at that greasy scoundrel. Chi wouldn't bother to pay attention to him either. Zhang Xian muttered in his mind, what is this all about? Why does everything feel wrong? Zhang Xian would never have guessed that this was just the beginning. The donkey cart entered the city, reaching the busy downtown area. Chi suddenly called to stop the cart, then kicked Zhang Xian off, pulling Lu Kaichun down with him. Sweetheart, are you going to cause trouble? Everything was accounted for, except this one, which was not calculated correctly. He really couldn't make a fuss.
Huh?
Someone is forcibly taking a young woman. Lu Kaichun immediately understood. Oh, so she was acting. She quickly thought of her aunt. She could do this, more or less, even if she wasn't a professional. But that didn't matter. Facts are more convincing than professionalism. Lu Kai-chun covered her face and cried loudly, shouting, "Help! Someone is kidnapping a young woman! Help! Someone is kidnapping a young woman!" Everyone in Zhang's family cart knew her. Who in the town didn't recognize her? Who would walk far around her? Who knew the young master of Zhang's family? Who wouldn't show respect when they saw him from afar? Everyone knew what kind of person this Zhang's young master was. Who doesn't love to watch news about kidnapping young women? Suddenly, a large crowd gathered around. Lu Kai-chun just got off Yang's family cart. Her story was very believable. Although Zhang Xian was rude, arrogant, and shameless, he wouldn't do something like kidnapping someone in public. No one expected this to happen. He was so angry, he almost lost control. He was helped up from the ground, and despite the pain, he rushed over to pull Lu Kai-chun away. But Chu Chi grabbed him. If Chu Chi hadn't held back, he would have kicked Zhang Xian out. He was just blocking Zhang Xian. To outsiders, it looked like they were pushing and pulling, and it seemed Chu Chi was at a disadvantage. Zhang Xian felt frustrated, unable to shake off Chu Chi. He was even angrier. "You little brat, shut up. It was your brother who sold you to me. You had no objection and obediently got into my carriage. Now you're falsely accusing me?" Chu Chi coldly said, "Young Master Zhang, can you think before lying? She's my wife. What sister? Hubby?" Lu Kai-chun cried emotionally, raising her voice. "Young Master Zhang is trying to separate us. He's so evil, so heartless. Even if he's related to the county magistrate, does that mean he can lie openly, turn black into white, ignore right and wrong, and kidnap young women? Can't the court's laws control such bullies? Is there no justice?" Wah wah wah.
What?
Zhang Xian and his servants were stunned. "Little brat, how dare you lie to me? You clearly didn't say that before." "Yes, we can testify. You said they were siblings." The villagers didn't believe the Zhang family. They all sighed and looked at them with sympathy and pity. "It's so tragic. Poor, so poor."
Sigh.
But is there any way?
Yeah.
Even when people discuss, they only whisper behind the crowd, never speaking loudly. Those standing at the front dare not speak at all, only complaining silently. It's clear how arrogant and overbearing the Zhang family usually is. Zhang Xian is furious, shouting, "Everyone shut up. You don't know anything. These two troublemakers are so evil, so terrible. They're the real scammers. How dare they deceive me? I'm fed up with you all, hit them. Beat them hard." Zhang Feng and others curse loudly as they rush to fight. Lu Kai-chun pretends to be weak, hiding behind Chi-chi and crying softly. Chi-chi fights with Zhang Xian, pushes him, knocking over two servants, and starts fighting others. The onlookers are panicked and scream loudly. In the chaos, Su Yan's people step in. Two servants from the Zhang household seem to trip and fall into the crowd, which scatters in panic, screaming. The two servants fall heavily and cry out in pain. Su Yan had already quickly reported to the officials. Head Constable Sun and his men arrived swiftly. "Everyone stop. Cease fighting." Head Constable Sun waves his hand to order. The officers rush forward, pulling and supporting, quickly controlling the scene. The crowd watches nervously, instinctively stepping back, but unwilling to leave. The officials are here. Well, I don't know if that's good or bad. Who knows? Zhang Xian's clash with his own servants was pretty bad. He hit his temple, a servant's forehead, causing tears to burst from his eyes. For a moment, he almost thought his eyes might go blind. His waist was also hit by another servant, making him see black and hear a cracking sound like bones breaking. Growing up, Zhang Xian had never been mocked like this or suffered such a big loss. At this moment, he went crazy, furious. Seeing the officials arrive, instead of feeling scared and clearing his mind, he felt more confident and bold. He sneered wildly and shouted at Chi-chi, "Catch him. I want him in jail. Beat him. Beat him to death, no matter what." He then grinned triumphantly at Lu Kai-chun, his eyes full of madness, as if Lu Kai-chun was doomed to fall into his trap and couldn't escape, destined to be tortured and revenge taken. Lu Kai-chun covered her face and cried loudly. The county magistrate's brother-in-law is robbing a young woman in the street. The younger brother-in-law of the county magistrate is even more powerful than the magistrate himself. He said he would arrest us, the couple, and put us in jail. Everyone must obediently follow his orders. Is he a servant of the Ming dynasty officials, a subordinate of the county magistrate, or a servant of the Zhang family? Young Master Zhang is truly impressive. What is the court? What are the officials? They all have to listen to young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang is the top authority in Ningyan County. All the government offices in Ningyan must obey him. The Zhang family is trying to rebel. They want to rebel. Originally, after hearing Zhang Xian's words, the officers thought it was natural to go and arrest Chu Qi and Lu Kai-chun. But after hearing these words, their faces changed and the common people were also shocked.
Oh
my God. Captain Sun's face changed drastically. Be quiet. Zhang Xian finally snapped back to his senses and shouted angrily, "Why aren't you arresting them and taking them away? What are you waiting for? Are you going to let them go crazy and talk nonsense? Where am I talking nonsense? Isn't young Master Zhang issuing orders on behalf of the magistrate? Don't officials have to listen to young Master Zhang? The Zhang family is rebelling. The Zhang family is rebelling. No wonder they dared to women in the street. If you have the courage to arrest me, if you dare to silence the people's voices, is Ningyan County really your Zhang family's territory? Do you let your Zhang family do whatever they want? Be quiet. Be quiet. Quickly arrest her." Captain Sun was panicked, mainly because he recognized that Lu Nyangzi and Chu Qi had saved his wife's life. They had even visited his home recently. His wife, parents, and son all liked them very much. He thought they were good people, but he didn't expect. They weren't easy to bully, but he couldn't blame them. The Zhang family's actions angered everyone. Who didn't know? No one dared to speak out. Lu Kai-chun kept shouting the Zhang family is rebelling, the officers must listen to young Master Zhang, and so on. The officers following them were all stunned, their minds muddled, as if thunder was rumbling in their heads. They didn't dare to move recklessly. They instinctively looked to their leader. What should we do? Chu Qi sneered coldly and loudly said, "Zhang Xian, you forcibly took women, and you are at fault first. I didn't expect that after seeing the officials, you would still be so arrogant and overbearing. Do you still see Lord in the court or the emperor? If you are honest and straightforward, we can go to the government office and confront you. Do you dare to go?" Lu Kai-chun said, "I think he's guilty and nervous. He definitely doesn't dare. Or maybe he has somewhere to go. He had previously been threatening us by claiming that county magistrate was his brother-in-law. Even if we went to the government office and the magistrate supported him, we would still suffer. The Zhang family controls everything and shows no respect for the emperor or officials. Zhang Xian commits all kinds of evil, and the Zhang family is arrogant and lawless. They are truly hateful and disgusting, controlling everything. Is there really no one who can stop them? Why doesn't the governor send someone to handle this? Someone will report to the governor. I refuse to believe there is no justice. The Zhang family is terrible. Zhang Xian is shameless. They are utterly heartless and unafraid of divine punishment." Su Yan's men kept stirring up trouble among the crowd. The Zhang family is cruel and domineering. Many people are angry but too afraid to speak out. Now, someone has led the crowd in shouting back. It's like a dam finally breaking. Once the appears, water rushes out. Emotions are uncontrollably stirred up, and everyone starts shouting insults. Some even found rotten vegetable leaves and eggs from somewhere and threw them at Zhang Xian, who was caught off guard, looking miserable and shouting angrily. His clownish appearance made everyone suddenly realize that he was just a person. As long as everyone united, they might not be afraid of him. So, Su Yan's men raised their arms and shouted, and the crowd surged forward, grabbing Zhang Xian and his henchmen. They pinched, twisted, kicked, and cursed at them, intending to take them to see the officials. Lord In and County Magistrate Fong must have been deceived and misled by him. Please, Lord In and Magistrate Fong, help us. Yes. Lord In and Magistrate Fong are officials of the court. They will surely stand up for us. To the government office. To the government office. Let's go. With so many of us, are we afraid of the Zhang family? Let's fight them. The Zhang family's henchmen looked as pale as frightened chickens, trembling with fear. They didn't dare say a word. Zhang Xian was so furious he almost fainted, shouting loudly and red in the face. But now, he was caught, kicked, and beaten, looking very miserable, his hair messy, with scratches on his face and neck, his clothes torn in several places, and one shoe stepped off. He no longer had his usual arrogant look. Who would still be afraid of him? His loud voice was no louder than everyone else's. Even shouting until hoarse was useless. Head Constable's son had already sent someone rushing to report to the government office. Seeing the situation, he felt helpless and could do nothing but watch as the crowd took Zhang Xian to the office. Fawn County Magistrate, upon hearing the report, turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. This is impossible. This is truly outrageous. It's a rebellion. And County Magistrate also received the news and was equally furious. He sent more people to handle the matter and called Fong County Deputy over, his face dark and cold. He said, "Your brother-in-law is too outrageous. Forcing a girl in broad daylight? Does he think he's the ruler of Ning'an County, able to do whatever he wants?" Fawn County Deputy was so nervous he was sweating and stammered, "Sir, it's those wicked villagers. Enough. Some words don't need to be spoken aloud. You know them in your heart. When you often walk near the river, you know you'll get wet. It's not surprising that the Zhang family might have a day like this. Deputy Fong, be careful. The people are very upset now. If it leads to a riot and the news reaches the provincial capital, and the magistrate sends someone to ask, think about how you'll answer." Fawn County Deputy cursed inwardly, cursing his brother-in-law and the wicked villagers. He wiped his cold sweat and asked, "Sir, what should we do today?" Master and snorted coldly, "First, calm the people down." The noisy crowd finally reached the county office. Seventh brother grabbed Zhang Xian and Lu Kaichun and took them into court. His identity had to stay hidden, so he could only kneel when he entered the court. Lu Kaichun didn't care and simply knelt beside him. Su Yan, watching from the crowd, frowned deeply. The young master looked very wronged. That official, one day he'll pay for this. Silence. Silence. And County Magistrate, dressed in official robes, sat stiffly on the high platform with a bright mirror hanging above. He struck the wooden gavel heavily, making the fearful villagers shiver. Their rising emotions quickly subsided, and they all fell silent. Though everyone was nervous and uneasy, no one wanted to leave. The Zhang family was known for being overbearing, especially this young Master Zhang, who was even more reckless and domineering. He kicked at passing dogs, and everyone hated him. Seeing his bad luck today, everyone wondered what would happen next. Fawn County deputies silently looked at the growing crowd outside the county office and cursed inwardly. But today, he couldn't order people to disperse. He could only grit his teeth and accept it, letting the crowd watch. They didn't know that with Su Yan present, the crowd would only grow larger, definitely not smaller. And County Magistrate looked down from above and sternly commanded, "Who is in the court? State your name." Lu Kaichun spoke, "Great Lord of the Blue Sky. Before I say my name, I have something to say." She turned to look at the angry-faced Zhang Xian and accused him. "Does this young master of the Zhang family have any official title? Why doesn't he kneel in court? He truly doesn't respect adults at all. He's too arrogant." The common people exclaimed in shock. "That's right. He's too arrogant. Does he even see adults or the court in his eyes? Zhang family is really the boss of Ning'an County. No wonder he's so wild. Sir, this kind of reckless person should be severely punished." Zhang Xian was stunned. Kneel down? He knew he should kneel now, but he couldn't swallow his pride. If he knelt, wouldn't that mean he was admitting defeat to this little troublemaker? Besides, He had met the county magistrate many times, always respectfully calling him uncle with a smile, and he had never knelt before. Suddenly kneeling in front of so many people made him feel awkward and resistant, and secretly, he felt a little hopeful. Zhang Xian was at a loss. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He was angry and frustrated. If it had been before, he would have exploded in anger and cursed. But after Lu Saichuan's accusations, he admitted he was scared. His mouth felt heavy, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down, and he couldn't speak. What should he do? He looked pitifully at his brother-in-law. Although he appeared tough, he was actually a coward who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Without power or protection, he was just useless. The county magistrate's face darkened, and he shot a cold glance at Fong County Magistrate. Fong County Magistrate, annoyed that Lu Kaichun was talking too much and frustrated with his stupid brother-in-law, thought, can't he see the situation clearly now? Quick thinking, Fong County Magistrate hurriedly said to Zhang Xian, Zhang Xian, are you feeling unwell? That's why you're acting out of line? Chi-Chi, Sir County Magistrate, are you trying to cover for your brother-in-law? When young Master Zhang forcibly took a girl, cursed loudly in the street, and ordered the servants around, he was fine. But now, when he's in court, he's suddenly unwell? Lu Kaichun. He doesn't even know if he's comfortable or not. He needs the county magistrate to point it out. Truly, the county magistrate is a good brother-in-law. With such protection, no wonder young Master Zhang dares to do anything. Fong County Magistrate's nose nearly twitched with anger as he scolded coldly, shut up. Don't spread nonsense. Disrespecting the court officials, believe it or not, I'll have you beaten and thrown in jail right now. Chi-Chi, everyone heard that, right? The county magistrate threatened us in front of the county magistrate himself. If my husband and I lose our lives someday, everyone will witness it. Shut up. Young Master Zhang disrespects the court, and he hasn't even paid respects to Master yet. Why isn't the county magistrate criticizing him for disrespecting the court officials? Zhang Xian was also furious. If he knelt now, all his dignity would be gone. By the way, he is unwell. He simply is unwell. I feel dizzy. Lorden, I really feel dizzy. Zhang Xian spoke while swaying his body, slowly falling to the ground, pretending to faint. Of course, he couldn't just let himself fall suddenly and faint. That would hurt. A clear-headed person wouldn't do that, and young Master Zhang certainly fears pain. So, his fall was very slow, and he carefully avoided hurting himself, as if an elderly lady over 90 was slowly lying down in front of a luxury car, trying to fake an accident, so obvious that even those with sharp eyes would laugh. Zhang Xian finally lay on the ground and closed his eyes. The onlookers didn't laugh. They all got furious. Well done.
Are we fools or blind? Huh.
Acting like a joke in court, completely disgraceful. Zhang family is truly impressive. Ning County really belongs to the Zhang family. An absolute ruler. Chi-Chi grabbed Zhang Xian's collar. Why do I find it so hard to believe? He forcefully pinched Zhang Xian's chin, almost drawing blood. He was shocked by this person's shamelessness. Zhang Xian had never felt such pain before. He suddenly jumped up with a scream that was so loud it made everyone's ears ring. Chi-Chi sneered. Dizziness? Unwell? Young Master Zhang, do you want to pretend again? Stomach ache? Heartache? Headache? Show us more drama in court?
How dare you?
The county magistrate couldn't bear it anymore. Chi-Chi said, please punish this disrespectful person who treats the court like a joke. He relies on his family's wealth and completely disregards the court's authority, openly showing contempt for officials and the court. Your Honor, he must be punished. Punish him. Punish him. Punish him. Punish him. The angry crowd started shouting and punching the air. Everyone was disgusted by Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was furious, ashamed, and angry. He couldn't take it anymore. You lowly people. Shut up. Silence. Fong County Magistrate finally gave up trying to stop it. He was used to pig-headedness and saw no hope. A little lesson might be good. Fawn County Magistrate stood up, bowed to the magistrate, and said, "Please, Your Honor, punish this reckless person." Zhang Xian's face changed in shock. "Brother-in-law, how dare you?" "In court, only the law matters. No relatives. If you speak recklessly again, your crime will be worse." Zhang Xian's face turned pale. Lu Kaichun immediately flattered. "County magistrate is fair and just. It's true that we were misled earlier by this despicable Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, this despicable man, tried to force a young woman and kept claiming that the county magistrate was his brother-in-law. Even if the woman and her husband reported it to the authorities, it would be useless because everything was fake. It turned out that the county magistrate had no idea he was doing evil outside. Please, magistrate, help the woman get justice. Cheeky. Please, magistrate, help us." The common people had suffered from Zhang's family for a long time. Their anger and sadness overwhelmed them. They all knelt down and begged, "Please, magistrate, help us. Please, magistrate, seek justice for the people." Zhang Xian was shocked and furious, his face twisted with rage. He glared fiercely at the crowd and pointed his finger, shouting, "Shut up. All of you, shut up. You pigs and dogs, how dare you?" The magistrate, Fong, no longer dared to look at the increasingly dark expression on the county magistrate's face. He sternly rebuked, "Zhang Xian, how dare you be so arrogant in court? Kneel down now." Fong cursed silently in his heart. What a fool, a complete idiot. Even now, he was still acting like a spoiled young master. But for Zhang Xian, he was above everyone else, reckless and unrestrained. In Ningyan County, he was a local tyrant, untouchable and untamed. No one dared to offend him or give him trouble. Today, he had been tricked and humiliated in front of everyone. How could he accept that? How could he be willing to accept it? How could he lose to a pair of commoners? Zhang Xian's face turned pale as he staggered backward, his body trembling and unsteady. His eyes went blank, but he still glared fiercely at Lu Kaichun and Cheeky. He would never kneel. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. He had never been so humiliated in his life. No matter how Fong looked at him, it was useless. Zhang Xian didn't even notice Fong's gaze. He cursed inwardly and signaled to the servant nearby. The servant secretly sighed. Everyone knew what kind of temper young Master Zhang had. His sister-in-law loved him dearly, her only younger brother. If he laid a hand on Zhang now, would she forgive him later? But he dared not disobey Fong's orders. He had to step forward, force Zhang Xian to kneel, and whisper, "Young Master Zhang, please cooperate." Zhang Xian's trembling body could no longer hold him up. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. The intense pain in his knees and calves reminded him of the shame he was suffering. That scoundrel. He wouldn't let him go. After a moment, the county magistrate, Fong, slowly said, "Zhang Xian, do you know your guilt?" Zhang Xian gradually regained some clarity. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Sir, I am innocent. It was clearly the scoundrel who voluntarily followed me." Lu Kaichun wiped her eyes, covered her face, and spoke with a crying and fearful tone. "You're lying. We are a loving married couple. Why would I want to run away with you? Aren't there plenty of stories about young Master Zhang forcefully taking women?" "Sir, the household servants can testify," a voice said. "They are your people, and the sale contracts are in your family's hands." "Of course they listen to you," another added. If I had done it willingly, why did I run away in the street? Why are I accusing you?" Lu Kaichun asked. "You did it on purpose. You want to frame me, to falsely accuse me. If you weren't forcibly taken, I wouldn't be involved at all. We keep to ourselves. Water and fire don't mix. How could I falsely accuse or frame you? Sir, this person is very cunning. She's trying to turn the blame on me." "Sir, honorable judge." At this moment, an old man and an elderly woman supported each other as they entered the court trembling. The old couple knelt down and cried loudly, "Young Master Zhang forcibly took our granddaughter 3 months ago. Since then, we have had no news of her. Please, sir, Investigate clearly and help us. With the old couple leading, more people came forward, crying and pleading, all asking the judge to see the truth and deliver justice. County Magistrate Fong's mind was buzzing, his face expressionless as he stared at Zhang Xian, whose eyes were vacant and twisted with anger. This fool, this idiot. If it weren't for what these people said, he wouldn't even know how many crimes he had committed under his own banner. This little brother-in-law probably couldn't be saved. Magistrate Fong was not stupid. In fact, he was very clever. By now, he understood that these people coming to court were not here by chance. There was definitely someone behind the scenes. Seeing how boldly Zhang Xian acted, thinking he was protected and that he was the ruler of Ningyang County, doing whatever he wanted, not caring about anyone, he had made many enemies. He oppressed ordinary villagers, which was bad enough, but he also dared to treat local gentry and wealthy families without restraint. Were those people fools? Even rabbits bite when they're cornered. Those wealthy families with connections and resources wouldn't just keep tolerating this endlessly, would they? Magistrate Fong was sure that this trouble was caused by some big families secretly plotting behind the scenes. They only targeted Zhang Xian, without involving the entire Zhang family or himself. That was already a kind of concession. If he didn't give an explanation, who knew if they had other plans? If it really came to the attention of the governor, he wouldn't benefit either. What Magistrate Fong didn't know was that he was only half right. Behind it all, there was no big family, only the seventh. Before returning from Miss Qi, Lu Kaichun casually mentioned that the Zhang family wanted to steal something, which was not a good thing. On the 7th day of the lunar month, he became concerned and secretly instructed Su Yan and others to investigate. Since Zhang Xian chose to seek death today, Chu Qi had no reason not to go along with it. Fan County Magistrate guessed correctly. If no explanation was given, the matter would soon reach the governor's attention. If it weren't inconvenient to reveal identities or cause a big fuss to avoid alerting certain people, Chu Qi wouldn't have to be so cautious and reserved. A small family like the Zhangs, or a county magistrate like Fong, or the county commissioner, what are they in the eyes of a powerful family like the Su family? Fan County Magistrate solemnly knelt before the county magistrate, full of remorse. Your Excellency, I am ashamed before you and the people. I was careless and deceived. Please handle this matter fairly. The county magistrate also guessed that someone behind the scenes was pushing for this. If he didn't handle it, would the governor have to deal with it? Sacrificing a Zhang family young master was nothing to him. Go and hide. I will conduct a proper investigation. Yes, Your Excellency. Fan County Magistrate got up from the ground, didn't look at Zhang Xian, bowed to the crowd outside, then turned and left for the back hall. Zhang Xian was terrified for the first time, trembling all over, as if he had fallen into an icy cellar. Despair, as if being drowned by darkness and rising water, spread from his heart. He shouted hoarsely, Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, you can't ignore me. You can't ignore me, brother-in-law. Bold. Shouting in court, an additional charge. Guards, take him away and give him 20 strokes. Yes, Your Excellency. Immediately, 2 officers, expressionless, held Zhang Xian, who was limp like a broken rag doll, and dragged him out. Zhang Xian was terrified, desperately begging, and crying out for justice. He couldn't tell what he should or shouldn't shout anymore, so he shouted everything he could. Your Excellency, don't you remember how much silver I gave you? I shut his mouth. I think he's lost his mind. The county magistrate hated him at this moment. Zhang Xian, delicate and tender, couldn't withstand 20 strikes. After only half the punishment, he fainted. The county magistrate hated his loose tongue and, in anger and shame, decided to give him a harsh lesson, ordering him to be splashed awake and beaten again. After 20 strikes, Zhang Xian's backside was almost unrecognizable, and his clothes were soaked with blood. The case went smoothly. After all, County Magistrate Han hated Zhang Xian's reckless words, and Su Yan had prepared many pieces of evidence for the victims. As for Zhang's henchmen, seeing the young master beaten like that, They all trembled and were terrified, their usual cunning gone. They said whatever they were asked. The only interruption was old Master Zhang tying up 2 stewards to surrender. In court, he cried and begged, even slapping himself to show genuine remorse. He wept painfully, blaming himself for not raising his son properly, which led to the boy being easily misled and causing trouble. The Zhang family felt they owed everyone an apology. They were willing to pay 10 times the compensation, just asking for forgiveness. Also, they promised to punish the 2 young stewards and a few evil servants, including Zhang Chong, who had incited and corrupted the boy. The family would hand them over to the authorities for strict punishment. Zhang Chong and others looked pale, but none dared deny the old master's words. Some had family members in the Zhang household, or their contracts were in Zhang's hands. Life or death depended on Zhang's word. Now, if they dared to defend the young master, they might get beaten or imprisoned for years, but perhaps they could still get some compensation and save their lives. If they dared to betray the young master, they might not even know how they would die. The evil servants, once arrogant, now admitted guilt, crying and begging for forgiveness from the master and mercy from the officials. The common people's hearts are soft. They naturally sympathize with the weak, which made many easily fooled by appearances. Seeing old Master Zhang tearful and remorseful, many felt soft-hearted and believed him, sighing, "Such is a parent's love." Thinking about it carefully, it seemed true. Young Master Zhang had been spoiled and pampered since childhood, and it was normal for people to flatter and corrupt him. Maybe he wasn't truly bad at heart. Lu Kaichun and Chu Qi exchanged glances, secretly sneering. This family was playing a clever game of deception. "Forget it. Enough is enough at this point." Lu Kaichun finally said, "Your Honor, I am timid. Will the Zhang family seek revenge on my family after this? Will I be run over by a donkey cart on the road? Will thugs cause trouble? Will someone deliberately ruin my crops? Will someone set fire to my house in the middle of the night?" The villagers. They were all terrified. Yes, surely the Zhang family won't seek revenge, right? And not just them, the other victims won't be retaliated against either? Sigh, who can say for sure? What if something unexpected happens? Even if we know it was really Zhang's family behind it, there's no proof, right?
Exactly.
But I think old Master Zhang is a decent man. He should keep young Master Zhang in check and not act recklessly. If the Zhang family retaliates, that would be too frightening. Who's to say they won't? The county magistrate is almost out of patience. What does troublesome people mean? That's it. But what can he do? He can only smile politely and hold his temper. Don't worry. It was always Zhang's family's fault. They committed the crime first and should be punished. If they dare to retaliate later, they will face even harsher punishment. I promise to stand up for you. I will not tolerate any injustice. Your Excellency is wise. Rest assured, I, the commoner, feel guilty and ashamed. I would never dare to seek revenge. Lady, I swear, such things will never happen. Otherwise, your Zhang family will be cut off completely. Old Master Zhang's face instantly stiffened. He almost spat out blood.
How dare he say that?
Old Master Zhang wanted to roar. He had cultivated himself for many years and rarely got angry. But right now, his chest was boiling with rage, like a storm inside. He even had the urge to roll up his sleeves and fight Lu Kaichun. Lu Kaichun chuckled confidently. That's settled then. Since old Master Zhang has made a promise and sworn, I believe you. Old Master Zhang. He opened his mouth to argue, but couldn't make a sound. When did he swear? Such a troublesome woman. He was so annoyed with her for provoking him. The county magistrate closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and surprisingly felt refreshed. It wasn't just him feeling upset, good. Old Master Zhang fulfilled his promise and compensated the victims one by one. Lu Kaichun didn't hold back and took 500 taels of silver. She disliked Zhang's family, but didn't mind their money. Why not take it? In the end, Zhang Chong and his followers, along with 2 young managers from Zhang's family, were imprisoned. They received sentences from 6 months to 4 years. Although Zhang Xian was deceived, he was also at fault. He was supposed to be imprisoned for 6 months, but old Master Zhang paid 3,000 silver to redeem him. The Zhang family paid about 2,000 taels in total for various compensations. Additionally, old Master Zhang secretly gave the county magistrate another 1,000 taels and gave 400 taels to Zhao Shirya, Lin Baitu, Sun Baitu, and others. By the end of the day, the Zhang family had lost over 6,000 taels. Even though the Zhang family has earned quite a bit of black money over the years, 6,000 taels is still a large sum. Losing money and face has greatly hurt the Zhang family's spirit. Head Constable's son went back and told his family, and everyone was very surprised. Lady Lu and her husband are truly remarkable. Old Sun was a bit worried. Since Lady Lu and her husband have dealings with us, will the Zhang family hold a grudge? But Head Constable's son had other plans. He smiled faintly and said, "We shouldn't talk about this outside our family. I think Lady Lu and Brother Chu Chi are smart people. Today, they pretended not to recognize me and didn't try to talk to me. Don't worry, I understand their intentions." Years of experience as a detective made Sun sense that those two were not ordinary people. He didn't want to offend them easily and thought it might be good to secretly build a relationship. Although Lady Lu didn't admit it, Sun still believed that his wife's health problem was cured by Lady Lu. At the back of the county office, in the family courtyard of Deputy County Magistrate Fong, Mrs. Fong had already learned what happened and hurriedly took a carriage to her maiden home. Seeing her brother's terrible condition, she cried with pain. "This is impossible.
Truly impossible.
When did Ah Xian ever suffer like this? Where is that wicked woman from? I won't let her go." Old Master Zhang was exhausted. His son had just seen the doctor. His backside was badly injured, and he cried loudly when the medicine was applied. Now he was sleeping heavily, weak and feverish. The doctor said he needed good care for a while to recover. Such a tragedy. Don't do anything reckless. Father. All right, Ah Xian has always been unruly and reckless. It was only a matter of time before someone plotted against him. We just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Luckily, he's okay. That Lady Lu and her husband are not easy people. Don't act now. There will be chances later. Why rush? But father, can you really accept Ah Xian suffering like this? We'll see. I don't believe a rural couple has such courage. Could they be backed by the Qi family? It must be them. Ah Xian also mentioned wanting to cooperate with the Qi family to get that jade cream, but they refused. It has to be their doing. Old Master Zhang thought for a moment and agreed it was probably true. The Qi family was roughly equal in strength to theirs. Miss Qi was engaged to the eldest son of the Ji family in the provincial capital, and they were getting married before the new year. The Qi family had connections in the city, so they were bold. No matter if it's true or not, we'll find out sooner or later. Please comfort your son-in-law gently and do not make things difficult for him. Also, take good care of your younger brother's injuries. If anything happens, we will discuss it later. Madame Fong is very displeased. He can't handle such a small matter, which caused Ah Xian to faint. Now I have to comfort him? And Lorden too, after all these years, he has taken so many benefits from our family. When it matters most, he becomes so ruthless. He shows no mercy at all. Nonsense. Old Master Zhang frowns and scolds. I don't care what you think in your heart. These words must stay inside and not be said out loud. Remember, without Lorden and your son-in-law, we wouldn't be where we are today. You don't need to worry about Lorden, but you must comfort your son-in-law. I heard that Ah Xian fainted in court because he was too angry and said things he shouldn't have. Your son-in-law probably feels uneasy. Did you hear that? Madame Fong is reluctant but nods. I understand, father. Without the support of the Zhang family, her husband cannot become a county magistrate. Protecting the Zhang family and his brother is his duty, and if he can't protect them, it means he is useless or ungrateful. When did father become so soft? Madame Fong gets angrier the more she thinks about it. After the quarrel with Lu Kaichun, they returned home quite late. They decided to stay in an inn in the city for one night and go back tomorrow. Chi-Chi agreed. Lu Kai-chun takes the opportunity to say, "We should get 2 rooms. I want to be alone tonight." Chi-Chi has no objection. "That's good. Rest well tonight. I'll be next door. If you get scared, just call me." Lu Kai-chun laughs happily. "I won't be scared. If you get scared, just tough it out."
Don't call me.
Chi-Chi chuckles softly. Okay. To keep a low profile, they didn't go out for dinner. They asked the waiter to bring food to their rooms. Lu Kai-chun ordered squirrel-shaped fish, pan-fried ribs, crispy duck, steamed egg with shrimp, chicken soup with mushrooms and red dates, and stir-fried small bok choy. They set a big table, ate happily, and enjoyed their meal without being affected by the court affairs. They say that nothing is more important than eating. After eating and drinking enough, she sent Chi-Chi away. She planned to sleep and get up in the middle of the night to walk around. She had to keep this secret from Chi-Chi. That's why she insisted on having 2 rooms. Chi-Chi obediently returned to her own room with a smile, where Su Yen was already waiting. "Young master, should we deal with the Zhang family and the county magistrate and deputy magistrate?" Although they won a great victory in court today, Su Yen still feels angry. His master is so noble and respected, yet he kneeled before that useless county magistrate and deputy magistrate. Just thinking about it makes him uncomfortable. Although the young master is not suitable to reveal his identity now, in such a remote place, dealing with a county magistrate or deputy magistrate is not a big deal. On the 7th day, not knowing what he was thinking, he chuckled softly, "No need. Just watch the county magistrate and Deputy Fong. Don't worry about the others." Agreed. Late at night, under the dark sky and strong wind, Lu Kai-chun, dressed in night clothes with only her dark eyes visible, quietly left the inn and headed to the back gate of Zhang's residence. She took a long ladder from her space and easily climbed over the wall. Zhang's family thought that paying her 500 taels of silver would make her not care anymore. But Lu Kai-chun was never that generous. She took some effort to find Zhang's granary. Looking at the full bags of rice stacked high, she narrowed her eyes and stepped forward to pat them. They were rice grains. Without hesitation, she collected all of it into her space. It was about 10,000 jin, around 5,000 kilograms. In another granary there was wheat, about 8,000 jin, which she also took. Next, she headed to the kitchen nearby. Next to Zhang's large kitchen was a big storage room filled with seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and spices such as star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, as well as high-quality rice, flour, dried delicacies, and precious ingredients stored in cabinets, including rare seafood and bird's nest. Lu Kai-chun swept everything away. She then climbed over the wall into the main courtyard. In the main hall and flower hall, various antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and decorations were all taken. Even the 12-panel double-sided embroidered bird and lady screen in the main hall was not spared. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Kai-chun was not greedy and did not bother searching for the gold and silver vault or old Master Zhang's study. She decisively left. Waving her sleeve without disturbing anyone, she returned to her own room, stored her night clothes in her space, and went to sleep hugging her quilt. She slept very peacefully. Zhao Qi, who saw everything clearly, was somewhat shocked. He knew his wife definitely had secrets, even big ones, but he never expected her to be so capable. Is this the tiny space mentioned in legendary stories? He didn't expect his wife to be so lucky to have such treasures. Her courage was indeed a bit too much. With him around, it's probably fine. The next morning, Lu Kai-chun and Zhao Qi, while having breakfast, heard about the Zhang family being robbed. The whole street was buzzing. Did you hear? The Zhang family was robbed last night. It is said that they stole many antiques, treasures, calligraphy, and paintings.
I've also heard about it.
I heard the kitchen was completely cleaned out, with nothing left. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar all gone. Oh my, the thief must be really greedy. How could they be a thief if they weren't greedy? It seems even the grain stores were looted. I guess they couldn't find the treasury, or the money wouldn't be safe. Do you think this has anything to do with yesterday's case? It seems likely. Who knows? Everyone looked at each other and exchanged glances, all thinking the same. Serves them right. I'm just here watching the fun. The Zhang family has done so many bad things. When they get robbed, no one feels sorry for them. Instead, people cheer quietly. But they are afraid of the power of the wealthy family, so they don't openly celebrate. However, when people are watching and talking about this, their tone is very relaxed and happy. Lu Kai-chun thought to herself, the Zhang family's 2 granaries of rice and wheat were emptied by me, and they didn't even show it. That's quite generous of me. Soon, the situation changed, and rumors quickly turned around. Yesterday, at the court, the Zhang family servants did those terrible things, and now they've been robbed? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? I think so too. It feels like the thief is shouting, "Stop the thief." How can we feel sympathy for them? Honestly, the Zhang family is clever. Really clever. Guess what? Do you think Zhang family might accuse all the victims from yesterday's court case and arrest them as suspects? If they're caught and have no power or influence, they're just at their mercy. After all, not everyone has a county magistrate's son-in-law like the Zhang family. Oh my goodness, that's so cruel and sneaky of the Zhang family. People like that can do anything, right? They're rich and have connections. Sigh, those victims are just too naive. Let's see if the victims get arrested first. Don't say that. What if the Zhang family gets angry? Then what? Come on, do they have so many servants that they can just bully the common people? Do they think they can do whatever they want? Are they afraid? Just accuse you of something, and you can't fight back. At worst, I'll just go to the government office and cause a fuss. We'll see how it ends. Old Master Zhang and his wife were so angry they almost fainted. Upon waking up, all the food was gone, and all the valuable decorations and furnishings in the main hall had disappeared as well. Even the kitchen suffered heavy losses. The dried seafood, spices, and salt, which were quite valuable, were missing. Those low-born people must have done this. Sir, report to the authorities. Let's catch those people. Old Master Zhang's face turned pale with pain, and he wished he could faint from anger. It was one thing to lose some items, but so much food. He knew deep down that those low-born people probably didn't have the ability to do this, but at this moment, he still blamed them. It wasn't a coincidence. Just yesterday, the victims had caused trouble, and that night, Zhang's house was robbed. This incident was definitely related to them. He had to report it. Old Master Zhang reported to the officials, but the county magistrate and the county assistant almost thought he was crazy, talking nonsense. 2 granaries, about 100,000 jin of rice and 80,000 jin of wheat, are all gone? Old Master Zhang, are you sure your warehouse had so much food? Yes, sir, I am absolutely sure. If it were true, this was a major case. Old Master Zhang cautiously suggested that the incident was probably connected to the victims from yesterday, especially Lady Lu and her husband, Chu Qi. The county magistrate was non-committal. That couple was not easy to deal with. Without evidence, he didn't want to cause trouble. After all, this was Zhang's family matter. Why should he get involved? Why should he risk himself for old Master Zhang? He suspected that the old man was holding a grudge against Lady Lu and Chu Qi. If it weren't for them, the incident wouldn't have happened yesterday. He thought he could use him. How naive. The county magistrate mentally scorned Zhang and felt even more annoyed with him. Was he stupid? This matter will be decided by this official. Zhao Master, take Sun Constable and some men to Zhang's house to investigate and look for clues. Yes, sir. Old Master Zhang, if what you say is true, that's nearly 200,000 jin of grain. For it to be stolen overnight without anyone noticing, do you think that's possible? Old Master Zhang was speechless. Yes, he also thought it was impossible. But this was the truth. Zhao Master led his men to investigate, inspecting the scene and questioning people, but they found no useful clues. No one had noticed anyone sneaking into the house last night. Although Zhang's family didn't have guards patrolling at night, there were about 30 people. The noise of emptying the granary should have been noticeable, yet no one seemed to have noticed anything. After investigation, Officer Sun confirmed that the other party did not use any sleeping drugs or similar substances. It was strange. The county magistrate finally concluded that there was a traitor inside the Zhang family. Old Master Zhang, you should carefully check your own household. From what I see, the 2 granaries being emptied is not something that happened overnight. It might have been ongoing for a while, and you only just discovered it today. Such a large amount of grain cannot be hidden without leaving traces. I will send people to investigate secretly. Once we find any clues, we will not let them go. Also, I will ask someone to watch out for any antique decorations or similar items. Until there is evidence or clear proof, I cannot accuse anyone. I hope Old Master Zhang understands. Old Master Zhang did not want to understand. Whether true or not, he hated Lu Kaichun and Chu Qi. Even if he was venting his anger, he just wanted to catch them. Others could ignore it, but he would not let the main culprits go. However, the county magistrate disagreed. Not only did he disagree, but he also subtly warned him not to act rashly. Old Master Zhang was furious, but he dared not disobey. Mrs. Fong was also about to go crazy, smashing things inside the house.
Who is it?
When I find out, I will have them torn to pieces. Their Zhang family was so unlucky, running into such trouble. The county magistrate was very serious about investigating, but unfortunately, it was destined to be futile. As for Lu Kaichun, after watching the drama, she happily went home. Old Aunt Lu took the dog and wandered on the mountain behind, only rushing back after seeing them enter the village from afar. Potatoes and cassava are valuable. After the Bai Laosan's family dug up the potatoes, everyone saw how bountiful they were. They became even more cautious because food was so important now. Old Aunt Lu also didn't dare to relax. She went up the mountain 2 or 3 times a day, worried about theft. Even with a fence on the ridge, she still felt uneasy. Perfect timing. We can make lunch now. Yes, I bought a duck. We'll make old duck soup for lunch, stir-fry some green pepper with shredded pork, and maybe make 4 happiness meatballs.
Great.
Lu Kaichun and Old Aunt Lu chatted happily.
Home was always the best.
To hide the space's existence, she bought a lot of meat every time she returned from the city. There were many chickens and ducks in the backyard. Making 4 happiness meatballs fresh was impossible, so she just pretended to. Chu Qi wouldn't go into the kitchen anyway. Lu Kaichun was happily spending his days at home, completely unaware that the county officials were already furious over the theft of grain in Zhang's family. Regarding this matter, the county magistrate was very diligent and attentive, but unfortunately, it was all useless. Not only did they fail to find a single clue about the suspect, but they also thoroughly investigated Zhang's family from top to bottom, yet nothing was discovered. Now, even the magistrate secretly suspected that Zhang's family was secretly stealing themselves. After all, what kind of people are Zhang's family? They are very clever. If the father could raise a son like Zhang Xian, what kind of good father could he be? The more the magistrate thought about it, the more he believed he was right. After all, it wasn't just 20, 200, 2,000 or 20,000 jin of grain, it was nearly 200,000 jin. Piles of grain, like small hills, stacked up high. Unless every member of Zhang's family was unconscious, such a large amount of grain couldn't just disappear overnight. His assistants and constables were no fools either. They carefully investigated, but the grain vanished without a trace in one night, with no clues at all. Is that even possible? Absolutely not. The only remaining possibility was that Zhang's family was secretly stealing the grain themselves. As rumors on the market suggested, Zhang's family was unwilling to let their precious son suffer losses or lose face, so they deliberately staged this incident, aiming to turn all the complainants into suspects, hoping the officials would arrest them all to vent their anger. The magistrate pondered this, feeling a bit angry. What a Zhang family, so cunning. They even tried to use him. Did he think he was an idiot? Such a ridiculous story. Grain worth 20,000 jeans stolen overnight?
Ha ha.
Why not say the entire Zhang estate flew into the sky overnight? The magistrate was angry inside and stopped the investigation. When Fong County Magistrate asked about it, he simply replied that the case was temporarily unresolved and that they should continue to investigate slowly, subtly hinting that Zhang's family was up to no good. Fawn County Magistrate was startled and dared not speak further. After thinking about the magistrate's words, he realized.
It actually made some sense.
After all, he knew what kind of people his father-in-law and brother-in-law were. No matter how eloquently they spoke about their innocence, he wasn't naive. Fawn County Magistrate could only analyze the situation for his father-in-law, saying the case was too strange and difficult to investigate, so they had to proceed slowly. Inner thoughts. Pretend, just pretend. Forget it, I won't say anything. If the incident hadn't happened at their own home, Lord Zhang would have suspected it was fake. He was so angry, he almost wanted to blood, but couldn't do anything. He only suspected the housekeeper and managers, punished 2 of them with excuses, and temporarily suppressed his worries, feeling both upset and heartbroken. Madame Fong was also angry and grew more resentful toward Lu Kai-chun, stubbornly blaming her and her husband as the main culprits. Her logic was simple. If they hadn't caused trouble that day, none of the subsequent events would have happened. So, in the end, she believed they were the main wrongdoers. It proved that simple logic is often correct. Although her reasoning was not entirely accurate, Madame Fong was right about the outcome. Since the case was making no progress, Madame Fong was furious and wouldn't let Lu Kai-chun go unpunished. Miss Chi was unlucky and had to swallow her pride and personally invite Lu Kai-chun to Luan Village. She admitted she was partly at fault and that County Lady Fong clearly wanted to cause trouble for her. She even considered giving Yufu Shuang to the Zhang family instead. Miss Chi nervously twisted her handkerchief, feeling guilty, worried, and powerless. Madame Fong asked her to invite Lu Kai-chun to a banquet at the Fong family's estate outside the city, claiming it was for sightseeing and flower viewing. She knew Madame Fong was deliberately doing this, but she had no reason to refuse. No matter how much the Chi family disliked the Zhang family, they were common people, while Madame Fong was the county lady, a government official. Giving up Yufu Shuang was a painful decision for Miss Chi, but she had no choice. She was reluctant but helpless. That won't do. If we give Yufu Shuang to the Zhang family now, it would prove we previously conspired to deceive them. Absolutely not. I know you're also forced into this. Just bring her along and tell her. I will definitely arrive on time tomorrow. Senior Sister Lu, I understand. Don't worry. Miss Chi was still worried. Please, don't argue with Madame Fong. The Zhang family members are not easy to deal with. Madame Fong is quite fierce and domineering. She's no less than Zhang Xian. She loves her younger brother Zhang Xian very much, so she probably won't be polite to you tomorrow. If you go, please be cautious, avoid conflicts if possible, and handle things wisely. Her confidence was wavering more and more. Or maybe, Senior Sister Lu, you should pretend to be sick like a headache or something and just pretend for a while. Lu Kai-chun smiled gently. I understand your concern. I have my own plans. She comforted Miss Chi in return. Miss Chi was at a loss and could only leave Lu Saichuan's house feeling anxious and uneasy. Lu Daegu felt a strange feeling in her heart and couldn't help asking later, Kai-chun, what is Miss Chi coming for? Is it good news or bad news? Lu Kai-chun clapped her hands and said, neither good nor bad, nothing special. And I need to go out tomorrow. She didn't tell Lu Daegu because she was worried it might scare her. There was no need to worry about the 7th day anymore. The 7th day sneered coldly. These people only know how to do shady tricks. Will your wife go tomorrow?
Yes.
I'll go too. I won't show my face. Don't worry, with me around, there won't be any danger. Lu Kai-chun smiled sweetly, although I'm not exactly a good person. Hearing my husband say that makes me very happy, very happy. The 7th day couldn't help but gently place his hand on her waist. Her waist was flexible, slender, and well-shaped. He gently stroked her, saying, if you're happy, I am too. Kai-chun hummed softly, her heart pounding, her legs feeling weak. She was distracted and tempted. She wanted to push his hand away, but also instinctively wanted to hold on. She looked up at him with a playful, charming smile. Do you remember the past now? The 7th day secretly felt regretful. He still couldn't remember in front of her. If he did, he would have to tell her the truth. But he couldn't tell the truth. He was afraid to lie to her, or she wouldn't forgive him. Vague images are starting to come back. I'll try hard to remember. Good, you better remember soon. Kai-chun subtly stepped back and freed herself from his hand. It was fine to take advantage of her, but he hadn't remembered anything all day. He might not have a wife. She probably wouldn't do anything with him. Even if she followed local customs and got close to him in this era, it wouldn't matter much. Maybe it's because their feelings aren't deep enough yet? If they did reach that point, she might just ignore everything. Anyway, even if he remembered having a wife and children and went back to his own home, it wouldn't matter much. She wouldn't steal someone else's man. It would be shameful. But her morals were limited to this. Coming from that hellish place in the end times, she thought she had already done very well to be able to act like this. Thinking of this, Kai-chun couldn't help but feel a little excited. She gently pinched his hand and smiled. Can you really cover for me tomorrow? Of course. Kai-chun smiled softly. Then I'll remember it. The next day, Kai-chun hired a bull cart from the village head's family and slowly made her way to the county magistrate's estate on the outskirts of the city. She announced her name. The gatekeeper looked at her twice and quickly went to report. Soon, someone came to lead her inside. There should be a spring in the estate, but outside is already very dry. Inside, a pond of lotus flowers is still blooming beautifully. By the water pavilion near the lotus pond, women dressed in red and green, fragrant and elegant, come and go, chatting and laughing constantly. Madame Fong and others are there. A maid led Lu Kai-chun inside, saying, Madam, Lady Lu from Luan village has arrived. Today, about 20 ladies and young women are gathered. Lu Kai-chun glanced around and saw Miss Chi among them. Luan village? Where is that? Who is Lady Lu? I've never heard of her, she asked. A woman in her 30s, wearing a lotus-colored embroidered dress, shook a fan and smiled softly, looking at Lu Kai-chun with a teasing gaze. She is sitting close to Madame Fong and seems to be someone Madame Fong trusts. Her words carry a hidden message. The others exchanged glances, understanding her meaning. Some just smiled politely, while others eager to flatter Madame Fong saw this as a good chance. Yes, I've never heard of Luan village either. Does it have a famous Lu family? Lady Lu, what does your family do? Since you can come to Madame Fong's banquet, your family must be quite remarkable. Why not tell us about it? Let everyone see. Yes, Lady Lu, please share. Madame Fong sneered silently, holding a teacup with both hands, gently playing with the lid, as if the tea was more interesting than anything else, pretending not to hear. She would show them that she can punish and torment anyone who dares oppose the Zhang family or hurt her brother. She has countless ways to make her suffer and even die. Today is just a small appetizer. In the future, she won't have a peaceful life. Do they think the Zhang family is easy to bully? Even if they are, she, a humble country girl, wouldn't be the one to do the bullying. Lu Kai-chun smiled slightly. I am a woman of the household.
Huh, what?
Lu Kai-chun repeated, a woman of the household. The ladies and young women looked stunned, and the maids and servants were also surprised. Madame A asked Lady Lu, you're a woman of the household? Does that mean your family has no men? Some couldn't help feeling a bit sympathetic. She seemed quite pitiful. The first to speak was Madame Xue, who sneered mockingly. Don't misunderstand. Lady Lu has parents, brothers, and sisters. Her whole family is there. However, Lady Lu was quite special. I heard that she was divorced just 3 days after marriage because her in-laws rejected her, and her family thought she was shameful. So, she had no choice but to register as a single woman. Lady Lu, am I right? Li Kai-chun said, not exactly. Divorce is not the same as being abandoned. The Yang family isn't worth it. I don't care about them. Registering as a single woman is fine. I like it that way. Madame Xue chuckled, a single woman? That's the first time I hear someone say that's good. Listen to yourselves, isn't that funny? Who would say being a single woman is good? That's crazy. Many people couldn't help but laugh quietly. Women rely on their parents at home, on their husbands after marriage, and on their children when they grow old. No one ever says being a single woman is good. Unless they have no choice, who would want to register as a single woman? Women who do so usually live very hard lives and are looked down upon. Miss Chi saw how they were talking and said, Lady Lu was unlucky to meet the wrong person. Becoming a single woman is also a way out. Now, Lady Lu has found a son-in-law who visits her, and life is pretty good. Li Kaichun smiled and said, Miss Chi is right. Being a single woman isn't so bad.
Ah,
I am the head of my family. Are you? My husband is young and handsome, very respectable.
he listens to me.
Do your husbands listen to you? I wake up naturally every day, don't have to worry about anything. Our family isn't as rich as yours, but we have over 100 acres of land, so we don't worry about food or clothing. We live in a new brick house with tiled roof. It's really good. Much better than most farmers. Madame Xue sneered. That's only compared to farmers. Who here isn't better than you? Yes, you're right. So I wonder, why did Madame Fong invite me here? Madame Xue choked and glared at her fiercely. Everyone knew about Zhang Xian's family, but few knew the details. So when Li Kaichun asked this, everyone was curious. Yes, why did Madame Fong invite her? A simple country girl. If Madame Fong wanted to deal with her, she had many ways. Why go through the trouble of inviting her here, just to humiliate her? It seemed a bit exaggerated, even boring. A county magistrate's wife bullying an ordinary rural girl. What's the point if she succeeds? Of course, Madame Fong wouldn't tell the truth. Madame Xue was her cousin, and they had been close since childhood. Madame Xue knew the truth, but dared not speak it. If she did, wouldn't Zhang's family lose face again? Madame Fong finally had to speak. She smiled faintly and said, Lady Lu and Miss Chi are friends. I invited Lady Lu to sit here because of Miss Chi's face. Lady Lu, just thank Miss Chi. Lu Kaichun replied, if I should thank Miss Chi, I also need to thank Madame Fong. Thank you, Madame Fong. Thank you for your ancestors. Madame Fong felt that her thank you sounded strange, as if she had been scolded, but she had no proof. She frowned and gave a look to the maid beside her, Cui Ji. Cui Ji scolded Lu Kaichun, Lady Lu, when you see our madam, why don't you kneel and bow? You have no manners at all. What is this? Lu Kaichun slightly looked up at the maid. Cui Ji was very direct, Lady Lu, kneel and bow now. Madame Xue added fuel to the fire, teasing, Lady Lu, you've been here a long time but haven't shown respect to Madame Fong, the host. Do you think Madame Fong isn't worthy? Everyone fell silent. Miss Chi frowned slightly, wanting to say something, but Madame Fong shot her a cold glance, making her swallow her words. Lu Kaichun sneered inwardly. Did they think she was clueless? It's not up to me whether it's appropriate or not. Madame Xue chuckled mockingly. Oh, I don't quite understand what you mean. Not up to you?
Haha, of course you don't decide. What could you possibly decide?
Lu Kaichun asked straightforwardly. May I ask, what rank is Madame Fong officially? Madame Fong was furious. What do you mean? Lu Kaichun said, if Madame Fong isn't a court official and doesn't have a noble title, and I am not a servant in her household, then why should I kneel? Isn't that proper? Madame Fong was so angry she stood up abruptly. Shut up. Lu Kaichun shrugged. Fine. She kept quiet. Madame Fong glared at her fiercely, her eyes like knives, as if she wanted to cut her into pieces. Such a sharp tongue. I don't quite understand, just asking. Please don't be angry, Madame Fong. Humph. Madame Fong was so angry she wanted to kick her out, but was also unwilling. Miss Chi smiled and tried to smooth things over. Lady Lu is always straightforward. She says what she thinks, which is quite refreshing. Madame Xue snorted coldly, really clueless. Sister, sitting here bored is no fun. Why don't we all take a walk? Your garden is so beautiful. It would be nice for everyone to enjoy it. Yes, the weather is good today. I was just thinking of going out for a stroll, and luckily Lady Fong's estate is nearby. Lady Fong's estate looks wonderful all year round. Visiting it wouldn't be a waste. Exactly. Please, Lady Fong, let us enjoy ourselves. Yes, haha. The ladies all laughed and agreed. Just joking, with all this tension, why not take the chance to loosen up? Otherwise, the awkwardness will go on, and Lady Fong's face will be hard to bear. Initially, I thought I understood now. This Lady Lu is truly fearless. How bold to act so arrogantly in front of Lady Fong. Offending Lady Fong means she won't have a good life. What they don't realize is that this is called boldness. They've never seen anyone more daring. Acting so boldly in front of Lady Fong's younger brother. That's real courage. Lady Fong found a way to ease the situation. Her anger slightly lessened. She chuckled softly. All right, everyone, just enjoy a casual walk. My garden is quite nice, especially the flowers and trees. Just have fun. If you want tea or snacks, just tell me. When Lady Lu returns, bring her along to enjoy the garden too. Don't neglect her. Madame Xue smiled and said, in that case, I'll walk with Lady Lu. I hope she doesn't mind. Lu Kai-chun smiled slightly and asked, of course not. By the way, may I ask how to address you, madam? Madame Xue hesitated slightly, still unsure of her identity after all this time. Just call me Madame Xue. Lady Fong is my cousin. Madame Xue. Lu Kai-chun nodded, realizing they were sisters. No wonder. But Lu Kai-chun wasn't interested in strolling around the garden with Madame Xue. She casually found an excuse to walk away alone, ignoring everyone. She wasn't here to make friends, nor did she plan to take the opportunity to do so. She preferred to keep to herself. Although Miss Chi was considered her person, at times like this, it was better not to act too close to her, or Lady Fong might target her out of jealousy. Lu Kai-chun moved swiftly, not giving anyone a chance to react. When Madame Xue called out, hey!
Hey!
Trying to stop her, Lu Kai-chun simply ignored her and walked further away. Whatever. What does ignoring mean? Madame Xue was furious, losing face but forcing herself to hold it together, gritting her teeth as she complained, this Lady Lu really has no manners at all. Several ladies nearby nodded in agreement and comforted her. Country folks don't understand much. Lady Xue, don't bother with her. Exactly. Although they said this, if they didn't bring her along, how could they humiliate her? Not humiliating her would make her older sister unhappy. Today, wouldn't it be a waste to invite her? Lady Xue was still worried about teaching Lu Kai-chun a lesson. She was reluctant to let go and wanted to send someone to call her. But she accidentally tripped over something while walking and fell heavily. Lady Xue's fall was loud, and everyone gasped as they hurried to help her up. They were all shocked. Lady Xue had a bloody cut on her lip, bleeding heavily, which looked very frightening. She also had a scratch on her cheek, blood streaming down. Lady Xue felt the burning pain from the cut and, upon touching her face, saw blood. She thought she had damaged her face. Her face turned pale with fear, and she screamed. She quickly covered her face and hurriedly supported her maid to leave, calling loudly for a doctor. This is really… how could she be so careless? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Without her leading the group, no one dared to go look for Lu Kai-chun. After all, Lu Kai-chun had deliberately avoided them, making it hard to find her. Besides, she dared to confront Lady Fong openly, so no one could be sure they could control her. It was better to avoid trouble altogether. Even Miss Chi secretly sighed in relief, thinking that today's gathering had finally been safely passed. But after lunch, Lady May's jade bracelet went missing. It was said she took it off while washing her hands and placed it aside. When she finished washing, she forgot to put it back on. When she looked for it again, it was gone. If it were an ordinary jade bracelet, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this white jade bracelet was a gift from our master 2 years ago for my birthday, worth 600 taels of silver. More importantly, it was a token of my husband's affection. If someone found it, I hope they return it to me. Lady May was so anxious, she almost cried. Other ladies comforted her and offered ideas. Lady May, don't worry. The bracelet must be somewhere in the garden. It can't be lost. Yes, Lady May, think carefully. Did you forget where you put it? Or maybe it fell somewhere. Think about where you've been recently. Yes, let's all help look. More people, more strength. Maybe we'll find it. Lady May was not comforted. I didn't go anywhere. After washing my hands, I just returned to this flower hall. I didn't go anywhere else. That must be nearby. Let's all look for it. Yes, yes, let's search everywhere. The maidservants hurriedly helped, searching every inch under the flowers and between the stones. But they found nothing. Suddenly someone sneered, I think our efforts are pointless. Since Lady May didn't go anywhere else, and the bracelet isn't small, how could we search so carefully and still not find it? I believe someone took it secretly. No matter how much we look, we won't find it. Everyone was shocked.
Huh?
What do you mean? Could someone be a thief? That can't be. How could anyone among us do such a shameful thing? Yeah, no one here is short of things. How could they do this? Haha, we wouldn't do that, but did you forget? Today, there are some special people here. Some of us don't really know them, and they aren't like us. Whether they have good manners or would steal, that's hard to say. The ladies and young women looked at each other with suspicion, realizing the truth instantly. All their suspicious eyes unintentionally focused on Lu Kaichun. They were all familiar people, but Lu Kaichun was different. Someone couldn't hold back and sneered, I agree with Sister Xing. It seems there's no point in looking for the bracelet anymore. It's a waste of effort. I advise some of you to hand over the item now. If you do, fine. But if it's found later, it won't look good.
Exactly.
Stealing at Lady Fang's flower viewing banquet. How bold. Haha, still pretending to be innocent. I really don't know if they're greedy or just stupid. I think they're both greedy and stupid. They won't cry until they see the coffin. Lady May also came to her senses, tears in her eyes as she begged Lu Kaichun, Lu lady, this white jade bracelet is very important to me. Please show mercy and return it. I know you're not greedy. You probably just found it and forgot to take it. Please return it now. I beg you. Lu Kaichun didn't miss the smug look in Lady May's eyes when she looked at her. Of course, she should feel proud. Because the bracelet was given to Lu Kaichun by Lady May herself. Just a little while ago, Lady May happily greeted Lu Kaichun, saying they had a good connection and she liked her very much. She also invited her to visit her home when she had free time. She mentioned that since it was their first meeting, she had nothing special to give her, except for a fine white jade bracelet, which she took off and gave to Lu Kaichun. Lu Kaichun politely refused, but Lady May insisted. Since that was the case, Lu Kaichun accepted the gift gratefully and said, Thank you. Unfortunately, Lady May was shameless and sneaky, and Lu Kaichun was not a kind-hearted person either. Considering how difficult the world was and how evil people's hearts could be, could it compare to a society where order, laws, and morals had completely broken down? Under the influence of the harsh environment, human evil was magnified hundreds or thousands of times. There was only more evil, never the least evil. Lu Kaichun managed to carve out a way to survive, and she later lived very well. Her success was not only because of her space and spiritual spring. Lady May had been spending time with Madame Xue, and they seemed to have a very good relationship, which Lu Kaichun had noticed from the start. So, when Lady May came to her smiling kindly and sincerely, offering such a friendly gesture, and even giving her a valuable white jade bracelet without blinking, could she have good intentions? Lu Kaichun didn't believe it at all.
She was not greedy.
She refused the gift, but since Lady May insisted on giving it, she could only accept it with a smile. It was hard to refuse such kindness. Now, the white jade bracelet worth 600 taels of silver was safely kept in her space. She felt proud. Let's see who is truly happy in the end. Lu Kaichun calmly shook her head and said, Lady May, I did not take your bracelet. Oh, who else could it be if not you?
Exactly.
We've never had such a thing happen at our gatherings before, but today, it's like this. Lady Lu, what do you think about this? The bracelet worth 600 taels of silver. It's understandable that Lady Lu might be tempted. After all, Lady Lu probably won't earn that much in her lifetime. Lady Lu, if you take it out now and apologize, this matter can be over. But if it's found out, it won't look good. Miss Chi couldn't help but twitch her lips, thinking that if they knew the jade fushuang was made by Lady Lu, they wouldn't be so foolish to fight over it. Lady Lu had never seen a 600 tael silver bracelet. That was a joke. Her silver probably exceeded what you keep in your private stash.
Miss Chi said, "That's not quite right."
Without evidence, just guessing and blaming Lady Lu isn't fair. Everything should be based on proof. Mrs. May, Miss Chi is right. Everything must have proof. Lady Lu, do you dare to let me search you? Lu Kai-chun sneers, Mrs. May, are you sure it's me? Mrs. May, all the facts point to it. It's hard to believe it's not Lady Lu. Lady Lu, do you dare to let me search you? If I don't allow it, then you're guilty of hiding something, right? Lady Lu, you are quite clever. Lu Kai-chun laughs. It seems I can't stop you from searching me today. Mrs. May feels unexpectedly annoyed and embarrassed. Lady Lu, I'm doing this for your own good. Thank you very much. Lu Kai-chun claps. Pouring dirt on me without evidence, trying to humiliate me by searching, so this is for my good? Since you're so kind, why not be more generous? For everyone's sake here, search everyone thoroughly. Mrs. May is furious and embarrassed. No one would do such a thing. Lady Lu, why stir up trouble? Are you a worm in someone's belly? How do you know others wouldn't do such a thing? Anyway, it's impossible. Lady Lu, stop making excuses. Do you dare to let me search? Lu Kai-chun sneers. Mrs. May, why are you so anxious? You can search, but what if nothing is found? I can't just accept this humiliation for nothing, right? Why should I? You're not the county magistrate. What right do you have to search anyone? Mrs. May didn't expect her to be so stubborn and grits her teeth. What do you want then? Lu Kai-chun, if nothing is found, you kneel and kowtow 3 times and compensate me with 500 taels of silver. If something is found, I will also kowtow and apologize, plus give you an extra 500 taels.
Fair, isn't it?
Mrs. May chokes, suddenly uncertain. The other ladies look at each other. Could they have guessed wrong? But how could Mrs. May's jade bracelet just disappear without a trace? Miss Chi says, Lady Lu's words seem fair to me. Mrs. May glances at her, feeling inexplicably frustrated. Compared to the Chi family, her family is far behind. She dares not argue with Miss Chi. Lu Kai-chun smiles faintly. Mrs. May, have you decided? Do you want to search? If yes, follow my instructions. Otherwise, if you dare to insult me again, I will take action. Pouring dirt without reason. People with no shame can't do such things.
Fine. It's settled then.
I hope Lady Lu can still act proud later. Madam May angrily agreed, without hesitation. Lu Kai-chun said, then search. I'll be generous and do it right here in front of everyone. Will Madam May do it herself or let your servant do it? Just so you know, it can only be done once and thoroughly. No having one person search and then another. I'm not okay with that. Madam May snorted but didn't do it herself. She also felt it was shameful, so she ordered her personal maid, Dong Chun, go ahead, search carefully. Yes, Mississippi. The maid named Dong May looked very proud and disdainful, glancing at Lu Kai-chun with no politeness, and started searching without a word. Lu Kai-chun raised her hands calmly, relaxed and unconcerned, acting naturally and lightly, fully cooperating. Miss Chi bit her lip and unconsciously clenched her handkerchief, burning with a fire called anger inside. Being humiliated in front of everyone like this. Other ladies and young women also looked uncomfortable, mostly feeling Madam May was too overbearing and unfair. But seeing Lu Kai-chun so relaxed and calm, they couldn't help but admire her. If it had been them being publicly humiliated like this, they would have been so ashamed and angry they might have hit a wall or jumped into a lake. The scene was silent, everyone holding their breath, watching Dong Chun carefully search Lu Kai-chun. As time passed, Dong May, confident at first, started to panic. Even Madam May's eyes widened nervously, watching her movements, afraid she might miss something. 15 minutes went by. Dong Chun had searched Lu Kai-chun several times, turning her over and over, but found nothing. Lu Kai-chun sneered, Miss Dong, are you searching carefully? No matter how much you feel, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. Dong Chun's face turned pale, unsure what to do, and looked nervously at her mistress. Madam May also panicked. Please, Lady Lu, take off your shoes. Miss Chi was furious. Madam May, isn't this going too far? Luke Hai-chun chuckled softly. All right, Miss Dong. Do it yourself. After you finish, don't forget to put my shoes back on. Bring me a chair. Madam May was so angry she almost fainted, but since she had already spoken, she didn't want to give up. She couldn't just let her stand there barefoot. The maid brought a chair, and Luke Hai-chun sat down openly.
Please.
Dong Chun felt humiliated, as if she was not searching but serving her to take off her shoes. She had nothing to say, so she squatted down, took off the shoes, and checked again. Still nothing. Luke Hai-chun sneered mockingly. So, what do you think? In front of so many people, Lady May can't possibly say she hasn't finished searching, right? If she did, that would be just acting shameless. A noble lady like Lady May shouldn't do something so disgraceful, right? Lady May's face flushed red suddenly, and she almost couldn't breathe. Today, she has truly lost face. But how could this happen? How could it be? No way, no way. You must have hidden the bracelet somewhere else. Huh. Whatever you say, it's all your words. There's no way I couldn't find it. Because I didn't steal it at all. I swear to the heavens I didn't take Lady May's bracelet, or I would be doomed. Can Lady May swear it too? It wasn't stolen in the first place. Lady May was insistent on giving it to her. Lady May opened her mouth but said nothing. It's so frustrating. Although the other ladies and young women instinctively disliked and looked down on Luke Hai-chun for being an outsider from the village, they didn't have any personal grudges. They disliked her, but not everyone was inherently malicious, and they didn't always bully others. At this moment, everyone felt Lady May was going too far. Breaking her promise made her even more contemptible. People who lie and are insincere, who are unreasonable, how can they be trusted? From today on, it will be hard for Lady May to make real friends in this circle. After all, no one wants to be the fool who gets taken advantage of, right? Luke Hai-chun said, Lady May, now it's your turn to keep your promise. You wouldn't break your word, would you? Lady May's face turned even more purple, her anger and shame mixed with a deep sense of unwillingness. Inside, she was screaming, no way, no way.
Absolutely impossible.
Lady May, you wouldn't be shameless, would you? At this moment, the perfectly hidden Lady Fong happened to walk over. What's going on? Such a lively scene. Lady Fong. The other ladies and young women hurriedly greeted her with smiles. Lady Fong smiled and said, I've already ordered the servants to prepare a feast and some excellent plum wine. Please, everyone join us. After lunch, we can relax and have fun. Since the host has spoken, who would refuse her?
Haha, thank you, Lady Fong.
The meal at your place must be wonderful. We're lucky today. Exactly. Lady Fong is so hospitable.
We all know that.
That's right. I am a bit hungry too. Let's go. Let's go. Luke Hai-chun sneered silently. Wanna leave? Not a chance. Madam May, are you not going to keep your promise? Do you really want to act like a scoundrel? It's not good to behave so shamelessly in front of Madame Fong. Madame Fong glared fiercely. Lu Mama, standing nearby, looked at Luke Hai-chun coldly and said, Lady Lu, let's talk about this after lunch. That's not possible. By then, the yellow flowers will have withered. Madame May wants to use this to deceive and cover up. Small issues should be settled quietly, not with such cheap tricks. Isn't that pointless? Playing such petty tricks, what's the point? You, Madame Fong, please judge fairly, Luke Hai-chun interrupted bluntly, recounting everything that happened earlier to Madame Fong. She finished by saying, I am here in Madame Fong's presence as her guest, right? Madame May humiliated my guest at your banquet. Don't you want to stand up for me? I believe Madame Fong is not that kind of person. Madame Fong's eyes turned cold, sharp as poison. Inside, she screamed wildly, wishing she could tear Luke Hai-chun apart. Everyone began to realize what was going on. No wonder Madame May was playing such a game, turns out. It was all Madame Fong's idea. Watching others eat gossip is human nature. It might be suppressed, but it will never disappear. At this moment, the ladies and young women appeared calm, even deliberately dull, but inside they were excited, squealing with anticipation. The show was about to get interesting. Some couldn't help but secretly sweat for Lu Kai-chun, while also giving her a thumbs up. She was so brave. Brave beyond their understanding. Where did Lu Lady get such courage? She was openly challenging Madame Fong. She didn't show any respect to Madame Fong at all. Indeed, she even dared to argue with Madame Fong's brother-in-law, causing young Master Zhang to be publicly reprimanded and embarrassing the Zhang family, costing them thousands of silver taels. Now she was challenging Madame Fong. Perhaps it wasn't so unacceptable anymore. Lu Mama had never seen someone so stubborn and unruly. Lady Lu, you should show mercy when you can. Madame May lost something in a moment of panic or bias, but that's understandable. Don't you think? Why are you so petty? I was the one splashed with dirty water in public. I was also searched in public. I only asked Madame May to keep her promise. Why does that make me petty? If Madame May found something on me, would she show mercy then? Aunt Lu paused for a moment. Everyone present knew well. She wouldn't agree. So, why does Aunt Lu think she can ask me not to mind? I am the victim. Today, I will definitely care. Is there anything wrong with that? If you can't play, don't boast. Words don't count. And who are you to be so shameless? Enough. Mrs. Fong's face turned cold as she asked sharply, Lady Lu, are you not giving me any face? Do you really want to ruin my party? Mrs. Fong seems to be mistaken. It was actually Lady May who wanted to ruin Mrs. Fong's party. Otherwise, she wouldn't have humiliated Mrs. Fong's guests in front of everyone. It seems Mrs. Fong is protecting Lady May. Does that mean Mrs. Fong has some secret she's being forced to hide by Lady May? Shut up. Mrs. Fong was so angry her eyes seemed to smoke. She cursed silently that Lady May was useless. She couldn't handle such a small matter herself and had to step in to clean up the mess. But that rude Lu person didn't appreciate the kindness and even dared to embarrass her face. Fine. Today's matter isn't over. Just wait and see. Mrs. Fong was furious and decided to stay silent. Since Lady May was incapable, she deserved whatever came. Lu Kai-chun looked at Lady May and said, Lady May, you can't just hide behind and be a coward, right? Lady May's mouth twitched with anger and fear. She couldn't help but glance at Mrs.
Fong.
What are you looking at Mrs. Fong for? You said it yourself. Should Mrs. Fong help you fulfill your words? Lady May was about to break down. My bracelet must have been taken by you. I don't believe it. I want to search again myself. Lu Kai-chun replied, Fine, but if you don't find anything, you'll have to pay double. 1,000 taels of silver and 6 loud knocks. Do you dare? What if I find it? I will also compensate you with an extra 1,000 taels and 6 loud knocks. I always keep my promises, 1 word, 1 pit. I never go back on my word or act like a villain. She was about to go crazy with anger. Like a desperate gambler, Lady May clenched her teeth. Fine, let's do it. Lady May, please. Everyone else. This situation was getting more and more complicated. Lady May forced herself to step forward and searched Lu Kai-chun inch by inch. This time, she didn't make Lu Kai-chun take off her shoes. After all, she couldn't squat down and help Lu Kai-chun take off her shoes. That would be too much. The more she searched, the paler Lady May's face became. Finally, her hands trembled uncontrollably, filled with fear and anger. There was nothing. Truly nothing. How is that possible? She couldn't help but look into Lu Kai-chun's eyes, filled with surprise, doubt, and questioning. That white jade bracelet was clearly handed to Lu Kai-chun by her herself, and Lu Kai-chun definitely accepted it. Why isn't it there now? As a poor person, suddenly receiving such a beautiful and valuable jade bracelet, she would have been so happy she would immediately wear it on her wrist. Even if not worn, she would carefully keep it close. It should be easy to find it with a quick search. Why isn't it there? How could she possibly know her plan? Could she really know?
So,
she must have hidden the bracelet somewhere else in advance. How is that possible? How is that possible? Lu Kai-chun looked half smiling, calm, and unshaken. Madame May, have you finished searching? Madame May staggered and looked lost.
Madame May, apologize.
Bow 6 times, 1 for each, and not a single one less. Madame May, full of shame and anger, said, Am I being too harsh? Who is really being unfair? Or are you just trying to act like a sneaky turtle king? Kneel! Lu Kai-chun shouted sharply, and Madame May was so frightened she kneeled with a soft thud. There was a gasp from the crowd. Someone, feeling sorry, couldn't help but say, Lady Lu, this bet is fair, right? If you bet, you accept the outcome. Is there any problem? Asking others for charity is not a good habit. Everyone wisely kept silent. Indeed, if you bet, you accept losing. This whole matter was caused by Madame May herself, so there's nothing more to say. Who isn't someone she knows? Why bother making herself look bad? Is Lady Lu so easy to persuade? Didn't you see that even Madame Fong has fallen silent now? Lu Kai-chun was satisfied, raising an eyebrow. Kneel and kowtow. Madame May's face turned red with shame, full of embarrassment and humiliation, wishing she could hide underground. She absolutely couldn't kneel and kowtow. After a moment, Lu Kai-chun snorted softly. Really can't play fair, forget it. I won't argue with you. Give me 1,000 taels of silver. If you don't, I will do it myself. Madame May trembled with anger. I'll count to 3. If you don't give it, I will really act. Everyone is watching. It's not me being unreasonable, it's you being shameless. Can't you just give me what I deserve?
1, 2,
3. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Kai-chun moved forward without hesitation and pulled out the pearl-studded gold hairpin from Madame May's hairdo. What are you doing? Mrs. May's hair bun immediately became fluffy, looking messy and disorganized. These gold hairpins are worth at most 100 taels. Mrs. May, I also need to take apart the other jewelry. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Even if we take this to court, I am in the right. Mrs. May's vision blurred and she said, I don't have that much silver on me. Who carries thousands of silver coins when going out as a guest? Lu Kai-chun said, it's simple. Either ask Madame Fong to lend you some, or write me an IOU with your fingerprint, and I will come to your house to collect. Mrs. May's hair was half undone as she looked to Madame Fong for help. Madame Fong, furious but expressionless, turned her head and ordered Lu Mama, go get 1,000 taels of silver. Yes. Lu Mama's face was complicated. Her own lady had never suffered such a big loss before. Soon, the silver notes were brought. Lu Kai-chun took the notes, casually inserted the gold hairpin into Mrs. May's hair bun, and smiled, saying, Isn't this settled now? Why go through all this trouble? Wouldn't it be better to accept your loss and move on? I had no choice but to do it myself because you weren't paying attention. Mrs. May's body swayed, nearly spitting blood in anger. 1,000 taels of silver. She certainly didn't dare ask Madame Fong to help her pay, so she would need to repay her quickly afterward. Although their family was wealthy, 1,000 taels was no small amount. She didn't have that much private money herself and was reluctant to take out all her savings at once, so she would have to ask her husband for help. A scolding was definitely unavoidable. Dong Chun hurried forward to help her lady up with force. Mrs. May, humiliated, felt her legs give way, leaning on Dong Chun and nearly falling over. Madame Fong, I have some other matters at home. I'll take my leave now. She had no face to stay any longer. Lu Kai-chun, who never really wanted to come, naturally saw no reason to stay. She quickly took her leave as well. The others also wanted to leave, but didn't dare to speak up. Even if Lu Kai-chun asked, they wouldn't feel comfortable following. After such a scene, leaving now would seem disrespectful to Madame Fong. They had to stay and pretend everything was fine. For a moment, some even felt a bit envious of Lu Kai-chun. Lu Mama quickly tried to smooth things over and smiled, saying, Madam, isn't it time to start the meal? Madame Fong nodded. Everyone, please. Madame Fong, please. Yes, please. Everyone pretended to be cheerful, smiling and agreeing, crowding around Madame Fong to sit down. Everyone understands that Mrs. Fong is probably not feeling happy right now. This lunch is likely to be hard to swallow. Mrs. Fong secretly signals to Aunt Lu, who nods silently and smiles politely, pretending to go and urge the dishes, then quickly leaves. A trace of cruelty flashes in Mrs. Fong's eyes as she sneers inwardly. Is her money so easy to take? Dream on. A mule cart hurriedly leaves the front gate of the estate, and they chase after it desperately. Inside the cart are 5 or 6 estate guards, all fierce-looking and intimidating. They don't bother to hide their faces. They want to openly teach Lu Kai-chun a lesson. They want her to understand she has offended the wrong people. There's only one outcome. She must be taught a lesson. And, of course, they want to take back the 1,000 taels of silver notes. Is that something she can just ask for? The mule cart speeds away into the distance, and no one is in sight on the road. The lead guard orders the cart to stop. Why is there no one? Something's wrong. The others are also very puzzled.
No way.
Yeah, it's too strange. We checked carefully along the way, didn't we?
We didn't miss anything, right?
Lady Lu came riding an ox cart. When she left, the ox cart was gone, and she was just walking on foot. The guards clearly saw her walking away from this direction, so why is she missing? Can her 2 legs move faster than a mule cart? Keep chasing forward a bit. If we still can't find her, we'll get off and split up on the small paths to look.
All right.
6 men split into 3 groups. The nearby small paths are well known. They should find her eventually. 2 men are enough to deal with her, just 1 weak woman. But unexpectedly, before they could get off, the mule pulling the cart suddenly lost control and ran wild. No matter how the driver shouted or commanded, it was useless. Finally, the out-of-control mule cart crashed heavily into a ditch with a loud bang and shattered. The 6 guards inside, tossed around and dizzy, fell out screaming, blood streaming from their heads. They helped each other out of danger, but had no choice but to return to the estate looking miserable. Useless. All useless. Mrs. Fong is nearly furious. Madame Shui, with a swollen face, grits her teeth angrily. It must be that despicable Lu Saichun's doing. Sister-in-law, we can't let her go, or our Zhang family will lose face. Mrs. Fong snorts coldly. Isn't that obvious? Madame Shui continues. My husband's concubine is from Luwan village. Tomorrow I'll send her back home. We've taken good care of her these past 3 or 4 years. Now it's her turn to contribute. Mrs. Fong sneers and glances at her. Since that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. No matter what method you use, I just want that mean person Lu Kai-chun to suffer bad luck. Madame Shui was very happy and energized. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely not let you down. As long as I do my part, it's like sister owes me a favor. That's a great thing. Lu Kai-chun and Chu-chi watched from the half-mountain shaded by trees as the villagers' mules and carts fell into the ditch and broke apart. Lu Kai-chun made a dismissive sound. How pitiful. Pity often comes with some fault. Just imagine if I were in their place today, I wouldn't need to think about what would happen to me. Hubby, you're so amazing, Lu Kai-chun said sincerely, turning to Chu-chi with a bright smile. Chu-chi's eyes lit up. It's nothing. If those dogs try to bully my wife, I won't let them. Did Madame Shui fall hard? Are you happy now? Doing good deeds should be recognized. Chu-chi proudly took credit in front of his wife. Lu Kai-chun smiled. No wonder I thought Madame Shui was acting strange, falling so heavily for no reason. Now I see it was you. I'm very satisfied. Chu-chi immediately became modest again. As long as you're happy, my wife. Hee. They looked at each other and smiled. Let's go home. Okay. Lu Kai-chun felt very happy and walked quickly. Today was pretty good. Earning 1,600 taels of silver wasn't a big deal. After all, it was gained by sacrificing some dignity. Lu Kai-chun thought it was a fair trade. The most important thing was that she really made Madame Shui angry. It's true that fighting officials isn't right, but don't treat people like soft targets. At least, Lu Kai-chun wasn't one. If she really angered her, what would the county magistrate do? Could he really come? No way. Tonight, she planned to eat something delicious to cheer herself up. In the evening, Lu Kai-chun cooked lion's head meatballs and braised pork knuckles, her favorite hearty dishes. She also made stir-fried lettuce strips and pea-tip soup to cut the greasy feeling, plus a plate of radish pickles and spicy small chili peppers for dipping. Aunt Lu saw Lu Kai-chun eating happily and couldn't help asking, "Did Madame Xue not give you anything good to eat? Look at how hungry you are." After eating good food, she wouldn't be like this. Lu Kai-chun chuckled softly, "Sister, of course other families' meals aren't as good as ours. Madame Fong is so stingy." Big Sister Lu looked surprised and agreed, "That's true. Our food is famous for being delicious. Some people are like that. The richer they are, the more stingy." Lu Kai-chun also nodded in agreement, "Exactly. Of course, our own cooking is the best." The next day, something new happened in the village. Old En and his wife's daughter came back to visit family. Big Sister Lu, happily eating watermelon chilled in mountain spring water, started gossiping with Lu Kai-chun. "That olden couple, TSK, I really don't like them. Their daughter, Anrue, isn't married to a big family as the main wife, just a concubine. She hasn't come back home in years since she entered someone else's house. Now she's back once more, and look at how proud they are. If you didn't know better, you'd think their daughter was very accomplished. Who knows what kind of life she's living under the main wife's roof, so blind to it all." Lu Kai-chun was a bit surprised. While eating sweet watermelon cooled in mountain spring water, she said, "Olden and his wife seem honest enough. I didn't expect they'd have a daughter working as a concubine in a big family. Is she pretty?" Big Sister Lu wrinkled her nose. "I don't think she's that good-looking." Lu Kai-chun laughed. "It should be fine. Big families don't take ugly concubines, do they? They choose virtuous ones." Big Sister Lu also chuckled. "She's just SO." While the aunt and niece were gossiping, they didn't think much of it. Suddenly, Anrue brought her maid, Hong Feng, to visit. Big Sister Lu opened the courtyard gate and was stunned. Anrue is 24 years old, mature and charming. She has fair skin, small features that don't stand out individually, but look delicate together. But what was she doing at their house? "Why are you here?" Big Sister Lu was confused and also disliked Anrue a bit. Her simple thought, what good can come from a woman who's a concubine? Why should she associate with someone like that? Anrue smiled politely. "I just came to talk to Kai-chun. I heard she's quite impressive now, and I really admire her." Big Sister Lu thought for a moment, then called out, "Wait a moment, Kai-chun." Seeing Big Sister Lu turn and rush inside to ask if Lu Kai-chun could come out, Anrue looked down on her with disdain. Her status was so low. She was just an elder, but she acted like a servant. It seemed that Lu Kai-chun was not an easy person to deal with. Lu Kai-chun was busy in the kitchen, preparing food and seasoning the filling. She planned to make several kinds of dumplings and buns with Aunt Lu to save for later. She also thought about frying some meatballs, which would be crispy and delicious. Someone interrupted her, and she felt a bit annoyed. Aunt Lu smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Let her go." "Wait," Lu Kai-chun said while washing her hands. "Since she's here, let's invite her in." She wanted to see what this person was up to. As a concubine of a wealthy family, she didn't know her well. Coming here, she must have a purpose. Anrue entered the yard, and then the house, feeling a little surprised. She didn't expect the village to have such a clean, bright, and spacious house, better than the one she lived in at the Xue family. Lu Kai-chun really has become quite successful. Anrue didn't come empty-handed. She brought a box of snacks. Although Lu Kai-chun loved to eat, she didn't accept everything she was given. Nowadays, food wasn't scarce like in the end-of-the-world times, so she had the right to choose what made her happy. Anrue happily complimented her, almost like praising a beautiful flower. Lu Kai-chun listened modestly, looking pleased. Seeing that the food was ready, Anrue casually said, "By the way, Lu Kai-chun, are the mountain goods you usually buy sold to the Chi family? I haven't heard of the Chi family doing this kind of business. Do you sell to someone else? We're all from the same village. Maybe in the future, we can talk and even work together." Lu Kai-chun replied, "I don't know which family Anton belongs to." Anrue's smile stiffened slightly. My husband's family surname is Gu. We mainly do some buying and selling.
Gu?
Lu Kai-chun was suspicious. She noticed and Rue hesitated and avoided eye contact when answering, clearly feeling guilty. Why be so nervous? Unless it involved the Zhang family. Could she be Zhang Xian's concubine? It's hard to say. Lu Kai-chun had already made her judgment about Rue, smiling quietly.
It's not the Qi family.
My employer is a merchant from the provincial capital. He's low-key and doesn't like to show off. Don't mention it outside. And Rue looked a bit unhappy. There are no outsiders here. We're from the same village. Just a few casual words, no big deal. You're being too cautious. Lu Kai-chun seemed a little embarrassed and smiled shyly. Auntie, and please don't mind. I'm a bit timid. Once I agree to something, I don't dare to talk about it freely, or I'll feel uneasy inside. And Rue smiled and said, no way. Since that's the case, let's forget it. I can't force Kai-chun to do anything, or what kind of person would I be? By the way, since I rarely come back, I happen to get along well with Kai-chun. Tomorrow, I want to go up the mountain for a walk. Can you come with me? Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, sure.
All right, it's settled then.
I'll come to call you tomorrow. Okay. And Rue happily left with the red maple. Lu Kai-chun smiled to herself. Going hiking with her sounds pretty good. The next morning, after breakfast, Rue's servant indeed came to call her. Lu Kai-chun was still hungry, holding a big meat bun and biting into it. On the table, there was a braised chicken egg and 2 crispy, fragrant meatballs in a small dish. Good morning, Auntie Ann. I'll be right there. Hee okay, no problem. And Rue couldn't help but glance at the braised egg and meatballs on her table. The crispy fried smell and the fragrant spiced braised aroma were so tempting that she sniffed deeply. Then she looked at Lu Kai-chun biting into a thin-skinned, large-filled, juicy white bun. So delicious. And Rue couldn't help but swallow her saliva quietly. It was so tasty. Not only her, Hongfeng also couldn't help but swallow. They had been back for 2 days. Although they bought some meat, the home-cooked meals were really not good. Last night, they killed a chicken but only boiled it simply, adding a lot of radish, so it didn't taste much like chicken. Breakfast was just porridge with pickled vegetables and some dough balls. No oil or fat at all. And Rue wasn't very favored at the Shui residence, but she was still a wife's sister. She usually flattered and fawned on Madame Shui, the main wife, and life was okay. At least she had meat for every meal. Compared to that, life back home felt even harder. And Lu Kai-chun was eating so well in front of them, which made her suffer even more. Lu Kai-chun quickly finished her meat bun and used chopsticks to pick up a meatball. The fried meatball was crispy on the outside and tender inside. One bite was crunchy, and the greasy meat aroma spread instantly, making people crave more. And Rue endured but couldn't help licking her lips and smiling. Your family is really doing well now. Having such a good breakfast. Those meatballs are fried, right? Not many rural families can afford to fry things in oil. Lu Kai-chun nodded and smiled in agreement. Yes, I'm just craving it. Plus, we don't have many people at home, so selling mountain products earns some money. I don't want to treat myself badly, so I make sure to enjoy good food. It looks really delicious. Yes, it's quite good. During their conversation, Lu Kai-chun had already started eating her second meatball, and Rue saw that she had no intention of inviting her to try some, which made her very disappointed. She thought to herself, so stingy. It's just a meatball, and she can't even share it. After finishing the meatball, Lu Kai-chun began to eat a 5-spiced marinated egg. The aroma of the marinade was strong, drifting through the air and filling the nose. And Rue's stomach seemed to itch desperately, making her crave the egg intensely. Unfortunately, Lu Kai-chun had already taken a bite. With one bite, she revealed the egg yolk, which was soaked in the marinade. The yolk was slightly darkened with soy sauce, looking full and juicy, very tempting. And Rue almost felt she had never tasted such delicious marinated eggs even at the Shui family's house. Your appetite is really good, Kai-chun, she said with a forced smile. Lu Kai-chun proudly replied, of course. My aunt says the same thing, haha. and Rue forced a smile, feeling frustrated and upset inside. She didn't quite understand why she felt so annoyed, but she just felt angry. Finally, after finishing breakfast, Lu Kai-chun still seemed eager and took a fresh peach from the kitchen basket, washed it, and started eating. The peach was a sweet, crunchy one they picked last time when they went deep into the mountains with Chu-Chi. Let's go. Where do you want to go? The peach in Lu Kai-chun's hand was bigger than her fist, and she bit into it with a loud crunch. It looked very tasty. But she ate it all by herself without hesitation or feeling guilty for not inviting Enrue. This made Enrue feel even more frustrated and angry. Let's just wander around. On the mountain ridge to the east of the village, there are 2 big trees. I want to go there and take a look, enjoy the scenery, and cool off. Yes, on the east mountain ridge, there are indeed 2 large maple trees that 2 people can't hug at once. A few meters behind the trees is a steep cliff. Lu Kai-chun smiled slightly, biting her peach and nodding. Sure, wherever you want to go is fine. And Rue smiled with a hint of meaning. Then let's go. Let's go. Both of them, each with their own secret thoughts, thought at the same time, just wait and see. They walked and talked along the way. Mostly, Enrue was trying to find something to say, constantly trying to ask Lu Kai-chun questions. Lu Kai-chun was very cooperative, but her responses were often mismatched, making Enrue sometimes choke on her words and have nothing to say. Enrue's frustration and anger grew more and more. She wished she could tear into Lu Kai-chun right now and scold her. Enrue has not climbed a mountain in a long time. When she was in the village before, she could easily climb the hills, but now it feels very difficult. Soon she is covered in sweat and gasping for air, so she doesn't bother to talk to Lu Kai-chun anymore. She is like that, and so is Hongfeng, the maid. Both master and servant look quite awkward. Lu Kai-chun carefully observes. Hongfeng is climbing the on her own, constantly wiping sweat with a handkerchief, looking quite annoyed, and not helping Enrue at all. Enrue has almost fallen twice after tripping over roots and stones, but Hongfeng does not help her. Lu Kai-chun realizes that Hongfeng is not really Enrue's maid, but seems to be watching her or giving her advice. Climbing the mountain is easy for Lu Kai-chun. She doesn't wait for them. Auntie and take your time. I'll wait for you at the top. Oh, Enrue, panting, wants to call out to Lu Kai-chun, but Lu Kai-chun ignores her. Enrue bites her lip and curses bitterly. She's so proud. Just wait and see. Hongfeng frowns. Auntie En, don't reveal anything. Is there really a fight up on the mountain? Don't mess things up again. It won't look good in front of the lady. Enrue smiles sweetly and politely. Hongfeng, don't worry. I always remember the lady's instructions. It's all in my mind. Humph. After pulling and panting, they finally reach the top of the mountain. It's very quiet, with only the wind rustling the leaves and grasses. Bright sunlight filters through the layers of trees onto the ground. It's completely silent. Not even the chirping of birds can be heard. Although the village is not far away, the vast, silent scene makes Enrue and Hongfeng feel a little scared and weak in the knees. Kai-chun, Kai-chun, where are you? Lady Lu, Lady Lu. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Something dark and huge fell from above, almost hitting Enrue's head. She was so frightened she screamed, her face turning pale. Her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground, screaming and scrambling to the side. Hongfeng was also scared and screamed as she stumbled backward. Lu Kai-chun, sitting on a big tree, seemed to want to laugh, but couldn't hold back and burst out laughing loudly. Auntie En, why are you so timid?
What?
What are you doing? Enrue was furious, glaring fiercely at her. On the ground, a broken branch, taller than a person and thicker than a bowl, was dark and broken into 2 pieces, with many small fragments nearby. If it hits my head, my brain will burst. Lu Kai-chun innocently shrugged and apologized with a half-hearted smile. Sorry, Ann. I just looked up and saw that this dead branch had grown many mushrooms. The mushrooms on this maple tree are so fragrant and delicious, so I couldn't resist picking some. I didn't expect the branch to break and fall on you. Luckily, you weren't hurt. And Rue looked closely and saw that Lu Kai-chun indeed had a bunch of something in her pocket, probably the wild mushroom she mentioned. And Rue felt disdainful, thinking that she was so excited over such a small thing. It was shallow of her. Climbing so high just for a few mushrooms. Why didn't she fall? Instead, she was startled herself, feeling weak and her heart pounding. It was really frustrating. She didn't know that the small pouch Lu Kai-chun carried only held a few pounds of mushrooms, which she had already gathered earlier and stored in her space. There were about 10 pounds in total. An unexpected joy. The mushrooms on this maple tree were very fresh. They would be perfect for stewing chicken or stir-frying meat. Seeing Lu Kai-chun on the tree, Aunt Anne's eyes flickered as she planned to scare her, maybe make her fall from the tree. But before she could think of a trick, Lu Kai-chun had already come down decisively. Look at the mushrooms I picked. Today's luck is good. Tonight, I'll make chicken soup with these mushrooms and stir-fry some meat. It will be so tasty. Lu Kai-chun proudly showed off, but she didn't intend to share any with her. Aunt En, feeling like a city lady from a wealthy family, looked down on Lu Kai-chun, a country girl. She didn't care much for the mushrooms either. No matter how good they were just mushrooms. Who couldn't afford to eat them? But Lu Kai-chun showed no intention of sharing, which made Aunt En feel slighted. A simple village girl daring to look down on her? Aunt En felt very annoyed. She didn't know what she was thinking, and instinctively blurted out, "That's pretty good. Share half with me." "No way." Lu Kai-chun didn't even consider refusing her. "This is something I worked hard to get. If you want it, you should find your own. I'm not bragging, but in the mountains, it's much better than the city. You can find treasures just by bending down. It depends on whether you're diligent and have a good heart, right? Who are you kidding?" Aunt En felt annoyed and cursed silently. She suspected Lu Kai-chun was insulting her, but she had no proof. All those useless mushrooms she was talking about, how could she be proud? Aunt En sneered inwardly, forcing a fake smile. Lu Kai-chun didn't care. She pretended to pull a folded cloth bag from her pocket, filling it with all the mushrooms. She weighed it, smiled happily. Aunt En secretly curled her lips and deliberately moved closer to the steep behind the big maple tree, waving her hand to call Lu Kai-chun over. "Kai-chun, come here. Look from here, the view is really nice." Ever since she became a concubine in the Shui family, no matter how much she flattered and fawned in front of Madame Shui would never take her out for social visits, nor would her husband take her out. Things like mountain climbing, sightseeing, boating, fishing, they were all things she only heard about from the masters, never experienced herself. Today was a rare chance to experience it. Standing here and looking far away, she truly thought the scenery was beautiful. Although she used to work in the mountains as a village girl, she didn't understand much back then. Compared to now, it was definitely different. A proud, confident feeling rose in her. She thought she was different from the villagers. Everyone was different. "Kai-chun, look. Isn't the distant scenery very beautiful and lovely?" Standing in the wind, Aunt Anne's hair fluttered back, her dress flowing, giving her an elevated, lofty feeling as if she were on cloud 9. She pointed ahead, calling Lu Kai-chun to look, but she didn't really think Lu Kai-chun could see anything. Lu Kai-chun nodded perfunctorily, just as she wanted. It is very beautiful. It's a pity this year is so dry. Even the wild fruits in the mountains aren't growing well. Otherwise, at this time of year, there would be many delicious wild fruits, grapes, wild persimmons, wild chestnuts, wild jujubes, and so on. They're not ripe yet, but they're growing well. This year doesn't seem to be going well. Sigh. Auntie Anne couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling both disdainful and proud. Only country folks worry about such trivial matters. The wealthy families in the city don't have to worry about these things. Who would bother eating wild berries from the mountains? Auntie Anne felt even more confident. She instinctively puffed out her chest. Her eyes flicked, and suddenly she pointed at a steep hillside and shouted, "Hey, Kai-chun, look over there. Is that a bunch of mushrooms? They look so fresh and tender." Where? Lu Kai-chun cooperated by leaning forward and looking around. Where? Where exactly? Come here a bit. Look over here. See it? Just behind that grass over there. Where? I can't see it. Here, come a little closer.
Oh.
Auntie Anne winked at Hong Feng and made a teasing gesture. Hong Feng nodded quietly, then secretly moved closer to Lu Kai-chun and suddenly pushed hard against her. The cliff was very steep. If someone fell, they would get badly hurt. If they abandoned her, no one would come up here in this weather. She was alone, calling to the sky and the earth, and staying on this mountain overnight was dangerous. Maybe she would get a harsh lesson and be terrified all night. Who knew what tomorrow would bring? She might even break a leg. That would be good. If luck was worse, maybe a wild animal would come and eat her. That would be the end. But just as Hong Feng lunged forward, Lu Kai-chun happened to shift to the side. Where? Where exactly? Hong Feng didn't catch herself and screamed sharply, rushing out and falling heavily off the cliff, tumbling down the steep. She rolled and screamed all the way, tumbling about 20 or 30 meters before being stopped by a dense patch of thorny bushes. The thorns pierced her body, and her screams echoed sharply, sounding painfully loud. Lu Kai-chun let out a sharp cry. She didn't expect Hong Feng's luck to be so good, really. Hong Feng! Hong Feng! Auntie Anne's face changed drastically as she shouted in alarm. She immediately turned and glared fiercely at Lu Kai-chun. Hong Feng was a servant of the lady, and now she had suffered such a fate. How could she explain this to the lady? Lu Kai-chun frowned and looked serious. Why are you glaring at me? Auntie Anne was stunned. From her first visit to now, Lu Kai-chun, although she doesn't seem very clever and looks a bit lazy and careless, has always been very polite to her. This made her subconsciously think that Lu Kai-chun, like others in the village, treats her as a noble lady from the city. Whether she likes her or not, she has to be polite. Suddenly seeing Lu Kai-chun change her expression, she was caught off guard. After a moment, Aunt Anne, who had recovered, angrily said, Lu Kai-chun, what is your attitude? Lu Kai-chun sneered, and what do you think my attitude should be? Aunt Anne was speechless. Yes, how Lu Kai-chun treats her. Does it matter to her? Is she qualified to boss her around? Do you dare to go against the Xue family? Can you represent the Xue family? Just you wait and see.
All right.
Don't keep me waiting too long. Go down and save Hong Feng now. If something happens to Hong Feng, the Xue family won't forgive you. How is the Xue family involved with me? Lu Kai-chun.
Huh.
What are you doing? Aunt Anne, anxious and angry, said, If you don't save Hong Feng, I will tell the villagers that you caused her harm. Let's see whether they believe you or me. Lu Kai-chun chuckled, looking interested, and said with a smile, All right, go ask. Besides your parents, if everyone says they believe you and not me, I lose. Are you really not afraid of offending the Xue family? Aunt Anne was so angry she almost lost her composure. She truly didn't understand. Even though she was just a concubine, she knew many villagers looked down on her. But so what? When they saw her, they still greeted her with smiles and spoke nice words. Because behind her was the Xue family. The Xue family, a wealthy household in the county town, was a powerful force that rural folks dared not provoke. Why shouldn't Lu Kai-chun be afraid? Lu Kai-chun proved she was not afraid through her actions. She suddenly kicked Aunt Anne down. Aunt Anne screamed and rolled down, crashing into Hong Feng, who was still trying to get up, with a loud bang. Both let out sharp, piercing screams and were pushed further into the thorn bushes. Seeing this, Lu Kai-chun's scalp tingled, and she couldn't help but let out a sharp hiss. It looked very painful and pitiful. Aunt Anne was in so much pain that her vision darkened and she nearly fainted. Her body was pierced, and she dared not move. She struggled to turn her head, enduring the sharp pain, and glared at Lu Kai-chun. Through clenched teeth, she said, Lu Kai-chun, how dare you kick me? Lu Kai-chun sat down, swinging her feet over the edge of the cliff, and tilted her head with a gentle smile. How interesting. I already kicked you, so what are you going to do about it? Aunt and almost fainted from the shock. I won't let this go, and the Shui family won't forgive you either. Lu Kai-chun blinked. Really? I don't believe it. But now, I won't let you go. I'm going home. Lu Kai-chun clapped her hands and stood up, still smiling. You love watching the mountain scenery, right? Take your time. Who knows if there are wild animals in the mountains? You better pray there aren't. Otherwise, you'll need to climb up quickly, or it could be very dangerous. After kindly warning, Lu Kai-chun turned to leave, silently counting 1, 2, 3. Just after finishing the count, Anton screamed, Lu Kai-chun, don't go. You save us and this is settled. Otherwise, I'll tell the master and madam. They won't forgive you. She was truly scared now. In this remote wilderness, who would come up under the blazing sun for no reason? Spending the night in the mountains is dangerous enough, with wild beasts lurking. Even encountering a snake, centipede, or scorpion now would be frightening. She couldn't even move without pain. The thorns on the bushes pricked her fiercely, making her feel like she was going to die from the pain. Besides, she had no strength to climb up. She cursed Lu Kai-chun silently, but had to swallow her anger and call for help. Lu Kai-chun smiled. I'm not afraid. Goodbye, hee. You, Lu Kai-chun. Lu Kai-chun. Anton shouted loudly, and Hong Feng also started yelling. Lu Kai-chun paid no attention. Lu Kai-chun moved quickly down the mountain. When she reached the village, she looked anxious, almost crying from worry. Yes, they and their servant fell off the cliff. Maybe they haven't been up the mountain in a long time and don't know how dangerous it is. Hurry and go save them. Aunt Anne's parents were terrified and hurriedly asked the villagers to rush up the mountain to rescue them. Lu Kai-chun and Chi-Chi also went along to see what was happening. When they arrived, Aunt Anne and Hong Feng, overwhelmed with fear, finally found some courage and patience. They gritted their teeth, endured the pain, and struggled to sit up from the thorny bushes. Both of them were badly hurt, especially Hong Feng, who twisted her ankle. Her right ankle was swollen like a bun, and moving it caused sharp pain. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. Anton had several cuts and bruises on her arms, hands, and legs, along with bruises from the impact. Both of them were sitting among the thorns, unable to climb up.
Ali.
Oh my goodness. What happened to you two? Aunt Anne cried out loudly. The villagers felt sorry for them but also tried to comfort. Luckily, it doesn't look too serious. Quickly help them up. Yes, help them quickly. Anton felt relieved but also embarrassed because she looked very messy. Her clothes were torn, her hair was messy, and she was covered in grass and dirt from head to toe. It was very shameful. But once they were safe, she finally relaxed. After the servant and her were helped up, Anton sighed in relief, but then became angry again. Her anger grew especially when she saw Lu Kai-chun coming to watch. She pointed at Lu Kai-chun and scolded angrily. It's her. She pushed us down. She's the one who caused this. That wicked woman. Everyone looked at where Anton was pointing.
Huh?
What did she say? Kai-chun caused this? No way. Exactly, that's too absurd. I think so too. Lu Kai-chun found it funny but looked shocked, as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it and pointed at herself, saying, What are you saying, Anton? Are you accusing me of pushing you and your servant down? Anton was in pain all over, feeling fiery and furious. She looked disheveled and angry. Was it you or someone else? You're so cruel, pretending to be innocent here. 7, the young man, scolded her. That's nonsense. If my wife really pushed you down, why would she come back to the village to find help? Everyone agreed, that's right, it doesn't make sense. If not for Kai-chun going back to call us, how could we have met anyone passing by in this remote place? What would you do then? How could someone harm others, and then help them? That's ridiculous. 7 sneered. I think they're just ashamed of how messy and embarrassing they look, so they're framing my wife, trying to shift all the blame onto her to save their own face. That's shameless. Anton screamed, Nonsense. Hong Feng can testify that she's the one who caused this. Lu Kaichun felt sad and couldn't believe it. She shook her head. Anton, how can you say that about me? I didn't ask you for any reward. It's too much to accuse me like that. Aunt Anne had no words to defend herself. Lu Kaichun, you're too sneaky. Just wait and see. Chi angrily said, good intentions go unappreciated. I didn't expect Anton to be so cruel. Aunt Anne felt the world was truly crazy. Who's really cruel here? Suddenly, something seemed to hit her knee. Aunt Anne's leg went numb, and she cried out, "Aw," and involuntarily fell backward. She tumbled down, rolling amid the crowd's gasps, and with a loud bang, she crashed into a thorn bush again.
Oh.
Everyone gasped and closed their eyes. They thought how painful that must be. They couldn't help but shiver just looking at it. Mrs. N and her husband and daughter-in-law screamed in fear.
Ahui. Ahui.
Quick, save Arue. Help us save her. Several women hurried down to help, pulling Anton up carefully. During the process, they accidentally caught on the thorns. Anton wailed loudly, sweating coldly. Lu Kaichun quickly stepped forward to help Anton, ignoring past grudges. Anton, are you okay? She said this while secretly pinching Anton, barely alive, winced in pain, and looked up to glare at her fiercely. Lu Kaichun felt very wronged. Anton, why are you glaring at me? Anton was so angry she almost wanted to rip her sleeve to check for marks. She knew it was through cloves, and Lu Kaichun hadn't used her nails, just twisted her arm, so there shouldn't be any marks. But she was still furious. Lu Kaichun was very generous. Anton, since you don't like me, I won't come near you anymore. I won't dare to get close again. If you keep falsely accusing me, I swear I'll be wrongly blamed to death. You. Aunt Anne was so stunned that her tongue tied itself. She desperately wanted to shout, furious at who was really spreading false accusations and blaming others. The country girl truly had no manners or rules at all. Although I ran back to the village to call people to save Anton, since Anton hates me so much, I have my pride. You don't need to thank me. Instead, Anton should thank all the kind ladies and gentlemen who came up the mountain to help her. Aunt Anne is from a wealthy family, and her life is very precious. She will surely thank everyone generously, right? Everyone was delighted, smiling happily. Oh, that's too embarrassing, haha. Aunt Anne is so polite. That's why big families know manners. Aunt Anne looks like a generous person. Yes. Aunt Anne. Red Maple. Aunt Anne's family. Lu Kaichun smiled and said goodbye to Chi, then left the mountain, waving her sleeve without taking a cloud with her. The villagers were happily smiling, while the Yin family was left in chaos, as if a herd of wild horses was rushing through their hearts. Chi covered his mouth and coughed wildly, cough, cough, cough. Lu Kaichun glanced at him coldly and said, there are no outsiders here. If you want to laugh, just laugh.
Chuki. Ha ha.
No wonder she's his wife. Lu Kaichun. It's really not that serious, everyone. The two walked briskly back home. When they talked about what happened on the mountain, Lu Dagu was so angry she scolded loudly. Is Aunt Anne crazy? Why is she targeting you? I think she's just bored. Going up the mountain to enjoy the scenery? What scenery? She probably forgot. She's just a village girl who grew up rolling in mud. She's never been up a mountain since she was a child. Lu Kaichun sighed softly, and I think I should tell you in advance, so you won't get into trouble if you don't know the details. She was worried about frightening Lu Dagu. She didn't want to say it at first, but now she had to, because the Zhang family just wouldn't stop. Aunt Anne kept mentioning the Shui family. Well, that's the Shui family, the family of Madame Fong's cousin's husband. The county magistrate's wife was impressive, with many capable helpers under her command. Lu Kaichun started from the beginning, and Lu Dagu listened in shock. By the end, she was completely stunned. This.
Lu Kaichun sai.
She knew her aunt was frightened. Don't worry, Aunt. Even if something happens, it will be aimed at me. You're just an older woman, and you've got some age. Even if you pretend to be deaf and mute, no one should trouble you. It's not that, Lu Dagu quickly said. I'm not afraid. I'm an old woman, and I don't care what happens. But you, the lady of the county, she's an official. What if they take you to jail? Can we think of other ways now? Maybe you two should go hide? You're not short of money. Just hide for a few months until things over. But the trouble was still ongoing. Lu Kai-chun chuckled. No need for that. Whether to hide or not can be decided later. If someone comes to arrest us, Xiao Qi and I will run out the back door. It's not that serious yet. And just stay calm and focus on living your life. Is that so? Whether I have a plan or not, you two should know what to do. When the time comes, run.
Don't worry about me.
I'm just an old woman, and I'm not afraid of anything.
Liu Kai-chun sợ mai ghen li.
Yes, I understand. Finally, Aunt En and her servant were rescued back to the village. So many people went up the mountain to save them. Lu Kai-chun said such things, and if they didn't properly thank the villagers, the En family would lose face and be looked down upon. Aunt En would also be looked down on. Aunt En had no choice but to pinch her nose and give out 200 coins to everyone. She only earned 200 coins a month, and she had to reward the maids and servants. Thinking about saving some snacks, she had to be careful. Today was really unlucky. Spending so much money at once hurt her deeply. There was something even more painful. She was injured, and Hong Feng was injured too. She needed medicine and a doctor to treat Hong Feng's foot. Another 200 coins were spent. Aunt En was heartbroken and almost cried. Aunt En also felt very sad and cried. It's all Lu Kai-chun's fault. She's the one who caused all this. Aunt En was so angry she almost went crazy. She changed clothes, applied medicine, and wrapped her wounds. Burning with pain, she ran to Lu Kai-chun's house and knocked loudly on the door.
Liu Kai-chun.
Open the door. Come out here. The heavy door suddenly swung open. Aunt En almost fell inside. Lu Kai-chun stepped aside and asked, "What are you here for?" Aunt En gritted her teeth and said, "Lu Kai-chun, you've hurt me. I didn't expect you to be so mean."
Liu Kai-chun chúc cờ.
Yes, I did hurt you. And what? You really want to harm me, but unfortunately, you and your servant are not capable enough. You can't hurt me. Instead, you end up hurting yourself. Surprised? Unexpected. Look at your expression. Are you surprised? Do you find it strange that I know? What a joke. You're a concubine of the Xue family, not because Lady Xue wants to harm me, but because she failed. So, she sent you again to use the same tricks? You and your mistress only have such limited skills. Honestly, it's laughable. Auntie Anne's vision darkened. She was both shocked and angry, nearly collapsing from the rage caused by Lu Saichun's words. When did you find out? When you came to see me, smiling and speaking sweet words in front of me. I've never had any relationship with you. Your flattery is just a sign of either treachery or theft. What else could it be? It was so frustrating, so endlessly frustrating. Auntie Anne stopped pretending and sneered coldly. The Xue family is rich and powerful, and even has a connection with the county magistrate. You, a small rural woman with no support, what do you have to fight against the Xue family? Lu Kai-chun, don't be too arrogant. If you offend the Xue family badly, they won't let you go. If you're smart, just go to the Xue family and apologize sincerely. Otherwise, I want to see what will happen to you. Then just watch, Lu Kai-chun said lazily with a carefree smile. Your mistress was defeated by me, and even the county magistrate's wife is nothing special. Now you come to my door and boast? What? Do you think you're better than them? Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Saichun's eyes as she stared directly at Auntie Anne felt a sudden chill and a strange premonition. Without thinking, she took 2 steps back, nervous, and asked, What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Lu Kai-chun smiled and raised her hand, slapping her across the face. Of course, I'm here to teach you a lesson for being so shameless. You, how dare you hit me? She was met with another loud slap. How new is it? I've already hit you, so what are you talking about? What? I hit you because I want to. What's wrong with that? I hit you. Today, if she hadn't been so cautious, if it weren't for her, Auntie N and her servant would have succeeded. Their failed attempt didn't mean they were innocent or kind. It just showed they were useless. Instead of quietly hiding at home after failing, they dared to come here, acting fierce and proud. Isn't that just asking to be dealt with?
Ah,
I'll fight you. Anton, with her fiery cheeks, rushed toward Lu Kai-chun, but Lu Kai-chun kicked her away with one foot. Anton fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Lu Kai-chun stepped forward, pressing her foot on Aunt N's back, sneering mockingly. Big families think they can do whatever they want. Who do they think they are? We common folks work hard and live our lives peacefully. But because we refuse to be bullied by the big families, they won't leave us alone. And you, this bootlicker who relies on others' power, in front of your big family master, you're just a begging little thing. But when you turn around and face ordinary folks, you think you're better than them. Where do you get your sense of superiority? I'm curious, your lady can't even beat me, so where do you get your confidence that you can succeed? Angry and full of hatred, Anton was afraid she might be crushed under her foot. She dared not move, her teeth clenched with rage. This crazy woman. She's truly mad. She thought smugly. What's the big deal about bullying her, a mere maid? When she goes back and tells her mistress, won't the mighty Xue family deal with her? The Xue family had only been holding back before, but if they truly took action, she would be doomed. Aunt N, capable of bending and not breaking, knew how to endure and not suffer losses in the moment. She cursed inwardly, then softened her tone and cried out, I was just doing what the lady told me. What can I do? What can I do? Even if you beat me to death, I can't help it. Lu Kai-chun sneered. You don't seem like someone who has no way out. You're full of malice, thinking you're high and mighty, eager to do bad things and hurt me. Aunt N was speechless. You're really a low-minded person. Get lost. Kicking you would dirty my shoes. Lu Kai-chun kicked her away. Don't let me see you again. Aunt N, painfully and hurriedly crawling up, limped away in a sorry state. A brave person doesn't suffer losses in front of others. She would wait and see. Her face swollen and red, Anton returned home. Her family was shocked and asked what had happened. But Anton dared not say. It was too embarrassing, her noble status as a maid of a big family, slapped by a village woman, and she had no face left to show. She hesitated and lied that she had fallen. When Anta asked again, she was interrupted impatiently. Why keep asking about such a shameful thing? The next morning, Anton hired a cart and, with Hong Feng, left in a dejected manner. On the 7th day, she said, the Xue family probably won't let this go easily. Lu Kai-chun joked, if you keep breaking your limits and taking revenge, maybe we should play dirty, set fire to the Xue family, catch people, break their legs, and then run away. Chi-chi replied, well, maybe not that extreme. Hubby, are you willing? Of course I am.
Liu Kai-chun nodded happily.
Good, then that's settled. She is truly not afraid of Xue family's revenge. With space, a spiritual spring, and decent skills, she doesn't fear just one Xue family. In the apocalypse, she wasn't easily bullied, and now, no problem. Indeed, the Xue family quickly retaliated. Aunt N and Hong Feng twisted facts and exaggerated the story when they returned, making Xue madam so angry she couldn't eat or sleep well. She then went to her husband to cry, claiming it was the county magistrate's wife's matter. If things went badly, the magistrate and her cousin would have opinions about the Xue family. She also cursed Lu Kai-chun for being too vicious, not respecting the Xue family. Old Master Xue couldn't help but get angry. They were bullying the Xue family now. If they didn't teach Lu Kai-chun a lesson, they'd think the Xue family was easy to bully. Old Master Xue didn't take it seriously. He was a rural man. It was easy to discipline her. He ordered the steward to bribe 7 or 8 thugs to go and teach Lu Kai-chun's family a harsh lesson. I heard they have some wealth. Break everything in their house, take what you can, and then hide in the neighboring county to avoid trouble. What can they do? Don't worry, she's just a helpless woman. Beat them hard, but leave one alive. The 7 or 8 thugs, hearing about such a good opportunity, chuckled happily and promised to satisfy their employer. The steward of the Xue family also thought this was easy. Instead of dealing with the usual deposit, he paid them 10 taels of silver up front, so they could leave Ning County after their work. The thugs were even more excited, sharpening their fists and spirits. They scouted the house during the day and sneaked into Luwan village at night. Unbeknownst to them, Chi-Chi, worried about his wife, had secretly ordered Su Yen to keep people watching Luwan village. When the 7 or 8 men entered the village, they were quickly spotted. So Chi-Chi also found out about it. Lu Kai-chun's house had a very high wall, with no stairs to climb over, and jumping the wall was impossible. A few people found 2 ladders, connected them carefully, and nervously climbed over the wall. They then lowered a rope into the yard, tying it to the ladder, while 2 or 3 people outside held the ladder tightly. First, the people who entered the yard quickly opened the gate, and others rushed in behind them. Then, they were soaked by a bucket of water, which was very cold and made everyone jump in shock. Thief! There's a thief! Someone broke into the village. 7 loudly shouting. Lu Kai-chun and Lu Daegu also woke up suddenly. Lu Daegu was startled, hurriedly got dressed, left the bed, ran to the village, and shouted for help. Aunt In and her husband were the first to be awakened. They also called people and asked for help. Lu Kai-chun was very unhappy, feeling annoyed about being disturbed in the middle of the night. She had been sleeping peacefully, and now her good dream was ruined. As someone who liked to enjoy life, she absolutely couldn't stand this. Lu Kai-chun came out with a grim face, wielded a long bamboo pole, and started hitting the 7 or 8 people, making them cry and scream, confused and dizzy. Even Lu Kai-chun, who was not very strong, was surprised at her own fighting ability, such small skills, and she dared to pretend to be a thief in the middle of the night. She didn't know that the small stones in 7's hand were not toys. These people felt pain everywhere. Either their arms or legs went numb. When she swung the big bamboo pole, they had nowhere to hide. Breaking into the village was a very serious matter. Thieves are very hateful. If they stole from one house and got away with it, they might steal from others tomorrow or the day after. So, whenever there was a theft, everyone in the village would unite and beat the thieves severely. Where is the thief? Where are they? The villagers, awakened and holding sticks and wooden clubs, ran over and saw a group of people being chased and beaten, looking miserable. The villagers. Lu Kai-chun said, "It's this group of thieves. Everyone help me beat them." "Yes, beat them. How dare they come to our village to steal? Beat them to death. These scoundrels deserve to be beaten to death." Everyone, furious, rushed forward to attack. The 7 or 8 people were beaten so badly they cried and begged for mercy. When Lu Lijing told everyone to stop, all 8 were lying on the ground, barely breathing. Lu Kai-chun said, "Our Lubei village is the most reasonable and law-abiding. We won't handle these thieves privately. Tomorrow morning, we'll take them to the government office and hand them over to the magistrate for proper questioning. Maybe they have accomplices. We should wipe out their hideout to prevent more trouble. Hand them over to the authorities?"
Well,
Everyone hesitated because dealing with officials was intimidating. After all, it was the government, and that sounded frightening. Lu Kai-chun said, "Village head, you can bring a few people to testify with you. The rest of us and 7 will handle it. I see these people are not easy to deal with. If they have accomplices outside and come back to our village to seek revenge or cause trouble, what should we do?" Lu Lijing nodded and said, "That's true. We should report it to the authorities." All 8 people were terrified. "No, we can't report it. We admit defeat. We won't come back again. Please don't report it." Their response had the opposite effect. Their surrender made the villagers feel a bit more confident and brave. "No, we must report it. We can't let these troublemakers go easily. Yes, we can't let them get away. Our Luan village is not a place to be pushed around. The person lying on the ground wanted to say something, but Chi-Chi kicked him twice. If you don't want more trouble, shut up. Lu Kai-chun ordered someone to bring ropes and torn cloth, then tied all these people up tightly to silence them. The next morning, 2 ox carts headed to the city. One cart carried Lu Kai-chun, Chi-Chi, Lu Lijing, and others. The other cart was less fancy, with the 8 thieves tightly bound in a pile, along with their ladders and ropes, which were evidence of their crimes. As the carts entered the city, many people gathered to watch. Everyone in Luan village told the crowd that these were thieves who had sneaked into the village last night to steal, and they had been caught red-handed. Now, they were being taken to the authorities. No one liked thieves. Everyone looked down on them. At the court, the county magistrate saw that 5 of the 8 people were familiar faces. He immediately became angry and shouted, Lao Tu Lu Tuzi, Sen Hu Lao Tai Lao Feng. Why are you here again? You caused trouble in the city, stole chickens and dogs, and now you're coming to trouble our village. Do you have no shame? They deserved it. Getting beaten like this was their own fault. Lao Tu and the others stammered and begged for mercy. People with criminal records are always afraid when they appear in court. They can't hide their past, and even if they try to lie or argue, it's useless. Lu Lijing and the others were stunned. They thought these were just small-time thieves from some village, probably because of the bad drought they came to steal in the village. But they didn't expect the thieves to be from the city. This is strange. Villagers are much poorer than city folks. Why would they run to the village to steal? Lu Kai-chun quickly added, Exactly, sir. Since they are habitual city thieves, wouldn't it be easier for them to steal in the city? They could steal more there. Why would they come to our village in the middle of the night? That doesn't make sense, sir. When something seems abnormal, there must be something wrong. Please investigate carefully and seek justice for the common people. Lord An did not want to deal with these petty matters and found them annoying, but strangely, seeing Chi-Chi and Lu Kai-chun made him feel a bit nervous. These 2 people caused a lot of trouble. Since they had a reason, he knew he had to give them an explanation no matter what. That makes sense. Lao Tu Lu Tuzi, did you do this yourselves, or do I need to use force?
Lao Tu Hu Di Den Cao To.
Your lordship, I heard that the Lu family is a household of women earning a lot of money selling mountain goods. I was tempted and wanted to steal some for myself. That's all really. Lu Tuzi quickly nodded. Yes, your lordship, that's it. Lu Kai-chun mocked. How much can I earn from selling mountain goods? There are many rich families in the city. Thieves don't follow rules. They steal from whoever they want. But this banknote was found on Lao Tu. Your lordship, he carried 10 taels of silver and went to the countryside to steal. That's strange. It seems he wasn't desperate enough to turn to theft. Normal people wouldn't carry such a large amount of money and still steal, right? Your lordship, I suspect he took the silver and became a murderer, trying to harm my family. Please see clearly. You're talking nonsense. Stop accusing people unjustly. 10 taels of silver is not a small amount. Even in the city, 1 or 2 taels could support a family of 5 for a month. Why would someone carry 10 taels and go to the countryside to steal? If they had been bought off with stolen money, that makes sense. The county magistrate coldly said, Did you confess because you were caught, or do I need to use force? Stealing and hiring someone to commit murder are completely different things. Lao Tu and the others had been caught stealing chickens and causing trouble before, often beaten and detained for a few days or weeks. But being hired to commit murder? That's not impossible. Lao Tu and the others panicked. They knew how serious this was and refused to admit anything. The county magistrate was furious. He ordered 8 men to beat them until they confessed. Otherwise, what could he do? The villagers from Luan village, who had caught the thieves, brought them into town, making a loud show, attracting many villagers to gather outside the court, eager to watch. Even the magistrate had to investigate thoroughly. Unexpectedly, the first trial revealed a big problem. It was infuriating. Lao Tu and Lu Tuzi became even more nervous. They could endure the beating and pretend to faint, but the 8 men weren't all united. Their hope of escape was quickly shattered. Soon, Someone couldn't hold it anymore and confessed. Please spare me, please spare me. I was just following orders. It was the housekeeper from the Xue family who sent me. I also got involved. Yes, it was the Xue family, the Xue family. If the Xue family hadn't given so much, we poor folks from the countryside wouldn't have gone. That place is no match for the city. Please, Your Honor, have mercy. There was an uproar outside the courtroom. Did someone really instruct them? Oh, looks like there's more excitement. Lu Kaichun said, Is this the Xue family that the county magistrate's wife is related to? A few days ago, the county magistrate's wife invited the daughter of the common people to visit her estate's garden. That Lady Xue kept targeting the girl and even tried to harm her. When she failed, she got so angry she hurt herself and fell badly. Many people saw it. Maybe she was upset about that and bought some thugs to break in and steal. Please, Your Honor, protect us and decide for us. Your Honor, Lu Kaichun said, trembling but firm, if anything happens to me one day, it will definitely be related to the Xue family. Please, Your Honor, see clearly. It was again the county magistrate Fong. The county magistrate was furious. This was never-ending, wasn't it? He was very clever. When he heard the Xue family was connected to the magistrate's wife, he immediately thought of the past events. The Xue family wouldn't bother with Lu Kaichun for no reason. No doubt, it was the magistrate's wife's idea. She wanted to vent her anger for her family. You want to take revenge on me? Fine, but can you do it successfully? Can you stop causing trouble for me? Now it's all happening in the courtroom again. Does it look good? On the 7th day, Lu Kaichun said, Your Honor, since these people have confessed, please make a fair decision. The county magistrate was in a tough spot. He grimly ordered, Detective Sun, take the people to Anjia and arrest them. Yes, Your Honor. Detective Sun led a team of officers and quickly arrested the housekeeper from the Xue family. Master N also arrived. He didn't want to come, but since it involved the Xue family, he had to. If he didn't show up, who knew what those troublemakers might say about the Yin family? Old Master Xue claimed he knew nothing. The housekeeper from the Yin family insisted he didn't know anything and refused to admit anything. The troublemakers grew anxious and accused him even more. They argued back and forth, each side sticking to their story. The troublemakers shouted loudly, You clearly said that the Lu family offended the magistrate, and it was the magistrate who was punishing them. You also said the magistrate would cover for you. As long as we don't kill anyone and leave a way out, we're not afraid. Why are you denying it now? Housekeeper Xue was furious. The more I hear, the more absurd. This never happened. Lu Kaichun seized this opportunity and refused to give up. Zhang family bullied people. The county magistrate acted justly and punished the wrongdoers. I thought this matter was over, but I didn't expect the magistrate to take revenge afterward. Your Xue family is related to the magistrate, no wonder. I always said I didn't know you Xue family and had nothing to do with you. Why does Madame Xue hate me so much? Now I understand. The county magistrate's head was buzzing with anger. What a useless matter. Housekeeper Xue, what exactly happened? Xue housekeeper's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Someone, take him away and punish him. I confess. It was just my idea. Lady Lu was too aggressive, and I only wanted to flatter the magistrate. I was confused and blinded by greed. My master and the magistrate don't know anything about this. If it involved the magistrate, and he kept asking, who knew what might happen? The magistrate would definitely be angry afterward. Now, he had to act quickly to cut the knot and end everything swiftly, cutting it off here. Xue housekeeper cried and admitted his guilt. The county magistrate scowled and scolded, a servant daring to act without permission and do such dirty work behind his master's back. Take him away and give him 20 lashes, and imprison him. Sir, Lu Kaichun hurriedly said, these villains destroyed my yard, and during the fight at midnight, they hurt many villagers. They should compensate us. Please, be merciful. Lao Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. Does this woman have no shame? She dares to say she was hurt? That her yard was destroyed? They were beaten almost to death before they could do anything when they fell to the ground. How can she say such things? But Lu Saichuan's words sounded so reasonable that no one could find any fault. The county magistrate considered and said, "Your request isn't unreasonable. How about making Shui housekeeper pay 20 taels of silver?" Lu Kaichun: "Sir, 20 taels are not enough. My yard was badly damaged, and the villagers were hurt too. We need money for medicine and treatment. At least 20 taels." Lu Kaichun looked a bit regretful. 20 taels was still too little, but she thought it wasn't worth arguing. She wasn't in a hurry to go home tonight, and wanted to get as much as she could. The county magistrate just wanted this matter to end quickly. "You have a point. 20 taels it is." "Thank you, sir. Your wisdom is admirable." Lu Lijing and the others were all happy. No one was hurt, not even a scratch. They received 20 taels of silver, and from Saichuan's words, everyone had a share. Even if each person only got a few cents, it was still good. Old Master Shui paid the 20 taels of silver on the spot for Steward Shui, repeatedly apologizing. He said it was because his household management was not strict enough that the incident happened. He promised to better control his household in the future and assured that similar problems would not happen again. Those who needed to be disciplined or fined were dealt with accordingly. Lu Kaichun and the villagers cheered, "Your Majesty is wise," and left the court. Kaichun smiled and said, "When we get back to the village, everyone who was involved in the fight last night will share the money. The 20 taels will be divided among everyone. Village head, please help distribute it." Everyone was stunned but smiled happily. "Is it appropriate to do that?"
Someone asked.
Yes. 20 taels is too much." Others agreed. Kaichun waved her hand and said, "It's not much. Everyone worked hard last night. This is what everyone deserves." The villagers quickly started to thank her politely. When they returned to the village and the news of the division spread, everyone was excited. They praised Lu Kaichun for being generous and kind. About 20 people attended last night. Although it was dark and late, everyone in the village knew each other well. Since it involved sharing money, those who went and those who didn't could testify, and the truth came out. A few jealous people tried to sneak in and get some of the money, but they failed. They were caught and kicked out without mercy. Some lazy people refused to help when it was time to work, but wanted a share of the money. That was impossible. There were 26 people in total. Lu Lijing simply divided the money equally, giving each about 1 tael of silver. Some couples went together and each received a share, about 1.5 taels, which made everyone very happy. Even those who didn't go felt regretful. Who would have thought Lu Kaichun was so generous? It was just a quick trip in the middle of the night, shouting a few words. They said she hardly exerted any effort and was unlikely to get hurt. So, she probably got about 1 tael of silver. In a month, she couldn't earn that much. Then it hit them. This wasn't just anyone, it was Lu Kaichun. She was wealthy. Rumor had it her family's meals were excellent, and she was quite carefree with money. Others might not be willing to give so much, but Lu Kaichun was not surprised at all by her generosity. Everyone secretly made a firm decision. If Lu Saichuan's family ever needed help in the future, they should not say anything but rush to help immediately. That would be the proper way. After lunch at home, Lu Kaichun went back to her room to rest because she was very tired. On the 7th day, she went up to the yard and wandered around the mountain to look at the potatoes and cassava. Su Yan silently appeared and said, "Master, Madame Shui was scolded by her husband and came up with a bad idea to get revenge." Madame Shui thought she would hear good news, but instead, she got bad luck. The 8 thugs bought by the butler, who claimed to be the strongest and most powerful ruffians in Yingyang County, would surely teach Lu Saichuan's family a harsh lesson and completely destroy their home, making them wish they had never been born. But what happened? Those useless men couldn't even defeat a few villagers and were beaten badly. They also dragged Lu Saichuan's family into trouble. The most hateful thing was that her brother-in-law was also involved, and her cousins sent someone to scold her. She was feeling anxious and scared when the master came again, scolding her harshly without caring that the maids and servants were present. He showed no respect for her as his wife. She felt so humiliated and angry she almost wanted to die. All of this was caused by that despicable Liu Kai-chun. She had hoped that if they obediently accepted the punishment, they would let it go and forget about it. But since they refused to appreciate her kindness, she decided to be harsher. Her previous gentle approach was too soft and left them room to escape. If they refused to accept the punishment, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Madame Xue thought of a wicked plan. She wanted Annan to go to the government office and accuse Liu Kai-chun of insulting Anton and ruining her reputation. She wanted to ruin Liu Kai-chun completely, have her thrown into jail, and make her the laughingstock of everyone. Since the man she married was involved in such a thing, she didn't believe she could stay safely in Luan village anymore. As long as Anton filed the complaint, the authorities would surely side with her because no woman would joke about her own reputation. Liu Kai-chun couldn't prove her innocence, and there was no evidence against her. She could deny it all she wanted, but it wouldn't matter. She would be punished and endure it. Anne cried desperately, begging Madame Xue to spare her. She didn't want to do this. This was not just harming others but also risking her own life. It was a path to destruction. She herself admitted that she was dishonored by another man. Could the master still want her?
Impossible.
He would definitely send her away. Even if the madam gave her 10 or 20 taels of silver, could she live on that for a lifetime? Eventually, she would have to go back to the village.
But
returning with such a bad reputation, could she survive? Her family would look down on her, the villagers would gossip, and she might die. And that Liu Kai-chun, she is so fierce. She falsely accused her husband, so she is sure not to let her go easily. Once this happens, it's truly a dead end. A shameful dead end. Even in death, she cannot be innocent. It's a pity that her status as a concubine doesn't matter to Madame Xue. If she doesn't agree, her life will be worse than death. After this, if she returns to the village and is a bit thick-skinned, she can still live her life, right? Madame Xue was impatient. You better behave yourself. If you oppose me, it's not good for you.
why?
Because you're not capable. If you had dealt with Liu Kai-chun, none of this would happen. Isn't it your own fault? Fine. I'll be merciful and give you 50 taels of silver after it's done. You can take all your clothes and private belongings with you. How about that? I've already been kind enough. If you cause trouble again, you're being unreasonable. Auntie cried bitterly and had to agree. Chi-Chi had someone watch the Xue family. When he learned about this, Su Yan immediately went to Luan village. It is said that tomorrow Auntie will go to the government to complain. Chi-Chi was very annoyed. This Madame Xue is really ruthless. Su Yan was also angry and speechless. What kind of nonsense is this? It's really unfair to the young master. Should we just kill their whole family? They weren't good people anyway. Killing them would be fine. Chi-Chi smiled. Don't cause trouble. Since Madame Xue is so clever, let's set a trap for her and do it thoroughly.
All right.
The next morning, a big sensational news broke out in the county, and it was a scandal. Madame Xue's cousin, who is from the wealthy Xue family, was caught running out of a brothel, screaming and half-dressed. She originally covered her face trying to escape, but she fell hard and was recognized. It caused a huge fuss, with many people pointing and gossiping. Madame Xue was shocked, angry, and scared. She fainted on the spot. 2 rascals, with lustful intentions, approached her smiling, groped her a few times, and then happily left. The patrol officer watched as a large crowd gathered, curious about what was happening. When he saw it was her, he hurried to send her back to the Xue family. Old Master Xue almost fainted from shock. This is such a disgrace. The Xue family's reputation is ruined. After Madame Xue woke up, she cried loudly and accused Liu Kai-chun of harming her. She demanded that old Master Xue report the case to the authorities and have Liu Kai-chun arrested. She even said she wanted to kill Liu Kai-chun. Old Master Xue sneered. Do you have the nerve to say that? This is all your own fault. The troublemakers had been detained, But some of their brothers were angry and wanted revenge. Last night, they climbed over the wall from the backyard and secretly took Madame Shui away. The police found out because the gang's mess wasn't cleaned up properly. But now, they couldn't catch the people anymore because they escaped early this morning right after the city gates opened. No one knows where they went. The situation was clear. The evidence was solid. What does Lu Kaichun have to do with this? Please stop causing trouble. You've already embarrassed the Shui family enough. Why do you hate a village woman so much? Why keep picking fights? You're not capable, and after losing once, you still don't know to stop. You keep coming back for more, don't you? Get your act together. Instead, you make everything worse. Why doesn't your cousin do something if she's so capable? Why do you have to step in? You're just a fool, really a fool. Madame Shui cried in anger, nearly fainting again. It's Lu Kaichun. It must be her who harmed me. Old Master. Shut up. Old Master Shui, unable to bear it anymore, slapped her across the face. Pointing at her, he scolded, I warned you. If you dare to cause more trouble, I'll divorce you. Madame Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, furious and distressed. Old Master Shui didn't feel sorry. He found her disgusting and stepped back in disgust. He was angry and simply forbade her from leaving the house. They had children and couldn't divorce her. Besides, her cousin was the county magistrate's wife, so he dared not divorce her. Still, he felt suffocated inside. Not satisfied with just forbidding her to leave, Old Master Shui replaced all the maids and servants who served her with new, clumsy girls. He also sent 2 foolish, rough girls to serve her. She would never leave the house again. Going out would only bring shame. Aunt Anne was overjoyed. Now, Madame Shui was unlucky, and she didn't have to suffer disgrace or go to the government to report such absurd things. Aunt Anne happily planned to take advantage of the situation, hoping to flatter and curry favor with Old Master Shui. Old Master Shui, upon learning she was from Luan village and related to Lu Kaichun, who had caused his family shame, immediately disliked her and refused to look at her. If not for the fact that someone from Luan village might unexpectedly be useful someday, he would have sent her away long ago, wishing to forget her completely. Aunt Anne, however, had no sense of judgment. She thought Old Master Shui ignored her because she hadn't tried hard enough or flattered him enough, so she worked even harder to get closer to him. Angrily, Old Master Shui kicked her away and forbade her from coming near him. Finally, the house was quiet again. Aunt Anne cried bitterly, feeling very sad, not understanding what she had done wrong. What exactly did she do wrong? She only wanted to serve the master. The most frustrating was Lady Fong. Although she didn't confront anyone herself, everyone knew Lady Shui was doing her bidding. Now Lady Shui was in such a state, becoming a joke and losing face forever. How could others see her? Lady Fong was furious, but had no outlet for her anger. She smashed her teacup hard. That wicked woman, so clever and sneaky. I won't let her go. Lady Fong was ready to act, but County Magistrate Fong scolded her. Stop causing trouble. If you make more problems, don't blame me for not caring about our relationship. He was fed up with the Yu family's chaos. The trouble from before hadn't settled yet. Who could handle more? If they kept causing trouble, who knew what would happen? Lady Fong, who had control over Ningyang County, relied heavily on County Magistrate Fong. He wouldn't easily discipline her. Once he spoke, it wouldn't be a joke. She had to hold back her anger, or she couldn't bear the consequences. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian waited endlessly for his sister's promised revenge. He sent people to ask her to come home, but was stopped by the housekeeper of the Zhang family. The people he sent never even saw his sister. Zhang Xian was furious and hated the situation. He decided to go to Luan village himself. He brought several strong guards, determined to find a way to deal with those troublesome couple, who in the countryside didn't love money. The Zhang family was not short of money. As long as he was willing to pay, he didn't need his family's men to do anything. There were plenty of people in that village willing to help him deal with the couple. Just thinking about how they had played him around made Zhang Xian furious. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian's mule cart suddenly became frightened and lost control shortly after leaving the town. The runaway mule cart plunged into the river, knocking him unconscious, breaking his leg, and choking on water. He was so scared that he almost died from shock. When he returned home, he fell ill with a high fever and started talking nonsense, nearly losing his life. The few cruel servants who followed him also suffered badly, all injured and miserable. Fortunately, the mule cart's speed was limited. If it had been a carriage drawn by horses, he might have truly lost his life. Finally, everything settled down. Among the wealthy in the county town, rumors spread that Lady Lu from Luan village was somewhat unlucky. Look at the Zhang family, so unlucky. Some people said that the Zhang family had done many bad things, and heaven couldn't stand it anymore. Bad deeds attract punishment. They deserved it. Can the runaway mule cart be blamed on Lady Lu from Luan village? Have some shame. How would she know when you leave home? How could she predict that you'd be riding a mule cart? That's impossible to foresee. If she really had such powers, would you still be safe? Madame Fong was so angry she smashed things inside the house. She quickly sent someone to inform her parents to check if any servants had been bribed. Old Master Zhang and his wife were startled. Wasn't that overreacting? But they were also curious and confused about why it was so unlucky. So for peace of mind, they decided to investigate. This investigation caused chaos in the government office, with everyone panicking, but in the end, nothing was found. They gave up. If it's unlucky, then so be it. It seems truly unlucky. Lu Kaichun knew nothing about this. She just guessed that it was about time and went to ask Miss Chi if Yu Fushuang still needed more. This time, there were 60 bottles. Miss Chi naturally wanted them and cheerfully bought them all at once. She even raised the price, offering 40 taels of silver per bottle. Since the Jade Fushuang was no longer sold in the county town but was sold through other channels in the provincial city for more profit, she felt embarrassed not to raise the price for Lu Kaichun. Moreover, she was more eager to build a good relationship with Lu Kaichun because Lady Lu was so impressive. Both Madame Fong and the Zhang family failed, which couldn't just be luck. Lady Lu must have powerful backing. So, making friends with her was only beneficial. With 2,400 taels of silver earned, Lu Kaichun was very happy and gladly accepted it. Miss Chi warmly invited her to stay for a meal. Lu Kaichun thought for a moment, nodded, and enjoyed a sumptuous private family meal at Chi's house. Miss Chi wisely chose not to mention the unhappy and frustrating matters, and the two of them enjoyed a peaceful moment together. Suddenly, it was time for the harvest. The harvest after a year of hard work, caring for the fields with all their effort, is what everyone looks forward to. In previous years, the harvest was the most eagerly awaited time. During the lean days, everyone wished the rice in the fields would ripen soon. When the new grain was gathered, even a tough year could be eased with a few delicious bowls of plain rice. Who wouldn't want such good days? But this year, no one did. Many fields had already been completely harvested. Those that barely survived were not doing well either. A severe drought had hit, and unless there was a continuous water supply, manual watering was impossible against nature. Slowly, watching the rice plants turn yellow and then more yellow, no one had the strength left to carry water anymore. In the end, only 2 fields could be saved, while others cracked open and were lost. This year's harvest was filled with gloom everywhere. Luan village was the same. Almost constantly, people's homes could be heard crying. Grain production was greatly reduced, with less than 30% of the usual amount collected. Lu Kaichun didn't feel much, since she didn't have a field. So, she became the least busy one. In previous years, the harvest festival lasted 10 or 15 days with lively celebrations, but this year, every household finished in a single day. The whole village was filled with a heavy, gloomy atmosphere. If their village was like this, other villages were not much better. Overall, it was a disaster. Lu Lijun couldn't hold back and went to Lu Kaichun's house again. Kaichun, I saw that the cassava and potatoes are still growing well. Are you sure they'll have a big harvest?
Liu Kaichun note that. Probably, yes.
Lu Lijeng felt a little reassured. Good, good. It's about time to harvest now, right?
Exactly.
It's ready to be harvested now. It won't grow anymore. All right, I'll tell everyone so they can be happy too.
Sigh.
Before Lu Kai-chun could finish speaking, Lu Lijeng cheerfully said, "The harvest atmosphere was so gloomy and sad that having some good news to lift everyone's spirits was very necessary." Lu Kai-chun looked up at him and said, "Lijeng Bo, I suggest you don't say anything yet. Wait a bit. If anyone asks whether it's ready, just say it's not yet." Lu Lijeng was surprised.
Huh. Why?
Lu Kai-chun, because the taxes haven't been collected this year yet. We'll wait until the officials come to collect them. If she hadn't mentioned it, Lu Lijeng almost forgot about this issue. This year's harvest is so bad. It's one thing if the government doesn't provide disaster relief, but collecting taxes? That doesn't seem right. Lu Kai-chun sneered coldly. Who knows? In her view, the magistrate and deputy magistrate of Ning County were not good people. Relying on these so-called local officials to understand the hardships of the common people seemed unlikely. Having survived the chaos of the end times, Lu Kai-chun never underestimated human cruelty. It's better to be cautious and prepare for trouble than to be naive and caught off guard. Lu Lijeng hadn't experienced those hardships and didn't think too much about it. That was normal. Anyway, if the officials find out we have potatoes and cassava in the village, who knows what bad intentions they might develop. When she said this, Lu Lijeng also became worried. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He nodded. Kai-chun, you're right. Food that can fill our stomachs is now very precious. We should be careful, very careful. I'll listen to you and not say anything for now. Is food that can fill your stomach a treasure? No one has gone to the city to buy grain anymore. Not only are the prices sky-high, but few are willing to store more. Even if they are willing, they might not be able to buy it. So, they rely on this small harvest from the fields. Lu Saichun's words, like a jinx, turned out to be true. Within a few days, officials arrived to collect taxes. Not only was there no tax relief this year, but the collection was earlier than usual. When the officials announced that taxes would be the same as before, some people immediately burst into tears. Oh heavens! Are we not allowed to live anymore? We can't survive. The fields are almost a total loss. Where will we get grain?
Whoa.
Officer, please have mercy and help us out. Please ask the higher-ups to show some mercy. Yes, officer, you're forcing our whole family to die. Please, officer. Everyone knelt down, crying and begging desperately. Lu Kai-chun was also present. She frowned but had no choice but to kneel as well, or she would stand out too much. The county magistrate and deputy magistrate were just like that, untrustworthy. The people under them couldn't be good either. A few officials, faced with such misery, showed no sympathy. Instead, they either sneered, mocked, or looked impatient. All right, that's enough. Even if you kneel here and break your heads, it won't help. The task assigned by the authorities must be done quickly and properly. Otherwise, you'll face serious consequences.
Exactly.
Instead of wasting time arguing here, you should go back early to get the grain. Why are you fussing? You troublemakers are full of bad ideas, and nobody trusts any of you. Stop pretending to be pitiful or innocent. Hurry up. If you delay, I'll have to whip you. Go back to get the grain. If you keep acting stubborn, I'll use the whip again. Seeing the whip in the officer's hand, which looked like a poisonous snake, the villagers felt cold and scared. They were angry and resentful, but dared not say anything. One by one, they wiped tears and crawled up from the ground, helping each other to go back and fetch the grain. The rice stored well, and most people bought rice. Carrying hundreds of jeans of rice into the house in this hot weather would probably cause bugs. They gritted their teeth, but decided it was still manageable. Lu Kai-chun and the seventh son, along with Lu Daegu, also went home to get dried soybeans. They had prepared in advance, planning to rest at home before going out again. Their family didn't have water fields, but they had plenty of dry land. The rent from dry land was paid in soybeans, not rice. Because they had many fields, they owed quite a bit in taxes, but luckily, they had bought enough land early on. Carrying large sacks of soybeans out didn't make them feel bad.
Such a sin.
Lu Daga sighed. These heartless people are really no good. While sighing and cursing, she clenched her teeth, showing a face full of compassion and sorrow, even secretly wiping her eyes. Seeing the old and young family members crying and kowtowing was truly pitiful. Even though Lu Daegu was usually blunt, hearing these stories and recalling her own hardships made her emotional and hard to hold back. Lu Kaichun had no extra feelings. She had seen much worse in the end times and couldn't empathize. She drank her water slowly and thought to herself, is this all? It's still early. She decided to wait and see. After waiting enough time, the three of them carried the full sacks of soybeans to pay their taxes. Their dry land totaled 118 acres, but the land deed listed 110 acres. The extra 8 acres were given to them by Lu Lijing, who turned a blind eye. 1 acre of dry land required paying 10 jin of soybeans or other dried beans or peanuts. The total for 110 acres was 1,100 jin. A large sack was filled with about 150 jin, around 75 kilograms, enough to fill 7 big sacks and an additional small one. It was moved and stacked there, forming a small hill. It immediately caught everyone's attention. The villagers were all shocked and looked at it with envy. They knew how much land the family had. Normally, they didn't notice much, but now, during tax season, the impact and excitement were really strong. A few officials couldn't help but glance at them more. One of them smirked and looked at Lu Kaichun. Are you Lu Kaichun, the richest person in the village? Did you just build a fancy new house with blue bricks and big tiles? Lu Saichuan's eyes flickered, and she asked calmly, who said that? The official didn't expect a reaction. He paused, feeling his authority was challenged, and angrily said, stop talking. Since your family is the richest, we'll eat at your house at noon. Hurry up and get ready to cook. Don't forget to kill chickens and ducks. If you try any tricks, I won't let you off. Lu Daegu, hearing this, felt both angry and upset. She couldn't help but try to reason. How can we be responsible for cooking? It's not like this in previous years. What's the matter?
You don't want to?
Lu Kaichun gently patted Lu Daegu and shook her head. Lu San-nai, feeling happy for the trouble, grinned and said, the officials are happy to come to your house for a meal. That's giving you face and good luck. We're not just talking about good wine and meat. Don't you want that? Yang Xiaoyan also felt pleased. Yeah, do you dislike the officials coming to eat? Lu Kaichun sneered. The officials come to our house for a meal. Aren't you jealous? Lu San-nai. Not saying anything is the same as agreeing. Since you're jealous, I'll be generous and give this dignity and good fortune to your family. Yang Xiaoyan, Lu San-nai, hurry up and be more enthusiastic. Invite the officials back home. Lu San-nai and Yang Xiaoyan looked very unhappy. Lu Zhenshu and Zhang's couple were anxious and angry. They dared not blame their daughter-in-law, but they glared sharply at Yang Xiaoyan. What was she doing? Zhang quickly forced a smile. Our family can't compare to Saichuan's. Your house is a much different. Blue bricks, big tiles, chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and many people. You're also quick and efficient. Since you envy us, I'll be generous and not argue. Why are you hesitating now? Could it be that their envy is fake and deep down they really dislike us? Don't talk nonsense. Lu San's entire family spoke in unison. Why aren't you guys going home to cook? Be quicker about killing chickens and ducks. Old Lu loves to drink a little wine, so your family should have some too, right? Unlike us, we have nothing. Mrs. Tian was originally happy to see Lu Kaichun suffer misfortune, but unexpectedly, Lu Saichuan's bad luck turned into someone else's. Mrs. Tian felt disappointed and annoyed, and after holding back for a while, she finally snapped, Oh, Kaichun, you're too modest. Even if you don't have wine, you have money. Selling mountain goods all year round must have earned you hundreds or thousands of taels. Your family's life is better than anyone else's in the village. If you don't invite the official, who will? Lu San's mother quickly agreed, Exactly, that's what I mean. Am I wrong? Lu Kaichun sneered and said to Mrs. Tian, your family has over 20 acres of good rice paddies. Who can compare to your good life? Even if this year's harvest is poor, the stored grains from previous years can last for years. That's true wealth. You and Xiaoxia are both capable, and your daughter-in-law used to work as a maid for a wealthy family, so she knows how to read people and serve well. If anyone should invite the official, it should be your family, to make sure everything is proper and satisfactory. Mrs. Tian was so angry she almost smoked. Lu Kaichun, do you have to be so mean? Mean? What do you mean? Did I mean to trick you when I kindly suggested the official come to eat at your house?
Huh?
So that's what you're really thinking inside? Mrs. Tian's face turned pale, and she was so frightened she almost lost her legs. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Old Lu was furious and slapped Mrs. Tian across the face. You fool, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. This foolish woman, doesn't she know that that stubborn girl isn't easy to mess with? Why would she go and provoke her? If she's stupid, she shouldn't drag the whole family down. The officials' faces gradually grew uglier. They knew well enough that they weren't liked, and they knew people secretly cursed them viciously. But knowing was one thing, being openly disliked was another. The leader sneered and looked at Lu Lijing. It seems your village people have a lot of opinions about the government.
Huh? No.
Absolutely not. Yes, officer. We're not brave enough to offend you. Officer, we are all law-abiding citizens. Please, sir, kindly look into this. The leading officer sneered. Really? I don't see it. Lu Lijing was so angry he wanted to curse Lu San's mother and the Tians, these gossipy women. They all had no brains, always thinking about causing trouble and showing off at the wrong times. As for Lu Kaichun, Lu Lijing really couldn't blame her. This girl had a fiery temper. If anyone annoyed her, she wouldn't give them any face. But she never started trouble herself. Why did you two fools always bother her for no reason? Can you handle her fuss? Just rushing to kick her when she's down and mocking her? Lu Lijing quickly forced a smile. Women like her don't have much sense. All they do is argue and cause trouble. They don't say anything reasonable. You officers are generous to bother with them. I think they're unreliable at work, and I don't trust them. So, officers, please come to our house for lunch. I'll have the women kill some chickens, and I've got a jar of good wine. We'll make sure you're well treated, haha. A few officers looked at each other and nodded lightly. The lead officer smiled faintly. Why not? You're the village chief, after all. You're definitely better than them. Since you say so, come to your house for a meal. Another officer added, we've come all this way to work hard for you. We can't let it be for nothing. Lu Lijing, what do you say? They were asking for a bribe. Lu Lijing's heart sank, and everyone else's hearts pounded nervously. This was too much. This year's harvest was barely enough to pay taxes. Nothing left over. The government didn't offer any relief. These officials came to collect taxes and took food and supplies too. Lu Lijing's heart was bleeding, but he didn't dare show it. He forced a smile and nodded. Yes. Officers have worked hard. Of course. We won't let you work for nothing. The lead officer was pleased. Lu Lijing, you're sensible. Well then, get ready. Each of us will get 1 or 2 silver coins as a thank you.
Huh? What?
1 or 2. Everyone's faces turned green. For officers, that's 4 or 8 taels of silver. Last year, they didn't ask for so much. Last year, each got 5 qian. This year, with a poor harvest, the bonus is doubled. The officers looked unhappy and sneered coldly. Lu Lijing shivered in fear. All right, 1 or 2 jin, 1 or 2 jin. That's what our village should give, it's proper. The officials laughed loudly. The leader patted Lu Lijing heavily on the shoulder. Good, your village is quite sensible.
Ha.
The 4 officials burst into laughter. The villagers dared not speak out or get angry. They looked like trembling quails in the cold wind. Who understands their inner pain? Line up. Everyone line up. We start weighing. Everyone hurried to line up, forgetting about the silver they no longer had. They felt nervous again. These people's behavior showed they weren't good folks. Who knows how they might cheat during the weighing? In previous years, they were forced to pay extra taxes, but this year, these 4 officials were especially greedy and frightening. Sure enough, everyone who went to weigh their grain looked like they were holding back tears, their faces sad. They had already prepared 5 or 6 jin extra to cheat, but most families found they didn't have enough weight. They had to go home and bring another 6 or 7 jin. Some people, worried about their grain, begged carefully for mercy. They were met with harsh scolding. If others nearby hadn't quickly pulled them away and smiled to smooth things over, who knows what might have happened. No one dared to plead anymore. They didn't even cry out loud, only sobbed quietly. The scene was very tense. Whether on purpose or by accident, 3 families, Lu San's family, Tian's family, and Lu Saichun's family, were especially cheated. Lu Saichun's family paid over 50 jin more than they should have. Lu San's and Tian's faces turned green with anger. They clenched their teeth and dared not say a word. Lu Kaichun was angry inside but didn't show it. She made up the difference quietly. Just wait and see. They openly cheat, but I'll do it secretly. Let's see who loses out. Lu San's and Tian's families weren't so lucky. When they got home, their family members scolded them. If they hadn't meddled, how could they have been targeted? How could they have paid 10 or so jin more grain? That was grain, after all. It was already hard enough. An extra 10 jin mixed with wild vegetables could feed the family for many days. Lu San's family was higher in rank. Only Lu Sanyi dared to criticize them. Others dared only to be angry, but not speak out. Yang Xiaoyan was less lucky. Her husband beat her and scolded her repeatedly. Mrs. Tian was also scolded harshly. Old Lu didn't give her any face in front of his son and daughter-in-law. He yelled at her loudly, calling her stupid, mean, and useless. He said she only causes trouble and has never done anything good. Mrs. Tian was angry, resentful, and upset. She knew she had made a mistake. Her children looked at her with angry faces, upset with her. No one spoke up for her, and she felt so wronged she started crying. The 4 officers, full and satisfied, loaded their 3 ox-drawn carts with grain and proudly headed back to the city, holding some silver in their arms. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi took a small path into the city and waited outside the government office. Lu Kai-chun believed in acting quickly. She waited there for them to finish their report. She looked for the leader and found out where he lived. The grain on the carts was heavy, and it took a long time for the 4 officers to return to the city. After reporting, they happily said goodbye and went home. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi followed the leader at a safe distance. Today, he had earned some silver and carried a big bag of grain, happily heading home. They arrived at number 19 Qing, Shur Alley in the south of the city. Lu Kai-chun remembered the place and pulled Chu Chi aside. We won't stay at an inn. How about finding a quiet place to wait until nightfall? She had to be careful. As a notable person, she couldn't be careless. The officers had visited Luwan village, where their home was robbed that very night. Since Lu Kai-chun was in the city, it was easy for people to suspect her. She needed to stay low-key. The fewer people who saw her, the better. The less trace she left, the safer she would be. Chu Chi understood her meaning and agreed, without argument. He even suggested, why don't we look for an abandoned house nearby and wait there? Wouldn't that be better? Lu Kai-chun thought that was a good idea and nodded quickly. Let's do that. They walked deep into a quiet, little-used alley and soon found a dilapidated courtyard with a crumbling wall and grass growing on the roof. The iron gate outside hadn't been used for a long time. Chu Chi effortlessly jumped over the wall. Lu Kai-chun went to the back door, and Chu Chi opened it from inside, letting her in. The main house had 3 rooms, all in ruins. They decided to sit in the corridor and wait for nightfall. By then, dusk had fallen, and it wouldn't be long before it was dark. Darkness was good for doing things. Are you hungry, wife? Do you want me to go to a restaurant and buy some food? Lu Kai-chun instinctively rubbed her stomach. Yes, she was hungry.
How could she not be?
She hadn't eaten all day, and felt very hungry. But now that it was this late, she could still hold on a little longer. If you can't tolerate small annoyances, big plans will be ruined. I can tolerate it. Luke Hai-chun almost clenched her teeth in frustration. Early Seventh was both distressed and amused. How could he bear to watch his wife go hungry? If he told others, they would laugh their heads off. His noble wife from the Duke Wei's household, one day, would have to endure an empty stomach. Wait here for me. I'll go buy food quietly. No one will recognize me, and it will be quick. Is that so? If you're afraid waiting here alone, nonsense. How could I be afraid? Yes, 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 my brave wife. Wait here, I'll be back soon.
Sigh.
The temptation was too strong. Luke Hai-chun hadn't yet decided whether he should go or stay, but early Seventh had already disappeared. Forget it, perhaps this is fate. The heaven's choice. Early Seventh didn't need to show himself. Buying food was a small task, naturally arranged by Su Yan. Tonight, you personally bring 3 or 4 people to follow us. If you're not allowed to show yourselves, then don't. If anything happens, remember to clean up after yourselves. Yes, master. Su Yan looked at his young master with mixed feelings. What was the young master thinking? Why was he willing to stay here every day, just wandering around a village girl, making their elite guards from the noble household do such trivial chores? When will this end? The guards quickly returned with a food box. It was filled with meals bought from the most luxurious restaurant in the county, Ji Chun Restaurant, packed in a 3-layer box. Early Seventh took the box and hurried back to the shabby little courtyard.
So fast.
Luke Hai-chun was pleasantly surprised, her stomach growling with hunger. She couldn't wait. No need to make it complicated. Just put it on the ground. There was an abandoned table and chairs in the house, but a thick layer of dust covered them. A quick would make her cough for a long time, so better not. Early Seventh nodded. That works too. There were 4 happy meatballs, goose with blush, stir-fried peppers with wood ear mushrooms and small pieces of meat, pigeon soup, and 2 big bowls of shiny, fragrant rice. Luke Hai-chun's face lit up happily. Just buy a bowl of noodles, that's enough. Why make it so complicated? Early Seventh smiled kindly. No, that's not right. My wife has worked hard today. Of course, I want you to eat well. Luke Hai-chun was overjoyed, her heart blooming with happiness. You eat too, while it's hot.
Okay.
The sauce from the stir-fried green peppers and pork is poured over white rice, spicy and flavorful. The 4 happiness meatballs are very fragrant and tender, melting in the mouth. The duck is full and juicy, with delicate meat and no greasiness at all. The crispy skin is especially tasty. After finishing a big bowl of rice, they have another bowl of pigeon soup. The soft, cooked pigeon can be chewed along with the bones, full of fresh and delicious flavor. Their stomachs are filled with food, and Luke Hai-chun feels more energetic. I'm full, just right for working. Chui chuckles lightly. My wife is right. He casually puts the food box aside, and Su Yan will send someone to deal with it. The moon is high in the sky, and the two quietly leave. In the small town, there is a curfew and patrols at night, but since it's a small place, once the city gate is closed and the officials rest, the patrol officers just drink and chat in the guardhouse or sleep, so no one really patrols. What's there to patrol in such a small town? Luke Hai-chun and Chi easily find the home of the lead patrol officer. Wait for me, I'll open the door. Chi uses light skills to climb over the wall and gently opens the courtyard gate. Luke Hai-chun never thought that light skills like this really existed. She was already tired of admiring it in her mind. She still wanted to learn from Chi, but it had to be learned from a young age, and it was too late now. The officer probably often extorted and took bribes. The courtyard is quite large, with 3 main rooms, side rooms, and a kitchen, all new. But still, he's just an ordinary officer in the government office, and these few rooms are easy to search. The bag of grain he took back today is leaning against the main hall. Luke Hai-chun pushes Chi aside. You go check somewhere else. Okay. Once Chi leaves, Luke Hai-chun puts the big bag of grain into her space. Then she checks the storage room, a large jar of oil weighing about 30 or 40 jin, which she takes, a jar of red sugar about 5 or 6 jin, which she takes, a jar of salt about 7 or 8 jin which she takes, half a bag of dried mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and bamboo shoots, all taken. In the backyard, there's a cage with chickens, about 7 or 8 big ones, and a bunch of smaller ones huddled together. Chickens and ducks have very poor night vision and stand still, dazed. Luke Hai-chun doesn't move the small chicks, but she kills the big ones one by one and puts them into her space. Chui comes back soon after. I found a money bag in that person's room, but I don't know how much is inside. Doesn't matter how much. We're still making a profit. Luke Hai-chun smiles happily and admires him. You're really amazing to find their money. Everyone has their own way of hiding money with many different methods. Only you might think of something others can't do, and only the foolish hide their money under the bed. On the 7th day, he surprisingly managed to feel the person's money pouch, which was quite rare. He smiled and said, "It's just good luck." He handed the money pouch to Luke Hai-chun. Luke Hai-chun simply opened it and poured out all the money inside. Wow, there weren't many coins, about 10 copper coins, and the rest were broken silver, maybe 5 or 6 pieces. Together, it was about 2 taels of silver. She secretly kept the silver in her pocket and deliberately threw the money pouch on the ground. This will really make them angry. Let's go.
Okay.
They had already earned more than 10 times their original amount, felt better, and were happy. They returned to the dilapidated house and left the town at dawn, heading back to the village. They slept in late, quietly, and without anyone knowing they weren't in the village yesterday. At dawn, the leading officer's family was in chaos. His mother and wife were crying loudly, shouting and cursing, attracting neighbors from the alley to come see what was happening.
What's going on?
They say there was a theft last night. Oh, that thief was really bold. Yeah, I heard they stole money, oil, salt, grains, sugar, and even 7 or 8 chickens from the henhouse. That thief was really reckless.
Sigh.
Everyone looked at each other, sighing, feeling sympathetic and angry, while secretly feeling very pleased inside. This family was quite unpopular, especially the wife, who relied on her son working in the government office, a minor official. She was very arrogant, acting as if she was a powerful noble, always trying to show off, criticizing others, and especially liked to take advantage of people. When others tried to argue with her, she would roll her eyes and curse, "My son works in the government, highly valued by his superiors. Does my family lack anything? Do you think I'd cheat you?" What could others say? People knew not to fight with officials. Although her son was just a minor clerk, he still had a better position than ordinary people. If they really argued, they could find any excuse to give her a hard time. So, people had to swallow their anger and stay silent. Letting her have her way made her even more proud, thinking others were afraid to argue with her, and she would scold people again to feel satisfied. She was clearly getting benefits and pretending to be innocent. I didn't expect it. Someone actually stole from their house and took so many things. Amitabha, what a clever thief. The leading officer was furious and went to the government office to ask Lin, a trusted friend, to help investigate. Lin, who was usually respectful and courteous, kindly agreed to check the scene. However, they didn't find anything useful. The thief was very careful, leaving no clues behind. Lin could only continue to investigate slowly. When the case would be solved was uncertain, and probably there wouldn't be any results. The officer was very discouraged and extremely angry. In his anger, he was careless while walking and tripped on a stone, falling hard and breaking his leg. Luan Village. When Luke Hai-chun woke up, it was already late afternoon. She and her older sister-in-law prepared dinner together. A big bowl of spicy lamb ribs, a small dish of crispy fish, some soft steamed eggs, and a cold cucumber and fungus salad. It was a hot day, perfect for eating. After dinner, Luke Hai-chun stood up and said, "7th, let's go visit my father and stepmother. Do you want to come, Aunt?" Her sister-in-law was still confused about what was happening and hesitated. "Why should we go to their house?" To settle some accounts, Luke Hai-chun sneered. "Auntie Ann told me that yesterday that old troublemaker, Tion, was talking too much. The officials said they would come to our house for a meal. Those officials were greedy and wouldn't hesitate to take everything if they saw our big, tidy, and beautiful house. Luckily, they didn't come in the end. Later, her sister-in-law couldn't help but sweat thinking about it. Hearing Lu Kaichun say this, she also became angry, gritting her teeth and cursing, "I knew it. It should have been the village chief's family hosting them. Why are they talking about us?" Although the village chief's family was responsible for hosting, the money came from the village's public funds, including benefits for the officials. After discussing among elders, they could withdraw the money. But Tian kept stirring trouble and adding fuel to the fire. Lu Kaichun didn't have time to pay attention to her yesterday, but today she wouldn't let it go. Her sister-in-law also went along with her, and the three of them headed out together. At Lu Lao's house, things were also not peaceful. Yesterday, Tian was scolded and beaten, and no one comforted her. She felt very wronged. She had never experienced anything like this before. In the past, her husband was very caring towards her. Whenever she said something, he would listen and protect her, then scold Lu Kaichun and Lu Dajiang.
Now?
He actually hit himself and scolded himself. As for Zheng Xiaomei, she's not a good person either. She's cunning and sly, never willing to suffer any loss, and she argues with her all day long. When Lu Kaichun and the others arrived, Mrs. Tian was in a bad mood and looked for trouble to scold Zheng Xiaomei. Zheng Xiaomei didn't want to be wronged and argued back with her. Mrs. Tian couldn't win the argument and got angry, so she hit Zheng Xiaomei twice and scolded her for daring to talk back to her. Zheng Xiaomei didn't dare to hit back, but sat on the ground, covering her face and crying out loud, feeling wronged, not wanting to live, saying her mother-in-law couldn't accept her and wished she were dead. Lu Dajiang was worried and distressed, pacing around and comforting her repeatedly. Lu Caixia and the siblings watched the scene and found it interesting. Old Lu sat in the house, expressionless and too tired to care. What could he do? Mrs. Tian said she was wronged and asked him to decide. The daughter-in-law was threatening to kill herself, saying she was bullied by her in-laws and couldn't go on. She even suggested dying to avoid bothering them. Who could he help? He wanted to mediate for both sides, but usually that only made things worse. Old Lu could only accept defeat and do nothing. At this moment, Lu Kaichun and the others entered the Lu family yard. Oh, such a lively scene. Zheng Xiaomei was surprised when they arrived. Her crying quieted a bit, and she listened carefully. Mrs. Tian's anger shifted to Lu Kaichun and shouted, "What are you all doing here? We don't welcome you. Get out." "Shut up." Old Lu hurried out of the house, smiling kindly and a little surprised. "Kaichun, why are you here? Come inside and sit. Have you eaten dinner?" Mrs. Tian, Lu Caixia, Lu Daong, and others widened their eyes in resistance and displeasure. What? If they hadn't eaten, did they have to stay and eat at their house? Lu Kaichun replied, "Yes, we ate. We made a big pot of fragrant lamb stew, steamed tender egg custard, and fried small crispy fish coated with flour, served with crunchy cucumber and wood ear mushroom salad. Delicious and appetizing." Old Lu. Someone swallowed nervously. Lu Dazhuang tugged at Mrs. Tian's sleeve and started fussing. "I want to eat lamb. I want egg custard. I want fried fish. Mom, make it for me quickly." Mrs. Tian was so angry she glared at Lu Kaichun and spat. "Are you just here to show off? Eating, 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 no wonder you're poor. If one day your family runs out of food, don't come knocking on my door for help." "I'm not poor," Lu Kaichun said happily. "I earned about 1,000 to 1,800 taels of silver. I can eat and cook whatever I want. Who can control me? I just want to show off a little. Get out of here." Lu Dagu angrily shouted. "Tian, how dare you yell? Why did you persuade those officials to come to our house for a meal yesterday? What are you planning?" Tian sneered. "Your family is rich and eats well. Maybe the officials enjoyed themselves at your house and loosened up a bit. That way, our village wouldn't have to give so much grain, and they wouldn't ask for so much silver as tribute. But you're so stingy that you drove them away." Lu Kaichun. Chu Chi. Everyone was amazed. Lu Dagu was so angry he could hardly breathe. "Tian, do you have no shame? You know very well what your plan was."
Don't spout nonsense.
Lu Kaichun looked at her coldly. Tian, I won't waste words with you. You owe me an explanation for what happened yesterday. Tian shouted, an explanation? There's no explanation. In the end, I didn't even go to your house.
What are you still insisting on?
Tian's anger was rising. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have been scolded or beaten. She hadn't even gone to settle scores with them, yet they dared to come to her door. It wasn't that I didn't want to go, it's just that I didn't have the ability to cause trouble, she thought. You deliberately planned and schemed, even if it didn't succeed. I will settle this account no matter what. Lu Laodi was very disappointed. He had thought Lu Kaichun and her family came to visit to acknowledge kinship or show goodwill, but he was wrong. The more he hoped, the more disappointed he felt. Lu Laodi also felt a bit ashamed and angry. Kaichun, how can a junior talk like that? You've set up a household, but you can't even call us parents? Listen to how you're talking. Lu Dega smiled. Big brother, you're still the same. Kaichun can support herself now, and doesn't need you to worry. You should be happy. Why are you picking a fight? Do you not know what Tian has done? Were you not there at the time? You shouldn't blame her for being scheming and trying to harm others. Why are you blaming Kaichun? Lu Kaichun snorted. Aunt, don't pay attention to him. He's been confused for a long time. Don't talk to me about moral principles. Since I came here, I'm here to settle accounts. Will you pay with money or grain?
What?
Old Lu, Mr. Tian, and others were all stunned. Even Lu Tsaixia was so angry she shouted, You have so much money and still have the nerve to ask us? You're too greedy and unkind. Our parents didn't ask you for retirement money. Chi. He was amazed more than once really. Every time, he would surprise himself with how astonishing he was. Lu Degu was so angry she couldn't speak.
You.
Lu Kaichun smiled. You should ask them to ask me. Lu Deyang's eyes immediately lit up. Ask you for what? And you'll give it?
Yes.
The Lu family all looked excited. Remember to ask me in my dreams. Maybe I'll give it to you in my dreams? Lu Deyang was furious and embarrassed. You're playing with us. This is unfilial. That's nothing compared to your filial piety. All you do every day is eat, sleep, and lazily work. What else can you do?
Liu Dayong.
So frustrating. Old Lu also felt deeply hurt. Because Lu Kaichun was right. This son was too lazy. Every day, calling him to work made him so angry, he could explode. Not only was he annoyed, but since Jiang got married, he also became more petty. De Yong refused to work, and he refused to, complaining that his son was biased. It made him even angrier. Lu Kaichun said, I'm not interested in your family's mess. Will you give money or grain? Not giving anything. If you're brave, try do it. Mrs. Tian shouted angrily. Zheng Xiaomei also said, Kaichun, everyone is having a hard time this year. No harvest, taxes haven't been lowered, and in a few months, we don't know what the situation will be. You can't be so unkind. I'm not as kind as you. You're kind enough to always look for chances to harm others. Since you're scheming against me, I won't let it go. Otherwise, who knows what will happen next time. Of course, for people like Mrs. Tian, after lessons learned, they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly again. But that's too optimistic. Some people are born bad, and even if they can hold back for a while, they can't do it forever. When old wounds heal, they forget the pain, but over time, they can't help but cause trouble again. But that's okay. She loved teaching such people a lesson. If you're so confident, Mrs. Tian sneered, leaning closer, everyone should take responsibility for their own actions. Come on, if you have the guts, hit me. If she dared to hit her, even if she registered as a woman, it would be considered unfilial. Lu Kaichun was so angry she almost lost her temper. She laughed and said, Why am I hitting you? Tian sure? After all, you are my stepmother. I am so obedient and sensible. How could I not understand this simple truth? Debt from father, debt from mother. It's fair and reasonable, right? You have 2 sons and a daughter, all your own. Tell me, who do you think I should hit? You dare. Chi, slap that useless Lu Deyong. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Would a kick be okay? That works too. Chi kicked him precisely. In the village, she was quite famous for her kicks. Lu Dayong was startled and quickly stepped back. What does this have to do with me? Why are you kicking me?
How dare you, ah?
Chi didn't bother to argue with him. She kicked again and Lu Dayong, in pain, fell to the ground.
Dayong. Dayong.
Tian Shi and Lu Lao Dad were distressed. They hurried forward to help him.
Liu Gai Jun.
Fine, I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Saixia. Go invite Lu Lijing. I want him to judge this fairly. Alright, go ahead and invite him. Lu Kai-chun stormed into the house and kicked over their table. You just can't learn to keep your nose out of other people's business. I might as well teach you. The more you teach, the more you'll remember someday. Tian Shi and Zheng Xiaomei screamed instinctively. Lu Zhuang kept jumping and shouting, Little brat, who told you to make trouble at our house?
Get out. Get out.
Lu Kai-chun wasn't going to tolerate him. She walked over and slapped him. You're so young and already so bad. You learn from your mother, who's no good and has a heart of darkness. Lu Zhuang didn't expect to get hit. He was just a kid. No matter what he did wrong, his parents would always say, he's still young, just a kid. Don't bother with kids. So he felt quite proud and confident. After all, he was young, and no one would argue with him. But Lu Kai-chun's slap was like stirring a hornet's nest. Lu Zhuang rolled on the ground, crying and swearing loudly, words so filthy they were hard to listen to. Tian Shi, however, was heartbroken and hurried over to hug him, trying to comfort him. Lu Kai-chun stood there with a cold smile. Let him make a fuss. She wanted him to make a big scene. Lu Kai-chun, how can you argue with a child? Lu Daegu, what does your son say all the time? I don't even know who teaches him these things. I think he'll be useless when he grows up. None of your business. It's not our concern. As long as he's not insulting us, we won't pay him any attention. At this moment, Lu Lijing hurried over. Mrs. Tian grabbed Lu Dazhuang forcefully, and Lu Dazhuang suddenly let out a loud scream. What's going on now? Lu Lijing was very angry. Lu Kai-chun, Lijing, you know my temper. Mrs. Tian tricked me yesterday, so I have to settle the score. They're being unreasonable. I don't know how they still have the nerve to invite you here. It's really a case of hitting back.
How dare you say that?
Mrs. Tian yelled. Look at what you've done to Dazhuang. Such a young child, and you dare to hit him. What else won't you do? If he called me a little rascal, I think hitting him was fair. You two are rolling on the ground, and that has nothing to do with me. Mrs. Tian, I've said it before, I never suffer losses. I always find a way to deal with you. Lijing, listen to this, listen. Mrs. Tian complained. Lu Lijing frowned. He really didn't want to listen. He thought Kai-chun was a good kid who wouldn't just hit people randomly. If he did, it was definitely the other person's fault. Mrs. Tian, what you did yesterday was wrong. Tell me, what kind of words did you say to those fierce-looking people? Aren't you causing trouble for everyone? Just tell me, what kind of mind do you have? And Dazhuang is not a little kid anymore. Kai-chun is his sister. How can she insult him so badly? How did you teach the children? Kai-chun hit him for his own good. Otherwise, if he causes trouble when he grows up, you'll suffer for it. Mrs. Tian. Old Lu. Lu Saixia was stunned. She even went out of her way to invite Lijing to come, but it was a waste of effort. Better not to invite him at all. Lijing, you're biased. You only favor this little, seeing how Lu Kai-chun bought things and gave benefits to the villagers, you deliberately side with her. Lu Lijing sneered coldly. If you think I'm wrong, then don't come to me. Lu Kai-chun, Lijing, maybe you should go back. This isn't a big deal. I can handle it myself. Lu Saichuan's sharp gaze swept over Mrs. Tian, Lu Dazhuang, and even Lu Daong and Lu Kaihua. Once Lijing left, she planned to settle the score her own way. I don't know why, but Lu Saichuan's gaze made Mr. Lu feel an inexplicable chill in his heart. No, Brother Lijing, don't leave. Lu Kai-chun, haha, it's really a pity. Mr. Lu trusts Lu Kai-chun very much, especially since yesterday. It wasn't right for Tion's family to act that way, and many people saw it. Lu Kai-chun came to demand justice fairly. They must compensate fairly. Tion's family was angry, resentful, and unwilling, but they didn't dare challenge Mr.
Lu.
In the end, they paid Lu Kai-chun 50 jin of rice, and the matter was settled. 50 jin. Watching Lu Kai-chun carry away a small sack of rice, Tion's family almost lost control and wanted to say more nonsense, but Mr. Lu shot them a stern look, forcing them to hold their tongue. On the 7th day, carrying the rice, Lu Kai-chun glanced at them and snorted, "If you can't learn to keep the water in your own well and not interfere with others, next time 50 jin won't be enough." Tion's family was furious. Mr. Lu and Lu Kai-chun left together. Looking at Lu Kai-chun, Mr. Lu sighed, shook his head, and looked helpless. Lu Kai-chun, "Brother Li Zheng, don't lecture me. I really don't want to hear it. I don't bully others, but if someone bullies me, no matter who they are, I won't take this loss. Otherwise, I might get so angry, I can't even eat." On the 7th day, feeling sorry for his wife, he looked at her and sighed. For her, being so angry she couldn't eat was a very serious matter. Mr. Lu thought she was joking and scolded her with a glare. "You should be more careful. After all, they're your parents." Lu Kai-chun scoffed lightly. "They deserve it? Don't worry, I have my measures." "Humph, you'd better really have your measures." Of course, haha. Lu Kai-chun didn't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky. Judging by the situation, chaos might not be far away. When the world falls into disorder, who will care about filial piety or family bonds? Many acts of filial piety and kinship are the first to be abandoned in troubled times. Not to mention like Tion's family and old Lu, those are not good people at all. She wouldn't be soft or gentle when dealing with them. Mr. Lu sighed. Seeing her like this, he knew she hadn't taken it seriously. Forget it. She's a sensible and polite girl, not a reckless troublemaker. The troublemaker is someone else. He decided not to worry about it anymore. Are the potatoes and cassava ready to be dug? Because yesterday the officials collected taxes by taking both money and goods, everyone felt very down. But there's no need to hide it anymore. Since we're going to dig, why not do it now so everyone can be happy? Let's dig. Really, can we do it? Lu Lijing was excited, but also a bit worried. What if it didn't grow properly? How do we dig it? Are there any rules? We've never farmed this before, so I don't know how to do it. Lu Kai-chun was speechless. A few days ago, he was eager to start digging, but now he was nervous and hesitant. Lijing, it's just crops. But maybe I can show everyone how to do it? Alright, that's what I mean. Tomorrow morning, I'll call everyone to your field. How does that sound? Okay. It was about time to harvest their potatoes and cassava. Lu Lijing quickly sent out the news. Everyone in the village said they knew and promised to come see. People still looked a bit tired and listless. The potatoes and cassava were crops Lijing insisted everyone plant at first, claiming they could resist drought. Everyone planted them, but how they turned out, who knows? Maybe nothing grew at all. But it was still somewhat better than nothing, filling a small gap. The next day, many people came. Lu Kai-chun personally started digging, surrounded by a crowd watching, making it very ceremonial. They first dug up the cassava because it had very important precautions that needed to be repeated to make sure everyone remembered and followed them. Otherwise, people could get seriously hurt. Lu Kai-chun was used to life and death in the apocalypse, but that didn't mean she took lives lightly. Food that can fill up about 300 jin, around 150 kilograms, can instantly offset all the taxes paid and even provide extra. Combined with wild vegetables, it's enough to last over a month. Moreover, smart people have already thought of potatoes. I heard that potatoes also produce a good harvest. Yes, they're really valuable. Definitely, the village chief wouldn't lie to us. Fortunately, Kai-chun is so kind and always thinks of us. Exactly. We're lucky to have Kai-chun in our village. Kai-chun is truly a blessing for our village. Yes, indeed. Everyone expressed their gratitude and admiration. On this point, there's no doubt. Some people, however, just can't stand Kai-chun's goodness and insist on arguing. Lu Kai-chun said, "The potatoes are ready to be harvested. I'll take everyone to dig them later. Right now, let's talk about this cassava." She casually picked up a root, scraped off the outer skin with a small stone, revealing a light pinkish flesh inside, and said, "See this? The outer layer of cassava must be scraped off completely, no leftovers. This skin is toxic. I'll say it again, cassava skin is poisonous. If chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and others eat it by mistake, they could die. So don't feed it to them. After peeling, it can't be eaten immediately. It needs to soak in clean water for 2 days, changing the water twice daily. After that, it's ready to eat. You can cook it whole in water, or chop it up to make porridge or stir-fry. It can also be steamed or stir-fried directly after soaking. Remember, always peel and soak in water. If you dig up too much and can't eat it all at once, quickly peel it, dry in the sun to store, and soak in water again when eating." Everyone nodded quickly, understanding how serious it was. It could be deadly if not handled properly. Lu Kai-chun initially worried that villagers might find peeling cassava troublesome and complain, but surprisingly, no one minded the effort and listened carefully. Later, she couldn't help but tell Lu Dagu about it. Lu Dagu smiled and said, "Of course they won't mind the trouble. This is something that can fill your stomach. No matter how hard it is, no one will complain." Lu Kai-chun suddenly realized and felt both admiration and some emotion. Everyone is just trying to survive. It's not easy for anyone. In the end times, it's the same here. Currently, after digging up the cassava, Lu Kai-chun said, "Now, let's go dig up the potatoes. Later, you should all hurry to your fields and harvest the cassava and potatoes." Okay. All right. Everyone cheerfully followed Lu Kai-chun to the potato field. Thanks to previous experience, everyone was much more confident and excited this time. Digging up the potatoes was easier now. They held the stem close to the ground with both hands, gently shook the plant, and pulled it out. As they did, the soil loosened a bit. Then they carefully used to dig around the plant. Use a gentle force, start digging from the side, and try not to damage the potatoes. Lu Kai-chun took good care of her field, and the soil was soft enough. When she pulled, she brought out 4 potatoes, 2 about the size of a grown woman's fist, and 2 a bit larger than duck eggs. She carefully dug around the small patch of land, scraping and digging bit by bit. One by one, many potatoes were pulled from the ground. Every time everyone thought they had finished, it seemed like magic. Another potato appeared. "Hey, another one. Wow, still more. This one is big. Let's see if there's more." Under everyone's wide-open eyes, Lu Kai-chun dug back and forth 3 times, finally uncovering 31 potatoes. 31 potatoes. Enough to fill half a small basket. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. The harvest was truly abundant. These cassava and potatoes are really great. Great. Now we can store these and last a long time. Kai-chun, how should we cook these potatoes? Should we peel and soak them in water first? Yes. Lu Kai-chun hesitated slightly, then explained, "No need to peel them completely. Just scrape off a thin layer of skin, cut into pieces to boil, or slice and stir-fry. You can cook them plain or with meat, or steam them whole. You can also make dough and roll noodles. Oh, and if you slice them for stir-frying, wash the slices in water first, then fry them quickly over high heat. They'll be especially crispy and tasty. Anyway, these are good things, so just enjoy eating them however you like." All right, I feel better now. Yes, it's thanks to Kai-chun that we have such good food. This is so wonderful. It's a pity. If only we had planted more earlier. Yeah, everyone sighed regretfully. Lu Kai-chun coldly interrupted their daydreams, saying, "There are only enough for planting new crops. Even if you want to plant more, it's not possible. By the way, I should mention that everyone can keep some cassava and potatoes for planting next year. I won't have extra to give out this time. Of course, where else could we ask for seeds? That would be too embarrassing." "Exactly," Lu Kai-chun said, You can choose small potatoes to keep as seeds. As for cassava, you don't need to use the stem sections. Just cut the stalks, remove the leaves, bundle them up, and store them in the cellar. Next year, I will teach you how to plant them. Really? Is that true? That's great news. Kai-chun, are you joking? Hearing that they could plant new cassava using just the stalks, without the need for stem sections, the villagers were overjoyed. Is there really such a good method? This really touched the farmers' hearts deeply. Lu Kai-chun said, "Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie to you? Otherwise, how do you think some families got their stalks for planting before? So that's how they got them?" Everyone was truly surprised. Some families had used cut-up stalks before, but they thought those were grown specially for planting using some other method. With this example, everyone felt completely reassured. Go back and harvest your own cassava and potatoes. All right, we're leaving now. Yes, it's time to harvest quickly. We need to bring them home soon to be safe. Exactly. During times of food shortage, just thinking about the mature, filling food still in the fields made everyone uneasy. It's better to have it in hand. Who knows what might happen if they don't? Everyone gradually said goodbye and hurried back to harvest their crops. Anton said, "We'll go back to harvest our own first. We don't have much, so we should finish today. After that, we'll come help you harvest yours." Aunt Lu also nodded. "Our family can come help too." Lu Kai-chun didn't refuse, since they really had a lot of potatoes and cassava. Others might not finish harvesting in a day, especially with over 100 acres, which could take many days. Come again tomorrow. First, peel your cassava. It's easy to dig up cassava, but peeling it takes time. You have to peel each piece with a bamboo splinter. It's not very complicated, but it does require manual work and time. That makes sense. We'll come tomorrow.
All right.
Everyone left, and Lu Saichuan's family started working. Let's start with the potatoes.
Okay.
After all, potatoes taste better. Each person takes and begins working on a row of land. Round, plump potatoes are dug out of the soil, and just looking at them makes people happy. Although our family doesn't lack food, including chicken, duck, fish, and other tasty things, who can resist the round, cute potatoes? Aunt Lu is especially enthusiastic, saying, "These potatoes are so good. Such great stuff. They've produced so many." Lu Kai-chun suggests, "Tonight, let's make braised pork with potatoes, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and a plate of potato pancakes." Yes. Tonight we must enjoy them properly. That day, every household in Luwan village returned happily, in high spirits, clearing away the previous gloom. Of course, not everyone was pleased. Some families initially looked down on it and didn't plant cassava or potatoes. Lu Lao's family, Lu San's family, and lazy Lu Xuantian's family, among others, thought these crops were unreliable, or they had no space left, or they didn't get along with Lu Kai-chun, so they didn't plant them. When people were talking about how high the potato yield was, these families felt a bit uncomfortable and made many sarcastic remarks, simply not believing it.
But
today, disbelief is no longer an option. The baskets of cassava and potatoes each household brought back weren't made up out of nowhere. They were genuinely harvested from the fields. Everyone was excited, discussing and asking about each other's yields. In short, for these families, it was very frustrating to hear all this. Zheng Xiaomei was very jealous and couldn't help but complain. "Everyone else in the village has them, but we don't. Kai-chun is going too far. Don't you all say something about her? If you tell the village chief, it's because she's in the wrong." Tian Shi, rarely sharing the same grudge as Zheng Xiaomei, sneered, "You know how cold and hard her heart is, don't you? She hates our family. When good things happen, she's not going to let us share the glory. Does Lu Lijing really not care? Someone has to speak up. We're elders, so it's not suitable for us to cause trouble. You girls can go and cause a little fuss, that's fine." Zheng Xiaomei was getting angrier the more she thought about it. "I'll go now."
Saixia, you come with me. Me?
"I don't." Tian Shi quickly interrupted her. "Saixia, you and your sister-in-law go and ask Lijing properly." Zheng Xiaomei said, "Yes, we should ask. Why are they ignoring us? Zheng Xiaomei also saw the cassava and potatoes. She was really eager to have some. There are so many. Each family is carrying baskets back, so heavy that the shoulder poles are bent. There are so many. I don't know how long they will last when we eat them. I heard they taste very good. And everyone wants a share. Zheng Xiaomei, angry, rushes straight to Lu Lijing's house with Lu Caixia. Lu Lijing's family just finished weighing their harvest. They measured over 460 jin of cassava and 400 jin of potatoes. That's at least 3 months' worth of food. How can they not be happy? The family is busy peeling cassava, laughing and talking happily. Seeing Zheng Xiaomei and Lu Caixia, Lu Lijing vaguely understands why they came. But Lu Lijing pretends not to know. Seeing so much cassava piled in his yard, Zheng Xiaomei feels even more upset. Lu Lijing, why didn't you share the cassava and potatoes with us when you planted them? What's the reason? Don't just think about your own feelings. My father-in-law is her real father, and my husband is her older brother. Is this how she treats us? Lu Lijing, tell me, is this fair? You're all targeting our family. We're even worse off than ordinary villagers now. Lu Lijing feels speechless. Zheng, you came late, so maybe you don't know. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law also didn't tell you everything. When our village was calling on everyone to plant cassava and potatoes, I was the one who informed everyone. Those who wanted to plant registered with me. The amount from Kaichun was divided based on the number of people in each family. Your family knew about this, but your in-laws didn't want to register because they didn't care for these things. Can you blame anyone for that? Zheng Xiaomei is stunned. She never expected this. But she has come this far, and she definitely won't give up easily. My in-laws are honest people. They've never seen cassava or potatoes before, so they don't know if they're good. They don't recognize them, and it's normal if they don't want to plant them. But they are Saichuan's parents. If you know they're good, why not tell them more, so they can plant them? Now, everyone has some, but we don't. What does that mean? Bai sure doesn't want to hear this. Xiaomei, it's not just your family. Several families don't have them either. This was voluntary from the start. If your family didn't want to, who could force you? Who can force anyone to do something they don't want? Zheng Xiaomei is furious. Our family is different. That's Saichuan's father and mother. Since they found good things during the spring harvest, even if she became the head of the household, the whole village could share in this benefit. Why does our family have to be left out? Isn't that unfair? Village chief, don't you think so? You're so unreasonable. Lu village chief wanted to spit at her face. This really made him so angry he was about to lose his temper. That's not fair to say. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law don't want to plant them. Can I force them? Are you being unreasonable? If you keep causing trouble, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Go call your in-laws here. Zheng Xiaomei refused and covered her face, crying loudly. Is it still okay for you to say whatever you want now? What can we do? Are you planning to watch our family starve? Lu village chief sneered. Don't worry, your family won't starve. Zheng Xiaomei's eyes lit up. Lu village chief, you have over 20 acres of good land. If you want to sell it, someone will buy. With money in hand, you won't go hungry. You. Zheng Xiaomei cried even louder, furious. Lu village chief turned to his son and ordered, go call Zheng's in-laws. Zheng Xiaomei's crying suddenly stopped. She hurriedly called out, wait a moment. She was caught in a difficult situation. Originally, her family didn't plant cassava or potatoes. She thought Lu Kaichun and Lu village chief were targeting her. Based on Lu Saichuan's attitude toward her, she wasn't surprised at all. Lu village chief could benefit from her, so he turned a blind eye to everything. But she didn't expect it to be like this. Lu village chief had no reason to tell such obvious lies, so the outcome was entirely caused by her clueless in-laws. The Tion family, they didn't tell her anything and even stirred trouble, pushing her to go to Lu village chief's house to make a scene. They made her look bad. Zheng Xiaomei was furious inside. But if it came to that, admitting her mistake and quietly leaving wasn't what she wanted either. She had come this far after all. Seeing Lu village chief ready to take serious action, she dared not cause more trouble. She wiped her tears and begged, "Village chief, I was just too anxious and misunderstood you. Please don't hold it against me. We also want a little cassava and potatoes now. Can you share some with us?" Lu village chief's family immediately became anxious. Mrs. Bai was the first to refuse.
What are you dreaming about?
Our family doesn't have enough, and we still want others to share with us. Who has extra to give you? Kai-chun probably does. Why don't you go ask her? She's still your little sister-in-law. Zheng Xiaomei secretly cursed in her heart. Kai-chun hates how her mother-in-law treated her before. She won't give anything to our family. Please, Uncle Lu, I beg you. Enough, Lu Lijing said irritably, but since Zheng Xiaomei had already spoken, he couldn't just ignore it. All right, when spring planting comes next year, I'll try to share a little with you. Just so you know it's not for free. When the time comes, we'll sell it at whatever price is fair. Of course, I'll try to sell it cheaply to you. Zheng Xiaomei felt reluctant, but this was the best result she could hope for. The quantities of cassava and potatoes were limited. After the difficult times passed, how much could each family keep for planting? Who would be willing to give it away for nothing? Lu Lijing was willing to sell cheaply, and he had already made arrangements. All right then, thank you, Uncle Lu. Zheng Xiaomei forced a smile and couldn't help but look at the pile of cassava that resembled a small mountain, secretly cursing Tian and Lu Lao for their bad attitude. Lu Lijing sighed silently, went into the house, and took out 5 or 6 potatoes. Take these home and cook them for 2 meals. Boil or fry them, they're still good. Kai-chun said the cassava is toxic, so we need to process it quickly, so I won't give you any more. Zheng Xiaomei didn't dare to stay longer, quickly expressed her thanks and left, feeling displeased as she watched Mrs. Bai's unhappy expression. Once home, Zheng Xiaomei couldn't hold back her anger and began criticizing Tian. Tian was not willing to show weakness and scolded back angrily. The two argued again. Everyone ignored them and went about their own business. They had all become numb and used to it. In the evening, they cooked the potatoes. The whole family loved them. Simple and casual, just boiling or frying, they tasted so good. She couldn't imagine how delicious it would be if they had meat or more elaborate cooking methods. Lu Dazhuang looked eagerly. Mom, can we eat potatoes again tomorrow? I want to eat more. I haven't had enough. Lu Daxiong sneered at Lu Dajiang, half smiling and saying, forget it. We don't have any potatoes. Saichun's family has plenty, but unfortunately, no one from our family can get them from her. We might as well forget it. We're just a step apart from her. No wonder she's not close to us. Otherwise, you could ask your older brother to talk to her. After all, he's her real brother. Lao Lu was unhappy to hear this and scolded. What are you talking about? Your brothers and sisters are all the same. What do you mean by being separated by a layer? Lu Daong chuckled happily. Dad, telling us this doesn't help. Lu Kai-chun doesn't admit it. Old Lu choked and felt annoyed. Zheng Xiaomei sneered. Brothers and sisters are different from each other. If she had been treated better at the beginning, it wouldn't have come to this. Lu Saixia looked annoyed. Who knew she would have such great skills now? I think she was just pretending before, acting helpless to leave us behind. The family members all felt a little moved, and the more they thought about it, the more it seemed true. But thinking about it was useless. Since Lu Kai-chun had planned everything so carefully, she wouldn't forgive them. That made them even angrier. Lu Dazhuang didn't care about any of this. He kept causing trouble and refused to stop. He loved eating potatoes and still wanted to eat more. Tian sure couldn't calm him down and sighed at Lu Dajiang. Dajiang, why don't you go find Kai-chun? The village chief is willing to give us a little, so why can't she send some? Lu Dajiang frowned. He didn't want to go. Old Lu also looked at him and said, then try going. Lu Dajiang really wanted to curse. He thought to himself, you all are afraid of being scolded and won't go, but you want me to go. That girl is cold and ruthless. Can she compare to Lu Lijing? She definitely won't give me anything. But he didn't dare oppose his father openly. He looked at Zheng Xiaomei for help, but she didn't react. She also wanted Lu Dajiang to try. Lu Dajiang had no choice but to say reluctantly and go. Tian sure saw clearly that he was asking Jing Xiaomei for help and sneered silently. Thought he was promising, but it turns out he's just a coward hiding behind women when things get tough. As expected, Lu Dajiang didn't get anything. Lu Kaichun didn't even give him a potato. Angrily, Lu Dajiang shouted, "The village chief was willing to give us a meal, but you're so stingy." Lu Kaichun sneered, "It's not like you've ever plucked a feather to give me."
You.
Lu Dajiang left angrily, feeling very upset. On the way, he ran into Lu Daong. Lu Daong even called out to him, "Big brother." Lu Dajiang was a bit angry and embarrassed. "What exactly do you want to say?" "Oh wow," Lu Daong exclaimed, "Big brother, why are you so angry at me? What does that have to do with me?" Lu Dajiang sneered coldly. He didn't bother to reply, but felt a bit resentful toward Lu Daong and the others. If they hadn't always bullied Kaichun before, she wouldn't have changed like this. And their relationship wouldn't have become like this. It's all their fault. Lu Daong moved closer and lowered his voice, sounding a bit secretive. "Behind Saichun's house, there's over 100 acres of land. I heard almost all of it is planted with cassava and potatoes. Big brother, how much do you think Kaichun will harvest from all those crops?" Lu Dajiang couldn't help but lick his lips. His chest was filled with anger, and his resentment grew stronger. Yes, that girl was so rich, with so many cassava and potatoes. There are only 3 of us. How much can we eat? She refuses to share even a little. It's just too much. Big brother, Lu Daong's voice was full of excitement and temptation. It's late at night, and no one is on that hillside. Don't you think? We're all family, right? Even if we sneak into their field to dig up some potatoes under the cover of darkness, it's not a big deal, is it? Lu Dajiang's face turned cold as he stared at Lu Daong. "What do you mean? Do you want me to become a thief? If we get caught, do you think it's a joke?" No family in the village would tolerate a thief among them. Who knows when someone might get robbed? If caught stealing, the punishment would be very severe. Lu Daong chuckled. "Big brother, this is our own family matter. How can you call it stealing?" Stealing. Does that sound bad? If it were me or Xiaoxia or Kaichun, they wouldn't forgive us. They hate us. But big brother, you're her real brother. No matter what she says, I don't believe she really has no brotherly love for you at all. Seeing her call you a thief, does that make her look good? Does she, as your younger sister, really call the villagers to catch you? That's just too cold-blooded. Besides, big brother, don't you want to know? Does she still have any brotherly feelings for you? Lu Dajiang's heart suddenly moved deeply.
He
really felt a bit tempted. Of course, he didn't need to show it in front of Lu Daong. He snorted heavily and strode away. Lu Daong didn't care about his attitude and smirked triumphantly. Lu Dajiang kept tossing and turning but couldn't fall asleep. Lu Daong's words echoed in his mind like a stubborn spell, making him more and more anxious. Several times, just as he was about to doze off, he was awakened by him again. Finally, Jing Xiaomei couldn't bear it anymore and angrily said, "Lu Dajiang, if you don't want to sleep, just get out." Lu Dajiang felt wronged and looked for someone to vent to. He thought to himself how silly he was for not discussing things with his wife first. "Xiaomei, I want to tell you." Jing Xiaomei was stunned. "You say Lu Dajiang hesitated. He didn't say what he meant, but Jing Xiaomei understood clearly. "Go ahead."
Huh?
I said go. Jing Xiaomei sneered. Although Daong has bad intentions, he's not entirely wrong. Can Lu Kaichun really shout for everyone in the village to come catch you? Lu Dajiang finally decided to be brave. "Fine, I'll go." Potatoes are tempting, but he also wanted to know how much Lu Kaichun truly valued him as his older brother. "I'll try to go tomorrow night."
Go now.
Isn't that too sudden? Wouldn't tomorrow be too late? They probably already dug up a lot today, and there might not be much left in the fields. If you don't go now, will you just pick up dirt tomorrow? He hadn't thought about this before. Now that he did, it seemed to make sense. Everyone would rush to harvest such good things, and leaving them in the field would just make him uneasy. Thinking this way, Lu Dajiang couldn't sit still anymore. He rolled over and sat up. "I'll go now." "I'm not going." Jing Xiaomei quickly waved her hand. She also liked the potatoes. They were delicious, but she preferred sleep in the middle of the night. She was too lazy to go. Kai-chun might not like seeing her older brother, and if I go, it might cause trouble. Lu Dajung thought that made sense too. By the way, bring 2 big sacks and a shoulder pole. When you dig it up, do it quietly without making a fuss. Wake me up first, and we can hide 1 sack. These potatoes can also be roasted or cooked, so why give them away cheaply? Zhang Xiaomei said with some resentment. Tian was wandering around the house all day, doing nothing but eating. Why should she support that useless person? If this had happened before, Lu Dajung would never have done such a thing. But now, with Zhang Xiaomei making the decisions, he thought it made sense. He quickly nodded. You're right, I understand. Li Dajung quickly dressed and tiptoed out the door. He quietly reached the hillside behind Lu Saichun's house under the moonlight and successfully found the potato field. Today, Lu Kai-chun and the others didn't dig up much. They had to be careful not to damage the potatoes and needed to carefully sift through the soil to avoid missing any. Naturally, this slowed down their work. Looking out, the field was full of potatoes. Li Dajung glanced around and felt happy. There were so many. But then he remembered that these potatoes didn't belong to him. Lu Kai-chun, that stubborn girl, was his own sister. She wouldn't give him even a little, so he had to sneak out late at night to dig secretly. He felt angry and resentful. It was very disappointing. She owes me. Heartless and cold. Li Dajung raised his and started digging, feeling full of anger and justifying his actions. What he didn't know was that Chi-Chi had seen everything clearly. Everyone knew how important the harvest was, especially since everyone in the village knew Lu Saichun's family grew the most potatoes and cassava. Lu Kai-chun hadn't thought much about it, but Lu Daegu was worried. She planned to stay overnight on the hillside with her dog to guard the field, just to prevent someone like Li Dajung from sneaking in. But Lu Kai-chun and Chi-Chi wouldn't let her do the guarding. Chi-Chi volunteered, saying she didn't need a shift change and could handle it alone. She was skilled in martial arts, alert, and very cautious, perfect for guarding the night. The aunt and nephew could sleep peacefully, assured that nothing would happen. Lu Kai-chun knew Chi-Chi's skills well. She was even impressed that Chi-Chi was so brave and determined. Since that's the case, I'll leave this to my husband, she said. Chi-Chi used a little trick. He threw a small stone, causing Li Dajung's to fly out of his hand. Li Dajung was so frightened he shouted, "Ah," and looked around nervously. No matter how much he told himself that doing this was justified, he still felt guilty. Any little sound or movement made him jump in fear. When he looked around, it was as if in the blink of an eye, Chi-Chi appeared right in front of him.
Ah, ghost, ghost.
Li Dajung was so scared he screamed and tried to run. He turned around and fell flat on the ground, then scrambled to his feet, crying out, "Ghost!
Ghost!
Help me, help! Chi-Chi!" With such a small amount of courage, he dared to come out and act sneaky? He hadn't even had time to prepare properly. This situation left Chi-Chi feeling confused and unsure of what to do. This person is actually his sister-in-law's brother. It's one thing if it's about other matters, but it's not right to accuse him of being a thief without proof. Maybe it's best to call his wife over first? Lu Dajung was shouting so loudly and painfully that Lu Kai-chun, being sharp and attentive, could hear him clearly even from a distance. Not only did she hear, but she also recognized it was Lu Dajung. Unbelievable. Lu Kai-chun sneered sarcastically and quickly got up to leave. Unexpectedly, Aunt En and her husband were also awakened. They were startled and hurriedly got up, calling Deju to wake up as well. The family of 3 started shouting loudly, waking up many villagers. Last time, when thieves broke into Lu Saichun's house, all the villagers who helped were rewarded. Now, hearing that someone was stealing grain from Saichun's fields, everyone was afraid of missing out again. No matter how small the matter was or whether they could help, anyone who heard the shouting would get up and rush over.
So,
Lu Kai-chun, who had planned to handle things quietly, was a bit confused. She didn't have any sisterly feelings for Lu Dajung, but since there was supposedly a blood relation, She figured she might as well just get rid of him since her family wasn't losing anything. He wouldn't even get to take a piece of mud with him. Unexpectedly, so many people had come. Lu Kai-chun felt a headache coming on. Why did everyone stay up all night? Why did so many come so quickly? Where's the thief? Where is he? Which dares to steal from our village? Catch him and beat him to death. Yes. Thieves are no good. They deserve to be beaten to death. Lu Dajiang didn't expect it to be like this. His face went pale, and he covered his face with his hands, trembling. He wished he could faint right then. It was so embarrassing. When the villagers, under the moonlight, saw that the thief was Lu Dajiang, they all stared in shock. Dajiang? Is that Dajiang? Wow. How could it be Dajiang? That's just too much, isn't it?
Sigh.
Everyone looked at each other, secretly glancing at Lu Kai-chun. Chu Chi regretted a little. He thought that from the start, he should have knocked this person out and thrown him back into his yard as a silent but shocking warning to his family. A thief coming to the village was a big deal. Lu Laodi's family was also disturbed and hurried over. Zheng Xiaomei and Lu Daong both felt uneasy. Neither of them wanted to come, but they were afraid that if Lu Dajiang said something that involved them, they wouldn't dare to stay away. So they quietly followed, hiding in the crowd. Lao Lu and Mrs. Tian had already seen Lu Dajiang. Mrs. Tian. Fool, such a useless fool. He can't do anything right, not even in the evening. Lao Lu, angry, stepped forward and kicked Lu Dajiang twice, then reached out to hit him. Why are you acting like a thief? Why are you acting like a thief? It's embarrassing. You've brought shame to our family. You're learning to be a thief from others. His father, please stop talking like that. Mrs. Tian quickly stepped forward, pretending to pull Lao Lu back. This is Saichun's land. How can you say he's a thief? Isn't that right? Kai-chun sneered. If it's not stealing, then is he helping us dig potatoes? Coming so late at night to help us, he's really hardworking. Ah! The villagers couldn't help but laugh quietly. You. Hearing Saichun's words, Lao Lu blushed with anger and shame. Is that how you talk? Then tell me how I should talk? Mrs. Tian, pretending to be wise and naive, said, Kai-chun, that's your fault. If you had invited your family to come and dig potatoes, telling them they could dig as much as they wanted and take it home, there wouldn't be any problem.
So it's all my fault.
I didn't give it to you willingly, which is why your family sent someone here late at night to bother me, right? You're talking nonsense. We didn't call him. He came on his own. Besides, you have so much. What's wrong if he digs a little? He's your real older brother. When I registered as a widow, my real older brother didn't say a word for me, didn't try to stop me, and didn't help me at all afterward. Do I even have a real older brother? Oh, so I do have a real older brother. I worked hard to build a family business, and now that life is better, I have a real older brother. And I even have to give my things to him. No choice because I have so much, and that so-called older brother's family is useless. Are your family planning to rely on me, the girl you drove out and made the head of the household, to support you? Do you even know what it means to have shame? Shut up. Shut up. You listen to me, shut up. Old Lu panted heavily, his eyes flickering with darkness. Trembling and angry, he glared at Lu Kai-chun and said, Our family would rather freeze or starve than accept even a little from you. We don't know anything about this. It's all that troublemaker's idea. Lu Kai-chun sneered, Really? I don't believe it. Your eldest son. What kind of mind does he have? Do you think he could do this without anyone encouraging him? If it wasn't you pushing him, then it must be someone else from your family. Old Lu was choked and silent. But when he looked at Lu Dajiang, who wasn't very clever, he had no words to say. Lu Dajiang's sister, Lu Daegu, sneered and pointed at Mrs. Tian, scolding, Besides the sneaky, mean woman, who else? She's always scheming and stirring trouble. It must be her. Mrs. Tian was so angry she cursed and swore if I did it, I'd be struck by lightning and die. It's not me. She did have such thoughts, but she hadn't yet started to stir trouble. She had planned to do it tomorrow. Then it must be Lu Tsaixia. I didn't. It's none of my business. Oh, then it's Lu Daong, right? Lu Saichuan's sharp eyes locked onto Lu Daong hiding among the crowd. Lu Daong was startled, blushing and trembling, hurriedly denying, "It's not me. I have nothing to do with it."
Lu Dajiang, tell the truth.
Lu Dajiang looked up and coaxed, "It's Daong.
You're talking nonsense.
You're bad enough to steal, and now you dare to blame me? It's you. It's you." Lu Dajiang suddenly shouted, as if he'd lost control. "You say I'm Saichuan's real brother. Even if I dug up the truth, what could she do? You said I could take this chance to see if Kaichun really cares about me as her brother. You said it all, you. Lu Daong, if you don't admit it today, I'll fight you." Lu Dajiang roared loudly. Before Lu Daong could admit or deny, he suddenly got up from the ground and charged at Lu Daong, swinging his fists and hitting hard. Lu Daong cried out in pain and staggered backward. The two brothers fell to the ground, fighting and cursing each other, punching and kicking. The villagers were startled by this sudden fight and quickly moved aside to avoid the chaos. "They're fighting! They're fighting!" On the hillside, even though it was gentle, it was still a hill. As the brothers fought, they rolled downhill together. Mrs. Tian, worried about her son, was the first to react. She stumbled and ran downhill, shouting, "Daong!
Daong!"
Lu Dajiang, stop. Stop, please. Lu Kaichun clicked her tongue. Mrs. Lu scolded loudly, "Tian, your heart is really biased. Daring to hit Daong, but you only call one person?" Old Mr. Lu hurriedly chased over, stopped halfway when he heard this, and angrily glared back at Mrs. Lu. "When did you start causing trouble? Can't you say a few less words?" Mrs. Lu sneered, another biased person. "You, as long as you care a little about Dajiang and try to protect him, he wouldn't be in this state. You, as his father, are so biased that you can't see it, and yet you blame others?" Old Mr. Lu was furious and embarrassed. "I don't want to argue with you." Mrs. Lu snorted loudly. The villagers shook their heads and sighed, whispering among themselves, "This Lu family is really a mess. Old Mr. Lu is indeed very biased." No wonder Lu Saichuan was forced to leave and register as a single woman. Seeing the two brothers almost rolling to the bottom of the Old Mr. Lu and Tian shouted and cursed loudly, while villagers hurried down the hill. "Go see quickly. Quick, quick. My goodness, they're still fighting." Yeah. Everyone was worried, some wanted to laugh, and some were surprised. Lu Dajiang has always been seen as a quiet, honest person, working all day, only working, and often scolded and yelled at by Tian. He never dared to reply back. But now, surprisingly, he's fighting back and even daring to hit Daong. No one knows how this family will act once they shut the door again. Everyone hurried back down trying to separate Lu Dajiang and Lu Daong. The honest man, when provoked, was quite fierce. Lu Dajiang only had a few scratches on his face and looked a bit messy with grass and mud. Lu Daong was worse off. His face was hit many times, and he was covered in blood from the fight, which he wiped on his face. Tian screamed and cried loudly, rushing over to scratch Lu Dajiang. The villagers wondered if the fight would ever end and quickly held her back. "Let go of me. You all let go. This little brat is so cruel, so vicious, boo-hoo." Lu Dajiang wiped his face fiercely. "Why didn't you all say I was cruel when you bullied me? Haven't you bullied me enough all these years? Calling me a beggar left by a short-lived ghost mother, saying I should have died with my mother, calling me a waste for living, and a useless person." Tian was stunned. The villagers stared in shock. Old Lu's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Shut up.
Keep your mouth shut."
Lu Dajiang seemed to have given up, and not only refused to be quiet but also sneered, "Why should I shut up? Over the years, our family only made 2 pots of rice. I and Kaichun drank thin porridge with wild vegetables, while you all ate plain rice. You used the excuse of giving Lidazwang eggs and meat to strengthen his body, but then you said he couldn't finish it and divided it among yourselves. Neither I nor Kaichun ever got any. When I ate, Lu Daoyang would even dare to grab my bowl, and he thought I ate too much of the wild vegetable porridge." Lu Dajiang was furious and started to complain about everything. The villagers were shocked and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, such things really happen. Everyone has favoritism, but this is not favoritism. It's outright cruelty. That's why they say if there's a stepmother, there must be a stepfather too." Huh. It's truly sad. Actually, everyone can see it clearly. Did Lee Daoyang and Saixia ever work in the fields before? No, it was always Dajiang and Kaichun working from dawn to dusk. That's true. Kaichun, is what Dajiang said really true? Kaichun calmly nodded. It's all true. Everyone sighed with sympathy. Tion's wife was so angry she almost went crazy. You divide the family. Divide the family. We can't live like this. Divide if you want. Dajiang sneered. I'm the eldest son, and I deserve my share. Otherwise, it won't end. Don't even think about it. Zheng Xiaomei also refused to back down, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law argued loudly. Old Lu was so anxious he kept shouting, "Shut up. It's so embarrassing, so shameful. A good family turned into this mess. How did it come to this?" Tion's wife and Zheng Xiaomei argued so fiercely that they couldn't stop, and old Lu couldn't control them. In desperation, he slapped Tion's wife across the face. "Shut up." The crisp sound made everyone gasp.
Ouch.
Tion's wife covered her face, stunned. She couldn't believe her husband, who always obeyed her, would slap her in front of everyone. What does this mean? Could he also think that he should split half of the land inheritance to that despicable Lu Dajiang and Zheng Xiaomei? That shameless woman? Absolutely not. "I'll fight you." Tion sure cried and screamed, rushing at Lu Lao to start a fight. Everyone quickly pulled and held her back, trying to persuade her. If they start fighting again, when will it end? It's late at night. Everyone is exhausted, and they all need to go home and sleep. Although they didn't catch the real thief today, at least they watched a big show, so it's not a loss.
Sigh.
Tion sure was pulled away, feeling sad and wronged, and she cried loudly, cursing as she cried. Lu Lijing scolded a few words and told everyone to disperse. Even if you want to split the family, you should first make a clear agreement. Why are you arguing here in the middle of the night? If you really want to fight, go home and do it there. Lu Dajiang, I caught this early tonight, and I make the decision. If it happens again, whether someone steals from someone else or not, forget about relatives or kin. When the family splits, it's final. Our village won't tolerate thieves, no matter if they're family or outsiders. Next time, there will be serious consequences. Lu Dajiang's face turned red, and he said nothing. Lu Kaichun said, "If the village head says so, then it's settled. Otherwise, I won't agree." Lu Dajiang suddenly looked up. "You what? What's wrong? The things my family worked hard to grow, how can you steal them?" Lu Dajiang's breath trembled, unable to say a word.
Get out.
I never want to see you again. The farce finally ended. The next day, Aunt Lu's family and Aunt An's family came to help Lu Kaichun and his family harvest potatoes and cassava. Some other villagers also said they wanted to help, but Lu Kaichun only chose one person from each of 3 families and politely declined the rest. Too many people made the work harder. Harvesting cassava was manageable, but potatoes were quite troublesome, and too many people could cause chaos. After 3 busy days, Lu Saichuan's family finally finished harvesting the cassava and potatoes. The quantities were impressive, truly piled up like small hills. Next year, Lu Kaichun could buy a large piece of land to plant lots of potatoes and cassava, producing flour from both. Then he could visit the bustling city, full of wealthy people who aren't short of money, and make big profits. Lu Kaichun didn't want to let them work for nothing. He was reluctant to give away the potatoes and cassava, since he planned to expand planting on a large scale. They weren't short of meat either. They stored plenty in the space. So, one family was given 5 jin of meat, and each worker was paid 30 coins per day. Aunt Lu, Aunt An, and others felt a bit embarrassed because they originally came to help, but in the end, Lu Kaichun insisted on paying wages. Lu Kaichun was determined to pay, and finally, everyone agreed to 20 coins a day. They happily took the money and went home. Lu Saichuan's yard was big, with many houses. Outsiders only knew that potatoes and cassava were stored in the warehouse, but they didn't know that all of them were stored in her space. She also collected all the remaining cassava stalks that could still be planted. She felt very proud and secure. Over at Lu Laodi's house, Lu Dajiang, Zheng Xiaomei, and Tian Shi and her children had a big fight. Both sides wanted to split the family, and it was very chaotic. Lu Laodi originally wanted to keep the family together, but it was impossible. He was very upset and, in his desperation, even went to Lu Saichuan's house to ask her to help mediate. He said that the potatoes and cassava caused the trouble, and if Lu Kaichun shared some with them, the problem might be solved. Lu Kaichun was surprised by his strange way of thinking, but didn't scold him. Instead, she politely smiled and asked him to leave. Really, why are everyone's faces so big? In the end, there was no choice but to split the family. Lu Dajiang was fierce, and Zheng Xiaomei was good at arguing. They fought with Tian Shi and her daughter Lu Caixia, and the dispute even reached Lu Lijing. Lu Dajiang and Zheng Xiaomei got 6 acres of rice paddies and 4 acres of dry land. The pigs, chickens, vegetable garden, and stored grain were also divided. As for money, Tian Shi insisted there were only 8 taels of silver, and since their 2 sons and a daughter were getting married, they needed some. She said she would only give Lu Dajiang and Zheng Xiaomei 1 tael of silver. They absolutely refused to give more. There was simply no money. Zheng Xiaomei and Lu Dajiang were so angry they could do nothing but give up. They took 2 rooms on the east side of the house and built a separate kitchen. The family split up, but they still lived in the same yard. Later, when they saved enough money, Lu Laodi and the others planned to give them more silver, so they could build a new house. Tian Shi saw them still hanging around her place and felt annoyed, but she was reluctant to give them money to build a house. So, she could only tolerate their presence while feeling annoyed. Zheng Xiaomei even specifically went to ask Lu Kaichun if she could build a house next to hers, but Lu Kaichun refused. She had already bought all the land nearby and wouldn't let Zheng Xiaomei and Lu Dajiang come to build there. I don't want such neighbors. I told Aunt Lu to stay at home. When the day came, Lu Kaichun and Qi Qi went to the city to attend a wedding banquet. Miss Qi was about to get married. Her husband's family was the Ji family from the provincial capital. Miss Qi was still debating how to work with Lu Kaichun in the future. Lu Kaichun took the initiative to tell Miss Qi that she planned to do business in the provincial city, which was perfect. She would do her deals there after moving to the city. Lu Kaichun trusted Miss Qi because she was reliable and discreet. She didn't want to lose such a partner. If it were someone else, it might not be so agreeable. Unlike others, Miss Qi asked no questions and was not greedy. Lu Kaichun took what she was offered. Miss Qi was very happy and quickly agreed. This was such a profitable business. Just a simple transfer could make a big profit, with no risks at all. She didn't want to leave it to others. Miss Qi even gave her a fragrant pouch, saying that once she arrived at the Qi family, she could tell the gatekeeper to let her in by showing the pouch, avoiding any misunderstandings. Lu Kaichun happily accepted it. Miss Qi appreciated her and wanted to keep a good relationship, so she warmly invited her to her wedding. So Lu Kaichun went with Qi Qi. Miss Qi personally introduced Lu Kaichun to her family. Today, she was still at home, and the Qi family was holding a banquet. The Ji family had already arrived in the county town, staying in an inn, and would come to pick up the bride early tomorrow. Miss Qi explained everything to her family, who knew some of the inside details. They all treated Lu Kaichun and Qi Qi very warmly. The ladies and young women in the county town had already heard of Lu Saichuan's reputation. After all, even if it was just luck, she was the only one who could stand up to the combined forces of the county magistrate's wife, the Zhang family, and the Xue family.
Luck?
Isn't that just another form of strength? Besides her, was there anyone else with such luck? This was even more frightening about her, because even if someone wanted to target her, they wouldn't know where to start. With these rumors, which were quite sinister, even though Lu Saichuan's status was far below the guests at the wedding, the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious and joyful. The only disharmony was a rumor spreading at the wedding. King Yan of the Northern Territory had rebelled. The new emperor gradually reduced the power of the feudal lords, and in the end, it was King Yen who was targeted. The three princes who were stripped of their fiefs did not meet good ends. One set himself on fire, two were locked up and taken to the capital for house arrest, and one died under unclear circumstances. Their families suffered the same fate, all becoming prisoners. During their arrest and transport to the capital, many either committed suicide, died unexpectedly, or passed away from illness. Some minor figures died quietly or suddenly disappeared from the group without anyone noticing or asking questions, as if they had never existed. King Yen refused to surrender and finally rebelled. It is said that he rebelled last month, but because Ningyan County is remote, news traveled slowly, and only now people are learning about it through the Ji family. Everyone was very surprised and discussed excitedly. That King Yen really has guts, daring to rebel.
Exactly.
He's just a small prince, risking everything for no reason. Well, it's all about the royal family's affairs. It doesn't concern us, so why worry?
Haha, right.
We should just enjoy the feast and celebrate. Maybe by tomorrow, the rebellion will be over. Everyone laughed and agreed. Lu Kaichun couldn't help but roll her eyes silently. From what she had just heard, Lu Kaichun felt more and more that something was wrong. It seemed like she had seen a story very similar to this before. She carefully searched her memory and realized that, in ancient times, a dynasty had a very similar story, almost identical. She didn't know if this was a parallel universe, but being prepared and cautious was never wrong. If the ending was also destined to be similar, then in this fierce struggle, the King Yen of the North would ultimately win and replace the young emperor to become the ruler of the world. But this battle wouldn't be as optimistic as they thought, and it would take quite some time. Ningyan County was safe now, as if nothing had happened. After all, it wasn't the main battlefield and probably wouldn't become one in the future. But when chaos and war broke out later, it would inevitably be affected. A chaotic world. How different is it from the end of the world? The normal social order collapses. Officials are powerless to control the situation. Human nature runs wild like a wild horse or a flood breaking its banks. Good intentions are exploited by evil, kindness is swallowed by wickedness, and the first victims are often ordinary people caught unprepared. This is the true on Earth. Lu Kaichun felt very annoyed and extremely restless. She didn't expect to go through another period of chaos. Her expression seemed a bit out of place among the cheerful guests. Someone, intentionally or unintentionally, asked with a smile, "Madam Lu, what do you think about this matter?" Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned toward her. All at once. Especially those who had seen or heard about her past deeds couldn't help but listen closely. Perhaps there would be more entertainment today. Lu Kaichun slightly frowned. She didn't want to speak at first, but after thinking, she decided to give a gentle warning. Even if only one person listened, it would be good.
That's hard to say, she slowly began.
I'm a bit timid. When war happens, the world tends to become very chaotic, but it won't get that bad here. Our place is far from the northern lands. The fighting is over there, so what does it have to do with us? Someone eagerly interrupted her. Many guests nodded happily, agreeing. How foolish. Lu Kaichun inwardly sneered. I don't know much else. But since the King of Fire dares to rebel, he must be quite capable. Even if the court fights him in the north and it doesn't reach us, war isn't just about fighting on the battlefield. Supplies like food, clothing, medicine, weapons, horses, wood, iron, fabric, ropes, and others are needed in large quantities. If the front lines consume too much, the burden might be shared down the line. Who knows, maybe it will affect us. When that happens, not only will we have to pay taxes, but prices will also soar and supplies will run out. Many things might become impossible to buy even if we have money. And if by then there are many refugees and wandering soldiers, what if they escape to us? We are already suffering from a drought, and life is hard for everyone. If outsiders come and cause trouble, just think about what could happen. Normal refugees are one thing, but what if some fierce and wild ones band together to rob and plunder? Or if wandering fighters take over the mountains and become bandits? That would be even worse. If local thugs and ruffians take advantage and cause chaos, I can't even imagine how frightening it would be. Everyone listened, feeling a bit scared. Honestly, my heart is pounding just thinking about it. It's really frightening. Yes, it's terrifying. Amitabha, Bodhisattva bless you. Heaven protect us. Those rebels and refugees, please do not come to our land. Exactly, what is there to gain here? If you want to go somewhere, go to the south of the river. They have plenty of food and wealth there. Yes. I think you all really scared Lady Lu into confusion. These are just rumors, all her nonsense, and you believe it? Even if the King of Fire is powerful, does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? The court can easily handle a small prince. I heard that Marquis Jing Mountain is leading troops north. He's a famous general known for winning battles. Lu Kaichun, you have a point, but I also said I'm a bit timid and tend to overthink. That's why I'm the laughingstock, haha. Someone close to the county magistrate's wife, unable to hold back their curiosity, started to cause trouble, testing the waters. Lady Lu, what you're saying sounds like spreading false rumors. Are you trying to boost others' confidence while undermining yourself? What does it really mean? Do you think the court is so fragile? Are you suggesting that the King of Fire is trying to stir trouble? Everyone. This is too outrageous. All the guests found it very unreasonable. Could Lady Lu really be a spy for the King of Fire? Although everyone was skeptical or even speechless, no one spoke up to defend Lu Kaichun. It was obvious to all that this lady was deliberately provoking. Those who knew her well understood that Madame May often flattered and fawned on the county magistrate's wife. Now, she was probably trying to create trouble for her. Lu Kaichun looked at Madame May with a sharp gaze, then quickly stepped forward, grabbing her collar and giving a cold smile. What do you mean? Spreading false accusations isn't done like this. If I said anything that made you think I'm a spy for the King of Fire, tell me. Point it out, and I'll explain clearly. I'm just an ordinary person from Liu Bei village, where I've lived all my life. My family's records are clean. Why are you making such accusations? I thought you might be a spy with bad intentions. I was just trying to remind everyone to be prepared. If the government distributes tasks, or if refugees or defeated soldiers come here, we can be a little more protected. Of course, it's better not to have to, but being prepared is never a bad thing, right? You attacked me. Are you eager for everyone to be unprepared? So that you and your master can take advantage of the situation, catch everyone off guard, and cause chaos? Then you can take advantage of the confusion? I believe that's what you're doing. You are truly malicious. Nonsense. You're talking. You're getting anxious, which shows you're guilty. You've guessed right, you're guilty. I'm not. Shut up. You're so nervous. Madame May was furious, anxious, and full of hatred. She suddenly fainted, her eyes rolling back. Amid everyone's surprised shouts, Lu Kaichun let go of her and sneered, faking fainting all the time. This trick is really foolproof. The maid and servant next to Madame May hurriedly helped her away in a mess. The chief family members quickly put on smiles and made small talk to smooth things over. Everyone tacitly ignored the incident and started talking about other things. Lu Kaichun approached Madame Qi and whispered an apology. I'm really sorry, Madame Qi. Madame May falsely accused me without reason. I had to clarify and defend myself. It was not very appropriate to discuss such matters at the wedding banquet. Madame Qi had some slight resentment in her heart, but after hearing Lu Saichun's words, she thought, yes, what's her fault? When someone asked her for her opinion earlier, she just shared her thoughts. Those words actually served as a warning. In the future, the family should prepare accordingly and leave some precautions. Being prepared is better than being caught off guard and panicking at the last moment. She should thank Lu Kaichun for that. Later, it was no longer her concern. Madame May's malicious and cruel intentions were obvious. She said those things with bad intentions. If Lu Kaichun was wrongly accused, that would be terrible. No wonder Lady Lu was so angry. Madame Qi quickly smiled and said, Lady Lu, please don't say that. It's not your intention. It's okay. Lu Kaichun nodded with a smile. The chief family members were actually quite nice. After the banquet, Lu Kaichun waited patiently. It took a while before the 7th day of the lunar month arrived. She smiled and asked, "Where did you go?" "I waited for a long time." The 7th day looked a bit helpless but smiled. "Someone stopped me and talked for a while. It was hard to get away. Let's go back." "All right." The chief family had arranged a mule cart to take them back to the village, but seeing how busy everyone was, Lu Kaichun didn't want to trouble them and politely declined. She specifically went to say goodbye to Miss Chi and arranged to meet in the provincial capital later. Then she waited for the 7th day. The two of them walked quickly, and it didn't take long to get back. On the 7th day, Lu Kaichun didn't tell Lu Kaichun. He took some time to visit Su Yan. His brother-in-law had indeed rebelled, and fighting had already started in the north. The emperor wanted his brother-in-law to bring the two nephews to live permanently in the capital, but he refused. 3 princes' mansions had already been destroyed by the emperor, so he definitely wouldn't risk sending his only 2 sons to the city now. Who knew what the situation would be in the capital? The emperor wouldn't cherish their lives. Because of this, the emperor was very angry and sent a special envoy with a team of imperial guards directly to the north, trying to force his brother-in-law's family to come to the capital for questioning. He had clearly issued an order to investigate and punish, and his brother-in-law, knowing the fate of his 3 brothers, might have felt he had no choice but to take a dangerous risk. In the end, he chose this path. I heard that the Su family had already fallen under the emperor's control. At such a time, he couldn't return home. He only told Su Yan and the others to stay alert and keep watch. If the emperor was only under house arrest, that was fine. But if the emperor planned to do something worse, they needed to report immediately. He decided to stay here for now and watch what happens. He also instructed Su Yan to buy a large, remote estate and find capable warriors to bring back for protection, just in case. When he returned to the village, the sun was setting. After dinner, he sat on a long bamboo chair in the yard. Lu Kaichun said, "I plan to go to the provincial city in a few days." Initial 7 looked at her. Lu Kaichun, most news from the provincial city is more detailed and accurate. I want to go there and find out more. Initial 7 nodded. If things really get chaotic, we don't know what will happen here. It's good to go and get some information so we're prepared. Lu Kaichun smiled. Yes, indeed. Initial 7 also smiled. My wife is wise and thoughtful. You're right. We need to prepare early for such things.
Exactly.
If it lasts for 3 or 4 years, we should get ready in advance. Lu Kaichun quietly thought. She wondered if she remembered correctly. It should be 3 or 4 years, right? Although she couldn't quite remember if it was 3 or 4 years now. Anyway, roughly the same. In the apocalypse, because she had a space, she picked up many books from the library during one visit. She read quite a bit in her free time, so she remembered a lot of useful and useless information. Unfortunately, her space was with her, but everything inside it was reset to 0. Lu Kaichun had even decided that once she reached the provincial city, she would store at least 1,000 jin of pork and mutton again. Sugar, salt, soy sauce, seasonings, glaf, cotton. Common medicinal herbs. Well, the more I can buy, the better. For grains, I dare not think about it for now. The price might skyrocket. I don't know if tools like hoes, axes, and sickles are still easy to find or not. Probably not anymore, especially during wartime when iron supplies are tightly controlled. Anyway, I'll ask about it later. If possible, I'll buy as much as I can. Lu Kaichun was thinking this, but Chu Chi was surprised when he heard it. He secretly glanced at Lu Kaichun and pretended to ask casually with a smile, 3 or 4 years. Do you really think the Flame King can fight the court for that long? Lu Kaichun replied casually, of course. Chu Chi's heart suddenly clenched tightly.
Why?
He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling his heart pounding with nervousness. At the banquet at the Chi family, the attitude and opinions of the guests are actually quite normal. The court is a huge power. In the north, both population and resources are quite poor, and the gap compared to the court is enormous. The court commands the entire country's strength, Can it not defeat a rebellious prince in the cold northern region? Chu Chi naturally hopes his brother-in-law will win, but honestly, he doesn't think the chances are very good. He believes his brother-in-law probably thinks so too. Rebellion is out of necessity, fighting while seeking a way out. All he wants is to live quietly without revealing his identity. 3 or 4 years. His wife actually thinks her brother-in-law can hold out against the court for that long? Chu Chi wouldn't even dare to think that. A thought crossed his mind. He knew his wife was a bit special. If it were someone else, he might not believe it, just a casual remark. But since it was his wife, he felt there might be some truth. His eyes brightened a little, filled with hope as he looked at her. Lu Kaichun didn't notice anything unusual and casually said, because in the end, the Flame King will win. Just as she was about to say this, Lu Kaichun suddenly stopped herself, realizing something was wrong. She couldn't say that. Because I think the Flame King is very powerful. The young emperor is too young and inexperienced, not capable enough. The Flame King is his uncle, skilled in martial arts, much stronger than those scholars who only memorize books.
Of course he can win.
Chu Chi's heart was hit hard again. Can he win? Do you really think the Flame King can win? Lu Kaichun couldn't help but glance at Chu Chi, feeling a little strange inside, but she didn't think much of it. The 7th day of the lunar month, and she are on the same side. It's good that she said something to give him some confidence, though whether he believes it or not is another matter. Knowing her opinion gives him a rough idea, so he won't be caught off guard if problems arise later. That's just what I think, she said. The 7th day of the lunar month gasped in surprise.
He forced himself to stay calm.
Almost no one believes he can succeed. Why do you, as my wife, think differently?
Just a feeling, she replied. A feeling?
Yes. Lu Kaichun had no idea how much her words stirred inside him. She looked innocent, quietly pondering her words, but it seemed she couldn't explain clearly. She wasn't good at analyzing such things, and there wasn't enough information to figure it out. Since science couldn't solve this, she decided to rely on superstition. I just have this feeling. If I had to say, people from the north might not be suited for the southern climate. In a war, the southern folks might have a hard time, even suffer losses. If the war lasts until winter, they'll be at a bigger disadvantage. So I think, since the Flame King dares to rebel, he must be capable. It's not strange if he can hold out until the end, she said. Of course, that's just my opinion. Don't tell anyone, she added. No, I won't say a word. The 7th day quickly shook his head. After thinking carefully about her words, he secretly nodded, feeling that she might be right. He needed to find a way to send a letter to his brother-in-law, trying to delay the war until winter. Maybe then there would be a big change. He knew his brother-in-law's abilities well. As long as the court couldn't quickly defeat him, it wouldn't be easy to capture him later. Why do you think 3 or 4 years is such a long time? He asked. That's also superstition, Lu Kaichun confidently replied again. War is between 2 distant places, south and north. 3 or 4 years isn't long at all. I think it's about 3 years at most. The 7th day nodded, finding her reasoning very reasonable. Hearing her words, he suddenly felt much more hopeful. Although she hadn't really helped much, he felt she had done a great favor. You're right, that makes sense, he said, feeling much more at ease. He felt much calmer now. After 2 days of making chili paste, Lu Kaichun and the 7th day went back to the provincial capital. In the county, aside from limited grain supplies, everything else seemed fine. As they approached the provincial city, more and more people in tattered clothes and with pale faces gathered outside the city walls. These crowds clustered together outside the gates, which were heavily guarded, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. When Lu Kaichun and the others passed by, they saw a middle-aged man who looked like a manager of a wealthy household, accompanied by 2 attendants, leaving the city to find workers. The ragged people seemed like flies attracted to rotten meat, rushing forward eagerly, begging the man to hire them, each offering a lower price than the last. Finally, one loud voice shouted, "We don't want wages, just enough to eat." The manager of the wealthy household nodded in satisfaction and took 7 or 8 of them away. Lu Kaichun raised her eyebrows slightly. The effects of the drought were beginning to show quietly. This was just the start. Soon, the city outside wouldn't be able to hold so many people. These people would start wandering to different counties, towns, and villages. Inside the city, life was still lively and bustling with noise. Lu Kaichun and Chucky still stayed at the same inn, familiar and easy to talk to. The spicy chili sauce was very popular. The innkeeper ordered 100 jin, and Lu Kaichun happily and generously gave it to him. She went to see Manager Tang. Chucky said he was out gathering information about the recent battles to stay informed. Lu Kaichun agreed. She also wanted to ask Manager Tang about it. When Manager Tang saw Lu Kaichun, he was very happy. Lady Lu, long time no see. Haha, it's been a while. What good things do you have this time, Lady Lu? Besides chili sauce, only watermelons. Would you like some, Manager Tang? Yes, yes, Manager Tang quickly nodded, quite pleased. The chili sauce, the more the better. I want as much as you have. Lady Lu, you don't know how valuable this chili sauce is to traveling merchants. It's easy to carry, won't spoil, and is tasty and good for meals. And the watermelons, too. The weather is getting hotter, and fresh fruit is scarce this year. Most of the fruit isn't very good. If your watermelons are as good as last time, that would be wonderful. Lu Kaichun smiled. Our watermelons all grow on a single vine, so of course they're good. Actually, there were some kiwi fruits too, but not many. She kept them all in her space to eat herself. Manager Tang was overjoyed. That's great. The price is negotiable. The chili sauce at the original price, and how about 30 coins per jin for the watermelons?
Deal.
I'll deliver them tomorrow morning. There are 500 jin of chili sauce and about 3,200 jin of watermelon. All right. The deal was quickly settled. Lu Kaichun calculated silently and saw that 170 or 180 taels of silver had been earned, which was quite good. By the way, shopkeeper Tang, I heard that the court is fighting with King Yen. Do you know any news about it?
Can you tell me?
I want to go back and tell the villagers so we can be prepared. Shopkeeper Tang looked at her with a smile and said, You're asking me about this? You're right to ask me. Our master is from Jinling, right under the emperor's nose. Lady Lu, you worry too much. When you go back, tell your villagers to just focus on living their lives peacefully. There's no need to think too much or prepare for anything. This year's harvest was poor, but next year will be better. King Yan's land is cold and harsh. No one wants to go there, and there's no grain or supplies. The court sent the brave and skilled Marquis of Jingshan to fight. We all think that in about 3 months, King Yen will definitely be defeated. With such a small territory and such little capital, he dares to oppose the court? It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Ridiculous. Where does he get his courage? Lu Kaichun hesitated, feeling it was hard to agree. But she didn't argue with shopkeeper Tang. He was a good person, but in her eyes, he was just a reliable partner who was easy to work with. She knew what could be said and what shouldn't be said. Any major merchant would be very sharp about court affairs. Since the war had just started, it was normal for Tang and his colleagues to think this way. Next year, they would naturally realize that things weren't quite what they initially thought, and they would know what to do. She didn't need to remind them. Lu Kaichun nodded as if she suddenly understood and said, I see. That makes me feel better. Shopkeeper Tang, tell me more about Jinling. I'm really curious now. Tang was in a good mood. Who isn't interested in gossip about Jinling? Lu Saichuan's eager and respectful attitude made Tang very pleased. When she asked, he happily started to talk. The more Lu Kaichun listened, the more certain she became. This was very similar, almost exactly the same. This path, probably 90% the same? That's good. After leaving Tang's place, Lu Kaichun went to the market for a big shopping trip. They couldn't buy so much fresh pork, mutton, chicken, duck, goose, or rabbit, so she paid half the money to the butchers to slaughter the animals. She would pick them up tomorrow. She said her family needed a lot of meat for a banquet. Lu Kaichun also bought 6 pairs of live rabbits to take home for raising, as rabbits give birth quickly and can be eaten later. She plans to raise some chickens and ducks too, once she reaches the county town to buy more. She didn't miss out on various seasonings and delicacies, collecting as much as possible. Even the eggs at the market were almost sold out by her. The prices of fabrics and cotton surprisingly hadn't increased yet. She thought for a moment and decided to buy a large batch. Tools for farming had already gone up in price again, so she decided not to buy any. The raw materials for Yufu Shuang hadn't been used up yet, but since she was here, she naturally took some. Suddenly, she remembered that she had cleared out some antiques, ornaments, and jade items from Fong County Magistrate's brother-in-law's house. Lu Kai-chun selected a pair of flower vases over a foot tall, a jade mountain sculpture, a jade chime, and a calligraphy painting that might be from a famous artist, then sold them at an antique shop. After bargaining, she sold all these items for a total of 460 taels. Looking at the Zhang family, they didn't seem very valuable. But it was still a good amount. 460 taels could cover all her major purchases and still leave a lot remaining. While Lu Kai-chun was busy with her large shopping spree to build a sense of security, Chu Chi was also busy. He didn't need to ask around or probe like Lu Kai-chun. Instead, people naturally told him everything in detail. Once he learned that his family was safe and that his parents repeatedly told him not to go back or show himself, he felt at ease. Chu Chi made some adjustments to what Lu Kai-chun had told him, then wrote a letter and handed it to his contact. This letter must be delivered to my brother-in-law, no matter what. He also took out a few potatoes from his pocket and handed them to his contact. These are potatoes, suitable for planting in both the north and south. They don't require specific soil and have a high yield. Divide these potatoes into 2 parts, one for my father, one for my brother-in-law, and ask them to secretly find more. If they find enough seed potatoes, they can promote planting on a large scale. If they find enough, we won't have to worry about food. I've also written instructions on how to plant them in the letter. Yes, young master. After making sure everything was in order, Chu Chi bought several exquisite snacks from a tea house and returned to the inn. Lu Kai-chun, exhausted from her big shopping trip and the time spent, arrived a little later than him. Both of them were quite satisfied with their day, chatting happily over dinner and sharing the news they had learned. Chu Chi knew more details and was willing to tell Lu Kai-chun more to hear her thoughts. Lu Kai-chun looked a bit surprised. She hadn't expected that the news spreading between the tea houses and taverns seemed more detailed and thorough than what Manager Tang, who was from Jinling, had shared. Then, that Marquis Jingshan, although famous for his great military achievements, was he just riding on the general's coattails and never led troops alone? If the older generation hadn't passed away, fallen ill, or become too old to fight, he probably wouldn't have had a chance, right? The young emperor doesn't even have a decent general to rely on. One brave soldier can produce many brave soldiers. I think it's not looking good. Chi loved hearing this. I also think he's not capable. Well, we've prepared early, so we're sure to be safe. When King Yan's army entered Jinling and chaos broke out in the south, soldiers and civilians fled everywhere. This area was just one province away from Jinling, with many mountains, making it easy for scattered soldiers and civilians to hide. Things could get very messy then. Just thinking about it made Lu Kai-chun feel nervous. The next morning, Lu Kai-chun successfully delivered the goods to Manager Tang. Then she went to buy pork, lamb, and prepared chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. She was about to return to the inn to rest and head home early the next day. But on her way across the river that ran through the city, a young girl suddenly fell into the water. Her maidservant was terrified and screamed loudly, "Help! Save her! Our young lady has fallen in." The city was crowded with people. Suddenly, countless onlookers gathered, shouting for help, but few knew how to swim, and no one jumped in to save her. If we don't save her now, it'll be too late. A young man in a blue shirt, who seemed to be a companion of the maidservant, stomped his foot anxiously and said, "I'll go." He was about to jump in, but suddenly felt someone grab his arm. He turned and glared. "Who? Let go. You're a man. What's the point of going in to save her? Step aside, I'll do it." Lu Kai-chun pushed him aside before he could say anything, and leapt into the water herself. Lu Kaichun was not only a good swimmer but also strong. She had experience rescuing people from water and quickly brought the unconscious girl to the shore. Without hesitation, Lu Kaichun carried the girl into a nearby grocery shop run by a woman. "Madam, please do me a favor." The shopkeeper, who had been watching the scene, hurriedly nodded. "Of course. Put her down quickly." The maidservant, the young man in blue, and his young servant quickly followed.
Miss.
The maid was pale, nervous, and panicked, with tears on her face. In her haste, she ran toward her young lady, clearly showing her concern. The man in blue and his servant also tried to enter, but Lu Kaichun casually covered herself with a piece of cloth brought by her mistress to hide her wet clothes, blocking the way of the man and his servant. "Move aside. What are you doing?" "Men and women shouldn't be so close," Lu Kaichun said, glaring at him. "You're rushing in now. Is that reasonable? Are you trying to take advantage?" The young servant glared at Lu Kaichun. "How can you talk like that? Miss Shi is our young master's friend, and he's just worried about her. If you really care about her, don't cause trouble." The young master Feng looked at Lu Kaichun with a stern expression. "I do care about Miss Shi. As for you, this has nothing to do with you. You're unconnected and uninvited. Why are you still here? What are you up to?" Lu Kaichun chuckled softly, then turned to the crying maid and said, "Girl, stop crying. Hurry and buy some clean clothes for your young lady. Bring me a set too. Tell your family to come quickly." The maid seemed to wake up from a dream, hurriedly wiping her tears and standing up. Yes, I will go right away. Thank you, miss, for helping. Please also take care of my young lady." The maid, Dan Xiang, bowed deeply to Lu Kaichun and hurried out. The young servant, Adieu, quickly followed. "Sister Dan Xiang, wait for me. I'll go with her." "Hey, you can't leave." Lu Kaichun grabbed his sleeve, but he struggled to shake her off. "Don't you understand what men and women shouldn't be so close means? The young lady is going on her own. It's daytime and safe in the city. Besides, she didn't ask you to follow her. What's your reason for tagging along?" Adu was so angry, he almost stomped his foot. Lu Kaichun wasn't angry. Seeing the girl run away, she finally let go of Adu and smiled happily.
"Me?
I was just saving her. Since I don't know you well, I'm not worried about you talking nonsense." The man in blue frowned and glanced at Lu Kaichun with disdain. "Don't bother with someone so rude and uncouth." "Yes, young master," Lu Kaichun said lazily, ignoring him. She turned to look at the others. Inside a small partition, the young lady was lying against the wall, her face pale and looking barely alive. The female shopkeeper sat beside her, comforting her. She had no extra clean clothes here, and this small partition was really tiny. Around her, various goods were piled up messily. In the narrow space, there was an old bamboo lounge chair. "Miss, you're here. Miss Shi, this young lady brought you here." Lu Kaichun smiled and nodded at the female shopkeeper. "Sister-in-law, you go ahead and attend to the shop. I'll stay with Miss Shi. My surname is Lu as in the willow tree. You can call me Lady Lu." "Oh, I'll go first," the shopkeeper said, needing to return to her work. She left quickly, still worried about her shop. Miss Shi wanted to get up, but Lu Kaichun pressed her down gently. "Lie back, Miss Shi. You're all wet, and it's uncomfortable to get up like this. Your girl went to buy clean clothes, and we'll notify your family. Just bear with it a little longer. You'll feel better soon." "Thank you, Lady Lu," Miss Shi said gratefully, glancing at her. "I thought I saw Lady Lu save me. When I see my mother, I'll tell her and thank Lady Lu properly. I only happened to see it by chance. I couldn't just stand by and watch someone drown. You don't need to worry about it. By the way, it seems there aren't many people by the river. How did you fall in?" Miss Shi's eyes slightly furrowed, as if recalling something. "I only felt someone push me, and I didn't have time to react before I fell in." Lu Kaichun smiled. There were quite a few onlookers, but none of them seemed to know how to swim. "If I had arrived a little later, the young man in a blue long robe walking with you might have jumped in to save you. I was the one who held him back. Miss Shi suddenly looked up at Lu Kai-chun, her eyes showing a mix of fear and shock. She clenched a worn blanket tightly and trembled slightly. Lady Lu, thank you. Thank you so much. Miss Shi almost bit her lip, speaking each word with effort, as if she wanted to pour out her gratitude from her heart. Lu Kai-chun understood her feelings. She lowered her voice. I saw it with my own eyes. A servant named Adu bumped into someone, and that person then bumped into you, Miss Shi. After that, you fell into the water. Miss Shi's eyes widened in shock. But, Miss Shi, don't ask me for proof. I have none. Just take my words as a guess, Lu Kai-chun said casually. Whether you believe her or not, she knew what she saw. Since Lu Kai-chun had seen it herself, she couldn't hide the truth. Miss Shi suddenly grabbed her wrist, her face a mix of excitement and anger. No, I'm not that ungrateful. I just said, how could someone suddenly bump into me and cause me to fall into the river? I see now, I understand. Lu Kai-chun realized everything clearly. It seems Miss Shi understands everything in her heart. Shi Yingying was obviously very angry and didn't hold back her feelings. That young Master Feng's mother did want to marry us into their family. My mother doesn't like the Feng family, and I don't like them either. Today, I took Donxiang out to buy colored thread and was just wandering around when I unexpectedly ran into young Master Feng and his servant. He insisted on coming with us. I couldn't refuse, so I just let him. I never thought he would have bad intentions. So despicable and shameless. So despicable and shameless. Isn't that just despicable? If Lu Kai-chun hadn't happened to come along and intervene, and if Feng Zhuzing hadn't jumped in to save Shi Yingying, who else could she have married? Miss Lu. Shi Yingying looked at Lu Kai-chun again, almost wanting to kowtow to her. Miss Lu, not only did you save my life, but you also saved my whole future. I don't know how to thank you. Lu Kai-chun didn't expect Shi Xiaojie to be so quick-witted and sincere. She couldn't help but feel a bit fond of her. She chuckled, haha, helping others in need doesn't require thanks. Since Miss Shi knows that person had bad intentions, you should be more careful in the future. Someone who dares to push you into the water today might dare to drug you tomorrow. Shi Yingying's face turned pale immediately. She quickly said, thank you for reminding me, Sister Lu.
I will tell my mother about this.
I definitely won't accept anything from their family. Donxiang finally returned with the clothes, panting and sweating.
Miss.
Seeing that the young lady was awake, Donxiang almost burst into tears again. Lu Kai-chun gently pushed her. Your lady is fine now. Hurry and help her change clothes. Don't let her catch a cold. Miss Shi is not like me. I have spiritual spring water, and I've used it to improve my body. A slight cold is easy to handle. Not only will she not catch a cold easily, but even if she does, it's just a few sneezes.
Huh.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Here are your clothes. You should change quickly. Donxiang snapped out of her surprise and hurriedly took out the clothes Lu Kai-chun bought for her. Miss Shi smiled and said, this is Miss Lu. Sister Lu is my lifesaver. I must not neglect her. Donxiang heard the trust and closeness in her tone and was secretly surprised. Then she remembered that Miss Lu was her lifesaver, so it was understandable. Yes, miss. Lu Kai-chun and Miss Shi turned their backs to each other, quickly changing out of their wet clothes. Just as they finished, Madame Shi arrived in a mule cart with people. Yingying. Yingying, your niece. Zhu Sheng. How is Yingying? Auntie. Yingying is fine. You two can rest assured. How could you be with Yingying? How could you not take good care of her? Luckily, Yingying is safe, or else how would you explain to your aunt?
I'm sorry, Auntie.
I'm sorry. Shi Yingying, Donxiang, and Lu Kai-chun hurried out from inside. Mother. Yingying. Madame Shi hugged her daughter tightly. After being frightened, Yingying finally couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed into her mother's arms. Madame Shi also cried. Madame Ji and Madame Feng kept trying to comfort her. Even Feng Zhusheng, who seemed distracted and not paying attention, softly advised her with a guilty look, showing responsibility. Adu suddenly came over to Lu Kai-chun, glaring at her fiercely and warning her in a low voice, "Miss Liu, it's not your business now. Hurry and leave. This matter shouldn't be spread around, or it might hurt Miss Shi's reputation. If you don't leave now, what are you waiting for?" Lu Kaichun shot him a quick glance and said loudly, "Miss Shi, there's nothing more. I will take my leave now." Adu was too late to stop her and became very upset. Ying quickly got out of her mother's arms, wiping her tears while calling out to her, "No, Sister Lu, wait." She pulled her mother over and said, "Mother, luckily Sister Lu jumped into the river to save me. Otherwise, I might have lost my life today." Madame Shi was very grateful and said, "Miss Lu, thank you. Do you mind telling us where your home is? Tomorrow, my daughter and I will visit you." They wanted to visit and thank her. Lu Kaichun mentioned the name of her inn. "Madame Shi, you're too kind." Madame Feng and Madame Ji exchanged a quiet look, both feeling a bit disdainful. They thought to themselves, what are they pretending for? They kept saying they were too kind and quickly introduced themselves. Lu Kaichun told her own home so fast because she was curious. She wanted to know how Miss Shi and her mother would handle this matter tomorrow. Besides, she was the savior of Miss Shi. Even if she introduced herself quickly, what was wrong with that?
She believed she deserved this thanks.
Mrs. G. Eyre stepped forward with a smile and said, "Madame Shi, you should hurry and take Ying back. I've already sent someone to call the doctor. Once we return to the house, the doctor should arrive soon, and we need to have Ying checked quickly." Yes, Ying, let's go see the doctor. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Are you hurt anywhere? Mrs. Shi was suddenly drawn to the situation. Ying gently held her mother's hand and shook her head. "I'm fine now, Mother. Luckily, Sister Lu saved me just in time. I wasn't hurt badly, don't worry." Even with her anger, she wouldn't let herself fall ill because of it. That mean-spirited man, Feng Zhusheng, dared to scheme against her. "But Sister Lu, I don't know if she's okay. Mother, how about we take Sister Lu with us to the clinic? Let the doctor check her too." "No need to trouble so much, Mrs.
Yi smiled.
Sister Lu's bravery is truly admirable. Let's have her come back with us." "No, I can help others, so I feel confident. It's nothing special. You all should hurry and take Miss Shi back." Mrs. Shi was still thinking of her daughter and was about to speak, but Mrs. G quickly urged her with a smile. "Mrs. Shi, please take Ying away now. I'll stay here and make sure someone sends Sister Lu back safely." "All right, thank you, madam." "You're welcome." They said their goodbyes, and 2 mule carts quickly left. Mrs. G shot a glance at Lu Kaichun and ordered the maid, "Give a piece of broken silver to Miss Lu to hire a carriage." The maid responded, took a piece of broken silver from her purse, about 3 or 4 coins, and looked proud and sneering as she said, "Here you go, Miss Lu. You can hire a carriage or walk back yourself. This silver is yours now. You're lucky to have saved Miss Shi. Tomorrow, Madame Shi will surely thank you properly." Lu Kaichun had long been annoyed by her sarcastic attitude and smiled sweetly. "Auntie, are you jealous and envious? Too bad, I was the one who saved Miss Shi. Even if you're jealous, it's no use."
Ha ha ha.
The maid was stunned and angry. Mrs. G and her servant stared in shock. How could someone be so shameless? The maid was annoyed and sneered coldly. "Jealous and envious? That's a joke. What's there to envy? A big reward like that. With Madame Shi's affection for Miss Shi, I bet a servant like me could buy 10 or more."
"You? What are you?"
"Just a servant, yet so proud, daring to speak to me like that? May I ask which family you belong to? I am curious to know. Why are you so rude?" The maid looked nervously at her mistress and glared fiercely at Lu Kaichun. She wanted to say something but quickly held back. Madame G burst into laughter, annoyed. "You, a guest staying at an inn, acting so high and mighty. What's wrong? Does it bother you? Two-faced and hypocritical, it seems your family isn't much. Otherwise, this lady and the maid wouldn't be so hesitant and unable to speak clearly." Silence. Lu Kaichun covered her mouth and giggled. "This is so boring. Are you in such a hurry? Who asked you to provoke me? Just tell me honestly if you're trying to send me off with some broken silver." It's laughable to try to shame someone with such a small amount. If you want to shame someone with silver, wouldn't a mountain of gold and silver be more impressive and show more power? This tiny amount? Not impressive at all. Lu Kai-chun reached into her and pulled out a 5-ounce silver ingot, smiling brightly. You want that petty broken silver? Do I look like I can't hire a carriage? What a joke. Without silver, why would I come to the provincial city? Without money, how could I stay at an inn? Madame Ji and her maid blushed with embarrassment, but Lu Kai-chun had already left confidently. Honestly, this was all because her own family had been too mean and snobbish. Moreover, Lu Kai-chun was the savior of Shiringying. They should have at least hired a carriage for her and politely sent her off, but no, they just let her go like that. And what happened then? At the time, Madame Ji didn't think the maid's actions were wrong. Now, looking back, she felt it was petty and shameful. She also felt embarrassed herself. It was outrageous to have a girl from somewhere outside scold her right in front of everyone. Madame Ji glared displeased at the maid and snorted, then got into the carriage. Lu Kai-chun returned to the inn. Chi-chi was anxiously pacing, counting silently in her heart. She thought if Lu Kai-chun didn't come back soon, she would have to contact the secret guards here to start searching. Where did you go? We said we would have lunch together at noon. Why are you only back now? When she finally saw Lu Kai-chun return, Chi-chi let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but glance at her clothes with some suspicion. Lu Kai-chun followed his gaze and looked down herself, then chuckled softly. I wasn't dressed like this when I left this morning. My morning clothes are in this bundle. I jumped into the river today to save someone, so what did you say? You jumped into the river to save someone?
Chu-chi's face changed.
You're so brave. Did you get hurt? Did you see a doctor? Why would I need to see a doctor? Nothing's wrong. If I had really been hurt, I wouldn't have dared to jump in. Lu Kai-chun waved her hand and called the servant over. She asked him to bring some special dishes to the room while she briefly explained what happened today and shared some thoughts. Really, that guy is so sneaky. I saw it with my own eyes. Miss Sher was walking fine, and that Adu suddenly pushed someone, causing her to fall into the river. Feng Zhu Sheng is quite interesting too. When Miss Sher was pushed into the water by his close servant, he didn't jump in right away to save her. He was just pretending, trying to hide his true intentions. But luckily, he waited a little while before jumping in. If he had gone in immediately, I wouldn't have had time to run over and grab him. If he really had jumped in, Miss Sher would have been in big trouble. Although Lu Kai-chun didn't care much about this kind of thing herself, she would rather remain a widow than let a scoundrel who plotted against her succeed. Others in this time saw things differently. Especially in such a situation, if the truth wasn't known, Feng Zhu Sheng would seem like Miss Shiringying's savior. Besides marrying him, Miss Shiringying would have no other options. Chu-chi had heard of such things before and wasn't surprised. His wife was safe and sound, and the girl they rescued was also fine.
Chu-ki plays Lu Kai-chun highly.
He said she was beautiful, kind-hearted, brave, capable, and truly a wonderful person. However, jumping into the water to save someone was quite dangerous. Without full confidence, it was better not to try again. Water and fire are merciless. They can be quite frightening. Lu Kai-chun was very pleased with his praise. The servant brought 4 dishes and a soup, and since they had missed mealtime, both of them were very hungry. Because they needed to meet Lady Sher and Miss Sher, they decided not to return home the next day. Lady Sher and Miss Sher had already come to the inn in the morning. Unexpectedly, they were accompanied by a familiar person, Miss Chi. Now, she should be called the young mistress of the Ji family. Mrs. Ji, the young wife, styled her hair in a traditional woman's hairstyle. Since she was newly married, her hair was decorated not only with gold hairpins and jade hairpins, but also with 2 large red silk flowers shaped like money coins, about the size of a copper coin. Her makeup was subtle, and she wore a bright pink silk jacket embroidered with auspicious grass and lucky mushrooms, paired with a light purple pleated skirt. She looked elegant and dignified, yet graceful. When Lu Kai-chun first saw her, she was momentarily stunned, causing Mrs. Ji to cover her mouth with a folding fan and laugh, her face full of joy. She said proudly. Sister Lu, you didn't recognize me, did you? Lu Kaichun was puzzled. She wondered why she was so happy. She thought, why is she so proud just because I didn't recognize her? Mrs. G explained, at first, I almost didn't recognize you. So, the people yesterday mentioned that the G family is really your family? What a coincidence. Yes, it's really a coincidence, Mrs. G smiled. Yesterday, Aunt Sher and Ying mentioned that Ying was saved by Lady Lu. I was curious, where in this world are there so many capable Lady Lius? It seemed unlikely. I guessed it was you, Sister Lu. So today, I came to see for myself. I didn't expect it really was you. Now I understand.
No wonder, Liu Kaichun nodded.
Counting carefully, everyone was practically relatives or friends, and they all sighed happily about the good fortune of fate, feeling closer to each other. Madame Sher presented 2 gift boxes. Lady Lu, this is a small token of thanks.
Please don't be polite.
Seeing Madame Sher's grateful look, she nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with what seemed like tears. Lu Kaichun understood. Last night, Ying must have told her about Feng Zhuxing's scheme. Her gratitude wasn't just for saving her from drowning but also for revealing Feng Zhuxing's plot, giving them a warning. Only then could they be prepared in the future. It's no exaggeration to say she was saved from a disaster. Lu Kaichun nodded in understanding and responded softly, Madam Sher, there's no need to be so polite. Since I saw it, I should do something. Madam Sher said, although that's true, many people in this world mind their own business and don't get involved. Who wants to cause trouble? Besides, such unverified matters rarely attract anyone's interest. Ying truly has luck on her side to meet you. Ying nodded repeatedly. She was still scared when she thought about it. Almost her life could have been ruined. Lady Lu, you saved her, which is like saving me too. Madame Sher's eyes nearly welled up with tears. The young lady of the G family smiled and said, Aunt Sher, since you plan to sell your land anyway, why not sell it to Sister Lu? Hearing this, the 3 people on both sides were all surprised. The young lady explained kindly, Aunt Sher and Ying's family are in Songming County, between Ningyang County and the provincial capital. It's not far from Ningyang. Sister Lu mentioned wanting to buy some large plots of land, right? I think buying in Songming County is quite suitable. Since Aunt Sher plans to sell her land and take Ying to Jinling to reunite with her family, making this deal would be very convenient. Lu Saichuan's eyes lit up immediately. If this was true, it was like a gift falling from the sky. She had already offended the couple from Fong County and the Fong family badly. The county magistrate probably wasn't a good person either. Not to mention, she couldn't buy large estates in her county quickly, and even if she could, Lu Kaichun wouldn't dare to buy. Who knew if the magistrate's wife or the Zhang family might cause trouble every few days? Too many uncertainties made her lose interest. Buying land in Songming County was a good idea. It's between Ningyang and the provincial capital. Later, when she visited the capital, she could stay overnight at her own farm in Songming. How wonderful! As for whether the war between the court and King Yen would affect such matters, Lu Kaichun didn't think much about it. This place definitely wouldn't be the main battlefield, nor would it turn into one. The early battles were in the north. After a series of skirmishes, King Yen kept winning and advancing south. Once he captured Jinling Palace, the current court would be finished. So, she didn't need to worry about her land being destroyed by the war. If she had to worry, it would be about the scattered soldiers and bandits. Lu Kaichun wasn't afraid. She planned to select some people, buy others, and form her own farm team. She didn't demand much. Being able to protect herself was enough. Moreover, she had space. She could put all the land deeds, property titles, and produce into her space, which was very safe. After the chaos ended, everything would still belong to her. As for Aunt Sher and Ying going to Jinling, she couldn't say much now. But since they were connected, she asked for their address. If something urgent came up, she could send them a letter and ask them to come over for safety. And it might not be so bad. After King Yen captures Jinling, he probably won't burn or loot the city. Things would settle down quickly. The young lady's suggestion might have been a sudden idea, but after thinking it over, Lu Kai-chun was very interested and decisively agreed. Mrs. Sher, are you really planning to sell the land and estate? I actually quite want to buy them. Do you think we could have a careful talk? Mrs. Sher feels mixed emotions. She genuinely wants to sell. As an orphaned mother, she faces many troubles. Selling the property would be clean and also prevent others from bothering her. Returning to her parents' home, she has her father, mother, and brother-in-law to rely on, plus a good amount of silver. She and her daughter could buy a small house to live in, and they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Madame Ji has invited her to visit several times, mainly because she's interested in their land. Don't forget, Madame Ji's sister-in-law, Mrs. Feng, who is Feng Zhuxing's mother. If she seriously discussed marriage with her, she might agree to marry Yingying to Feng Zhuxing. Before Feng Zhuxing's true nature was revealed, she liked the Feng family quite a bit. But as they say, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Mrs. Feng often shows some interest, but in reality, she probably has no intention of asking her son to marry her daughter. After all, they are a mother and daughter, both orphans, so why would Mrs. Feng look favorably on them? However, they want to keep their land, which is why Feng Zhuxing used such a despicable trick, trying to ruin her daughter's reputation and force her into becoming a concubine. It's truly wicked. Now that the scheme failed, Madame Ji brought up the idea of buying the land again, but her offer... She would have to be crazy to sell it to her. When Madame Ji said that earlier, she was actually quite surprised. She knew Madame Ji wouldn't be unaware that her second aunt and second uncle wanted to buy her land. But after thinking a little, she understood. The Ji family's two branches are not on good terms. Madame Ji had previously tried to interfere in her eldest nephew's marriage. Since she had only recently married into the family, she almost fell into her trap. She was annoyed and, if she had the chance, she would give her a hard time. Naturally, she was happy to do so. However, she hesitated a bit. Should she tell Lady Lu that her land was the one Madame Ji wanted to buy? But saying this in front of Madame Ji, who was giving her advice, felt a bit awkward. It was as if she was betraying herself. Mrs. Sher was still feeling conflicted. Unexpectedly, Madame Ji smiled lightly and said, "The land at Aunt Sher's place is really good. My second aunt and uncle also want to buy it. But, of course, such deals should be agreed upon by both sides." Lu Kai-chun asked, "Is that the Madame Ji from yesterday?" Mrs. Sher nodded quickly. "Yes, that's her. But she only mentioned it casually, showing some interest. She hasn't really discussed it seriously." Mrs. Sher sneered inwardly. They were just thinking about taking everything, not willing to spend a single coin. "Moreover, Lady Lu, you saved my daughter Ying. If you want it, I will naturally sell it first to my daughter's lifesaver. That's the truth." Lu Kai-chun smiled. "Mrs. Sher, you're straightforward. I really do want it." The second Madame Ji was extremely annoying. She looked down on everyone. She took the initiative to compete without any pressure. Business is about skill. Mrs. Sher laughed heartily. "That's wonderful." Madame Ji, seeing this, stood up and smiled. "I suddenly remember I have something to do. I'll go for a walk and also book a banquet. Later, I'll come to pick you up so we can have lunch together." Mrs. Sher quickly smiled. "That's exactly what I was thinking. I'll treat you to this meal." "Lady Sher, no need to be polite. Next time, Lady Sher can invite us." "That's good. I'll invite you tomorrow." Madame Ji avoided the topic, giving Mrs. Sher and Lu Kai-chun a chance to discuss the price. Mrs. Sher carefully explained her land situation. It was about 17 or 18 miles from the official road, with 460 acres of fertile land and 600 acres of dry land. There was also a manor with 33 tenant households and 73 servants of various sizes inside. Lu Kai-chun listened more and more eagerly. Being over 10 miles from the official road and blocked by mountains and forests meant that even if there were wandering soldiers or refugees, the place wouldn't be very noticeable. Both the fertile land and mountain areas were abundant, making it easy to expand farming. It was perfect. Spring water could be used for breeding, and next year they could grow special potatoes and cassava. The tenants were ready, and the servants in the manor were also prepared, saving a lot of trouble. If some weren't useful, they could be weeded out. However, the price was a bit difficult for Lu Kai-chun to accept. 8 taels of silver per acre for good farmland, and 3.5 taels per acre for dry land. Just these 2 items totaled 5,780 taels. The sale of 73 tenant contracts was 750 taels. The large manor itself was valued at 300 taels. There was also a 30-acre orchard mainly planted with peach, apricot, pear, plum, jujube, loquat, and persimmon trees, worth 250 taels. This year, there was a severe drought, and the harvest was poor. But no matter how much was harvested, it belonged to Mrs. Sher. She could buy it herself or find another buyer to sell it. Still, she would have to start taking care of the 73 tenant households' meals, and the tenants had no stored grain this year. To ensure they could work hard next year, they needed some assistance. In short, money is needed everywhere. After adding everything up, the total is 7,080 taels. This price is actually discounted quite a bit because Madame Sher kindly waived some fees in gratitude for her help. Otherwise, it would have been a few hundred taels more. Excluding future expenses like food, wages, and other costs, the total isn't much, but it's not small either. Lu Kai-chun currently has a total of 6,400 taels. However, she still has jade frosom, and selling some to Lady Ji would easily make up over 7,000 taels. The estate will definitely need repairs and defenses in the future, and they might need to buy more people. Plus, there are miscellaneous expenses. Well, it's like going back to square one. But Lu Kai-chun thinks it's worth it. Alright, then it's 7,080 taels. Madam Sher, don't worry. I want all the land. Lu Kai-chun spoke confidently, and Madam Sher and her daughter were a bit surprised. Miss Lu, are you really sure about this? Yes, I am. Madam Sher was overjoyed. Good. Since we're deducting the 80 taels change, let's just settle on 7,000 taels. That's not right, Lu Kai-chun quickly said. 80 taels is still silver. I know Madam Sher has already given me a big discount, and I can't take advantage of you. When you go to Jinling, you'll need silver everywhere. It's better to have a little more than less. Madam Sher smiled gently. Don't worry, Miss Lu. My husband left us quite a bit of family property. We have 2 shops in Jinling. Though we won't become very rich, we can earn 200 or 300 taels a year. Plus, selling these lands, shops, and houses will be enough for us to spend. She had over 30,000 taels in silver, and several valuable boxes and baskets. Deducting 80 taels isn't a big deal. Lu Kai-chun listened and smiled in response. They quickly finalized the transfer details. They agreed that Madam Sher and her daughter would take her to see the estate tomorrow, and they would exchange money and property on the spot. Madam Sher also introduced her to the people working on the estate and the tenants, helping to handle the transfer. When Lady Ji returned, smiling and calling them to lunch, the details had already been mostly settled. They enjoyed a happy lunch together. Afterwards, Lu Kai-chun took the opportunity to talk to Lady Ji about jade frosom. Lady Ji was eager to hear and smiled. I've been meaning to ask you. If there's a better deal, I want it all. With the Ji family's connection, she could simply sell the estate out of the province without worrying about Ningyang County's people knowing and causing trouble for her family. Lu Kai-chun immediately gave her 40 bottles. After saying goodbye, I returned to the inn. Lu Kai-chun happily told Chi-chi about her plan to buy the estate. Chi-chi was a bit surprised but also happy for her. Buying so much land in one piece is good, easy to manage. If your wife needs any help, just say so. It's a pity he can only do small favors now like running errands, but can't pay for anything. When she saved him, he had nothing, so he can't spend money on her. Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, Tomorrow, we will go together and stay at the estate for a few days. Let's look at all the fields. We can discuss how to repair the estate to make it safe. Since the court and King Yan are fighting, it's clear there will be a long war. Although this place isn't close to Jinling, it's not far, as they are neighboring provinces. If the court loses, Wandering soldiers and refugees might come here. It's better to prepare early. Chi-Chi didn't expect her to be so determined about this. He nodded with a smile and felt more confident that his brother-in-law could win. He could write another letter to encourage him. At this moment, her brother-in-law probably needs other support, even if he can't help in other ways. Mrs. Shi and her daughter packed their bags early the next morning and left the Ji family. The night before, she had told Madame Ji, and just before leaving, she also greeted Madame Ji and Madame Feng. Both women were stunned. "Why are you leaving so soon?" "Yes, we wanted to stay a few more days with you too." "That's right, there's nothing urgent. Staying longer would be nice. We can chat more." Mrs. Shi sneered inwardly, but kept a calm face. "We really can't stay. We have to go back first. We'll visit again when we have time." Madame Feng asked quickly, "What's the matter?" Mrs. Shi hesitated and didn't reply. Madame Feng realized her words might have been too abrupt. She forced a smile and said, "I see you as family. You're orphaned and alone. If there's anything, just tell us. We can help. It's too hard for you to handle everything alone." Madame Ji also nodded kindly, showing concern. "Yes, sister, don't be so formal with us. It's too distant." Mrs. Shi sneered inwardly. "Do you care about me? Or are you just after my family's wealth of tens of thousands of silver? You want to take everything without effort, frame my daughter Yinging to ruin her reputation, and force her to be a concubine. That's truly wicked. Whenever I need help, I will ask. Little sister, it's getting late. The two of us need to leave now."
"Goodbye."
Mrs. Shi didn't wait for them to say anything further and left with Shi Yinging. Madame Ji and Madame Feng had no reason to stop them, so they could only watch as Mrs. Shi and her daughter departed. Did she notice something?
Impossible.
Maybe we should send Zhu Sheng with them? Just say we're worried about them, that we're caring for the elders, and ask him to help run errands. Wouldn't that be good? Yes, quickly go call Zhu Sheng. The sister-in-law pair still hadn't given up and were still thinking about the Shi family's property. The estate was worth several tens of thousands of silver coins. Who wouldn't be tempted? Mrs. Shi intentionally tried to shake them off. There was no way to give them a chance to follow. When Feng Zhu Sheng hurriedly rode out with people to chase after them, Mrs. Shi's carriage was already gone. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi met her and her mother outside the city, and together they headed to the farm in Songming County. They arrived after about 2 hours. Beyond the mountains, there were vast fields stretching on, and the mountains also extended widely, with gentle slopes. Now, the soybeans and peanuts in the fields had been harvested, leaving only bare land. A few trees drooped from the drought, looking droopy, listless, and unenergetic. Mrs. Shi roughly pointed out the area to Lu Kai-chun, who grew more and more pleased as she looked. This place was really good. Perhaps it was too good, which was why the two of them couldn't hold on to it. As orphaned women and mothers, without a family head, not only would outsiders covet and envy, but perhaps even her husband's family was secretly watching from the shadows. Wu Yan's steward saw the lady and the young lady bringing guests and hurried to greet them. Mrs. Shi smiled and ordered him to gather a few stewards in the hall. She calmly announced she was selling the farm and introduced the new owner, Lady Lu. Wu Yan and the others were all stunned.
What?
Clearly, Mrs. Shi was planning to sell the farm, but no one on the estate knew about it. That made sense. If they knew, the news would spread, and the Shi family would likely oppose it strongly. Mrs. Shi wanted to do this smoothly, but it wouldn't be easy. She had originally planned to do this properly with Madame Ji, but she didn't expect Madame Ji to want to take it for nothing. "Steward Wu, you don't need to be nervous. Lady Lu is a very good person. Be loyal to her and do your best to serve her, just as you did when I was here." What could Wu Yan and the others say? They felt a wave of despair. They were anxious and uneasy. But I also have to accept it. As a servant, this is their fate. Yes, yes, madam. Madam Shi smiled. All right, everyone, go and meet Lady Lu. Yes, yes. We've met Lady Lu. Greetings to Lady Lu. Wu Yan and others hurriedly knelt down and bowed to Lady Lu. Lady Lu smiled slightly. Even if you don't trust me, you can't ignore Madam Shi. Rest assured, as Madame Sure said, from now on, just do your work honestly. Don't cheat or be lazy, and you can continue peacefully. If anyone dares to betray their master, I won't forgive them. Yes, please rest assured, Lady Lu. We will do our best. Yes, yes, Lady Lu, don't worry. We will be loyal and diligent. Lady Lu nodded. You may go now. I will talk to you again later.
Yes.
Madame Sure and her daughter stayed for 2 days. All accounts were settled, and the property deeds, land contracts, and servant agreements were handed over with payment exchanged. The tenants were also reassured, and everything was transferred to Lady Lu. The tenants were reassured, hearing that everything would stay the same. Fields would still be farmed, and they could continue planting rice. They relaxed. Lady Lu spent 7,000 taels of silver and collected many contracts. She stored them all in her space. Madame Sure and her daughter said goodbye and immediately set off for Jinling. Lady Lu, I hope we meet again someday. Madame and Miss Sure, safe travels. Thank you, Lady Lu. After seeing Madame Sure and her daughter off, Lady Lu spent 2 days visiting the people on the estate, reviewing everything again. She and Chu Chi also checked all the fields once more. These fields are really good. Next year, we should repair the irrigation channels properly and continue planting rice. Let's see how many potato and cassava seeds we have. After planting these, we can plant cotton. What do you think? I think the cotton fields might not be enough. Maybe we should buy another 300 or 400 acres and clear the land. We might as well buy some more people to work. Chu Chi nodded and smiled. Your plan is very good. I think it's doable. Lady Lu smiled happily. If you agree, then let's do it. While they discussed expanding the land and buying workers, news finally spread that they had purchased this estate. A dozen or so members of the Sure family angrily came to the door, shouting and demanding an explanation from Lady Lu. Wu Yan, the manager, was sweating coldly on his forehead, anxiously trying to smile and persuade them. Suddenly, he was slapped in the face by the unreasonable old third Sure. Dog servant, what do you want? Get out of here. Wu Yan covered his face, feeling angry, anxious, and resentful, silently cursing. What kind of trouble is this? Mrs. Sure sold their assets and ran away with her daughter, causing the Sure family to lose a lot of money. They were furious and came angrily, only to see that the buyers were a young couple, not worth their attention. They came to cause trouble, so they wanted to scare them first. Only after intimidating them could they make demands. They shouted harshly, speaking viciously and without restraint, thinking that Lu Kaichun was easy to bully since Mrs. Sure and her daughter had left. They vented all their anger on Lu Kaichun. What they didn't know was that Lu Kaichun was too lazy to bother arguing with them. Lu Kaichun and Chi-Chi had been listening to the Sure family argue and curse for a while before asking, "What do you want?" This question made the Sure family excited. What do we want? This farmland originally belongs to our Sure family. That shameless woman Xie sold the farmland behind our backs. That doesn't count. Hand over the land deed, house deed, and property deed, and go ask that shameless woman Xie for her money. Yes, this is our Sure family's property. You must return it, or we won't let you go. Hand it over. Hand over the land deed, house deed, and property deed. Hand it over. Hand it over. Lu Kaichun chuckled, money in hand, goods exchanged, transaction complete. Your Sure family's personal affairs have nothing to do with me. If you want to settle accounts with Mrs. Sure, go find her yourself. I bought this with real silver and gold, and I'm giving it to you? I say, are you dreaming or still asleep? How could Lu Kaichun, who had been quietly enduring their insults, dare to speak to them like this? The Sure family almost thought their ears were malfunctioning. They suddenly became furious. A middle-aged woman with a sturdy build scolded viciously, "You little shameless girl, what did you say?" and rushed forward to slap Lu Kaichun in the face. Wu Yan and others were startled.
No, madam.
They wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Everyone instinctively looked away, unable to bear to watch. In the next second, a crisp slap sounded, making their hearts tremble. The woman screamed, "Ah!" You dare hit me? Lu Kaichun slapped her again with a slap, mocking and sneering. Do you think I dare not?
Ah,
I will fight you. The woman, with her cheeks quickly turning red and swollen, went crazy and lunged at Lu Kaichun, clawing and snarling. Wu Yan and others finally reacted, rushing forward to grab and block her.
stop it.
Let's talk nicely, don't fight, no hitting. Yes, let's talk peacefully. The people from the Sher family were unhappy to see this. What are you doing? Let go of my mother. You're bullying us too much. Everyone, come on, let's fight them. Hit them. Fight to the end. Make them pay. Beat them up. Beat them up. Wu Yan was also angry and shouted loudly. What are you doing? Are you bandits or thieves? Do you have no sense of reason? If you want to fight, we'll fight back. Someone help. Come quickly, help us. When Wu Yan shouted like this, the villagers outside the yard also started shouting and yelling. Many people outside the house and yard peeked in to watch the scene. Hearing Wu Yan's calls and shouts, they got excited and ran over, rolling up their sleeves, cursing and ready to join the fight. Lu Kaichun looked at Chi and said, Husband, it's up to you now. Can you handle it? Don't worry, wife. I can definitely handle it. Chi smiled confidently, moving gracefully like a wandering dragon, like a startled swan. His quick movements weaved through the chaotic crowd, grabbing one person and tossing them aside. Loud screams and shouts filled the air as the Sher family members were all thrown out into a pile. Wu Yan and others, furious and wanting to fight, swung their fists, but were stunned into silence. Only their own people remained in the yard. Oh no! Chi sternly shouted. Everyone stop. People from the farmstead, step back to the side. Lu Kaichun said, Wu Yan, everyone, step back.
Ah?
Yes. Master. Wu Yan and the others snapped out of their shock, hurriedly retreating, still feeling dizzy and unsure. But their eyes looked at Chi with great admiration, especially the young men on the farmstead. Chi is so powerful, so impressive. They originally knew Chi was just the son-in-law who came to visit, and although they respectfully called him master, most of them secretly looked down on him. They thought he was just a man, decent-looking, but really just a useless, soft-hearted son-in-law living off his wife. Such a disappointment. But now they never expected. Chi was so powerful. Lu Kaichun chuckled softly and glared at the panicked and embarrassed members of the Sher family. Now, can we talk calmly? You think carefully before you speak. I am a very reasonable person. If someone is unreasonable, I will make them see reason. If anyone's words are too dirty, I don't mind waking them up. The Sher family dared not speak, glaring at Lu Kaichun with resentment, but no one dared to say anything. No matter what, this farm belongs to our Sher family. You must give us an explanation. Yes. Is it yours? Then why aren't the land deed and property papers with you? Anyone not a fool would know that such important documents shouldn't be kept by outsiders. The Sher family grew angrier and more unreasonable. It was originally ours. That shameless woman Xie deceived us. We never expected her to be so cunning. Oh, is that so? Then go and settle the score with her. You what? Can't find her? Why are you coming to me? Did I owe you something? Or do you think I am easy to bully? Of course, they thought she was easy to bully. But that was just earlier. Now, no one dared to think she was easy to intimidate. The Sher family started acting like bullies. Several women sat on the ground, crying and making a fuss, shouting about how miserable their lives were, how unlucky their family was, how the wicked woman had tricked the family out of money, how they couldn't go on, and that they wouldn't leave without compensation. It was quite lively. Lu Kaichun looked cold and indifferent. Chi was also very calm. After all, he was no longer the same person he was before. Now, he had seen many strange and outrageous things, and these members of the Sher family no longer held any surprise for him. Wu Yan watched nervously and glanced at his master, unsure of what to say. His master shouldn't back down, otherwise these people would get used to it and keep causing trouble. Would they still work on the farm? But if he refused, there were so many of them, and it would be hard to handle. Especially since his master was an outsider with no roots in the area. A powerful local force was too much for an outsider to fight. Are you trying to rely on me now?
How can you say that?
This farm originally belongs to our Sher family. We just want to take back what's ours. Exactly. Someone stepped forward as if offering a generous deal. Lady Lu, we know you didn't know about this. If you had known, you wouldn't have let that shameless woman trick you into buying this farm. So we don't blame you. But we can't just accept such a big loss, can we? Here's an idea. Lady Lu, you take out 500 taels of silver, and this matter will be considered settled. The Lu family members spoke quickly, and it seemed they were still quite unhappy. 500 taels? Isn't that a bit too little? Exactly. With the farmland and so many workers, it should be worth several thousand taels. We need to add more. Our Lu family shouldn't be so easily bullied. I agree too. Chi gently shook his head. What do you think? The opinion of his wife is the real one. How can these people forget the pain just because they were beaten? Do they really think that the amount of silver they offer is up to them? Lu Kai-chun finally let out a sneer and spoke slowly. There's no need to discuss so hard. Really, there's no need. I won't accept a single coin. Why you? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Are you deaf? It seems like only your face was slapped, not your ears.
You.
The Lu family members were furious and embarrassed, but they also felt a bit scared. Their faces and bodies seemed to burn with pain. Lu Kai-chun said, I'm a traitor. I only recognize land contracts and property deeds. Nothing you say will matter. Do you really think you can take advantage of me?
Dream on.
The Lu family was really angry, and they tore their faces apart fiercely. If you don't produce a child, try and see if you can keep this land in your hands. You're an outsider. Offend our Lu family, and don't expect to live peacefully. Fine, Lu Kai-chun said lazily with a smile. Then we'll all play this game together and see who can afford it. My farm has many tenants and farm hands. If they dare to plant crops or try to steal or destroy, see who can stop them. Do you dare to cause trouble? It's strange. You don't have your own land? I can bring people back to do it myself. Or, do you want to steal, poison, or set fire? That's fine. I can do the same and return the favor. I may be an outsider with no roots here, but I have no choice. I now own this large farm, with many tenants and farm hands. Oh, and I have money. I can buy more workers. Do you think my people can fight against or outmatch yours? Are you afraid that you locals will cause trouble? The Lu family members. Others like Wu Yan. They all agreed, thinking he made a lot of sense. The members of the Sher family felt cold and scared, their hearts pounding with shock, anger, and fear. They didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Wu Yan and the others listened happily, full of fighting spirit, feeling as refreshed as if they had drunk cold water on a hot day. The head of the family was mighty. At first, they didn't think much of Lu Kai-chun, their new boss. Now, they admired her deeply. Why wouldn't they follow such a boss? Could they ever meet someone stronger or more exciting? No, it was impossible. How dare you? How dare you? The old man leading the Sher family scowled and glared at Lu Kai-chun, trembling as he pointed at her angrily, accusing her. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed softly. Third uncle.
Ah.
Third uncle. The Sher family members were shocked. They hurried to support the old man. Someone rushed at Lu Kai-chun, shouting, You hurt our third uncle. You villain. Chi kicked the two men away. They fell with loud thuds and screams, sounding painful to everyone. The Sher family was stunned, their hearts pounding wildly. The more timid ones looked terrified, unable to believe what they saw. Where did this monster come from? Lu Kai-chun quickly showed them what a real monster was. She calmly walked toward the third uncle. The Sher family instinctively moved aside. Everyone stared at her with angry eyes, thinking she must be feeling guilty or sorry, planning to call someone to take the third uncle to rest and to get a doctor. If something happens to my father, Our Sure family will never forgive you. The third uncle's youngest son cursed bitterly. Lu Kai-chun looked at him and smiled. You're overthinking. Don't worry, your father definitely won't have any serious trouble. Suddenly, Lu Kai-chun pulled out a silver hairpin from her hair and stabbed it hard into the third uncle's mouth. He screamed in pain and sat up, clutching his mouth.
Ah, ah.
The pain was terrible. Who did this? Who was so cruel? Your third uncle is perfectly fine, huh? The Sure family was furious. You're so cruel. Now you realize? It's not too late. But if you know and still don't take it seriously or refuse to believe, then you're asking for trouble.
Don't try to cheat me.
I don't fall for that. Once, someone tried to extort me by pretending to break their leg, crying and saying they couldn't stand up, and demanded 50 taels of silver for me to help. Do you want to know what happened later? What happened? The Sure family members' hearts raced. They wanted to know. Although her words seemed unwise, her intuition told her it wasn't a good idea to say them aloud. Lu Kai-chun smiled gently and said, Later on, I got impatient and honestly broke her legs. I also paid their family 100 taels of silver.
Wow.
Their family was happy about it, happily taking the 100 taels and carrying her home. It's just a pity. No filial children around when someone is seriously ill. The paralyzed person endured mistreatment from their own family and died within half a year.
Such a sad story.
The people of the Sure family felt cold all over, and even Wu Yan and others were a bit frightened. Chu Qi, feeling helpless, shook his head secretly. She was just talking nonsense again, fooling people. But it seemed to work, so maybe it was okay. You all, Lu Kai-chun slowly looked over the Sure family members with a cold smile. If anyone is willing to break their legs for 100 taels of silver, I wouldn't mind helping. The Sure family immediately looked shocked and instinctively stepped back.
Who would want that?
No one. Everyone understands the truth. No filial child would want to become disabled and live on in misery, even if they are old like Uncle San. While everyone hopes for their children's happiness, who doesn't want to live a long, healthy life? Lady Lu, we really were tricked badly by that Xie family's people. Please, Lady Lu, have mercy on us. No matter how much, we beg you to give us a little. Yes, please, Lady Lu. We promise we won't come back again. We were just confused for a moment. Please forgive us, Lady Lu. Lu Kai-chun naturally wouldn't forgive or give anything. You can go find Madame Sure if you want. I don't owe you anything.
Get out of here.
If you're not afraid of death, come and cause trouble. I'll stand my ground. I'm not much for fairness. Whatever damage my estate suffers, I don't need proof. If I think it's you, then that's it. Just wait for my revenge. Why you get out? If you don't leave now, I'll have someone throw you out. The Sure family was clearly unwilling and didn't understand her temper. They kept arguing and pestering her. Lu Kai-chun sneered and looked at Wu Yan, the steward.
Kick them out.
Yes, mistress. Wu Yan waved his hand loudly and shouted, Everyone, get them out. All troublemakers, get out of here.
Yes. Leave.
Leave now. With Lu Kai-chun backing them, the estate workers grew bolder. They all rushed forward, fiercely pushing the Sure family members out. The members of the Stone family were already frightened and defeated, like dogs that had lost their home. They had no spirit left and, more importantly, were afraid of being beaten again. They could only cry, curse, and be driven out against their will. Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. If you come back to cause trouble again, don't blame us for being rude. Exactly, get out of here. Shoo. The Stone family dared not speak up or complain. They were angry and resentful, but had no choice but to leave sadly. That bully, such a bully. A woman and so fierce. The Stone family couldn't understand why, but they never dared to come back. Their disturbance gave Lu Kai-chun a ready excuse. Lu Kai-chun took the opportunity to gather the main managers of the farm, including Wu Yan. Our farm's defenses are still not good enough. The Stone family easily broke in, which is too unsafe. We need to strengthen the defenses. I don't live here all year round, so I'm worried about being too far away. What do you all think? Wu Yan and others were a bit confused. They didn't think it was a big deal. They just hadn't expected the Stone family to suddenly break in. Also, the farm originally belonged to the Stone family, and it had just recently changed hands. When they saw the Stone family, they still instinctively felt some respect for the previous owners, which allowed the Stone family to succeed. But since the new owner said so, why should they go against her? After today's incident, Wu Yan and the others had a very clear impression of the new owner. Their respect for her and her husband far surpassed the residual fear they had for the Stone family. Who could be more troublesome than the Stone family? No one. The new owner announced the first matter. She wanted to start with good luck. Who would dare oppose her or offend her at this moment? Wu Yan certainly wouldn't dare. Yes, the boss's orders are to follow her arrangements. The others quickly agreed. Lu Kai-chun was pleased. She looked at Chu Chi and smiled, saying, "Since that's settled, let's take a walk around tomorrow and discuss how to improve the farm." Chu Chi nodded and smiled, "Okay. All right, that's all for now. You all can leave. Minions, take your leave." The next day, Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi strolled around and discussed. On the third day, they recorded everything on paper and drew plans. Lu Kai-chun didn't expect that on the seventh day, Chu Chi was so meticulous and thoughtful, fully as careful as she was. Many small details she overlooked were pointed out and corrected by him unintentionally. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival depends on both defense and attack. Under such harsh conditions, people must either grow stronger or die. Lu Kai-chun's plans were already very thorough. She never imagined Chu Chi could surprise her so much. She couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed and secretly thought that it would be best if this man remembered his own background early on, preferably without marriage, or she might resort to underhanded methods to take what she wanted. There were still few people in the village, so Lu Kai-chun planned to buy 10 or 20 more. She also wanted to dig ponds for fish and raise chickens in the woods. Since it wasn't far from the provincial city, she decided to go there directly to buy people. She wanted capable or clever workers. 3 families had been sold by officials and originally worked on farms. There were 14 people in total. Lu Kai-chun asked them a few simple questions and was quite satisfied. "These will do." Antia and her husband smiled happily, praising Lu Nyangzi for her good judgment and sharp eyes. The best new arrivals were chosen by Lu Nyangzi herself. She was lucky. All these people were used to farm work, healthy, and ready to start working once they returned. Lu Kai-chun let Antia flatter her, feeling quite proud of her good eye. Chu Chi was a bit anxious in secret but didn't show it. He casually pointed and smiled at Lu Kai-chun, saying, "Wife, I think those few are strong and suitable for heavy work. Why not bring them back too?" Lu Kai-chun looked where he pointed. The men wore old patched clothes, and their hair was a bit messy. They lowered their heads, not daring to look up, but their size and build seemed quite good. Antia was delighted that business was expanding and hurriedly said, "These are good. They're used to heavy work, and these 2 can even drive carts. If you want to buy them for strength work, they're perfect." Whether there were more or fewer didn't matter much to Lu Kai-chun. She cared about her husband's reputation and smiled sweetly at Chu Chi, saying, "If my husband says to buy them, then buy. Husband, you choose." Unnoticed, 3 men heard this and stiffened slightly, their bodies tense. They lowered their heads even more. Chu Chi's eyes shimmered like water, and his gentle smile was warm. "I'll pick them out. Definitely the best ones for my wife." "Yes, haha, my husband's taste must be better than anything else." For people arrived on the 7th day. Including the previous ones, there are a total of 18 people. They spent a total of 290 taels of silver. At the farmstead, there was a mule cart. Lu Kai-chun and the 7th day rode into town to buy people, then took the cart from the farmstead. On the way back, they rented 2 more mule carts to carry the 18 people, and they returned to the farmstead in a grand procession. They handed the people over to steward Wu Yan for arrangements, so Lu Kai-chun had nothing more to do. Late at night, Su Xiang, who had been forced by her master to sell herself into the Lu family estate, avoided prying eyes to visit her master. The 7th day looked at her with disdain. "If I hadn't spoken up, none of you would have been chosen." You let some villagers outdo you. Su Xiang felt wronged. Young master, Lady Lu only wants people to work in the fields. I don't know how to do that. You can learn slowly, the seventh day replied.
Ah?
Yes. This estate must be well guarded. No mistakes allowed, she emphasized.
Yes.
Keep an eye on news from the provincial city. If anything happens, contact Su Yan immediately. Understood. They had been out for a long time, and Lu Kaichun was thinking it was time to return. She handed over the construction of the estate to steward Wu Yan and his team. She temporarily left 500 taels of silver for them to buy various stones and wood. The labor costs would be covered by their own people, and they only needed to hire 2 skilled builders to guide the work. Wu Yan respectfully assured her, "Rest assured, young lady. I will rebuild the estate according to your instructions and plans. These silver coins will be used wisely." She looked young and didn't usually bother with formalities or rules, even seeming somewhat careless and tired. But Wu Yan dared not underestimate her. She reviewed the accounts carefully, making everything clear. Luckily, their books were honest and could withstand scrutiny, otherwise, they wouldn't know what to do. Anyone who dared to cause trouble in front of her was practically asking for trouble. Lu Kaichun smiled. Save where you should, spend where you must. Silver is hard to come by, and we can earn more. The main thing is to make sure the estate looks comfortable and safe. Yes, you're right. After returning to the provincial city, she only had 400 taels left in her pocket. Lu Kaichun sighed. Building up property really costs a lot of silver. Seventh day chuckled. Wife, property is also silver. Haha, you're right, husband, she replied happily. Finally, they returned home. Big Aunt Lu's worries, which had been weighing on her for days, finally eased. You're finally back. Why did you go for so long? Has something happened outside? Is it already chaotic out there? Things are a bit chaotic now. In Songming County and the town, small groups of thin, yellow-faced refugees have appeared both inside and outside the city. But they are not a big problem. The officials don't take them seriously, and the villagers also think they are just passing through, stopping for a few days before leaving. But who knows what will happen? Even if they leave, will new refugees come? No one knows. Don't worry, Big Aunt. It doesn't matter what's happening elsewhere. Our village is safe. Yeah, that's true. We are far from the city. Lu Kaichun said, my 7th sister and I bought a farm near Songming County, which is next to our county. We've been delayed a few days, so we're late coming back. Big Aunt Lu opened her eyes wide in surprise. You bought a farm? Yes, several hundred acres of land. Oh my goodness. Big Aunt Lu was overjoyed. That's wonderful. From now on, you won't have to worry anymore. Having land means there will be crops, so they won't need to worry, right? Lu Kaichun didn't expect her first thought to be about her own family. She felt warm inside and nodded with a smile. Neither I nor Aunt will worry anymore. Once the farm over there is renovated and finished, I'll take Aunt to see it. We can stay there for a few days. Really? That's great. Yes. Big Aunt Lu felt happy inside. She was nervous about traveling far away. She always thought it wasn't as safe as being at home. But if it's her own farm, isn't that like being at home? In just a couple of days, a group of about 30 refugees in ragged clothes arrived at Lu Bei village. They reached around dusk, looking thin and yellow-faced, full of worries. They carried torn burlap sacks and knocked on each house, begging for a bite to eat. Please be kind. Give us some food. We're begging you. Please help the children. They haven't eaten in 3 days.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. May the Buddha bless you. The Buddha will surely protect you. Oh, if you won't give, then fine. Why are you hitting us? Stop hitting us. You're killing people. The whole village was in chaos. Although everyone's life was still hard, they had earned quite a bit of money from Lu Kaichun, and they had also gathered some potatoes and cassava. Life was tight, but not desperate. The beggars looked truly pitiful, especially the old and the very young. They were thin as sticks, with dry, yellow faces, making it hard not to feel sorry for them. At first, most families couldn't help but give them a bowl of mixed grains or some leftovers from their own meals. But this is just the beginning. About 30 people, in groups of 3 or 4, went door to door in the village asking for help. Soon after one group left, another arrived, all looking pale and worried, appearing pitiful and sympathetic. When the first and second groups came, some help was given, but by the time others arrived, no one could keep up their sympathy. People said, "Your friends just came by and already received help. We don't have much food left. We can't give more." Everyone's grain wasn't blown in by the wind, right? Helping others starts with taking care of your own family first. But these refugees kept coming, and at first, the villagers were more generous than in other villages. They didn't want to turn them away. They tried to give a little more, a little more. When it came to food that could save lives, there was nothing they wouldn't give up. The refugees kept begging and pestering, and some villagers, who weren't very patient, got angry and started shouting. The refugees didn't argue back. They just cried, crying as if they had lost their parents, looking very sad. Some sat down at the doorsteps and cried loudly. As evening fell, just when dinner was about to be prepared, a few ragged, miserable people sat at the door, crying loudly. Who wouldn't feel annoyed?
Who wouldn't get angry?
Some villagers pinched their noses and gave them a small bowl of mixed grains to send them away. Others grabbed brooms or bamboo poles and started scolding and chasing them off, making a lot of noise. Finally, Lu Lijing had to step out again, pinching his nose, and gathered the strong young men of the village to forcefully drive the refugees out. Enough already. These days, no one's life is easy. We're doing our best to share what little we have. You should understand how hard it is. If you push your luck further, don't blame us for being rude. Lu Lijing's words made everyone angry, and they started cursing. Yeah, if I'd known these people were so greedy, I wouldn't have helped at all from the start. That's right, endless begging. Going from house to house. Who can give enough? If not, they throw tantrums and lie. Do they have any shame? That's why good people can't do well. Forget it, forget it. Just think of it as good karma. Let them go quickly. Yes, go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. More than 30 refugees, both old and young, men and women, were scolded but dared not speak. They either lowered their heads or wiped away tears, with sad faces and shaky bodies, looking very pitiful. Every additional scolding made them feel guilty. The villagers still held some anger inside, but had not fully vented it. Seeing the refugees like this, they thought it was better not to say harsh words anymore. Thank you all. Thank you. The refugees bowed and expressed their gratitude before leaving, their steps unsteady, humble, miserable, and pitiful. The villagers sighed, truly unsure of what to say now. Yang Xiaoyan glanced at Lu Kaichun and whispered, "Some people are really heartless. Those refugees are so pitiful. We don't have the ability to help much. Some families probably have piles of grain at home, but are still reluctant to share a little." Lu Kaichun gave her a cold look but said nothing. She generally didn't like to take things personally. Feeling pleased, Yang Xiaoyan raised her voice. They really have no compassion at all. Lu Kaichun turned to Lu Lijing and said, "Lijing Bo, I think those people begging are quite experienced. It's probably not their first time. Our village is much better off than others, and when we see them so miserable and pitiful, we can't help but give more. But it's possible they might come back, or tell other refugees, or other refugees might come. It's best for everyone to be prepared." Lu Lijing was stunned, and the villagers were also surprised. That can't be. Yeah, isn't that ungrateful? Kaichun might be overthinking. They're so pitiful. How could they do such things? Lu Kaichun silently sneered. The worst villains the villagers had seen were like the wicked stepmother from the Tan family. They didn't understand how bad people's hearts could become once they turned truly evil. She had already said what she needed to say. Whether others believed it or not was up to them. I was just casually mentioning it as a reminder. Seeing that everyone disagreed with Lu Kaichun, Yang Xiaoyan felt a bit proud, as if she had won a victory. Kaichun, that's your mistake. Those refugees are already so pitiful.
How can you say such things about them?
They just want to survive. Who would want to leave their home and beg for food? We're all humans. Your words are too cold and heartless. That's right. I think so too. Someone quietly agreed. On the seventh day, Wei Wei frowned slightly. Kai Chun was just giving everyone a warning. People's hearts are hard to see through. How you think and do is your own business. Old Lady Lu also said, That's right, Yang. You're kind and compassionate. If more refugees come asking for food, you can invite them all into your home without anyone saying a word. You all right, everyone, disperse now, Lu Lijing said. Although he didn't fully believe Kai Chun's words and thought it might be alarmist, he knew she meant well. He chose to defend her. Kai Chun's guess has some reason. What if she's right? As long as everyone knows what's going on inside their own hearts. Each family's grain belongs to them. If they don't care, shouldn't they expect others to do the same? Go on, disperse now.
Yang Xia Oyan Churlet her lips.
She always said Lijing was fair, but she felt it was unfair. Whenever something involved Kai Chun, Lijing always favored her. Kai Chun didn't say much and went back with Chu Chi, Old Lady Lu, and Aunt Anne's family. Anne said, I think Kai Chun is right. What she said makes me remember. Those people are pitiful, but not all of them are good. Today, when the second group came to ask for food, I didn't want to give them anything. But when I saw the old woman with white hair and the thin, trembling child, I felt sorry for them. So I scooped out a bowl of coarse grain. I thought I'd give them half, but who knew that strong old woman grabbed my bowl and tipped it over completely. She didn't leave me a single grain. Now I think about it, I feel heartbroken and regretful. Old Lady Lu said, That person really isn't honest. Our family only opened the door once and gave a bowl of coarse grain and 3 steamed buns. After that, they never came back. These people are like locusts. Exactly. Don't let them come again. Sigh, who knows what this world is coming to? Kai Chun's words proved to be quite accurate. Perhaps that group of refugees had already spread the news among others that same day. So, the next afternoon, about 10 ragged, tattered people came to beg at Liu Bei village. Please have mercy. Please, sir and madam, uncles and aunts, have mercy. Give us some food. Please, I beg you. Buddha bless you. Buddha bless you. The villagers were shocked and disgusted. Why are they here again?
What's going on?
Again? It seems. It's not the same people from yesterday, but another group?
Really?
This never ends. Thinking about Lu Saichuan's words last night, the villagers felt very upset. They had just lost 2, or even 3 large bowls of mixed grains yesterday, and they were still feeling sad about it. Now, more people came asking for help, who would be willing to give. No family's food could withstand such losses. Eventually, for some unknown reason, about 10 people gathered at Lu Saichuan's house door, knocking loudly and crying loudly. Sir and madam, please be kind. Save us poor people. Please, sir and madam. Open the door. Just a little and we can survive. Living Buddha, please save us. The door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. 3 or 4 beggars, about to rush inside, were kicked out by Chu Chi without mercy. They fell to the ground, screaming painfully. It's hard to tell if their screams were real or fake. Sir, how can you hit people? Lu Kaichun sneered. What are you howling about at our door? What's wrong with being hit? I'm hitting you. You all came here so orderly. Who told you to come?
Who showed you the way?
A woman, smiling flatteringly, tried to coax Lu Kaichun with a grin full of wrinkles. In the whole village, the lady's house is the grandest and the best. The lady must be rich. Just a little bit of money from your fingers could save us. We believe you'll do good if you help us, madam. Others also begged earnestly. Yes, yes, madam, your kindness will be rewarded. Please give us some charity. Buddha will bless you, madam. Lu Kaichun chuckled coldly. I don't ask Buddha for blessings. I only ask myself. She took out a handful of copper coins, jingling loudly in her hand. The people stared greedily, their eyes wide with anticipation. Lu Kaichun sneered, thinking that even the poor can have their flaws. I'll ask again. Who told you to come here? Who said these coins belong to you? I'll tell you. It was the wife of the family living by the two old osmanthus trees at the north gate of the village. She said the lady's family is rich and told us to find the lady. I heard a young wife named Yang pointing us here. Yes, she's a young wife, pretty, wearing a pink dress today. So it was her. Lu Kaichun sneered. You all said very well. Here's the money for you. She casually tossed the money onto the ground, and the displaced people rushed forward to grab it, shouting and pushing each other in chaos. Everyone get out of here. If anyone dares to cry or scream at my door again, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Kaichun closed the yard gate. Lu Dago was angry. It's that Yang Xiaoyan again. Why is she so full of bad tricks? Lu Kaichun sneered. Our family is indeed the best off in the village. She's just jealous. This can't just be let go. Of course not. The displaced people clearly didn't take Lu Saichuan's threat seriously. After grabbing the money, they started knocking on doors outside, begging for charity. Seven didn't need much prompting. She opened the door and kicked each one away with her foot. Are you leaving or not? If not, I don't mind kicking you all to the village entrance. The displaced people were angry, scared, and resentful. Some even tried to act tough, hoping to get some medical expenses out of it. But could they really fool Seven? In the end, each of them suffered a lesson and had to leave in shame. Although they left feeling defeated, their experience was still better than begging in other villages. Indeed, Luan village was much better off than others. A small incident didn't spoil Lu Saichuan's good mood. For dinner, she made braised pork, pigeon soup with tianma and red dates, crispy fried small river shrimp, and a spicy stir-fry with preserved meat. Lu Kaichun never missed a chance to enjoy a good meal. After dinner, she set down her bowl. Aunt, you tidy up. Husband, let's go settle accounts with Yang Xiaoyan.
All right.
Lu Dagu quickly said. She probably won't admit it. Lu Kaichun sneered. So what? Husband, let's go. Okay. Seven had no objections. Everything his wife said was right. When they headed straight to Lu San's house, Lu San's family had already finished dinner and was relaxing in the yard. Oh, what a rare guest. What are you here for? It was clear their relationship wasn't very good. Lu Kaichun didn't bother to be polite. She glared at Yang Xiaoyan and sneered. What are you here for? Of course, to settle accounts. Lu Kaichun. Lu San's mother was furious. Don't be too much. Lu Kaichun stepped forward and kicked Yang Xiaoyan to the ground. You told those displaced people that my family has grain and money, and let them all come to cause trouble at my house. Yang Xiaoyan, do you think I am so easy to bully? Yang Xiaoyan was both angry and hurt. Lu Xiaoshan hurried to help her up. Lu Kaichun, what are you talking about? Yang Xiaoyan also cried. When did I let the homeless stay at your house? You're accusing me unfairly, and I'm not that guilty. Do you have any proof for what you're saying? Lu Kaichun sneered. You think I won't have proof because I don't? I heard it from those homeless people myself. As for whether it's true, you know in your heart. I'm just surprised you're always running around so wildly. Do you think you're so capable or what? I'll forget about today's matter, but if there's a next time, believe it or not, I'll spend money to make sure they stay at your house for 10 or 15 days. As long as I can pay, see if you can chase them away. Do I disgust you? Do you deserve it? What are you talking about? Not only Yang Xiaoyan was stunned, but also Lu Sanai and all the Lu family members were shocked. What kind of trick is this? Can it really be like this? Lu Kaichun smiled. I don't care about the money. I just want to feel better inside. Is that wrong? Stop bothering me with nonsense. Husband, let's go. Let's go.
Yang Xiaoyan felt deeply humiliated.
Her chest rose and fell quickly as she cried out, a few dirty coins are bullying people like this. It was truly like they were throwing money in her face to insult and shame her. Yang Xiaoyan barely remembered what Lu Kaichun used to be like. She only remembered a vague, timid shadow. The first time she saw Lu Kaichun, she felt disgust. Such a person, how could she deserve her outstanding elder brother? But why had this person changed so quickly? Now she dared to humiliate her with money.
Pa.
Lu Sanyi looked upset. Yang, did you tell those people to go to Lu Saichun's house?
No.
Tell me the truth. I just said they are rich, richer than any family in our village. Isn't that true? I didn't say anything wrong. Enough. I think Young didn't say anything wrong, Lu Sinai said irritably. Even if she didn't say it, can't those people see? Lu's big house and courtyard are so grand. Which family in our village can compare? They'll come to their door sooner or later. I think they're also very stingy. They make so much money and sell so many potatoes and cassava, but they're too mean to help the poor. Stop talking. That female boss is not someone you can mess with. Master Lu San frowned and said, from now on, stop talking nonsense and speaking foolishly. This matter was caused by his own daughter-in-law, who didn't act properly. In a village, how can such things happen? The wandering refugees come to beg, and if the villagers give, they do. If not, they don't. How can they persuade others to go to certain homes? What kind of thing is this? Yang Xiaoyan was unhappy and sobbed softly. She had been kicked by Lu Kaichun and felt terrible. For several days, refugees kept coming to beg in the village. These refugees are becoming more shameless. At first, they just cried poor and begged for pity. When that didn't work, they started acting stubborn and refused to leave. If they came, they insisted on getting something. The villagers of Luwan village generally live better than those in other villages. Some people, unable to handle the situation, gave a bowl or so of food and sent the refugees away, pretending not to see. Others refused and even argued, almost fighting. But as long as they could still get something, more refugees kept coming. If they went to other villages, they really wouldn't get anything. There was also a problem. Some refugees started stealing. Some vegetables from gardens were stolen, clothes left out to dry were taken, chickens and eggs from coops disappeared, and even firewood, baskets, and other items were stolen. For a while, the village was full of shouting and accusations. Many families kept someone at home to watch for the refugees. When they saw them coming, they became alert and started arguing or scolding, causing chaos. Lu Lijing called village elders, clan elders, and Lu Saichuan's seventh day to discuss. This can't go on like this. We need to find a solution, he said. The elders and clan leaders agreed and said they were exhausted. These people are too much. My family's chicken was stolen yesterday. It was a hen that just started laying eggs. I'm so angry, someone complained. We shouldn't have been so kind in the first place, other side. Who knew these people would be so bad? We must think of a way quickly, or we won't be able to live like this. Those troublemakers even picked the chrysanthemums at my door. Lu Kaichun and the seventh day exchanged a calm glance, but didn't criticize anyone openly. Their house was surrounded by high walls and a big yard, so no one could get in. Their vegetable garden was guarded by dogs. Some tried to sneak over, but the dogs immediately noticed and were quickly beaten by the seventh day and Lu Kaichun, suffering greatly. No one knew how the refugees spread the word, but after that, no one dared to touch Lu Saichuan's vegetable garden. Her family's kiwi, persimmon, and hawthorn trees on the mountain behind the house are all growing very well. Additionally, about 20 or 30 watermelon vines that were pulled out from the mountain have also survived. Thanks to diligent watering and the blessing of a spring, they are thriving, full of vitality, lush green, and heavy with fruit. Fresh watermelons are being harvested one after another, and there's so many that they can't be eaten all at once. The kiwi fruit are also ripe, with plump, sweet, and sour-tasting fruits. Persimmons and hawthorns hang heavily on the branches. The village elders and clan elders exchange some complaints, while Lu Lijing sighs and asks, Chun, what do you think about all this? The young people are quick-witted. Moreover, Lu Chai-chun's previous suggestions were quite sensible. Honestly, without her, life in the village wouldn't be as good now. Everyone feels energized by her words and looks at her eagerly. Lu Chai-chun says what she's been meaning to say. Village chief, elders, uncles, if I'm right, we're just starting to reach the point where more and more refugees might come. It's uncertain how many will arrive here. We need some rules. Oh no, what should we do? We shouldn't have been so soft-hearted back then. Yes. Lu Chai-chun continues. Uncles, don't blame yourselves. Even if we hadn't been soft, refugees would still find their way here. I think it's best to build a wall around the village, enclose it, and organize the young men to take turns guarding the gate. No refugee should enter. Everyone looked at each other, surprised that Lu Chai-chun had come up with such a solid plan. Build a wall? Enclose the entire village? It sounds reasonable, but it's a lot of work. Could it be, maybe a bit too much? Yeah, isn't this a bit too big a project? Maybe just have the young men take turns guarding the entrance. If refugees come, just chase them away. I think that could work too. Chi-Chi said, refugees are usually very hungry. People who are barefoot aren't afraid of wearing shoes. If there's a conflict or even injuries, that would be bad. I think my wife's idea is better. Just close the gate and they won't be able to come in. We won't need to do anything, and they'll leave on their own. Lu Chai-chun added, it's not just about protecting against refugees. Who knows if theft and sneaky tricks will increase? Anyway, whether there's a wall or not makes a big difference. She had said what she needed to say and decided not to speak further. She isn't a savior. She's already said enough. If she talks more, people might dislike her. Anyway, their tall walls and large courtyard made it impossible for anyone to climb over. Even if someone was lucky enough to get in, it would be risking their life. Lu Lijing and others had a lively and relatively peaceful discussion and finally decided to organize young men to take turns guarding the village entrance to see if it would work. If it works, that would be great. If not, we can think about building a wall. After all, this takes a lot of effort, haha, Lu Lijing explained to Lu Kai-chun with a smile. Lu Kai-chun felt he seemed a bit guilty, but she thought there was no need. It was up to the villagers to decide, and enduring hardships and pain was the best way to handle it. So she didn't argue much and simply nodded, saying, all right. Good, then let's do it this way. Start tomorrow morning. This matter needs to be done quickly. Exactly, it's driving us all crazy day by day. I want to keep my chrysanthemums to dry and make tea, and if they come for a few more days, they'll ruin everything. Everyone grumbled and complained, then dispersed. Early the next morning, Lu Lijing loudly rang a bell, gathering the entire village and briefly announcing the decision. No one disagreed because the group of refugees was really dragging everyone down. Each household sent 1 or 2 young men, grouped in 5s, working in 2 shifts a day. They started after breakfast and finished by noon, then resumed in the late afternoon before dinner. It was expected that outside this time, the refugees would leave once they saw they couldn't enter the village, so there was no need for guards at night. The villagers lined up in disorder, and Lu Lijing assigned one group to start, telling them to eat quickly and head to the village entrance. The others dispersed. Everyone felt happy and secure, returning home cheerfully, with lighter steps. Lu Kai-chun. On the 7th day, she was extremely headachy and almost couldn't hold back from stepping in to mediate. As a young noble from the Su Guogong mansion, who had earned military merits, leading soldiers was the most basic requirement. Seeing Lu Lijing and the villagers messing around like this made her feel uncomfortable all over. Shouldn't each group have a leader? Where should the members gather? Should they bring weapons? How to set up barriers to block the refugees? What precautions and rules should be followed during guard duty? How to handle conflicts if they arise? Is there anyone in the village to respond to conflicts? Which group takes the shift in the afternoon? How to hand over duties? And what if someone gets injured while blocking refugees? How to treat them and who pays? These and many other questions made her suffer greatly. Dear wife, do you think this is reliable? Lu Kai-chun shrugged, smiling gently. Who knows? Anyway, everyone is about the same. Chu-chi was surprised and laughed loudly. You're right, wife. The villagers are like this, and the wandering people are probably similar, roughly the same. They're mostly just begging to survive, maybe stealing a little when no one is watching, unlike the larger groups of robbers who attack homes. The first group includes Lu Quan and Dong, Lu Shaoshan, Lu Daliang, and Sanmaozi, who each finished their meal and quickly headed to the village entrance. The sun was blazing hot, and there were no big trees along the main road at the village entrance. Standing in the sun would surely get them burned, so everyone looked toward a small patch of wild grass, bushes, and two big trees about 20 meters to the left and moved over there. They chatted and laughed, since there was nothing else to do in the heat, and it felt good just to talk. As they were chatting happily, Sanmyozi suddenly looked up and saw about 10 ragged wandering people heading into the village, which made him jump 3 feet high.
Quick!
Someone is coming into the village. Everyone was startled. They had been about to scold him, but when they looked where he pointed, they all panicked and got a bit excited. These still dare to come? Let's go stop them. Idiots, if they don't leave, we'll beat them up. Yeah, beat them up. We've wanted to do that for a long time. They've made our village a mess. It's so annoying. Lu Quan and the others shouted curses and ran over to stop the 10 wandering people. Don't come into our village.
Get out!
All of you, get out. If anyone steps forward again, don't blame me for hitting them with my fists. The wandering people were startled. Some had been here before, others not, but every time they came, they gained something, no matter how small. The villagers trying to stop them was just a dream. Why can't we go? We're not bad people. Please, kind people, give us some food. Oh heavens! Why don't you take us away? If we had other options, who would do this kind of thing? The wandering people sat on the ground, crying and shouting, blaming the heavens and cursing their bad luck, while also blaming themselves. Lu Quan and the others were stunned by the scene. For such a group of miserable refugees, no one's fists are strong enough. When they all got up and headed back to the village, everyone was just standing there, too scared to stop them. Over the next 2 or 3 days, either the refugees cried so much that no one could do anything or conflicts broke out, with both sides getting hurt. The refugees were fed up now. They demanded compensation before they would leave, or they would stay and even die in Luan village. The village chief felt helpless and had to use village funds to pay them off. Any injuries in the village were considered to be for the village's benefit, so compensation was definitely necessary. The village was already poor. The little money from the village fund had to be saved for important festivals, helping the elderly and orphans or emergency needs during hard times. How long could this money last if they kept spending it? But the village couldn't handle any more trouble. If things continued like this, the trees and branches on the fences would be taken by the refugees. Moreover, the number of refugees kept increasing. The village chief had no choice but to use Lu Kai-chun's method. Lu Kai-chun was also annoyed by the refugees and said to the village chief, "If you trust me and Chu Chi, let us handle this matter." The village chief, tired of thinking about the refugees, just wanted to get rid of this hot potato. Lu Kai-chun's words were like a gift. Yes, yes, yes. You young people have ideas and energy, which is great. Let you two handle this. If anyone objects or refuses to listen, just tell me, and I will deal with them. He could still manage to handle a few troublemakers in the village. All right, having the village chief's support is enough, Lu Kai-chun replied happily. She thought she would need to show some force to make the villagers obey, but surprisingly, everyone was still thinking about selling things next year. Her words carried weight. Who would dare disobey? Even those a little unhappy or unwilling to listen didn't affect the overall situation. Besides, this matter was beneficial for everyone. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi quickly divided everyone into groups. Those digging foundations, those digging soil, those finding stones, those transporting soil and stones, and those tamping the earth. They also set up 2 patrol teams, armed with sticks and long forks made of bamboo and wood, guarding the village entrance. Near the village entrance, 2 small thatched shelters were built using wood, bark, and straw, one on each side, so the villagers on duty wouldn't have to run far to find shade under the big trees. 2 long barricades were made from wood and placed across the village entrance, with sharp thorns wrapped tightly around the outside. Each group had a leader, and everyone followed the leader's instructions. If someone tried to break through, they would loudly on a bamboo whistle. At the village entrance, refugees were being stopped, while outside the village, people were busy building a wall. The village had more than 80 households living fairly close together, with about 500 or 600 people. Almost everyone could help with the work. Although it looked like a lot of work with so many people, it didn't seem so overwhelming. Building the wall was for the good of the whole village, so everyone naturally agreed. If someone tried to cheat or slack off, others wouldn't allow it. Since everyone in the village was doing their part, why should anyone be lazy? If you were lazy, everyone would criticize you, even with a spit of words. If someone threw a tantrum or caused trouble, they would be isolated by the whole village. If a family was completely isolated, life would become very hard for them. So, even if Lu San's wife Yang Xiaoyan and others were full of complaints or secretly grumbling, they wouldn't openly oppose. Lu Lijing had already spoken, and most of the village agreed. What could opposition do?
Just get a scolding.
But even if they didn't show it openly, they would look for trouble whenever they got a chance. Lu Daong usually worked as if he were whipped or forced to do it unwillingly. He would never miss a chance to slack off a little. Lu's old father had scolded him before, but the effect was immediate. It helped temporarily, but the next day, his old habits would return. No matter how spirited Lu's old father was, he couldn't stand this constant trouble. Over time, they just let it go. As long as he wasn't too lazy or reckless, they would turn a blind eye. Otherwise, it wouldn't work and they would waste time and get angry. It wasn't worth it. But since everyone in the village worked together in groups, who was born and raised here and who was spoiled, Lu Daong trying to be lazy was impossible. Lu Kaichun and Chu Qi discussed how to assign work groups, considering rest and work balance, individual skills, management, and discipline. The group leaders were responsible for coordinating, members helped each other, and supervised one another. If there were disagreements within a group, they would discuss and resolve them. If they couldn't, they would go to Lu Lijing. Generally, Lu Lijing is very skilled at handling small disputes. When disagreements happen, he usually resolves them quickly. If he can't solve the problem, he naturally discusses it with Lu Kaichun. Lu Daong often tries to be clever and lazy. No team leader or member likes or blames him. Lu Daong feels angry and wronged. Why is everyone blaming him? Why does he seem lazy?
He's really tired.
When he goes home and sees his rough hands and shoulders that hurt when touched, Mrs. Tion gets very angry. Mrs. Tion loses her temper. It must be that mean Lu Saichun's fault. Our family hasn't been happy these days. She's deliberately causing trouble for us. Lu Daong suddenly realizes and gets even angrier. That mean woman is so vicious. Since she is deliberately targeting his family, no matter what he does, people criticize him. So he decides to stop trying. Lu Daong is quite a strange person. The next day, when their team is picking stones, he simply refuses to work. Team members criticize him and sneer. The team leader asks him, and he just shrugs. Then he says, "I've done my best. I only have this much strength. What can I do? Are you trying to push me to the limit?" The team members are furious. Who wants to push you? Everyone does the same work. Why can't you do it? Exactly. Are you so special? What's your problem? Sure, you don't care at home, but here, don't hold us back. Each team has a set amount of work. If you don't do it, we have to do more. Why should we? Is it your right? Lu Daong sneers. What does set amount or not mean? If you think there's too much work, go talk to Lu Kaichun and her husband. I think they deliberately give everyone too much work and cause trouble. Team leader Lu Lin frowns. Listen to what you're saying. Kaichun and Chiki's arrangements are reasonable. After finishing our team's work, everyone still has time to do household chores. No one feels tired, only you say that. Why don't you look for your own reasons? Exactly. I think he's just jealous. I think so too. Who the heck is jealous of her? What is she? Lu Daong tries to stir trouble, but ends up being scolded. He gets angry and glares fiercely, acting like a lazy fish. Anyway, I'm tired. I need a break before I leave. It has nothing to do with you. If you feel wronged, then everyone take a break together. Forget it, Lu Lin said calmly. Let's get to work and not waste time. Humph. Everyone angrily carried stones away. They worked so hard for whom? For themselves, of course. Seeing the thick wall made of stones and clay grow taller each day, surrounding the whole village like a long dragon, gave everyone a strong sense of safety and pride. So, everyone was eager and worked together with energy. Others in different groups also tried to slack off, but with so many eyes watching, they felt too embarrassed to do so. Since they all lived in the same village, they saw each other all the time. Doing lazy work like that? It would be shameful. This project wouldn't last forever. With everyone's speed, it would be finished soon, just a few more days of patience. But Lu Daong refused to help. No wonder Kai Chun didn't want to help their family either. Someone who couldn't improve at all, who would want to help. It's so frustrating. We should tell the village chief. Yes, look at him. Such a scoundrel. I want to hit him. If we don't tell the village chief, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Why shouldn't we? Lulin agreed. After we finish this load of stones, I'll go.
All right.
Unexpectedly, Lu Daong got what he deserved. Bad luck. He stopped alone halfway to rest, and suddenly, a large stone rolled down from the mountain without warning. Lu Daong hurried to dodge, but couldn't avoid it completely. The stone hit his leg hard, and he screamed in pain, fainting right there. Lu Lijing had been having a decent few days. Though he had to deal with some petty disputes, it was within his expertise, so he handled it easily. When Lu Lin and others reported the accident, Lu Lijing's face darkened. This is outrageous. I'll go see him and ask what's going on. He wasn't afraid of dealing with troublemakers in the village. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lu Daong, who was knocked out and hurt, was being called and carried back home by some villagers. Lu Laotai and Tian Shi from the Lu family heard the news and hurriedly dropped what they were doing, rushing home in a panic. On the way, Lu Lijing paused and said, "Let's check on him first." Lu Lin and others looked at each other, feeling puzzled. What was going on? Strangely, they felt a little guilty. Although it wasn't really their fault, they felt uncomfortable inside. There was no doctor in the village. Someone had already rushed to the neighboring Luohua village to call the only barefoot doctor nearby, Huyang. Tian Shi was crying and shouting loudly. Since Lu Lijing arrived, Mr. Tian started crying and making a fuss. "Lijing, you must stand up for our De Yong. He got hurt working in the village, and the village must pay for his leg treatment. We must heal De Yong's leg." Lu Lijing felt disgusted with Mr. Tian and his wife. "Sister-in-law, don't cry yet. Let Doctor Hu come and see what's going on. Also, what exactly happened?" Mrs. Tian replied, "What else could it be? My son hurt his leg working in the village."
Boo-hoo.
Everyone was unhappy and whispered among themselves. How can they say it's just for working in the village? Aren't they villagers too? Exactly, and as Kai Chun said, it's not just working for others. We all work for our own safety and protection. That's right. Mrs. Tian shouted angrily, so, it's not you guys who got hurt, but you're making sarcastic comments. Everyone stopped talking, rolled their eyes, and made faces. De Yong Lu was truly injured, and he didn't want to bother arguing with her. Lu Kai Chun and Chu Chi also arrived. When Mrs. Tian saw her, it seemed she finally had a real reason to confront her. She immediately tried to attack, but before she could take a few steps, several aunties and older women predicted her intentions and pulled her back. "Let's talk nicely." "Yeah, what's the point of all this? Your son is still hurt, so calm down and stop causing trouble." Mrs. Tian struggled wildly, shouting, "Let me go. Let me go. It's all because of that little brat. If she hadn't caused so much trouble, my son wouldn't be hurt. It's all her fault. If anything happens to my son, I swear I won't let her off." Taking advantage of the distraction, Lu Saixia tried to hit Lu Kai Chun, saying, "It's you who hurt my brother." "Ah." Chu Chi easily pushed her away. Lu Saixia staggered back 7 or 8 steps and bumped into someone, stopping only then. She stared at Chu Chi in disbelief.
"You.
Women fighting? Is she a man?" Chu Chi looked innocent. "I didn't use much strength. I just wanted to protect my wife and tell you to step back." The villagers surprisingly agreed. Yes, that's right. If Chu Chi had used full strength, Lu Saixia would have screamed and fallen to the ground, clutching her stomach. There's no way she'd still be standing. Chu Qi was protecting his wife. If he didn't act, would he just watch her get hurt? That's not what a man does. Lu Saixia saw that no one was helping her speak or accusing the seventh of anything. She felt ashamed and angry, covered her face, and ran away crying. Mrs. Tian started hitting her chest and stomping her feet. You're bullying people. You're really bullying. Enough, Lu Li scolded. Dayong is still lying down. As a mother, you crying and shouting is not good for luck. The villagers were tired of Mrs. Tian's tantrums and rudeness. They secretly rolled their eyes and muttered exactly. Who is bullying you?
Huh?
Kai-chun? I was the one who led this effort, with the whole village's agreement. It was for everyone's safety. If it benefits your family, why are you unhappy? If you don't like it, fine, move out. Don't enjoy this good thing. Why should we move? If you don't, you'll have to listen to me, the village leader. Big village matters need my help. Otherwise, ask yourself, who in the village would want you to take special breaks and not help? But of course, no one agreed. Even drinking water can cause choking. How can accidents not happen during work? Who would want such accidents? Who caused this? If something happens, we discuss how to fix it. Why are you causing trouble? Lu Dong looked after his wife. If you keep causing trouble, I'll deal with you. Old Lu's face was red. He pulled Mrs. Tian and said loudly, calm down. Mrs. Tian was so angry she almost fainted. She hated it but dared not do anything. She thought bitterly, these people all flatter that worthless Lu Kai-chun just for some benefits.
Bah!
I don't like any of them. Dr. Hu Yang finally arrived, panting heavily. After some shouting and crying, Dr. Hu examined Lu Daong, prescribed medicine, and applied ointment. All these things pointed to one issue: money. Mrs. Tian sneered and looked angry. She absolutely refused to pay. Why should she? Kai-chun Lu smiled slightly and said calmly, I'll cover the medical expenses first. Once everything is clear, whatever needs to be done will be done. Who should pay, pays. I don't believe anyone will dare to cheat me. Many might dare to cheat, but no one dares to cheat Kai-chun Lu. Even if they tried, she wouldn't allow it. Mrs. Tian snorted disdainfully. Are you going to get herbs from me, or pick them yourself? From you, please. All right, 1 bottle of ointment, 3 doses of internal medicine, 1 dose per day, 6 doses for external washing, 2 doses per day, plus the consultation fee. Total of 300 coins. I will come back in 3 days to check and then change the prescription. Lu Kai-chun happily paid the money. How is the injury? His leg is quite badly fractured, but overall okay. In about 20 days, he should be able to stand and take a few steps. Then he can rest and recover gradually. In 3 or 4 months, he should be fully healed. But even after healing, he should avoid intense activity and further injuries for the next year or 2. Usually, a muscle or bone injury takes about 100 days to heal, but in rural families with limited money, they can only use basic medicine. Most of the healing depends on the body's natural recovery, which takes a long time. Mrs. Tian took the chance to complain. My poor son, he's suffered so much. Lu Kai-chun shot her a quick look. Whether he's suffered enough or not, that's another story. She had heard from Brother Lu Lin and others about it. After sending Dr. Hu Yang away, they discussed the matter. Lu Kai-chun told everyone to speak honestly. If anyone was hiding something, once the verdict was out, they shouldn't hold any grudges. If they thought blaming Lu Daong at this time was too much, then they should bear the consequences themselves and not complain later. She didn't tolerate nonsense. Lu Lijing also agreed. Whatever needs to be done, just do it. Lu Lin and the others, feeling less guilty, started talking freely. Mrs. Tian was shocked. How can this be? Even though De Yong is suffering so much, you still accuse him wrongly? Do you have no conscience? Are you even human? Lu Lijing angrily shouted. Shut up. If Lu Daong is truly innocent, I will stand up for him. If not, what's wrong with him telling the truth? Keep causing trouble, and don't blame me for being harsh. Mrs. Tian wanted to cause more trouble. Lu Kai-chun coldly said, If you keep causing trouble, I'll silence you. You so what? When Lu Daong is hurt, you think you can twist right and wrong. Because he's injured, you have the right to make a fuss? Haven't you seen how everyone in the village is fed up with you? You've offended the whole village. What good does that do you? Countless looks of disdain, annoyance, and impatience fell on her. Mrs. Tian was angry and resentful. Old Lu once again scolded her. Shut up. Lu Lin and the others, feeling guilty about Lu Daong's injury, initially thought it was enough to just get through it. They didn't want to say too much. Since Mrs. Tian was causing trouble, not speaking up would make them seem like they had no reason. As they kept talking, their anger grew, and Mrs. Tian was furious. Whenever she spoke up, she was silenced. She dared not speak out openly. Lu Daong initially refused to admit he was lazy. However, Lu Lin and others had records showing who did what. Besides, there were 6 people in the group, and 5 of them were targeting you? Is it worth it? Moreover, there were many others from different groups coming and going.
Who saw what?
If the whole village was against you, what kind of important person are you? Is it worth such trouble? Lu Daong was speechless, feeling embarrassed and angry, shouting, I'm already like this, and you still talk about me like that. Lu Kaichun said, Who is hurting you like this? Could it be someone else? Chi advised, I suggest you stay calm and don't get angry. Getting mad can cause sores to worsen. Do you feel pain in your chest or burning in your leg? Much worse than before? Lu Daong's face changed. Chi continued, take deep breaths and stay peaceful. When the sores flare up severely, your leg could become useless. Lu Daong angrily said, Stop scaring me. Maybe you should ask Dr. Huyang to come back and check. Whether Dr. Huyang understands or not, Lu Daong didn't know. He didn't dare joke about his leg and quietly tried to breathe deeply. Lu Lijing finally decided, the fault lies with Lu Daong, not Lu Lin or others. If he hadn't been lazy, this wouldn't have happened. But since it was an accident, no one could guarantee when that big rock might roll down the mountain or hit someone. So it was a 50-50 situation. The village would pay half of the medical fee, and Lu's family would cover the other half. Lu Lijing also reminded everyone to be more careful when working, mainly to protect themselves. The villagers agreed enthusiastically. Someone joked, who can say for sure if it's just an accident? Sometimes we fall or get scraped when working in the mountains. Who can we blame? Just bad luck. We all understand that. Of course, we'll still be careful. That's exactly the point, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Lijing handled the matter fairly. Tian's family and old Lu had no complaints. Tian's wife then complained that since that was the case, she and Lu Caisha's mother and daughter wouldn't go to work anymore. They needed to stay home to look after the son. Lu Kaichun said, Isn't that inconvenient? After all, there are gender differences. If someone needs to stay to watch the boy, it should be his older brother. It's not right for me to be the only one taking care of such a big kid. Everyone laughed loudly. Many people disliked Tian's attitude and teased her. Yeah, taking care of Daong like that isn't suitable. Even eating and drinking is fine, but it must be hard to go to the toilet. And changing or applying medicine to the wound isn't easy either. Oh, I say, Tian, why do you only care about your son and daughter? Are they just weeds to you? You want Saixia to stay home and take care of her brother, but how will she get married in the future? It's really unfair. Li Caixia's face changed, and she couldn't help but glare at her mother in blame, feeling ashamed and angry. She quickly said, I'm going to work. I won't be at home. Old Lu also scolded Tian. I think you're confused. Stop talking nonsense. Let Dajung stay at home to take care of things. Tian was so angry, she almost exploded. She glared fiercely at Lu Kaichun. Lu Kaichun rolled her eyes innocently. What does it have to do with me? I just told the truth. This matter was settled, and everyone went back to work. Originally, Lu Shuntian, who kept sighing and complaining about being exhausted every day, became much more obedient and quiet. Lu Lijing was very strict, and Lu Kaichun was also fierce, not showing any mercy. Why bother provoking them? They could only hope to finish the work soon. The whole village worked together, dividing tasks, and after nearly 20 days, the great project was finally completed. The sturdy wall was successfully connected. Working was tiring and boring, but on the day the wall was completed, the entire village was filled with excitement. Everyone cheered loudly, jumping and clapping, shouting in celebration. They patted the wall, touched the stones, looked up at the top of the wall, and took a walk around its base, grinning foolishly with pride and happiness. Great, great, great. This is wonderful. We're amazing, haha. Now we can sleep peacefully. No more worries. By the way, this wall looks really impressive, haha. I can't believe I helped build it. Stop flattering yourself. Do you have no shame? Ha ha ha, I contributed too. Everyone here contributed. They looked at each other and laughed happily. The wall was 1/2 meter thick and 4 meters high on the front side. Some steep parts were a bit lower, but overall, it enclosed the area. There was a large wooden gate that could be closed with thick wooden doors, and behind it, the top was covered with wood. According to Chi-Chi, unless they used a siege hammer, a few dozen ordinary people couldn't push it open. Inside the wall, there were steps leading up at intervals, allowing a high vantage point to watch outside. There was also a hidden small door leading to the back mountain, built along the mountainside with steep terrain below, covered by dense trees, making it hard to spot. The crowd's excitement had cooled down. Lu Kai-chun loudly said, "Village chief, we've done a big thing together. Should we hold a feast to celebrate and enjoy ourselves? I think that's a good idea."
Wow.
Great idea. Let's have a feast.
Celebrate.
I want to join too. Someone loudly asked, who wouldn't want to have a feast? But we shouldn't waste the village funds either. That made sense. Everyone paused and looked eagerly at Lu Kai-chun and Chu-chi. Did they plan to invite everyone to a feast? Lu Kai-chun jokingly scolded, "You're so funny. You think I'd invite everyone for a feast? I mean, we should form a team to go hunting in the mountains, then come back and have a feast." Hearing this, everyone got even more excited. Especially the young men, their blood boiling with energy. "This is a good idea. I'll sign up, I'll go. I want to go too." "Quiet, you little rascal. It's too dangerous." "Yeah, the mountains are dangerous, and it's hard to find game there." "Everyone, quiet down," the village chief quickly said. "Kai-chun, Chu-chi, what are your plans? Hurry up and tell everyone." "Yes, yes." Everyone looked at them eagerly. Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, "Chu-chi and I will select about 20 people. We'll train for a few days, teach some skills. We'll lead the team, and as long as everyone follows orders, going into the mountains won't be a problem. Of course, no one can guarantee there won't be any accidents. If anyone is worried about that, they can choose not to go. If you decide to go, we'll do our best to protect everyone. But if something happens, each person is responsible for themselves. I've been to the mountains twice. I think it's okay. We won't go too far this time. We'll go today and return the day after tomorrow. The stay in the mountains won't be long. Think it over, and those who want to go can sign up at our house tomorrow morning." Everyone started talking excitedly. Young men weren't afraid of danger. First, they hadn't been there before. Second, they hadn't seen anyone get hurt or worse. Third, Kai-chun and Chu-chi had been there. They could do it, so why not others? Fourth, Kai-chun and Chu-chi were strong leaders with many people. What was there to fear? Let's go. If you're a man, go. Young men eagerly signed up, arguing about doing it right now. Some were scolded, pinched, or patted by their parents. What a lively scene. Some hesitated, worried. "Can you guarantee nothing will happen?" "Yes. What should we do if something goes wrong? What if someone gets hurt? Won't the village take care of it? That would be too frightening. I also think it's dangerous, especially in the mountains."
Sigh.
Lu Kai-chun is not a very patient person. She looks lazy and doesn't seem interested in explaining or convincing anyone. If you want to go, go. Anyway, her family doesn't lack food. Last night, she cooked pigeon soup with tianma, gastrodia, and 8 braised lamb. Today, she's planning to have steamed fish and 4 happiness meatballs to change the taste. What Lu Kai-chun didn't expect was that many people signed up the next morning, over 70 in total, from teenagers of 14 or 15 to adults in their early 40s. Of course, not everyone could go. They had to choose. The first test was about strength and speed. Everyone ran around the village wall. The inner wall, used for patrols to watch outside, was used for the first time. Each watchtower had 3 villagers supervising to prevent anyone from taking the wrong route. The first 40 people to arrive passed the first round. There was a ranking, and everyone got excited, eager not to fall behind. The whole village watched, shouting, cheering, and encouraging loudly. Children ran, laughed, and jumped along behind, excited because the village had never experienced such lively activity.
Run.
Run. Hurry up. Quick, quick, quick. Almost overtaking Lu's son. Go faster.
Come on. Come on.
Push yourself. Push. My kid is really amazing, ha ha. Finally, 40 people stood out, smiling proudly. The whole village clapped and talked excitedly. Wow, I didn't expect that skinny kid from Goshen to run so fast. And the chubby one too? My goodness, he can run. My son did really well. He didn't embarrass me. Aunt En and Aunt Lu each carried 2 large buckets of warm water. And Shuer and a Zhu each held a basket with a stack of rough ceramic bowls. Carefully setting down the buckets, Aunt En and Aunt Lu called out, "The warm water is ready. Come over and drink some to quench your thirst. Don't push, everyone. There's enough for all." It was around 9 in the morning, but the sun was already high. No kidding, it was very dry and thirsty. So, people lined up to drink water. Some didn't drink, preferring to go home and drink. As soon as the first group started drinking, their eyes lit up. It's sweet. Is this sugar water? It's sweet water. It's really sweet water.
So sweet.
Auntie Anne smiled and said, "Of course it is sugar." Kai Chun made sure to add a lot. "No wonder it's so sweet. Hey, don't push. Drink your bowl first, then give the bowl to someone else. Don't push. Don't be in a hurry after just finishing the contest. Everyone will get a turn. Lu Degu will bring some soon. Go home and bring your bowls." Everyone who participated in the contest was very happy and ran home to get their bowls. Others looked on with envy, especially the children, who immediately made big promises. "When I grow up, I will run too."
Me too. E.
"I want to go too." Sure enough, Lu Degu also brought some sweet water. About 70 people lined up to get their share. Lu Degu used a long-handled bamboo scoop to serve, and each person could have 1 bowl and take another home. The 40 people chosen for the next round rested at home for 15 minutes before gathering again for the next selection. They were very excited and promised loudly. The 2 buckets of sweet water had already been finished by everyone, so now they could only watch happily as the others queued up to get their share. The people in line felt very proud. At first, Chi Chu found it hard to believe. It's just sweet water. Does everyone really care that much? He muttered to himself, but didn't say it out loud. Lu Kai Chun saw this and smiled at him. "Husband, don't underestimate a bowl of sweet water. Many people will never taste something so sweet in their whole life. Today's a happy day, so let everyone be a little happier. Anyway, I don't lack this little sugar." Lu Degu looked at all the sugar she was pouring into the water and felt distressed. She muttered, "It's only you who would waste so much. Later, everyone will be so happy. Many people will never taste something so sweet in their lives." There was still half a bucket of sweet water left in line. Lu Degu shouted, "Kids, come here." Suddenly, children cheered and giggled as they rushed over, quickly sharing the half bucket of sweet water and laughing happily. The adults also watched and laughed. So sweet. Really delicious. If only I could drink it every day.
Dream on.
Unlike me, if I could drink a few times a year, I'd be so happy. Lu Kai Chun watched and found it amusing. She waved her hand and laughed loudly. What's so special about that? We'll all get rich together. From now on, we'll have sweet water and meat every day.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Well said. Kai Chun, you lead us to get rich in the future. We all listen to you. Every day there will be sweet water and meat. I'll listen to you too. Sure. I am also excited. Lu Kai-chun raised an eyebrow and smiled brightly. If you trust me, just follow me. It's not that she's reckless. Even if she leaks a little from her fingers, it's much better than just working hard in the fields all day. All right, if there's a way to make money, we'll definitely follow you. Exactly, we're all listening. Soon, the 40 villagers who had performed well in the contest arrived one after another. Kai-chun, 7th, what are we competing for this time? Yes, we're all eager to know. Everyone was very excited. The villagers watching the scene hadn't left completely. Now, sensing something was happening, they all gathered around. The atmosphere at the scene became even more lively than before. Who wouldn't love to watch? Everyone started guessing and betting on which young man or man from which family was the strongest. While praising their favorite contestant, they also criticized the competitors, which made the supporters of the rivals unhappy. This back-and-forth banter sounded like real fan rivalry. A few young men ran over from the village entrance, shouting as they ran, "They're here. The homeless people are back. We locked the gate, and they're just standing outside, staring in haraha.
Let's go see."
Everyone's eyes lit up, whether they were competing or just watching, and they headed toward the village entrance. Even Lu Kai-chun and 7th exchanged glances and went to see the excitement too. It's the first day of testing the results. Who wouldn't want to see the outcome with their own eyes? They had worked hard to build this thick wall, and after so long, who wouldn't curse those troublesome homeless people when they were tired? Seeing them helpless was the only way to truly vent their anger. Everyone scrambled to climb onto the platform and peek down. What they saw shocked them. Oh my God! There are so many! Lu Kai-chun and 7th also climbed up to take a look. They looked at each other with serious expressions. In about 20 days, had the homeless people already increased to this number? Before, only 10 or 20 would come, at most 2 groups a day, sometimes just 1. But now, from the wall, they could see at least 50 or 60 people. These people were ragged, thin, dirty, and disheveled. They looked miserable, either pounding on the wall or knocking on the door, mechanically repeating, "Open the door. Open the door. Please be kind. Give us some food, open the door." Seeing people on the wall, they looked up and begged desperately. Some couldn't help but start crying. The villagers looked at each other, their anger and disgust instantly gone, replaced by silence. They couldn't even find the words to express their relief. It's so tragic. When you think about it, they are all pitiful people. Although they are annoying, they are also sad. If the world weren't so harsh and the officials so useless, things wouldn't be like this. Everyone looked away quietly and turned their heads down. I think these people are really pitiful. Since they can't do anything now, maybe we should give them some food. Yes, I agree. We can spare a little, and saving even one person is worth it. It's all about fate. No, Lu Kai-chun said coldly, don't act recklessly. There are already so many refugees in our village, and it's easy to imagine how many are in the county and even the provincial city. If you give them food today, the news will spread among the refugees, and tomorrow many more will come. How many can we feed? How many can we help? People who are starving won't care about rules or morals. If they cause trouble, what should we do then? Everyone shivered, breaking out in cold sweat. Fine, no more food.
Sigh. This.
No matter how pitiful others are, family is more important. Besides, giving a little won't solve anything. Lu Lijing also said seriously, everyone listen up. No one is allowed to be kind-hearted. If trouble happens, who will be responsible? Those who can't handle it will be driven out of Luan village. Everyone nodded in understanding. 7 days later. Village head, we should discuss this later. It seems we need to arrange for someone to guard at night. I wonder if those people will try to climb over the wall. Lu Lijing nodded with a worried look. Yes, it's time to prepare. No one knew when the refugees outside the village would leave. The duel among 40 people was still ongoing. The second round tested strength. On the ground, 20 circles of the same size were drawn with charred charcoal. The 40 people were randomly divided into 2 facing teams, each facing each other in pairs. Two people entered a circle and fought each other. The one who stepped out of the circle or crossed the line first lost. Lu Kaichun smiled and said, "Help me watch, everyone. When the competition starts, just tell me if you see someone step out." With so many eyes watching, cheating was impossible. Wow, okay. This looks fun. Ha ha ha, so exciting. I'm a little nervous, but I still want to watch. Keep going. Hurry up, let's see who is the best. The villagers had never seen this before. They cheered excitedly, clapping their hands and watching eagerly. The people inside the circle also got excited, staring fiercely at each other, rubbing their fists, ready to fight. Has it started? Is it okay now? Everyone pay attention. Get ready, start. At the signal from Chi-Chi, everyone inside and outside the circle shouted loudly. The children jumped, squealed, and cheered, making the scene very lively. Actually, the villagers didn't follow the rules very strictly. Some started fighting before the official signal. When one was scolded, they immediately responded and fought fiercely. Some quickly stepped back 2 steps onto the line, but then jumped back into the circle. The villagers thought it was fine and kept fighting, so no one called a stop. Lu Kaichun and Chi-Chi watched quietly, not bothering to say anything. It was already good enough for the villagers to do this. Even new soldiers in the army found it hard to follow orders perfectly, let alone them. Even if the villagers let loose, after about 15 minutes, the last team was decided.
Sigh.
Haha, I won. You're pretty good, ha. This doesn't count. Let's do it again. This time, I will definitely win. Some were happy, others sad. The winners were joyful, while the losers were disappointed and wished time could go back. If only time could go back, they believed they could all win then. Lu Kaichun gave them a chance that was like turning back time. The 20 who lost line up into 2 teams. Okay, now you 10 groups start again. The 20 who were disappointed and regretful suddenly perked up. Yes, let's do it again. This time, I will definitely win. The villagers clapped and cheered, watching with wide eyes. The friends and family groups cheered especially loudly for their loved ones. Whether the mountains were dangerous or not didn't matter now. They couldn't afford to lose. This round of the contest lasted about a little over a minute. The 10 who won cheered happily, while the losers, though regretful, had nothing more to say. There was really no way around it. Chi-Chi said if any of the 30 people don't want to go, they can step forward. No need to rush. Go home and think about it. If you're willing to go tomorrow morning, gather at our yard gate. Lu Kaichun added, I discussed with the village elders and the head of the family. Those who go will get more game. How much depends on how much we catch. But there will definitely be an extra share. Many people's eyes brightened, while some hesitated. Who knows how much they could catch? Besides, risking something in the mountains just for this meat might not be worth it. Everyone can think it over again, so there's no rush. The next morning, 24 people gathered. That means 6 decided to withdraw after some consideration. Lu Kaichun and Chi-Chi didn't say much. After 2 rounds of thinking, these 24 people should be quite determined. It's enough. Next, they will train for 3 days. First, they must learn to follow orders. Then they will stretch and learn simple teamwork. They will also go over safety tips for entering the deep mountains. As for weapons, they will use ropes, wooden sticks, and machetes. Lu Kaichun had bought a set of iron bows, 6 iron arrows, and made 3 bamboo bows and 30 bamboo arrows herself. But the villagers don't know how to use them. Only Chi-Chi and Lu Kaichun can shoot arrows. They have first aid supplies, detox medicines, bandages, and clean cloth for wounds in Lu Kaichun's space. They will carry baskets, pretending they are just carrying them. After 3 days, early that morning, everyone set out. Lu Quan, and Lei, and Shu, and Dong, Lu Lin, Lin Guang, and others were among them. Lu Kaichun and Chi-Chi prepared 5 baskets, each filled halfway, and the team took turns carrying them. They their legs, cuffs, and put sturdy grass shoes over cloth shoes. They wrapped cotton cloth around their necks for protection. Many villagers came to see them off. especially the families of those going, who felt nervous and their hearts raced, almost crying. Yet everyone was silent, knowing crying would be unlucky. The young men were very excited, impatient with their families' chatter, shouting, "Don't worry, we understand, and we'll be back soon," eager to leave immediately. "All right, everyone go back. We should be back the day after tomorrow." "Okay, let's go." With Lut Saichun's command, the young men cheered and formed a long line, marching forward confidently, though not very neatly. They weren't allowed to be watched during training, usually in Lut Saichun's yard. Now, seeing them all together like this, they looked impressive. This surprised the villagers.
Wow.
They looked different from usual. They looked so energetic. Yes, that's the feeling. Kai Chun and the seventh are quite capable. Honestly, I feel much more at ease now. They will probably hunt many prey and come back safely. Yes, definitely. The villagers feel energized and confident, talking excitedly. Many who had decided not to join suddenly feel a bit regretful for no clear reason. They have an instinct that those chosen seem a little different from them. Lu Kai-chun and the seventh lead the way and cover the rear, choosing the best among them, though they are just short folks who are good at fighting. Everyone is healthy and used to farm work and mountain paths, so they walk quickly and smoothly. Instead of going to the same place they visited last time, Lu Kai-chun and the seventh pick a different route, following a mountain valley ahead. Last time, they traveled along the ridge, where they saw a lake from afar. Today's goal is to reach that lake. They rest for a little over 2/4 at noon, eating the meat buns and boiled eggs they brought. Then they continue for more than an hour, arriving at the lake around 2 in the afternoon. The lake. There's actually a lake in these mountains. Haha, wow, this lake is really beautiful. Yeah, it's quite lovely. I didn't expect the mountains to be so nice. This place is really charming. All their fatigue from traveling disappears, and everyone feels excited. Seven smiles and says, "All right, everyone, get ready. Remember, this is the mountains, not the village. If any wild animals come, it's not a joke. Rest for 15 minutes, then split into groups and explore nearby. Walk slowly, speak quietly, and keep noise to a minimum. Watch your surroundings carefully. If you notice anything strange, return quickly. If there's danger you can't handle, the bamboo whistle. Tonight, we'll stay here. Take a good look around, see if there are any caves or hidden spots on the hillside that are safe and easy to defend. Most importantly, don't touch or pick anything you don't recognize, don't eat wild fruits, and don't wander too far. Limit your exploration to about half an hour, then come back. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Everyone understand?" All 24 people feel a shiver and reply, "Understood." After a little over 1/4 of an hour, they split into 4 groups, each heading out from different directions. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi still didn't fully trust them. The 4 directions weren't exactly north, south, east, and west, but rather 4 spots chosen along the same side of the lake, not far from each other. He advised them to walk carefully and carve arrows into trees as markers. This group of people was mostly in their early 20s, with the oldest around 32. They were brave and all agreed quickly, heading out without hesitation. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi formed a team. They didn't expect the villagers to find a good place to stay overnight, so they had to do it themselves. They knew they couldn't stay by the lake at night because it was too dangerous. Instead, they decided to find a mountain spot, preferably with a cliff behind it and steep slopes below, with some flat areas in the middle. This way, they could defend both ends and have enough time to retreat if needed. It was unlikely that wild animals would attack both ends at once, giving them a chance to escape. Lu Kai-chun pointed to the middle of a cliff across the lake. "Let's go check that place out." Okay. They moved quickly and reached the other side, climbing up the cliff. The cliff was covered with vines, and the area below was quite flat, about 10 square meters. On the right side, there was a steep cliff with no way up, so they climbed from the left. A few vine-covered trees provided natural cover. The space isn't very big, but it's enough to sleep here. "Let's stay here," Lu Kai-chun suggested. "All right," Chu Chi nodded. He was secretly thinking that he didn't like his wife staying with so many men, even though he knew they were not a threat and wouldn't look at her. Still, he felt uncomfortable. He said, "They can stay here. We'll find another place just in case, so we can help each other if something happens." Lu Kai-chun thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Good idea. That way, we won't be caught off guard." Both of them were brave and capable, so finding a hiding spot was easy. They chose a place that could see this side and wasn't too far away. After deciding where to stay, they went down the mountain. Lu Kai-chun couldn't help but glance around the mountain. Hey, he saw some kiwi fruits again. Or was it star anise? Behind Lu Kai-chun's house, there was a Sichuan pepper tree that bore a lot of fruit this year. It was a good ingredient, especially for cooking fish or chicken, adding flavor and aroma. It gave the dishes a special taste. Lu Kai-chun didn't expect the market price of dried Sichuan peppercorns to be so high, costing 45 coins per jean. Later, she learned that the peppercorn tree behind her house had become her treasure. She watered the small peppercorn tree with diluted spiritual spring water. Now it has grown much taller. Luckily, Aunt Lu and Cheeky don't pay much attention to her fruit trees, so they haven't noticed how quickly the peppercorn tree is growing. She plans to cut some branches next year, use spiritual spring water to help roots grow, and plant more. This is a good idea. Unexpectedly, she saw 2 wild star anise trees. Dried star anise costs the same as dried Sichuan peppercorns and is also a valuable find. She squinted her eyes and looked at the 2 star anise trees, which had thick trunks over 20 centimeters in diameter and lush foliage. They bore many star anise pods, still green and not ripe yet, looking very cute. She could pick some to dry at home. The branches could also be cut and taken away. With the spiritual spring water, she wasn't worried about them not taking root or growing leaves. Lu Kai-chun gently nudged Cheeky. "You go down to the lake first, look around for a good spot for dinner, and see if there are animal footprints from the mountain coming to drink water. If they haven't come back, you can look around. I want to wander here and see if there are any wild vegetables or fruits. We can divide the work." Cheeky could tell from her expression that his wife probably saw something good. If he wanted to avoid it, he could. It wasn't a problem. "Be careful yourself." "Don't worry. I'll go first." "All right, you be careful too." "Will do." Cheeky smiled, turned, and carefully went down the mountain. The mountain was thick with trees, and soon Lu Kai-chun could only see his figure moving in the distance. She couldn't wait and headed toward the 2 large star anise trees. She climbed lightly onto one star anise tree, pulled out her machete from her back, and started cutting branches. She chose branches about her wrist thick, using her skills to cut them with a few strokes. Each branch carried many fresh star anise pods. The aroma of star anise spread out, very unique and pleasant. Lu Kai-chun didn't know how many she had cut, but she finally stopped when the tree looked quite damaged. She wanted to plant a large area, planting as many as she could, so she wasn't soft-hearted. Even though branches can be propagated in reality, the amount is limited because the spiritual spring water has its limits. The same branch of star anise, after one use, almost has no effect when used again. It's just like taking care of your body. After a while, your health improves to a certain point, but you can't go further. Anyway, such a big tree will naturally grow wildly once spring arrives tomorrow. Lu Kai-chun finished dealing with the 2 octagonal trees and casually harvested the kiwi as well. Faintly, the clear and pleasant sound of a bamboo whistle could be heard through the forest, signaling the agreed-upon signal between Lu Kai-chun and Chi-chi. She looked up at the sky. It was getting late. The forest was becoming darker quickly. She hurriedly blew the bamboo whistle in response and started walking out. Chi-chi stood at the edge of the forest, facing the mountain, focused on looking and searching. When he saw her figure appear in his sight, he relaxed and waved his hand at her. "Wife. Over here." Lu Kai-chun also saw him and immediately smiled, waving back. "Coming." The feeling of anticipation and concern from others was naturally a good thing. The sun was already setting in the west, and everyone had returned. They lit 3 campfires by the lake, sat around happily. Seeing Lu Kai-chun and Chi-chi coming, they all looked at them with excited, admiring eyes and greeted them with smiles.
Lu Kai-chun, Kiki.
Big sister Lu Kai-chun, brother Chi-chi. Come quickly, Lu Kai-chun. Dinner will be ready soon. Chi-chi is so amazing. Yeah. Lu Kai-chun chuckled. He's always been very capable. Above the largest fire, 2 branches were stretched at both ends, supporting freshly cut wood. A large iron pot hung above it. Next to each fire, everyone had skewered and roasted wild chickens and ducks. It hadn't been long since they started, so the aroma hadn't spread yet. Lu Kai-chun was a bit surprised, turning his head to glare at Chi-chi. Did you catch all these? Everyone burst into laughter and praise. Exactly. When we returned, we saw many dead wild chickens thrown on the ground. Chi-chi is so amazing. I've never seen so many wild chickens and ducks in my life. Neither have we. We're going to have a feast tonight, huh? Lu Kai-chun couldn't help but smile at Chi-chi and give him a thumbs up. Chi-chi smiled. All kinds of birds appear at this time because the timing is right. That's impressive. If it were us, we'd just be staring helplessly. Yeah. Everyone laughed. Lu Kai-chun raised an eyebrow. It's just archery. If you want to learn, it's not impossible. You can try when you go back. Really? Really? Can we really learn? Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Lu Kai-chun, full of surprise and happiness. Chuki smiled and said, if Kai-chun says it's ready, then it is. But learning to hunt and kill live animals isn't easy. We're not afraid. We'll learn. Yes, we'll learn. All right, let's go back and start learning. Good. Everyone clapped excitedly. Which man doesn't have a hero dream? Even if we can't become true heroes, having more strength than ordinary people is already impressive. Lu Kai-chun and Chuki sat down as well. The roasted chicken and duck were nearly done. Someone brought back a large, fat chicken and a wild duck that had been helping Chuki roast earlier. These belonged to Lu Kai-chun and Chuki. Lu Kai-chun took a bundle from a basket, opened it, and revealed a clay jar filled with seasoned salt and a narrow-necked clay bottle of soy sauce. The food was almost ready. Everyone took turns adding soy sauce and salt before continuing to roast. The seasoned salt had a wonderful smell just from opening the jar. So fragrant, it was hard to describe. The half-cooked wild chicken and duck were carefully brushed with soy sauce, sprinkled lightly with salt and spice powder, then briefly roasted over the fire. They instantly looked different. The skin turned a tempting golden yellow, sizzling and dripping with oil. The aroma quickly filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. Smells so good. It's so fragrant. Spices are spices. They make a difference. Look at this color, so beautiful. It looks delicious just by looking at it. Exactly. I could eat a whole one myself. Everyone sniffed eagerly, unable to stop their saliva from flowing, wishing they could eat it right away. Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, it's good enough now. Try it and see if it's cooked through. Over there in the basket is some steamed bread. Go ahead and take some. The soup is almost ready too. Later, everyone can have a bowl. Okay. Thanks, Kai-chun. Haha. Wow, this roasted chicken is so delicious. The skin is crispy and the meat is very tender. Everyone praised the roasted chicken or duck along with the steamed bread they brought. Lu Kai-chun's roasted chicken was ready as well. She tore off a chicken leg and happily ate it, squinting with happiness. It had been a long time since she had such flavorful roasted chicken, so fragrant. Chuki handed her a steamed bread with a smile and said, eat some carbs. Eating only meat can get boring. The roasted duck is also good. I'll save you 2 duck legs. Li Kai-chun took a bun and took a bite, saying vaguely, leave me a roasted duck leg and a roasted duck wing, and I'll give you the other half. Chuchi nodded with a light smile. Okay. Everyone ate roasted chicken, roasted duck, and buns, using a bamboo tube to serve soup. The soup was made from wild chicken, with fragrant scallions and garlic sprouts added. They sprinkled some salt, making it fragrant and tasty. After eating and drinking enough, the sun had already set behind the western mountains. The blazing, hot sun had cooled down completely, now a gentle, round orange-yellow, peaceful and beautiful. Quickly clean up and go to sleep. Cover the fire pit with dirt to put out the fire. It's time to rest. Tonight, everyone must take turns watching. If anything happens, Brother Luquan, you the bamboo whistle.
Okay.
They had already planned how to spend the night, so there was no point discussing it now. After putting out the fire, Li Kai-chun and Chu-chi checked everything before leading everyone to their sleeping place. When they settled down, the sun slowly sank behind the tall mountains in the west. The world became quiet and dark. The mountains were different from outside. Even if the sun set outside, it wouldn't be dark immediately. The remaining light in the sky would take a while to disappear completely, plunging everything into darkness. The trees in the mountains were thick, and even before the sun went down, it was already very dark in the woods. Now, there was nothing to think about, just rest. Fortunately, the weather was still warm. Everyone could just wrap themselves in a thin blanket. It was a little cool, but not a big problem. Strange insect and bird sounds suddenly started and then stopped, echoing around, creating a spooky effect that made people feel nervous and shiver. Li Kai-chun and Chu-chi remained very calm, not afraid at all. But Lu Quan and Lei and Lin and others were different. They were nervous, their hearts pounding, afraid to breathe loudly. Some even squeezed closer to others, cold sweat running down their backs. Luckily, there were over 20 people, and everyone had weapons. Most importantly, Kai-chun and Chu-chi were nearby. Nothing to worry about. This place is definitely safe. As long as we stay quiet, no one will find us. Yes, we stay quiet. Who could find us? It's safe, for sure. Plus, Kai-chun and Chu-chi are here. They're so capable. Yes, both of them have been into the mountains. Kai-chun has also come alone before, staying so many days, and still came out fine. Everyone was momentarily stunned, looking at each other in the dark, genuinely impressed. Only those who have experienced it firsthand understand how remarkable Kai-chun was at the start. Suddenly, it didn't seem so scary anymore. Lu Quan cleared his throat quietly and said, "All right, let's rest quickly. We've walked a lot today, and we need to get up early to work tomorrow."
Yes.
Rest quickly. And Lin, Shanju, Guang and you three take the night shift. Don't fall asleep, stay alert. Don't worry. Although strange and eerie calls sounded frightening, everyone was really exhausted today. After the initial tension, a wave of deep tiredness took over. With many people together, everyone slept quite well that night. The next morning, before dawn, Chu-chi came to wake them up. Although it seemed still dark, the birds in the forest were chirping loudly and cheerfully, with occasional flapping wings flying through the trees. The spooky atmosphere from last night was gone. When everyone stepped out of the forest, they saw that although the sun hadn't risen and it was still dark, the eastern sky was already showing a faint white glow. It wouldn't be long before dawn. Today, let's see how many animals we can catch. Listen to my instructions. Chu-chi led everyone to the waterhole where they saw animals drinking yesterday, dividing all 24 people into groups. He and Lu Kai-chun managed the overall plan. The villagers held sturdy sticks, feeling nervous, but excited. Only Lu Kai-chun realized that today was just a scouting trip, checking when and how many animals would come, which way they would run after being startled, and so on. All of this depended on a herd of large animals appearing. They came here specifically to wait, not to hunt small birds or ducks. Besides, the villagers couldn't catch quick, winged mountain birds, so it was really just the two of them doing the hard work. If they didn't see any large animals, it would be a bit disappointing. But it turned out they were lucky. After about half an hour, Chu-chi and Lu Kai-chun exchanged glances, both hearing sounds. A group of animals was quietly moving through the forest toward the lake, and they sounded quite large and numerous. Starting from the 7th day of childhood, he learned martial arts and became very skilled. His hearing and eyesight are sharper than normal, which is quite common. However, he didn't expect that his wife's hearing was also so good. Be careful. An animal is coming. Don't make any noise, stay silent. Everyone's spirits lifted. They stared intently at the distance without blinking. A wild deer quietly appeared, stepping softly with its hooves. One after another, more deer emerged from the forest, moving slowly and calmly toward the lake. When they reached the water's edge, they happily called out and started running eagerly to drink. Everyone opened their eyes wide and covered their mouths, their eyes shining with excitement. They were so thrilled they almost shouted out loud, but they remembered the warning not to make noise. They had never seen this before. It was so exciting and tempting. Look at those animals, so fat, with shiny fur. As they moved, the flesh on their behinds jiggled, looking firm and tasty. It also seemed easy to catch. Yes, they didn't know wild deer, but their love of meat made them instinctively think it would taste good. The herd of deer didn't realize that this morning was different from usual. They happily called to each other and drank water, unaware of the danger. He cleared his throat softly and lowered his voice. Everyone, stay alert. He exchanged a quick look with Lu Kai-chun, and they nodded slightly. The two of them silently drew their bows and shot arrows. Lu Kai-chun used bamboo arrows and was closer than he was. Surprisingly, both of them shot a series of quick, consecutive arrows, each of them praising the other silently. So impressive. With a whoosh, 3 arrows flew through the air and hit the deer herd. The targeted deer cried out in pain and ran away, twisting their bodies. The herd panicked, squealing and crashing in all directions. Attack now. Quickly, stop them. Lu Kai-chun, and he quickly shot another series of arrows.
Charge. Go, go, go.
Hurry. Everyone was filled with adrenaline, waving sturdy sticks and shouting as they rushed forward. He divided the 24 people into 4 groups, each with 6 members. Beforehand, they had received simple training to hunt in groups, chasing one prey at a time. They were told not to act alone or try to catch too many animals at once. After all, they are just farmers who only know how to farm, not professional hunters. Their hunting skills are almost zero. 6 people working together can only manage to kill 1 wild animal, which is already impressive. If they rush around recklessly and randomly, they will end up with nothing. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi aimed their arrows at the wild animal's thighs. The injured deer's speed slowed down significantly, giving the villagers a chance to catch it. At the peaceful lakeside, the scene suddenly became lively with loud calls and whinnying sounds. The herd of deer ran very fast. In no time, the uninjured deer disappeared without a trace. The villagers didn't come back empty-handed. 2 groups failed to catch the injured deer, but the other 2 groups were lucky and each caught one. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi also each caught a deer. They caught 4 deer in total. The big ones weighed about 40 to 45 kilograms, and the smaller ones about 25 to 30 kilograms. Everyone was very happy. Wow, so this is a wild deer. I didn't know they looked like this. Ha! We caught them. We can hunt now, too. Even so, this trip was worth it. Absolutely, haha. Chu Chi and Lu Kai-chun are amazing. Yes, they're so impressive. I'm so jealous. I wish I was that good at hunting. Everyone chuckled. What are you dreaming about? Lu Kai-chun smiled. It's not impossible. Just practice more. But you're all a bit too old now, it might be too late. The kids at home can learn, though. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they became interested. Yes, if children start practicing from a young age, maybe they'll become as skilled as Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi someday. That would be amazing. They'd definitely become successful. Lu Kai-chun, Chu Chi, do you really want to teach my kid? And mine too. Me, I want to learn too. Parents with children looked eager, and those without children also looked interested. After all, there will be kids someday, right? Of course, Lu Kai-chun smiled. Both boys and girls can learn. Just send them to our house. Lu Kai-chun's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. If kids really want to learn, why only teach archery and fighting skills? Maybe they could also learn to read, do math, and study a little. It might be good for them. Anyway, they can learn whatever they want, depending on their own luck. Since they all live in the same village, she wouldn't mind being a selfless helper. Everyone was very happy to hear this. That's great. Thank you, Kai-chun. Thank you, Kai-chun. My little Chin can also go? Really? That child is smart and studies everything seriously. Kai-chun, will my child also be able to go in the future? Can they go too? Your child? Your son's wife doesn't even know where she is, and you're talking about your child? Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. The man scratched his head awkwardly. Can I just ask first? It's better to plan ahead. Lu Kai-chun also smiled lightly. Sure. Liu Chuan said with a smile. Don't just talk about others. Kai-chun, Chi-chi, when will you two have a baby? Kai-chun and Chi-chi looked at each other instinctively. Everyone noticed something unusual and started asking. Yeah, when will you have a baby? That would be so great. Then our kids can practice together with yours. It's nice to have a playmate, huh? Gai-jun. Chi-chi. Chi-chi smiled and said, soon. It will happen. Those of you who aren't married, hurry up.
All right.
Everyone cheered up. Those who don't have children yet or aren't married are more relaxed now. Why rush? Kai-chun and Chi-chi don't have kids yet, so what's the hurry? Maybe later, their children can practice together, and it might even be better than now. Kai-chun looked a bit embarrassed and quickly said, Okay, enough chatting. Let's pack up the prey. Oh, right. Everyone immediately focused again, happily looking at the 4 fat, strong wild deer they had caught. Even catching just these 4 deer is enough for the whole village to have a big feast. They didn't have large sacks to carry the deer, but it was necessary to pack them properly. Without proper packing, the blood smell might not attract large predators, but it would definitely attract tiny insects like ants, which could be troublesome. Kai-chun used a knife to cut open the large sack he brought, and everyone helped wrap the prey inside. Then they covered it with straw, tied it with vines, and hung it high on a big tree. On the rope, Kai-chun applied a special insect repellent medicine. That was the best they could do for now. They would head back tomorrow, which was fine. Next, everyone prepared to make breakfast. There were no steamed buns or bread today. Because of the hot weather, these things couldn't be left overnight. They would ferment and spoil. But Kai-chun brought a lot of potatoes. They boiled the whole potatoes in a large pot, and once cooked, they could eat them. A few people stayed by the lake to cook potatoes. Lu Kai-chun told them that once the potatoes are cooked, they should be taken out and left to dry in a basket. Then they would use the rice they brought to make rice porridge. She and Chu-chi went into the mountains to explore. Early in the morning, after a night of rest, the animals in the mountain came out to look for food, making it a good time for hunting. The villagers who were chosen to go hunting were very happy. Although others felt a bit jealous, they had no complaints and were very eager to get their turn next time. Since animals are active in the mountains in the morning, a wild rabbit quickly darted out from the grass at their feet. Rabbit! Rabbit! A sharp-eyed villager saw the rabbit running away in the grass and shouted excitedly. Before he finished speaking, an arrow shot through the air. The rabbit fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then died. And Lei cheered and ran over to pick up the rabbit that had been shot. It's so fat, probably 6 or 7 gene, about 3 to 3.5 kilograms. Chu-chi is so amazing. Yeah, everyone was envious. Lu Kai-chun also gave Chu-chi a thumbs up, and Chu-chi smiled confidently. They continued walking forward. Chu-chi and Lu Kai-chun kept shooting arrows, and every shot hit its target: rabbits, wild chickens, turtle doves, pigeons, or pine grouse. The villagers cheered and ran over to collect their catches. They were happy with their harvest, and Lu Kai-chun and Chu-chi enjoyed hunting too. As Lu Kai-chun walked, she looked around carefully. She wasn't just interested in these ordinary prey. The mountain was full of treasures. Fruits, common herbs, and mountain yams didn't attract her much at this time. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She saw ginseng. She couldn't tell how old it was from afar, but since she saw it, she definitely wanted to take it. With some spiritual spring water, she believed she could sell it for a good price later. Lu Kai-chun decided to take it without hesitation. She glanced at the game everyone was holding and stopped to smile. Not bad, a good harvest. It's time to go back. Let's head home for breakfast first. We have other things to do later. Okay, let's go back. So disappointing, but we really should head back now. Everyone felt a bit reluctant. They were in high spirits, and catching prey felt so good. But Lu Kaichun was right. After walking all morning, they were starting to feel hungry. Lu Kaichun said, "You all go back the way you came. I want to look around a bit more." Kaichun, why don't Chu-Chi stay with you? We can find our way back on our own. Yes, it's not good for you to be alone. Lu Kaichun definitely doesn't want anyone to stay. She needs to dig ginseng alone. No need, I have my own sense of the situation. But, Chu-Chi, are you really sure you can do it? Yes, you can take them back now. Alright, we're leaving first. Don't stay here too long. Don't worry. Chu-Chi nods, not giving others a chance to persuade her, and leads everyone out. They don't see anyone else around. Lu Kaichun can't wait to start digging for ginseng. This isn't her first time doing this. She carefully digs down from the side and quickly finds the ginseng plant. It's about finger-sized and has a faint bitter aroma. As expected of ginseng, the smell feels quite high-class. Just as Lu Kaichun is about to leave, she spots a patch of wild yellow essence. Yellow essence is also a good thing and can fetch a good price at the pharmacy. Seeing this patch, Lu Kaichun can't ignore it. She hesitates for just a second but then decisively decides. Dig it up. Dig as much as she can. Lu Kaichun lifts her and starts working. She pulls out a large bamboo basket from her space, throws all the yellow essence, including mud and stems, into the basket. She doesn't have time to handle it carefully now. She'll bring it back first and let her aunt deal with it later. This patch of yellow essence is especially healthy, with thick, large stems and many of them. Lu Kaichun doesn't dare stay longer. After digging for over 2 hours, she fills 3 full baskets. Seeing there's little left, she finally stops and prepares to head back. At the lake, villagers have already finished breakfast. Chu-Chi has arranged for them to work. Some set traps, others cut trees, find thorns, and gather thick vines. Chu-Chi plans to use wooden stakes, thorns, and obstacles, with vines and ropes to set snare traps. When the deer come to drink water, they will be blocked by these obstacles, preventing their escape, and everyone will work together to drive the deer into the trap for hunting. It's obviously unrealistic to do everything perfectly in just one day, since wild deer are very fast and agile. It's impossible to build a trap they can't escape from with just a few people. But as long as they can slow them down, that's enough. Any harvest is good enough. Kaichun is back. Finally, Kaichun is back. Everyone sees Lu Kaichun and greets her happily, feeling relieved. Chu-Chi walks over, smiling, and says, "I left some food for you.
Go eat first."
His wife loves to eat so much and hates going hungry more than anyone else.
He is very clear about that.
He doesn't know exactly what treasure she saw on a mountain, but she took so long to come out after rummaging around. Not to mention, he is actually quite curious. But he doesn't dare ask. Lu Kaichun indeed felt his eyes light up when he heard about food. "Alright, I'm hungry too." Chucky chuckled softly. They had a good harvest this morning. When they returned to the lake and counted their catch, they had caught 13 wild rabbits, 11 wild birds like pheasants and doves, and 8 smaller birds. They roasted 10 rabbits and shared them, along with cooked potatoes and rice porridge, enough to fill everyone. Chucky left a roasted rabbit leg and 4 cooked potatoes for Lu Kaichun. He added some water to the rice porridge, cleaned 2 doves, cut them into big pieces, and cooked them in the porridge. When Lu Kaichun returned, the porridge was fragrant and ready. Later, Chucky carefully roasted the rabbit leg again, making it crispy outside and tender inside. Very delicious. The potatoes were soft and smooth, and the meat and rice porridge were rich and tasty. Lu Kaichun took a bite of the rabbit leg and a spoonful of the meat porridge, instantly feeling refreshed. He smiled happily, delicious. Chucky felt that watching her eat made everyone's appetite improve naturally. He smiled gently, "Eat more if you like." After eating and drinking enough, the two joined everyone else to work together. They ate a lot of roasted rabbit and potatoes in the morning, so they decided not to have lunch and to work quickly. It got dark early in the mountains, so they couldn't waste time. They worked until the sun was almost setting. Chuki and Lu Kai-chun checked everything carefully and decided there were no problems before stopping for the day. Lu Kai-chun brought back many large leaves from the forest. After preparing the wild birds and rabbits, they coated them with soy sauce and seasoned salt, wrapped them tightly in leaves, then covered them with thick mud and baked them in the fire. Tonight, we're having something special. The villagers helped in their own way, even though they didn't know why they were doing this. They just followed along because Lu Kai-chun wouldn't harm anyone. Will it really taste good? I think so. With soy sauce and spices, once it's cooked, it should be delicious. Yeah, I think so too. Lu Kai-chun's method is great, simple. No worries about burning it, just wait to eat. Exactly. Although no one had ever eaten mud-baked chicken before, they knew the cooking hole was used for taro, which smelled pretty good. So, this mud-baked chicken should be good too. After all, it's just chicken. Lu Kai-chun laughed loudly. It's good that you know. Anyway, once it's cooked, it will definitely taste great. The famous beggar's chicken. How could it not be delicious? Besides, she hadn't eaten beggar's chicken in a long time. She thought they would be very surprised and curious when they saw her making it, maybe even doubt whether it would taste good. Then she could show off a little once it was ready and impress everyone. But surprisingly, although they looked curious, no one doubted it. Everyone believed it would taste good. This left her feeling a bit disappointed, like punching the air. Oh, it was her mistake.
She shouldn't have thought that way.
After all, it's meat. Meat is always delicious in everyone's eyes. Everyone smiled and nodded, looking forward to it eagerly. While she was preparing the beggar's chicken, the pot was still boiling rice porridge. There were a few small birds, like doves, cleaned and cut into big pieces, added to the porridge. They also added slices and green onion roots to remove the fishy smell. Although these small birds didn't have much meat, the porridge was very tasty from boiling them. All these ingredients were good stuff. Lu Kai-chun secretly hid 2 of the small birds in her space, planning to fry them later because she missed that flavor. After about half an hour of vigorous boiling, the mud ball turned hard, and the rice porridge in the pot became thick and fragrant. She added soy sauce, salt, garlic sprouts, and green onions, making it even more delicious and attractive. So tempting. Kai-chun, is it ready?
Can we eat now?
Lu Kai-chun looked at the sunset and clapped her hands with a smile. Yes, it's ready. Let's eat. After finishing, we can go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll work again, and once we're done, we can go home. Okay. Good. Let's eat well tonight and rest properly. Tomorrow, let's work hard and try to hunt more. No, catch several wild deer to bring back. Yes, haha, that sounds exciting. Lu Xiaoshu looked worried. But, honestly, will those deer really come back tomorrow morning? You jinx. Pfft, nonsense. Everyone started teasing him, playfully scratching Lu Xiaoshu's head. Lu Xiaoshu curled up and shouted, I was just worried, shut up. Everyone scolded him. Chi-Chi smiled and said, deer herds don't change their drinking spots easily. One accident won't scare them away forever. Don't worry, they'll come back. Lu Kai-chun nodded. That's right. Everyone seemed to agree with Chi-Chi's reasoning, and Lu Kai-chun also felt reassured and relaxed. That's good. One by one, mud balls were pulled out of the fire. The big guys used stones to them open, and hot steam rose quickly. Smells so good. Wow, it smells amazing. Looks really tasty. Try it quickly. I can't wait anymore. Everyone was too eager to wait for it to cool. They tore off big chunks, blew on them, and ate eagerly. With the first bite, the seasoning was perfect, the meat tender and juicy, full of fresh flavor. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they stopped talking, focusing on eating. They didn't expect that the wild chicken meat made this way would taste even better than roasted. At this moment, everyone was more certain than ever. Following Kai-chun and Chu-chi would lead to good days filled with delicious meat. After eating and drinking enough, they tidied up the site and went back to the place where they stayed last night to rest. And Lei couldn't help but ask, are our prey okay? Lu Quan quickly hushed him and whispered, don't say anything. What if other animals hear us? It's strange. If they stay silent and say nothing, nothing will happen. But if they mention it, something unexpected might occur. The others nodded quickly. That makes sense. It's better to be safe than sorry. Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything's fine." Yes, yes. The blood on the prey was thick, so they couldn't bring it back to their overnight spot. They had no better way, so they could only do this. Lu Kai-chun couldn't store the prey in the space either. It was okay, because there were no large predators around, so it was relatively safe. They had a quiet night. The next morning, everyone got up early as usual, and today was going to be much more exciting. Keep going. Come on, let's do our best. We'll definitely catch more wild deer. Exactly, we worked so hard yesterday to prepare, it will work. Our trap is so good. Shh. Don't say anything. Don't let others hear.
Sorry.
We won't say anything. Let's go hide now. Kai-chun, Chu-chi, what should we do? Chu-chi arranged everything. He took 3 people to guard the trap pit, waiting for the deer herd to fall into the trap, so they could catch them. Lu Kai-chun and the others divided into 3 groups, each guarding a different direction. They relied on obstacles and tripwires to herd the deer toward the trap. After dividing the tasks, everyone hid in their positions. Make no noise. When I the bamboo whistle, we all act together. Okay. The waiting time was both exciting and hard to endure. The eastern sky gradually brightened, and the pale clouds turned into beautiful orange-red colors as the rising sun approached. Everything around became clearer. A thin mist floated over the lake like gauze, and white fog drifted above the forest. The sounds of various birds grew louder and more cheerful. The herd of deer finally appeared again, moving slowly and calmly into everyone's view. Finally, they arrived. It was worth the wait. Everyone secretly sighed in relief and felt energized. The deer grazed peacefully, enjoying their time. Suddenly, sharp bamboo whistles sounded, and everyone shouted as they rushed forward with wooden sticks.
Charge!
The deer cried out in alarm and ran wildly on their 4 legs. Lu Kai-chun led the team to chase them from the front, shouting and shooting bamboo arrows. The deer became even more frightened and instinctively turned their heads to run in another direction. There was only one way forward, and the panicked deer didn't think much. They ran straight ahead. The first few deer let out sharp screams and fell into a trap pit. The trap wasn't very deep or wide, but a strong male deer leapt over it with a powerful jump and kept running. The deer behind, stepping on the backs of others, also used them to help push forward, rushing ahead wildly. 7 shot arrows from his quiver, and Lu Kai-chun caught up from behind, shooting as well. Villagers waved their sticks and shouted to attack, but the chaos limited their effectiveness. 7 didn't even want to look at them, afraid he might get angry. Lu Kai-chun remained calm. If they could efficiently kill the deer with their sticks, that would be impressive, but they were still new to this, barely trained and just starting out. The traps played a big role, giving 7 and Lu Kai-chun a chance to hunt the deer. The villagers swung their sticks and shouted as they charged, helping to finish the hunt. When it was over, they counted 9 deer in total, big and small. The largest was about the same size as yesterday, and the smallest weighed around 50 pounds. Everyone was very happy, smiling widely. We've made a fortune. A real fortune. Did I get some too? I can't believe it. I'm so awesome. Yeah, I can't believe it either. We actually did it. Unbelievable.
Liu Quan laugaludli.
Kai-chun, 7. Should we head back now? The others snapped out of their excitement and smiled. Yes, we still have to keep moving. About 20 people carried these many prey, and their pace must be very fast. Everyone was eager to return home, not just because they had been out for 3 days and missed their families, but also because they wanted to show off these prey in the village. That would be impressive. Just imagining how everyone would react when they see these wild deer makes people excited and full of energy. Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, "Let's eat first. We need to have a good meal, get full, and then rush back to the village." Chi-chi looked at her and nodded with a smile. Exactly. His wife never forgets to eat, no matter what. Everyone agreed. Without eating, they wouldn't have the strength to travel, and their speed would slow down. Yes, yes, let's eat. Let's start cooking quickly. Make all the food we can and eat more. There was rice to cook porridge and potatoes. They only had one pot, used for making porridge, and the potatoes were buried under the ashes of the fire. Chi-Chi ordered someone to tie all the deer they hunted over the past 2 days with rope or sturdy mountain vines, bundling the forelegs together in one place, with the smaller ends together. The wooden sticks used for killing deer could be used as carrying poles, threaded through the middle. 2 people carried one end each. He and Kai-chun didn't need to carry. One led at the front, the other at the back, watching the surroundings carefully to spot any surprises. They packed all the prey, and the porridge and potatoes were ready. Everyone ate quickly and eagerly. The porridge was fragrant and delicious, and the potatoes tasted great too. Usually, everyone would savor their food, but now they were eager to get home and had no time for that. After eating and drinking their fill, they wiped their mouths and asked, Kai-chun, Chi-Chi, shall we leave now? Lu Kai-chun nodded, let's go. Chi-Chi said, those with more strength carry heavier loads, and those with less carry lighter ones. Don't slack off or try to show off, or it'll slow us down.
All right.
Don't worry, we're not like that. Yes, yes, everyone will do their part. The villagers, eager to go home, were honest and simple. Plus, judging by Lu Kai-chun and Chi-Chi's eyes, the prey they chose was fair, no sneaky or dishonest people. Everyone picked prey suitable for their strength, formed pairs, and carried the wild deer and baskets back. Their eagerness to return and the fact that walking home was naturally faster than leaving made everyone rush. When they finally reached the village, it was still before 4 p.m. Wow. We caught something. We really caught it. Wow, so big, so fat, so many. What is that? Is it a wild sheep? Look at the big one my dad is carrying. I want to tell my mom. My little uncle is also very brave. I want to tell my dad, mom, grandpa, and grandma about it. Word spread quickly, and soon the whole village was buzzing with excitement. On the wide field under the big locust tree, 13 wild deer of different sizes were lined up in 2 rows. Everyone in the village came to see, all feeling happy and proud. Those who had helped with the hunt cheered even louder, feeling extra proud. The children laughed, jumped, and shouted, pointing at the deer. They carefully touched the animals, squealing with excitement, almost going crazy with happiness. The adults weren't as wild as the children, but inside, they were just as excited, turning in circles with joy. Liangli was also smiling so much his face almost hurt, repeatedly saying, "Great, great. Amazing. So proud, haha." As the village leader, Liangli felt very proud. Everyone in the village was proud of him. The 24 brave men from the village became heroes everyone admired. People gathered around them, asking eagerly about their trip into the mountains. Did they go far? Was it tiring? Was it dangerous? Did they fear staying overnight in the mountains? Did they get used to it? How did they catch so many wild deer? And so on. Everyone turned into a big group of curious people, asking endless questions. The 24 men loved it. They couldn't wait to show off and tell stories. They spoke animatedly, with lively words and flowing speech. Everyone exaggerated their praise for Lu Kai-chun and Chu-chi. Without Kai-chun and Chu-chi, there wouldn't be so many deer. Chu-chi and Saichuan's archery skills are amazing. They shot so fast every arrow hit the target. How could we do that? It's all thanks to Kai-chun and Chu-chi. Exactly. We just clapped and cheered, did some hard work, but they're the real heroes. So impressive. Kai-chun and Chu-chi said they could teach us and the village kids how to do it. Hee. Really? Is that true? Tell us more. Hurry up, tell us. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, full of admiration and happiness. All worries about mountain dangers and fears when seeing so many prey were forgotten. Everyone now admired their incredible skills. Lu Kai-chun and the seventh day are willing to teach everyone and the children. This is a great and wonderful thing. Learning is a must. Even if they can't hunt wild deer, catching wild chickens, birds, or ducks is good enough. Isn't that meat too? Listen to what Lu Quan, Lin Guang, and Lei and others say. Every meal in the mountains is roasted chicken or duck, and the meat is fragrant, tender, and crispy, even better than homemade.
Who wouldn't want to eat that?
Some quick-thinking people hurried over to ask Lu Kaichun and the seventh day for confirmation. Lu Kaichun raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's right, but we'll talk about it in detail later. For now, let's quickly deal with these wild deer, or it will get dark soon. Lu Lijing also said busily, yes, no more delays. Once it gets dark, it will be hard to handle. Come on, everyone, let's move quickly. Aunt In, Aunt Lu, Lin Guang's family, go home and boil a big pot of hot water. Kaichun, I might need you to boil some hot water at your house too. Later, we can skin and slaughter the wild deer right outside your door. How about that? Lu Kaichun thought for a moment. Their house is closest to the spring pond, so fetching water is convenient. That's the only way. All right, Aunt, go home and boil water.
Okay, got it.
Lu Lijing then arranged for other families to bring baskets, sieves, knives, stools, door panels, or long tables and organized everything in order. Everyone quickly got to work, helping out energetically. Soon, the yard in front of Lu Saichuan's house was bustling with activity. Fortunately, their yard is wide enough to work freely. With everyone's lively cooperation, the 13 wild deer were quickly skinned and slaughtered. The fur and dirty stuff were collected in sieves and thrown outside the back mountain gate by some people. The meat was cut into pieces and packed into baskets. Large pieces of deer meat, deer heads, legs, and various organs were sorted into separate baskets. Some organs, especially the deer intestines, hadn't been cleaned thoroughly yet. These need to be washed repeatedly, using flour and salt, until they are clean enough to eat. But no matter what, all the baskets are full of meat and organs. Lu Kaichun said, we agreed earlier to have a big feast. Lijing, how should we arrange it? I'll say this first. These 2 baskets of meat will be kept aside. The 24 people who went hunting in the mountains will share this. Lu Quan, and Lei, and Dong, and their families were all very happy. Under the admiring gazes of others, they proudly held their heads high, drooling with anticipation, already thinking about how to cook the deer meat when they got home later. Meat is always delicious no matter how you cook it. Lu Lijing chuckled happily and said cheerfully, this is your hunt, so of course it's up to you. Let's do it this way. All the deer meat can stay at your place. Tomorrow morning, we'll come over to cook. Each family should bring a big bowl of rice. We'll steam rice and eat the deer meat. Let's have a good meal. Everyone pick some vegetables from the garden too. Everyone cheered loudly and nodded in agreement. Lu Kaichun smiled and said, we'll provide the oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. Aunties and ladies, you should come early tomorrow so we can handle the internal organs. Everyone happily agreed. Auntie and hurriedly said, why wait until tomorrow to deal with the internal organs? It's better to do it now. The organs won't wait, after all. The ladies nodded in agreement. They hadn't processed wild deer organs before, but they had slaughtered pigs and seen pig organs, large intestines, lungs, stomachs, and so on. Surely, they needed to handle them early because of the strong smell.